Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Tension by Kiki Burrelli, narrated by Chris Chambers. Chapter 1. Lineage. I fought off Uncle Hell and Uncle Emmett to save this for you. Huxley retrieved the raspberry lemon cupcake from the cupboard where he'd hidden it an hour ago. Ezra looked him over with a wry gaze. You emerged unscathed. It only seems that way. My wounds are emotional. He lifted the cupcake onto his best friend's plate, already full of ribs and a mound of coleslaw. Huxley's mom had requested all of her favorites for her birthday, and his dad had gone all out, turning out a spread that would ensure no one left hungry. The only thing he hadn't made enough of were the cupcakes, and that was because they were everyone's favorite. Which might have explained the hungry expression of the young witch, Peggy Pond, tucking her dark brown hair behind her ear as she approached from the family room where most of the guests had gathered. Hi there, Huxley. Or should I call you Agent Might? Huxley grabbed a napkin and wiped his fingers clean. I'm not on shift, so Huxley is fine. Are you enjoying the party? Peggy was already smiling so wide, the majority of her teeth were showing. But she somehow stretched the expression wider. Yes, my parents have been looking forward to Alpha Mite's birthday all month. Between you and me, they were mostly excited for your dad's cooking. They swear he's an alchemist in disguise. Nah, he said he just learned to cook once he realized how much Mom liked food. Peggy's laugh stretched out like Huxley had told a hilarious joke. That explains why they're making you stand guard duty alone in here. Protecting the leftovers? Sort of. Ez was running late, so I... Huxley turned to find Ezra all the way on the other end of the kitchen island. He had his back slightly turned to them as he attempted to pile as much potato salad as would fit on his already overburdened plate. The man was the size of a jockey, but ate like a linebacker. Ezra looked up, giving Peggy a nod. Hey. Oh, Ezra. I didn't see you there. Her gaze dropped to his plate, and she smirked. You'll need a to-go container for all that. No way. You should see Ezra eat. He's a camel. Ezra's lips flattened into a scowl that was in direct opposition to Peggy's smirk. I can only imagine. Are there any more of those cupcakes left? I spoke with Alpha Prime, and he said they weren't to be missed. Flashing a toothy grin, Ezra said, Nope, this is the last one. Huxley puffed up a little with an absurd sort of pride. He'd been joking about the emotional wounds, but not about the fighting. His uncle had tried to bite him. Peggy gave a curt, I see, before turning her attention back to Huxley, somehow standing closer to him in the process. A bunch of us are heading over to the pub after this. Will you be there? As the next Might Pack Alpha, it was important for Huxley to maintain a good relationship with the people of Crescent City, particularly those in the Might Pack. But he knew what his Lunar Council Enforcement Agency, LCEA, team leader, Chief Axe Landry, liked to do when any of them came to work hungover. Not even keeping up a good rapport with the city's citizens was worth that. I'm not sure. Ez, are you going? Ezra looked up from his plate with a green bean the same color as his eyes hanging from between his teeth. Where? Peggy looped her arm through Huxley's and squeezed. The pub. We're all going after this. I guess you could come too, if you wanted. Ezra gave a smile full of mashed green beans. Nah, I'll be too full by then. You two have fun. I'm just gonna waddle home after this. 6 months ago, Huxley wouldn't have batted an eye to anyone walking alone within the city. But things had changed since then. He pulled free of Peggy's grasp, moving from one end of the island to the middle. "It's dark now. You shouldn't walk alone." What Huxley actually wanted was for Ezra to go with him to the pub. It was his only chance at enjoying himself. But Ezra had already come to his mom's birthday party. He hated crowds and avoided the majority of social gatherings, no matter how much Huxley always attempted to convince him to go. Huxley appreciated he'd come tonight without needing any cajoling, and it wouldn't be fair for him to beg for Ezra to go with him to the pub. "I won't be alone." Ezra jerked his head toward the open doorway to the outdoor patio, where his pack of natural wolves napped on the stone, all but Rocky, who stared longingly at the counter of food. Peggy touched his arm. "See? He'll be fine. Besides, I still haven't gotten those pointers on my dart game that you promised. Say you'll go, please." She drew the word out, but Huxley barely heard her. Ezra wasn't a kid, and maybe if he lived in town, there wouldn't be a reason to worry. But his house was on the very edge of the city, nestled right where the forest began. Ezra's wolves were a great deterrent for most things, but they weren't invincible. Peggy's expectancy bored into the side of his face like a persistent fly. "Yeah, sure, I'll go." His goal had been to say something to get her to go away, so he was confused when she beamed. "It's a date, then." "A date? Ms. Pond, I hope my grandson isn't being improper." At his grandpa's booming voice, Huxley's molars clamped together. The old man pinned him with a dark gaze that had once made Huxley squirm, but now it just made him want to put as much distance between them as possible. He looked for Ezra, finding him sauntering back to his side, plate in one hand as he gnawed on a barbecue rib. Peggy was still all smiles, oblivious to the instant tension. "Of course not, Director Might. Huxley is nothing but a gentleman. In fact, I had to ask him." His grandpa was silent for half a second, likely recalling everything he knew of Peggy Pond, the clan she came from, and what, if anything, he could gain from them. "How progressive. I apologize, however. Councilman Falco and I have something to discuss with my grandson." He gestured to the Lunar wolf standing beside him. "Of course. See you later," Peggy chirped, giving Huxley a small wave on her way back through the dining room to the family room, where Huxley could see his mother sitting in an armchair with presents piled on the cedar coffee table in front of her. Huxley's dad bounced rapidly on the balls of his feet, so excited for his mate his form turned blurry. His witch affinity gave him power over his body, in his case, allowing him to move quickly and fight like a liquid ninja, or wear a hole in the carpet while being so over the moon for his mate that seeing her happy made him turn into a hyperactive jackhammer. Despite his proximity to his grandpa, Huxley smiled. All mated couples were devoted, but his parents were disgustingly in love. His grandpa loomed closer, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Falco mentioned you have yet to personally extend your gratitude to the Helix clan for their assistance with fabricating the materials needed for the solar wolf portal. That isn't a task you should sit on, son." Huxley didn't let his annoyance show. It didn't matter what the occasion was. His grandpa would use it as an opportunity to network and strengthen the Might Pack. "The Helix clan has always been powerful, but Emma Helix is especially skilled. The work she's done for the Solar Wolves is truly exceptional," Councilman Falco added, his chest puffed out importantly. "If you're so dazzled by her, you should call to thank her then. Or, I don't know, maybe a Solar Wolf representative, since the work she did was for them," Ezra said through chews, There was no appraisal in his grandpa's gaze as he stared at Ezra, only annoyance. "Do you mind?" Ezra sucked the end of his rib before setting it down on his plate. "No." Huxley stepped forward, blocking Ezra from his grandpa's view. His wolf grumbled, pawing at the mental confines keeping him from bursting free and making his grandpa step back. Unlike Huxley, and most of the citizens of Crescent City, Ezra had never been afraid of his grandpa. Not even as a child. Ezra didn't need to be a LCEA agent or future alpha to be brave, and Huxley loved that about him. But he also knew how manipulative his grandpa could be, particularly to those standing between him and what he wanted. And all Grandpa Mite wanted from Huxley was for him to make a female witch from a powerful clan his mate, and produce baby mites that would continue the Pack family name. That was the sole reason he bothered with trying to make Huxley thank the Helix Witch now. He thought her a good candidate. Which was, incidentally, the only reason Huxley needed to refuse. When he chose a mate, it wouldn't be from a pool of candidates that his grandpa had gathered for him. "Why don't you go watch Mom open your present?" Huxley suggested to his friend. Ezra's green eyes were cool as he met his gaze. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I ran into your dad yesterday, and he sounded so excited for Mom to open your guys' gift." Ezra blushed, his eyes darting away from Huxley's before mumbling, "If you insist." Huxley fought the urge to call Ezra back and explain it was for his own safety that Huxley wanted him out of the kitchen. Before he could, laughter erupted from the family room. His mom stared at something in her lap with a mix of happiness and horror. It must have been a present from either Aunt Gloria or Uncle Emmett, because both sat in front of her with matching grins. "Come on, honey. Show the room your gift," Huxley's dad urged. "Freston," she said in a chastising tone that didn't match the sparkle in her eye. "Show us, show us, show us," Uncle Hell chanted, cupping his hands over Uncle Emmett's shoulders. His mother lifted the framed picture, revealing what looked like a cross-stitch of an Oregon grape bush with red hearts embroidered around it. From the way his mom's face burned, Huxley didn't think he wanted to know the story behind the picture. That feeling was only multiplied as his dad said wistfully, "Ah, yes, where future alphas are conceived." His mom dropped the picture back in her lap, shooting daggers at her brother and sister-in-law. "I could have you both removed from the territory permanently." Ezra had made it as far as the wall next to the patio doors and leaned back, watching the others with a small smile. What Huxley wouldn't have given to be over there, instead of a room away, placating his terminally unhappy grandfather. "You'll be alpha soon, Huxley. You need to think more seriously about your image. An alpha is only as respected as the people you surround yourself with." "Mom has no plans on retiring anytime soon," Huxley said, following his grandpa's narrowed gaze to where Ezra stood. He growled low and stepped between them. "Just say what you have to say." Councilman Falco's brows furrowed disapprovingly. "Son," Huxley bristled. He wasn't hostile with his grandpa out of respect to his grandma, but nothing kept him from telling Councilman Falco what he could do with his forced familiarity. The councilman must have seen he was on thin ice, because he hurried to continue. "Many of the Lunar Council members believe the Helix clan could be valuable allies to the city. The Helix clan doesn't currently have council approval to send representatives, but if the Borealis clan is able to petition, I see no reason why the Helix witches shouldn't be given the same courtesy. They are a clan of skilled alchemists and proficient leaders. You will see when Ryan Helix visits for the groundbreaking ceremony. Huxley was an LCEA agent, which meant he protected the city. He had no say over approving additional representatives, and had even less interest in taking part in whatever plan it was that his grandpa and Falco had cooked up. But he had to at least make sure whatever it was wouldn't cause them more problems down the road. What will I see exactly? Ryan and Emma are siblings, twins, and I'm sure Ryan will... Director, councilman, there you are. Zane and Dino slid between the two old men, handing Huxley one of the 2 tumblers of whiskey he'd brought with him. I've been looking for you. My father mentioned wanting to speak to you both about some sort of donation to the city? Well, I'm not sure, but the poor guy didn't get an invite, so he's home right now. He'd love to speak with you now, unless you're in the middle of something important. Huxley didn't believe Zane's innocent confusion for a moment. The werewolf was a player and a hustler. He was also a fellow LCEA agent, and, more recently, a friend. Councilman Andino wasn't invited? I'll have to speak to my daughter. His grandpa blustered. But first, you should go talk to my dad. I feel sorry for the poor old guy. Zane was the only person in Crescent City who would dare call Zenobi Andino a poor old guy, though Huxley would gladly call the tyrant an asshole. He wasn't even alpha, but had as much power over the Andino pack as his cousin, the actual alpha, did. Huxley waited until they were both gone before asking, Does your dad actually want to talk to him? Nope. But by the time they get to his house and figure that out, you can escape to the pub. I ran into Peggy when I arrived. She's overjoyed that you're coming. Zane snagged a strawberry from the bowl of fruit salad and popped it into his mouth. Huxley looked back to the family room, finding Peggy returning from the entryway to sit with her parents on one of 3 sofas, all while staring directly at him. She straightened her shoulders back and waved, moving so exuberantly she disturbed the colorful helium balloons tied to the furniture with curly white string. He groaned softly. What? Not interested? She's a kinetic, you know. Runs marathons in the human world. All that energy, she's bound to be wild. You mean you don't already know? Huxley asked sourly, annoyed that she'd caught him looking, and that Zane had prompted him to look at all. Well, I could find out. That is, if you don't want to. They might have become friends, but Huxley still didn't approve of the way Zane looked at people like they were conquests, little more than experiences. Do what you want. I'm not sure if I'll make it after all. He needed to make sure Ezra got home safely first. Speaking of, the spot on the wall where Ezra had been standing was empty. He searched, his weight lifting to the balls of his feet, readying to move, when he found Ezra sitting outside on the patio, his plate in his lap, licking sauce off his thumb while his wolf pack sat in a half-circle in front of him, watching intently. Is the pretty puppy going to the pub tonight, too? Zane asked. Huxley growled at the nickname. Stay away from him. Ah, come on, Huck. I thought we were friends now. We are. That's why I'm warning you. As much fun as it would be to watch you continually be rejected, let me save you the trouble. You aren't Ezra's type. He sipped from the glass Zane had handed him. He didn't normally drink hard liquor, but right then he welcomed the burn. I'm surprised my mom didn't send your dad an invite. As alpha of the Might Pack, these events were as much about politics as they were about celebrating, and not inviting Zenobi Andino was quite the statement. Oh, she did. I just paid the housekeeper to misplace it. She's going to find it tomorrow stuffed in his desk. When it came to his father, Zane still acted like a rebellious pup, instead of a grown werewolf in his mid-20s. "Will your housekeeper get fired?" Zane shrugged. "I didn't make her take the money. She's already paid well, especially since she's the only person left in the city with the spine it takes to work for my father. He couldn't sack her if he wanted. A nice try at changing the subject. If I'm not Ezra's type, then who is?" "Not you." Huxley rolled his eyes, but now that Zane had proposed the question, he silently considered the answer. They'd been friends since childhood, way before either of them had thought romantically about other people. When Ezra had told Huxley he liked boys, Huxley had wanted to like boys too. They'd kissed once as kids, and that awkward peck had been enough for Huxley to realize he was bisexual. When Huxley had worked up the nerve to tell his parents, Ezra had been right there beside him. There hadn't been anyone beside Ezra, but he'd done it anyway with his head high, braver as always. He'd taught Huxley how to be himself and not let the expectations of other people bring him down. Since then, Huxley's work at the LCEA made meaningful dating nearly impossible, and no one ever seemed to last more than a single date with Ezra. The only time his best friend had even bothered introducing one of them to Huxley was when he'd run across them at the lake. The memory still made Huxley grind his teeth, since once the asshole had realized he wouldn't be getting any action with Huxley around, he'd left. And honestly, good riddance. Huxley might not have been sure of Ezra's type, but he knew for certain none of his previous dates had been good enough for him. "That doesn't answer my question, Agent. Who is his type? You? He's my best friend. I would never do anything to jeopardize that." "That also isn't an answer." Huxley brought the glass back to his lips. "The only answer that matters is that it isn't you." Zane winced. "Ouch, Huck. You really know how to hurt a wolf. I guess we'll both find out who Ezra's type is someday. Oh, look, Chief and Caden just got here. Late. Probably too busy boning." He followed Zane's gaze to the couple, Chief Axe Landry's arm wrapped around his tiny mate, the two smiling in a way that backed up Zane's guess about why they were only just now getting there. Zane tipped his glass back and finished it. "I need to get Caden to make me another basket. I gifted the last one to a date my dad set me up on. The poor girl must have broken into the basket ahead of time because she canceled the day before I was supposed to have lunch at her parents' house." He laughed, not at all sympathetic. "Oh, don't look at me like that, Huck. I've been promised and traded and promised again 1,000 times over. The dates are just for show. In the end, my dad will trade me off to the clan he can get the most out of no matter what I do." Zane's casual confession reminded Huxley of why they were friends. They both needed people in their lives who weren't trying to better their own position or take something from them. "Let me know if Caden doesn't have time to make you a new basket. I still have the rest of mine you can have." It was where it had been the day Huxley had brought the gift basket home, stuffed under the sink in his bathroom. "Oh, I'm telling," Zane taunted, sending a wink over his shoulder before slinking across the room to where Caden and Axe were talking to Huxley's grandma. Huxley smirked at the dark glare the chief gave Zane the moment he dropped his arm over Caden's shoulders. He finished his drink, taking both his and Zane's glass to rinse in the sink. As Alpha, his mother could have had any member of their pack come clean the house regularly, but she believed a good Alpha never asked someone to do something simply because they didn't want to. The Mite Pack had flourished during her years in control, growing into not just the most powerful werewolf pack in the country, but the world. She'd taken over at a time of turmoil, replacing her brother who'd trained his life to be alpha, but had never wanted the position. At the same time, the werewolf world was adjusting to the arrival of two new werewolf species, both having tumbled through dimensional portals with no idea of how to get back. Huxley only hoped to be half as good of a leader. He did what he could now, making it a point to be friendly and helpful around town, but none of it ever felt like enough. He opened the fridge, grabbing himself a bottle of beer, and Ezra a bottle of blackberry cider when he heard Ezra's laugh drift inside from the patio. The last time he'd heard Ezra laugh like that had been about 4 months ago when they'd both gotten drunk and had ended up racing each other across town like they had when they were children. And, like when they'd been children, Ezra had cheated. Huxley smiled at the sound, wanting to know what Ezra found so funny this time. Maybe something Rocky had said. He didn't always get the jokes Ezra's wolves told, but not for Ezra's lack of trying to explain them. Sometimes the divide between werewolf and natural wolf was just too wide. He straightened and found Ezra, face upturned, his eyes squeezed shut, and his light brown hair, the same color as coffee with cream, shaking as his entire body jiggled with laughter. Cy Pataki, Huxley's fellow agent, stood in front of him, lips stretched into a predatory grin that ended in a dimple. The contents inside the refrigerator door clanged together as Huxley slammed it shut, striding through the kitchen and dining room in 2 wide steps. Cy looked up. He'd already been an LCEA agent for years when Huxley was accepted. Huxley had considered him as something of a mentor, but his love life was as varied and numerous as Zane's. The only difference was where Zane was playful and vapid, Cy was mature and knowing. They were at 2 ends of the same promiscuous spectrum, which was fine, as long as they both stayed away from Ezra. He didn't need either type of drama, especially since Cy also had unintended, the same one he'd been promised to most of his life. Ezra didn't know any of that, which was why Huxley inserted himself between the two, standing among the bored pack of wolves. "I thought you were going to watch Mom open her presents." Huxley twisted the cap off the cider and held it out. There was a cautious tilt to Ezra's eyebrows as he took Huxley in. "I did. She opened mine after the one from your aunt and uncle. I came out here after to finish eating in peace." Huxley sat down on the patio chair directly beside him, stretching his legs out in front of them. "What was it?" Ezra didn't answer. He just stared at him like he didn't understand the question. "A porcelain tea set decorated with hand-painted dahlias," Cy said instead. "Very beautiful." She teared up. "I had no idea the Alpha loved tea so much." It was more likely that she loved the gift because it was from Ezra. She knew the positive impact he'd had on Huxley's life. But when Huxley had run into Judd, Ezra's dad, a few days ago, he'd made the gift sound like something they'd made. "What was so funny earlier?" The mere memory was enough to bring a smile back to Ezra's face. "Agent Pataki was... Please, call me Cy. Cy was telling me about his first experience drinking Palinka with his dad. And, well, you should tell it." Cy shook a glass bottle he'd been holding. The amber contents sloshed back and forth inside. "Well, my dad didn't have many vices, but this was one he brought with him from Hungary when our pack immigrated. Palinka is a fruit brandy that could knock the stripes off a zebra, or the clothes off a 17-year-old werewolf getting his first taste of alcohol." Ezra chuckled, laughing so hard he didn't notice the way Huxley glowered. Neither did Cy, as he joined Ezra's laughter, adding, By the time my dad caught up with me, I'd streaked through half the city. Huxley gripped his beer, asking loudly enough to be heard over their combined laughter. Weren't you on Packlands? Why would people care about a naked werewolf? Unless they wanted to ruin their clothes, werewolves had to undress to shift. Nudity wasn't all that uncommon. Well, that was before we'd secured our own lands. Right before, actually. My dad was very motivated after that. Sai snorted and looked to Ezra, which sent the two cackling like hyenas. Nothing can be worse than Solaris. Huxley had both fond and not fond memories from his experience with the solar wolf liquor. He turned to Ezra. Were you finished eating? I'll walk you home. Immediately, Ezra stopped laughing and pushed his wavy hair back, giving Huxley the same cynical, guarded expression he usually reserved for everyone else. Was he angry about Huxley's overprotectiveness? Huxley didn't like making Ezra mad, but would if it was for his safety. You're right, Ezra snapped. These guys need to get back soon anyway. Much longer and I'll start looking like dinner. As a canine familiar, Ezra had explained to Huxley that he didn't speak to his wolves the same way he did to people, but through mental images and intention, though sometimes they were able to pick up on the general meaning of things. Rockies seemed to understand just enough of what Ezra had said to look offended. You live on the edge of the woods, right? That's on my way. I can walk you, Sai said. Huxley got to his feet. It's okay. It isn't that far out of my way. You live 2 houses from here, Ezra reminded him. Huxley, I really don't mind, Sai added. I'm going to the pub, though, remember? So it's on the way. The second Ezra stood, his wolves all did as well. Oh, yeah. Don't want to keep Peggy waiting. Huxley frowned at his tone, not because he sounded sarcastic, that was normal for him, but because of how different it was from how he'd been talking to Sai. That was just too bad. He wouldn't apologize for stopping whatever had been happening out here between them either. He'd tell Ezra later that Sai hadn't intended, one he apparently respected as much as his grandpa respected personal space. Sai ripped the bow off the bottle of Palinka and handed it to Ezra. Here, since you enjoyed the story of my first time with the stuff, I can't possibly deny you yours. Maybe you'll do a better job at keeping your clothes on, Sai added with a wink. The beast inside Huxley lifted his lips in a snarl. He'd make fucking sure that happened. Ezra waved his hands back and forth in front of his body. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. At the same time, Huxley asked, Isn't that your gift for my mom? Sai shrugged. Well, I've got more at home. My dad sends me a crate every few months. He distills his own. For something that started as a guilty pleasure, it has become quite the revenue stream for the pack. I won't make you take it. Palinka shouldn't be forced on anyone. But think of it as me sharing a little slice of my heritage. Huxley was going to tell Sai where he could shove his bottle when Ezra took it from him. Well, I can't refuse a cultural experience. Oh, hey, Sai, I just remembered. Chief's inside. Said he wanted to talk to you, Huxley said, gesturing with his arm for Ezra to follow him through the patio and yard to the street. That damn man never stops working, Sai grumbled. To Ezra, he added, You'll have to let me know what you think of that. We will, Huxley hollered back, rushing them over the grass before Sai could realize his lie. Chapter 2. Action. Why are you walking so fast? Huxley called out from several paces behind Ezra. They passed under the last of the streetlights that lined the neat sidewalks inside town, right before where the paved road turned into a dirt one that led straight to Ezra's house. The liquid in the bottle he carried sloshed as he pumped his legs like engine pistons, not allowing himself to slow and let the hurt he was barely managing to stave off come creeping in. That would have been an easier task without an escort that he didn't even need. Ezra might be helpless in a fight, but his wolves were more than enough protection. Except there was no persuading Saint Might from doing something nice for someone else, and the least Ezra could do after worrying him was make the walk take the smallest amount of time possible. But Huxley hadn't gotten the memo. He tugged on Ezra's arm, letting go once they stopped at the mouth of the dirt road. "Where's the fire, Ez?" "No fire. I'm just walking. Gotta keep up with the wolves." All of whom were circling the two of them, sending Ezra mental images of deer and the half-empty bin of pumpkin burger treats at home. "Your legs are like a half-foot shorter than mine. You aren't just walking. Are you in that much of a hurry to get rid of me?" Even though he was a whole head taller than Ezra, Huxley still managed to look under his eyelashes at him. The expression used to look goofy, bashful even, but at some point in his 25 years, Huxley had grown into his size and features. He wasn't the awkward teenager he'd once been. Ezra was just 2 years younger, but he'd given up on the dream of ever growing out of his awkward stage. He'd always have his bland hair that had only 2 modes, wet dog or parrot crest. His skin was pockmarked from a number of excessively unkind teenage years. His teeth were crooked and far from the pearly luminescent white of most witches, who all had money to hire healers, and his body was neither muscular nor svelte, just weird, with bits that sank in where they should have filled out. Suffice to say, Ezra wasn't about to make anyone's chest flutter just by looking at them. Not that Huxley was doing that to him. But he was stupidly attractive, and practically a Crescent City celebrity. Ezra might have despised him and all his perfection if they weren't already best friends. "I'd expect you to be eager to get rid of me. Everyone has probably headed over to the pub by now." Huxley frowned and continued down the path. Within seconds, they were surrounded by forest, the manicured city disappearing down the curved road behind them. Rocky bumped into the back of Ezra's legs, showing him a picture of Rocky collapsed on his side, ribs protruding through the skin as though he was starving and near death. Ezra snorted but whistled sharply, and the pack darted to the right, straight into the forest and toward whatever unlucky animal they found for dinner. But it was too quiet without them around. Ezra was too aware of his body and how sweaty his hands were. Seconds into the silence, Huxley murmured, "You could still come with me, you know." "You could come too, if you want." The offer had been given with a sneer so deep he'd wondered how Peggy's face hadn't caved in. She would have chopped off her hair before willingly inviting a fescue witch to join them, and Huxley should have known that. To most witches, the fescues were an embarrassing cancer. It didn't matter that many of the other clans were at war with each other for power and prestige. They fought with elegance, killed one another with class. Ezra's clan had never held the same sort of aspirations. They were simple folk, maybe a touch felonious, but with the majority wanting only to be left alone. "I know. I don't want to." If he'd gone, he would have spent his night being glared at by everyone who wished Huxley would wake up and realize Ezra was dead weight, while Huxley would have exhausted himself juggling between people-pleasing and making sure Ezra felt included. He could think of better ways to spend his night. The bottle in his hand, for one. He cracked open the lid, immediately tucking his chin away from the smell that blasted out the top. Even Huxley winced, eyeing the bottle with no small amount of suspicion. "You're actually going to drink that?" Ezra shrugged. "Why not? It was a gift." Huxley gave him that same glower from earlier. "You didn't have to accept it. I know Sai is my coworker, but you don't have to be nice to him because of that." "Right, because everything I do concerns you." Ezra snarled, his stomach nodding. He'd nearly forgotten the embarrassing haste with which Huxley had herded him away. "I wasn't going to share any of your dirty secrets or anything." Sai had started the conversation in the first place. Ezra would have been fine finishing his meal and slinking away like normal. But Huxley had rushed them out of the party so quickly he hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye to Caden. That was probably the point. Huxley couldn't risk the possibility of Ezra embarrassing him while he went off to play the part of the city's golden boy. But while that was all clear to Ezra, Huxley looked downright flummoxed. "That isn't... He has unintended." What the hell did that mean? "And?" Ezra tipped the bottle back, the liquor barely going down before he started to cough. The rumors about him swirling around town were varied, but talking about Ezra's certain skankiness was a fan favorite. He never thought Huxley believed that, but now that he seemed he did, Ezra wanted no part in settling that concern. "Why would that matter to me?" He sputtered and wiped his chin, the Paulinka hitting harder than he'd anticipated. Huxley narrowed his eyes on the bottle, and Ezra gripped it tighter, remembering the time they'd almost smoked, but hadn't because Mr. Boy Scout had taken the pack and flushed it down the toilet. Ezra was convinced any honor he'd gained from making good choices was entirely Huxley's doing. The werewolf might as well have tattooed "do the right thing" on his forehead. He was preternaturally good as well as freakishly strong, a fact he demonstrated, plucking the bottle from Ezra's iron-tight grip like he was picking lint from a sweater. "Don't!" Instead of pouring it out, Huxley wrapped his lips around the bottle and tipped it back. He swallowed and let out a noise that sounded like a dragon with a sore throat. "That's hideous!" Ezra snagged the bottle back. "Don't be an asshole. It's his culture." "His culture tastes like a plum soaked in rubbing alcohol." Ezra didn't disagree, but he was irritated, so he didn't agree either. He plodded down the dirt road, his annoyance spreading over his thoughts like spilled oil. His was the only dirt road in all of Crescent City. It made sense, since only Ezra, his dad, and Ezra's canines, the number of which was always fluctuating, lived at the end. But there was no room for logic in the middle of his frustration. He brought the bottle back to his lips, ignoring the sudden image of Huxley's lips wrapped around the same exact spot. It burned less the second time, but still tasted just as Huxley described. "It was cool of you to come today. I know my mom appreciated it." Ezra searched his words for a taunt or tease. If Huxley was glad Ezra had come, why had he rushed him out so quickly? Unless Huxley rushing Ezra out had nothing to do with embarrassment. Keeping him away from Sai hadn't been because he thought Ezra would jump the man. And Ezra had just let his own insecurities color his thoughts. That sounded pretty fucking possible. "I wouldn't have missed it," he mumbled, feeling like an ass because he treated his best friend the same way he did the rest of the city, with disdain and suspicion. Alia Might had acted as much like a mother as Ezra had allowed, especially once his actual mother had been arrested by the human police and later convicted of fraud, a time-honored fescue clan tradition. She'd be in prison for at least 10 years, more if she couldn't get control of her temper. And when that whole thing had happened, the town had been ready once again to hoist the entire fescue clan out. It was becoming a decennial tradition. Alia Might and Huxley's grandma, Martha Might, had stopped them. Which was all more of a reason why Ezra hadn't been able to give Alia the DIY monstrosity of a gift his dad had wanted him to. Instead, Ezra had spent the rest of his savings on that tea set, and after repairing the crumbling chimney the month before, he was strapped for cash. I wouldn't have missed it. Besides, I'm not that bad out in public. It all depends on the people around me. Huxley's obvious doubt chaffed. Ezra wasn't always a dick, just most of the time. You can see for yourself. Come with me to the next dog training convention in 2 weeks. Why? Suddenly, the air felt like it had cooled 30 degrees. His arm hairs prickled, the skin at his nape stretching uncomfortably tight. Never mind. You probably have LCEA work to do. Forget it. He swallowed another mouthful of palinka. Either his tongue was going numb, or it was starting to actually taste sweet. Huxley grabbed his wrist, forcing the bottle away from Ezra's mouth. I meant, why do you need to go to another convention so soon? You normally have a longer break between taking on jobs. If it weren't for the travel expenses, the amount of paperwork he had to fill out every time he wanted to leave the city, the way he worried for his father when he wasn't there, and the subsequent renewed mockery he endured from the witch community for making a living working for humans, he'd have even shorter breaks between jobs. Going to conventions and dog-specific events hadn't always meant Ezra would find work. But after his reputation as a dog whisperer spread among the training community, he started to have his pick of contracts. But, depending on the skills requested by the clients, training a single dog could still sometimes support him and his dad for several months. Just as long as he didn't splurge on fancy tea sets. On top of basic living expenses, their house was falling apart. A problem that wasn't new, but enduring. His mom's legal fees were piling up, and someone had to keep food in the house. Otherwise, his dad would just live off the scraps his mice brought him. But he wasn't telling his best friend all that. Not when he knew exactly what Huxley would say. I'm saving up for a Porsche. Huxley frowned. If you need money... Don't finish that sentence, Ezra snapped, looking around as though he expected to find someone listening in behind a tree. Huxley was so generous, he'd have given the shirt off his back 100 times over if Ezra had let him. But then, he really would be what everyone called him, witch trash leeching off an old friend who was too compassionate to turn him away. Huxley's eyes flared silver, but he didn't push it. Fine. Of course I'll go with you. You've never let me join you before. Because I work directly interacting with humans, and you'd stick out like a werewolf. He kicked a pebble down the street. The pack must have caught a scent if they hadn't checked back in. I'm a trained agent, Ez. I think I can manage to pass as a human for a day. Ezra scoffed. Yeah, right. You care way too much. Humans don't care? He looked sidelong at his offended friend. Not about every single person they lay their eyes on. Huxley stepped in front of him, scowling. I'm not that bad. He patted Huxley's shoulder consolingly. You don't know how to stop protecting people, Huckleberry. Don't look so put out. Most people would consider that an admirable trait. But not you? He asked softly, his face looming so close Ezra could see the line of stubble at the edge of his beard. Ezra just about swallowed his tongue. There was something about Huxley's tone and expression that made him want to hug the werewolf tight. That would be really fucking weird, though. So instead, he didn't look at him. Until the silence became too much and he had to look up. Huxley was doing it again, staring at Ezra like he wanted something. He leaned even closer, letting Ezra feel the heat radiating off his muscular body. His heart felt like it was splitting in two, each half beating out of rhythm with the other as his insides went haywire. He had to move, do something to break this tension, so he snagged the bottle back from Huxley's grip and took off into the forest, calling over his shoulder, "Race you!" He'd blamed the Paulinka for the manic giggle that escaped him the moment he heard Huxley giving chase behind him. He didn't have to tell Huxley where they were going, but panted over his shoulder anyway. "First in the water wins!" Predictably, Huxley shouted back, "You shouldn't swim when you've been drinking!" Ezra emerged from the brush in the lead. He spotted the pond, or where it should have been if most of the water hadn't evaporated, leaving a large puddle of thick, stinky mud. Unfortunately for him, his legs didn't respond as quickly as his eyes, especially not with the booze in his brain. But the booze also made it so he didn't much care. His limbs felt light, and his face was numb enough he couldn't feel the chill of the night. What was a little mud between his toes? He tipped forward, watching the rancid slop zoom closer to his face. A strong hand hooked around his stomach and yanked him away from his fate, sending his body colliding into Huxley, the two letting out a dual oof. Ezra tried to get his balance, but just ended up tripping over his feet as he spun around and fell with his arms pinned between their bodies. The fact that he couldn't move was all of a sudden very amusing, prompting Ezra to laugh as he asked, "Is that a bottle of Paulinka in my hand, or are you happy to see me?" "Both." Where Ezra's question had been light and playful, the softness of Huxley's reply kissed his ear. Had Huxley's chest always been so inviting? Ezra inhaled, taking in the loamy scent of the forest that somehow matched Huxley perfectly. "You smell like dirt." He nearly spoke the words out loud, his brain catching up right in time. Sai needed to tell him what exactly was in Paulinka, since he'd never waxed so poetically about his best friend's chest or smell before. His best friend. Before Caden had come to town, Huxley had been his only friend, not including his wolves or the dogs he brought home to train. Ezra extricated himself out of Huxley's embrace, making sure to keep his face towards the muddy pond until he was certain it wouldn't betray any of his thoughts. "I guess swimming is out of the question. Only thing left to do is drink." Though that wasn't advisable either, and not just because the fruity liquor was making his friend look more and more like an invitation. He waited for Huxley to object, needed him to, but he just lifted the bottle out of Ezra's hand and took his own sip. Space. That would help. Some fresh air to clear his head and stop the thoughts that would only sabotage his longest friendship. He found a rock smooth enough to sit on, and small enough that there was only room for him. On the other side of the goopy pond, the bushes rustled, and Huxley leaned forward, immediately alert. But Ezra could see what his wolves were thinking. They weren't talking to him, but he could still pick up what they were saying to each other. "Rocky is telling Tuft that it's okay he didn't catch that rabbit because it wasn't large enough to feed them anyway," Ezra said. Huxley found a stump a few feet away and sat down with a smile, looking across the pond as he said, "Save your energy for a deer." Ezra translated to his wolves, but received static and the clear message that they were busy and to not bother them. He snorted. They said, "Thank you for the pep talk." Huxley's gaze flit across his face. No, they didn't. He passed the bottle back, and Ezra eyed it like it was a pile of dirty clothes. "Missing the schnapps?" he asked with a knowing grin. "Goes down easier, that's for sure." Ezra leaned over and took the bottle from Huxley's hand. "Comes up easier, too. And, at least with this, I won't have to watch you mope for days as you go through all the levels of grief and guilt at having snagged a single bottle of peach schnapps from your parents' liquor cabinet. I wasn't that bad." He studied the bottle before wiping the top with his palm like he was cleaning off the cooties. "Yeah, right. The next day, without fail, I'd have to talk you down from confessing all your sins. Without me around, you probably would have locked yourself in stocks in the middle of the terminus with a bowl of tomatoes and a sign that said, 'Punish me, I've been a bad boy.' I was an honest pup." And he'd grown up into an honest werewolf. The type of man who understood what it truly meant to be an alpha of a pack. It was about service, not being served. Ezra took another drink before he could let the thought make him mopey. "I had to be. I needed to balance out your delinquency." His face froze, the expression stiff. He'd been a little thief as a child, swiping food and whatever else he'd wanted from the booths on Market Street. But it had been because he hadn't known any better. His parents had taught him that most werewolves and witches couldn't be trusted, that they would hurt him before they ever thought of helping him. And mostly, they'd taught him that if you needed something, you took it because no one would give it to you. Huxley had been the one to teach him you shouldn't take things, that stealing was bad. And at the same time, just being with Huxley had made it easier to take things. People were so eager to please the future alpha. They didn't pay attention to the feral familiar swiping a few candy bars. Ezra tipped his bottle like he was tipping a hat. "The universe thanks you." And Ezra thanked the universe for giving him Huxley, for however long it lasted. He'd always known it wouldn't be forever, and tonight, Huxley's grandpa had reminded Ezra just how much closer their end was. Maybe that was the reason for his moodiness, not the Paulinka, but a reminder that the clock of their friendship would eventually tick its last talk. Across the pond, his wolves howled from deeper in the woods. It wasn't a hopeful declaration that they'd caught the scent of their dinner, but a triumphant bellow. Their dinner was caught, and they were making sure Ezra knew. He burst to his feet and cupped his hands over his mouth, howling in reply. It didn't matter that his howls were little more than gibberish to his wolves, and not even half as majestic. His pack could feel his proud intent, and besides, he needed a way to let out the thoughts festering inside him. Sending them to the moon seemed just as good of an idea as any. Huxley jumped to his side in an instant. He didn't know why the wolves or Ezra were howling, but he didn't seem to need a reason, as he let out a howl as impressive as Ezra's wolves. Ezra couldn't help but to watch his handsome upturned face, bright with moonlight. His lips parted, neck corded as he roared toward the sky. Huxley had never looked so free. Except, Ezra thought, as the howls echoed into silence, he isn't free. Huxley's future was decided. He was an only child, which meant it was up to him to continue the great Might legacy. At some point, Huxley would take a powerful witch mate, a female capable of giving him strong Might pups. And it didn't matter who that witch was. She wouldn't approve of her mate being friends with a fescue. Ezra stumbled backward, out of breath and shaking with liquor and longing. He didn't stop until his shoulder blades hit the tree. He pressed harder, desperate for a sensation that would jolt him free from his brooding. It wasn't the booze. At least, not only the booze. It was everything. Director Might, Peggy, the fact Ezra was helpless to stop the future, and the overwhelming knowledge that while his best friend had great things waiting for him, Ezra would only ever have less than what he had now. As long as there were other witches around, Ezra would never rise above being a fescue. And, thanks to the Sacred Pact, the ancient agreement that gave both werewolves and witches control of their powers, there wasn't a wolf pack in the world without witch mates. If Ezra wanted a fresh start, he'd have to go someplace where there were no werewolves or witches. Someplace new. It doesn't normally take them so long to find dinner. Maybe the universe is trying to tell me it's time to pack up and go. Start over in a forest overflowing with deer. What? The word wasn't a howl, but it still sounded as though it had come from an animal, deep and rumbling. A warning disguised as a question. What are you talking about? All of a sudden, Huxley was everywhere. His hands pressed into the trunk, caging Ezra between his muscular arms. His chest rumbled, close enough Ezra could feel his continuous growl. He stood with his feet on either side of Ezra's, his body enveloping him in a way that made it painfully obvious how much smaller Ezra was. He licked his lips, aware of the cool air that brushed against them. I heard you. Huxley cut him off with a snarl. Why? Crescent City is the safest place. You don't have a clan living nearby to go to. Why would you leave? Fuck. Huxley was too close. He was too warm. His chest was too broad. And his lips were too near to Ezra's to allow him a single thought, much less respond to a question with an answer that was difficult to explain. I mean, my bags aren't packed or anything. He tried to laugh, but instead, his words came out shaky. Just forget I said anything. And step away before I do something we'll both regret tomorrow. But Huxley wasn't willing to laugh it off. His dark brown eyes were like bottomless pits, devoid of his usual benign kindness, and ensnaring Ezra with their intensity. You can't ever. Promise me, Ezra. Promise me you won't leave. Why was he making such a big deal out of this? Huxley knew the city wasn't as kind to Ezra as it was to him. Why would he want him to promise to stay in a place where most people despised him? Where Huxley would one day regret all the moments they'd shared? Was it because Ezra had announced it on his own terms? Did Huxley want to be the one to decide when he was done with Ezra? Rage churned his blood, allowing him to meet Huxley's unblinking gaze with his own. Make me. Ezra had expected Huxley to back down. Remember, he was the crown prince of the city, and that his image as friendly do-gooder was more important than anything. He didn't. Instead, Huxley growled, the sound louder than the others as it shook up his throat, rumbling free the same moment he claimed Ezra's mouth. He took immediate advantage of Ezra's shocked gasp, thrusting his tongue inside his mouth like a predator that had been waiting for his moment to pounce, wholly devouring Ezra's surprise along with a tiny spark of resistance, weaker than a kitten's mule. Ezra didn't recognize the man making his head spin. He gripped Huxley's shirt. They'd both been drinking. He should push his best friend away. But as Huxley slid his thigh between Ezra's legs, the thought evaporated. For as much as Ezra moped and whined about his best friend's physical perfection, the future, and the change it would bring to their friendship, he'd never once entertained the thought of this. And even if he had, there would have been no way for Ezra to imagine Huxley this way because Huxley had never been this way, kissing Ezra with a passion that consumed him and burned away his doubts, leaving Ezra with one stark truth. He wanted this. Which was why he was so confused when the kiss suddenly stopped. "Promise me," Huxley ordered hoarsely. Promise? Promise to rip his clothes off? Promise to drop down to his knees and worship the hardness in his pants that definitely was not a bottle of Palinka? Yes, he'd promise all of that. "Promise you won't leave Crescent City," Huxley prompted. Ezra needed a few extra seconds to figure out how to use his eyelids, but when they finally fluttered open, he saw Huxley watching his sexual confusion with a satisfied grin. The cocky smile made Ezra bristle. Though he'd never asked for it, Huxley had lived a life being handed what most people had to work for. That privilege shone now in his face, making Ezra want to show the man that the world wouldn't always kneel to do his bidding. "You'll have to do better than that." Instead of pouting, Huxley beamed like that was the answer he'd been hoping for, and suddenly, Ezra felt played. Damn him. But if being played meant more of Huxley's commanding touches, more consuming kisses, then he didn't mind one bit. Huxley brought their faces close, missing Ezra's lips and instead rubbing the side of his face along his jaw, scent marking him the way Ezra had seen so many other werewolves do. "I don't mind working for what I want, Ezra," Huxley murmured, proving he could read Ezra's mind as he kissed a line up his jaw and back toward his lips. The same moment their mouths connected, Huxley gripped Ezra's ass and lifted, giving Ezra no choice but to wrap his legs around his waist. "If you need convincing Crescent City is your home, then I will convince you." Ezra felt the cold, wet ground against his back, but he only had a fraction of a second to care about it before Huxley covered his front. His kisses lifted him into a foggy stupor, raised higher by Huxley's relaxed exploration of his body. Ezra had never heard the sounds Huxley coaxed out of him. Each needy noise felt like delicious defeat, like Huxley was proving that maybe he couldn't get Ezra to say what he wanted yet, but he could still make Ezra speak. Had the werewolf somehow memorized every single spot on Ezra's body that he liked being touched? Or was it just that every spot Huxley touched was exactly what Ezra's body wanted? Distantly, Ezra was aware Huxley must have used his claws to tear his clothes free, because there was nothing to stop Huxley's roughened palm from smoothing along his skin, down his stomach to his stiff dick. He grazed the shaft with his knuckles, and Ezra hissed, exploding from the ground like a kernel of popcorn. None of this was making sense. Not the way his body felt, and especially not that it was Huxley showing him how he could tremble all over, every muscle vibrating at the same time. It was as if they'd stumbled into a pocket of magic, like the forest had plucked them from their normal world and dropped them in a place where no one needed to worry about what tomorrow would bring, only the pleasure of today. And since the future didn't matter, Ezra could let himself touch back. Except he didn't have the same claws, so he used good old-fashioned enthusiasm to rip Huxley's shirt off and flick open the button of his jeans. But it was so much slower this way, and Huxley's jeans put up a fight, making Ezra curse at the way they refused to slide as quickly as Ezra wanted. He felt Huxley's grin in response like a brand against his neck. Ezra needed to touch Huxley the way he was being touched. He couldn't be the only one floating away. But Huxley gripped his wrists, stopping him with a taunting tisk. "Promise me," he whispered. Only years of stubbornness allowed Ezra to deny him, snorting as he pushed upright. "Is that like throwing a coin to cross the bridge? Say a promise, touch a cock." Huxley's smile evaporated, replaced by something hungry, as he leaned back and thrust his hips forward like a proud warrior unabashedly displaying his weapon. This cock. And what a weapon it was. Ezra nearly came from the feel of it in his hand. Thick, long, so fucking heavy and hot. He wanted it in his mouth and his ass and everywhere else the fucking thing would fit. Because it didn't matter where Huxley fucked him. It would always feel good. "Ezra," Huxley gasped. He smiled smugly. With Huxley's dick in his hand, he had the power. At least, that was what he thought until he peered up into the arrogant dominance radiating from every inch of the other man. Ezra whimpered. His gaze fell to the ground, suddenly shy. He didn't recognize the urge he felt to submit. The small voice telling him he was finally safe enough to willingly give up his power. Huxley dropped to the ground, pulling Ezra halfway into his lap while nuzzling his cheek. He rubbed the inside of his wrist down Ezra's arm, across his chest and then lower, scent marking the sensitive skin of his inner thighs. With each caress, he deposited more of his scent, and even though Ezra's senses weren't powerful enough to tell the difference, he knew that Huxley would be able to detect the way Ezra no longer smelled of his own separate person, but of himself and Huxley, as though they were one. His cock twitched, and he cried out. His hips drove upward in a fruitless attempt for friction that only sent a splash of pre-cum shooting out the tip, before dripping down the shaft. Huxley hunched over and licked up the glistening line. The next thing Ezra knew, he was buried in the tight, hot wetness of Huxley's mouth. He sucked, his cheeks hollowing as he bobbed his head, control in every moment pushing Ezra toward an orgasm that was already rapidly approaching. Ezra's teeth dug into his bottom lip. Just a little more. A single swipe of his tongue would be enough to have him spilling between Huxley's lips. The feeling disappeared, and he cried out. Huxley's glistening lips stretched into another confident smirk. "Huxley, no! I was so close!" His wailed words were a plea, one that was steadily ignored. "Promise." Ezra's lips twisted like the dial of a wind-up toy, preparing to fling out every horrible name he could think. But Huxley kissed him the moment before he could unleash the verbal destruction. He brought his hands not on Ezra's cock, but down his thighs and up the crack of his ass, as he lifted Ezra more firmly into his lap. Ezra knew what Huxley's hands looked like. He could pick them out of a lineup. But he had no idea what those fingers looked like brushing so close to his twitching hole. He needed Huxley's touch. His body demanded it. "Promise," Huxley said again, a desperation creeping into his tone that hadn't existed in any of his earlier requests. "Promise you won't leave me." Ezra no longer had a choice. Not when Huxley sounded like that. "I promise," he whispered, and then added, because his throat was closing with too much emotion, "Now let me fucking come." Neither of them were going to last much longer. Already dancing on the edge, Huxley took both their cocks in his hand and stroked. Ezra exploded immediately, and when Huxley followed, he moved Ezra as he liked, directing the hot stripes of his cum across his body. Ezra felt each scalding line marking his skin, claiming, while also leaving him with the absolute certainty that no matter what happened next, there was no way to go back. Chapter 3. Stay. Nothing in the world was better than exploring the forest as a wolf. The only downside was that none of Huxley's friends could come with him. They hadn't learned how to shift yet. Huxley was the first in his group, highly gifted for his age, his grandpa said, and all the older kids wanted to do in their wolf forms was race and fight. Huxley didn't care about proving how strong or fast he was. He wanted to explore, to see, watch, and learn. Too bad he only had a few more minutes before he had to go home. As curious as he was about what happened in the forest when the sun went down, his parents were trusting him, and he didn't want to do anything that would disappoint them. He had time for one last jump in the pond, and then he would go. He'd spotted the pond earlier, and the old, crumbly tree that had finally fallen, making the perfect ramp for Huxley to leap from. But the pond was still a little ways ahead, so he ran as fast as he could go. His dad had told him that once he grew bigger, he'd be as fast as the wind, maybe faster than him. Huxley already felt like a blur, darting through the brush like a wild animal on the prowl. He yipped with excitement, tripping over his paws into a tumble. No one saw that. There was no one around to see. If there were, Huxley would have been able to smell them, because he could do that really well now too. All he smelled was dirt, pine trees, and a jumble of animal scents. He wasn't sure what each of them was, yet. He'd learn, though, next time, because all he had time for now was one big jump into the pond. He spotted the tree ahead and kept in his excitement, using his claws to cling to the rotting wood as he scampered up and up. At the very top, he sprang off with his hind legs. For a second, he was weightless, a wolf bird soaring through the air. He pointed his muzzle down toward the water, contemplating a cannonball, when the surface rippled. There weren't fish in this pond, and they didn't live where there were alligators. But something had made the water move. He howled, legs flailing, trying to stop his fall. But he wasn't a wolf bird. He was just a wolf. The last thing Huxley saw before crashing on top of the pond monster was its round brown eyes, full of more fear than Huxley had felt in his life. The water enveloped him, and he kicked to the surface. Shifting back into his human form still took a lot of time and concentration, and he was too scared at that moment to try. Then he spotted it, just a few feet in front of him. It looked more like a swamp rat than a pond monster, and was swimming to shore like a great white shark was chasing it. Huxley paddled swiftly. There probably weren't great whites living in the pond, but that swamp rat was fleeing from something, and there was no reason to risk it. He ended up passing the swamp rat, reaching the shore a good 5 seconds before the tiny thing pulled itself out of the water. It had flat, floppy ears, and long hair on its body and muzzle. The creature wasn't a pond monster or a swamp rat. Huxley wasn't sure what it was exactly, but knew it was petrified. He sank low, his senses on high alert. Why was the creature so scared? Had something come by before he'd gotten there? He stood over top of it so it would feel safe and then looked back to the forest, braver than he would have if he'd been alone, since he wasn't protecting himself, but this tiny, shaking thing. It was so small and thin. Huxley cocked his head to the side as he looked down at it, shivering between his front legs. It was too thin. Didn't it know how to hunt? He sniffed it, sorting through the scents of stagnant water and decaying plants to the creature's own specific scent. It smelled like a dog. Not a werewolf, a natural wolf or coyote, but a regular dog, like the kind humans kept as pets, except there were none of those in all of Crescent City. Huxley'd only seen one once in his life, but he knew that the forest was no place for a domestic animal. No wonder it was so thin. Some bad person had dropped him here, abandoned him in the forest. It was still shaking, its body as flat as a pancake against the soft ground. Huxley nuzzled its ear, trying to communicate that it was safe now, because Huxley would take care of him. There was tons of food at his house, and he would feed the dog until he was so fat he looked like a barrel with 4 legs. Slowly, so as not to scare him more, Huxley picked him up by the scruff of the neck. He kept his grip gentle, just enough so that the dog wouldn't fall. He'd have to walk home slowly so he didn't hurt it. That would make him late, but his parents would understand. His mom had always told him it was an alpha's job to care for all of its pack, but especially those who weren't able to care for themselves. Thankfully, the dog didn't struggle. Huxley made sure to take the back streets, avoiding the more populated spaces. He didn't like the idea of other people seeing the dog when it was so scared. Plus, he didn't want to share it. He should have felt bad about that, since sharing was important in a pack. But he didn't care. Huxley didn't feel comfortable enough to set the dog down until he stood in front of the patio doors at home. His clothes were still there on the patio table where he'd left them, and the sky wasn't even all the way dark yet, just purple. He set the dog down on the step and then sat on his haunches in front of it. The dog wasn't dripping wet anymore, but it still looked cold and hungry. It blinked, its gaze finding Huxley. And in that moment, Huxley knew he'd take care of the animal for the rest of his life. The next thing Huxley knew, he was boy-shaped again. He'd never shifted that fast before. He couldn't wait to tell his parents, but he got dressed first. When he scooped the dog into his arms, it buried its face against his shirt, making Huxley smile. Already, the dog knew Huxley would protect him. "Mom! Dad! Mom!" His parents raced down the hallway so quickly the dog whined and pushed harder into Huxley's chest. He bounced on the balls of his feet like he'd seen his packmates do when they were holding fussy babies. "Shh! It's okay, pup. They won't hurt you either." The moment his parents spotted him and realized he was neither hurt nor bleeding, they slowed, stopping in the kitchen. His mom sniffed the air between them. "What do you have there?" "I found him in the pond. I think somebody bad dumped him. He's so small and thin. I'm going to keep him and make him fat." His parents shared a look, the kind that usually meant Huxley wasn't going to get what he wanted. Son," his dad began. "No! Dad, I promise I'll take care of him. You guys won't have to do a thing. He's my responsibility." Huxley clutched the dog against his chest, patting his furry back to soothe away his whines. His mom walked around the island, and Huxley stumbled back into the living room. Whenever they said no, they always explained why, and when they were finished, Huxley ended up understanding. But he didn't want to understand why he couldn't keep the dog. He ran out of room, though, falling onto the sofa with the dog cradled carefully in his lap. His mom took a seat across from him. "Honey, we have no doubt that you would take very good care of any animal you thought needed your help." She looked like she was fighting a smile, but there was nothing funny about this. "But that isn't a regular dog you're holding." Now they were being silly. He was a wolf with special senses. He would know if it weren't a regular dog. Remember how I told you that some witches are able to turn into animals? His dad asked, sitting down next to his mom. Familiars, he replied proudly. He knew about all 6 of the affinities that witches could have. Well, when familiars shift, they are indistinguishable from their animal counterparts. Some can even take on the senses of the animals they become. His dad knew a lot about witches because he was one, a kinetic. He couldn't fly, but he could move faster than a hummingbird. When his dad didn't say more, the gears in Huxley's brain started to turn. This is a witch? He held the dog out a few inches from his chest, meeting its wide-eyed gaze. It was so small. A grown-up? No, I'm fairly certain that is a child, and I'm pretty sure I know who. But why don't you set him down so he can shift and tell us his name? His parents are probably worried. His mom said gently. If his mom was right, and she usually was, then Huxley understood why the dog's parents would be worried. The sky was already less purple and more dark blue, but he still didn't want to do what she asked. His heart thumped uncomfortably. He never wanted to disobey his parents. They cared for him, and they would never ask him to do something that wasn't for his own good or safety. But setting this dog down, bringing it back to its parents, that didn't feel like it was for his good or his safety. He pushed back against the sofa instead and hugged the dog against his chest. But he's hungry! Look how thin he is! And his parents just let him roam around the forest all by himself! He was in a pond, scared and alone. Huxley realized his mistake too late to stop it. He'd also been allowed to roam the forest alone, but it didn't feel the same. Huxley was a strong wolf pup. If he got into danger, he couldn't intimidate his way out of. He could run. But this kid needs you. His mom kept her hands folded in her lap, only a small frown between her eyebrows at Huxley's rebelliousness. But he's a person, Huxley, not an animal, and you can't make choices for other people, can you? He scowled and stared at his knees. No. They waited silently, and Huxley was ready to let them wait forever. But he was getting hungry, and if he was hungry, the kid was probably starving. Huxley sighed and lifted the dog to sit on the cushion next to him. Its fur had dried some, and he could see now that its hair was wavy. He grinned. It looked just like a stuffed animal. Hello? My name is Alia Mite. You might have heard your parents talking about an alpha mite. That's me. His mother smiled, reaching to grab Huxley's dad's hand. Huxley is my son, and this is my mate, Freston. You're safe here. I understand if you're confused. My son didn't know you are a witch. Your family lives up by the pond, don't they? If you think you can shift, we can get you some dinner, and then walk you back home. Huxley didn't know why he held his breath as he watched the tiny dog stretch into the body of a kid a few years younger than he was. He lost his dog body in pieces until finally he sat next to Huxley, a boy with wavy light brown hair, the same as it had been as a dog, but in this form his eyes were green. You have clothes on! Huxley exclaimed, instantly jealous. He had to undress every time he wanted to shift. So do you, the kid said in a tone that wasn't completely friendly. Huxley decided it was rude to be jealous, especially since he'd mistaken the kid for a pet. What's your name? Ezra. He'd never heard a name like that before, and he'd never had a kid look at him quite like Ezra did. like they weren't already friends. None of that mattered, though. Maybe he wouldn't announce it to his parents, but nothing about his plan had changed. "I'm going to take care of you, Ezra." Huxley opened his eyes, reluctantly blinking away the dream world. He hadn't thought about the day he'd met Ezra in a long time. He smiled and stretched, freezing when nothing felt the same. He wasn't on his sheets, wasn't on his bed, and he wasn't alone. The events of the night before came rushing back. Ezra. He was... A soft snore sounded from his best friend. He lay on his side with his back toward Huxley, a thin sheet draped over both of their bodies, doing nothing to hide the dark marks that marred Ezra's skin from shoulder blade to shoulder blade. Pride flared in Huxley's chest. He'd sucked those marks into Ezra's skin, had taken great care and pleasure in watching his skin flush and darken while Ezra had moaned beneath him. Shit. Did they have sex? The fact that he couldn't remember was alarming enough. What if he'd hurt Ezra? Huxley wasn't a rough lover, but he hadn't been himself last night. Ezra had threatened to leave, and Huxley had lost control. He couldn't blame it on the alcohol. He hadn't been that drunk, just pleasantly tipsy, until Ezra had said the words that had pulled the earth out from underneath him. It wasn't like Ezra had true plans to leave. Huxley would know if he had. He'd just been thinking aloud, and Huxley had treated the idle musing like a threat that needed to be extinguished. With your tongue, apparently. Had his overreaction ruined his relationship with his best friend? No, Huxley wouldn't let that happen. The one thing his grandpa had told him that Huxley still actually believed was that as future Alpha, people would befriend him because of who he'd become. It was up to Huxley to find the people that he could truly trust, the people who didn't care he was the future Alpha. He'd found that person in Ezra. That was probably why he'd gone feral when presented with the chance of losing him. And now you'll lose him anyway because you're a dominant asshole. The marks on Ezra's skin were all the evidence Huxley needed, but not all he had. The man radiated Huxley's scent like he'd spent the night soaking in a tub of his essence. Which he had, since that was obviously Huxley's cum, sticky and dry on Ezra's skin. The scent was skin-deep, though, not radiating from within him as it would have been if Huxley had come inside him, which meant they hadn't had sex. If they had, there was no way Huxley would have been able to keep from... Change the subject. Huxley glanced around instead of finishing his thought. He assumed they were in Ezra's bedroom from the way the neat, uncluttered room reeked of him. His fascination skyrocketed as he looked over the space. Throughout their friendship, Ezra had never invited Huxley to his house. He'd only seen it from the outside, and even then, Ezra sent him away before they were ever fully in the yard. Huxley frowned at the window over the bed and the missing panel where Ezra had taped a plastic-covered cardboard in its place. Why hadn't Ezra just asked him to fix it? He wasn't a professional contractor, but there was one in the pack he could have asked for guidance. The wall beneath the window had a dark spot, like there'd been a leak at some point, too. If the problem persisted, the leak would just get worse. Before Huxley could replace it, he'd need to inspect the wall to see how bad the leak was and if additional parts would be needed. Ezra wiggled, making soft waking-up sounds. And thanks to Huxley spending his few moments planning home improvement projects, he had no idea what he should say. He didn't regret what they'd done, only that he'd lost control of his beast. Maybe you don't have to think of something. Maybe Ezra won't be upset. His best friend pushed his ass back and stiffened. He turned his head. It would have been comically slow if Huxley hadn't been so eager to see the expression on Ezra's face. Horror. His eyes widened to nearly twice their normal size, the whites bulging with a fear so potent, Huxley had only seen the emotion from him once before. "Fix this. Fix it, Huxley. Fix it now." "Hey." His voice was scratchy. "Perfect, Huxley. Just the reassurance his best friend needed. Don't regret what we did last night. Don't let it be the thing that makes you leave. Remember that you promised." If he said any of that, it might make Ezra think he had a reason to leave, if he didn't already. Instead, Huxley rolled off the side of the bed, letting the sheet that had covered them both slip down to drape over just Ezra. He scratched the back of his head. "How are you feeling? Last night was pretty crazy. But you don't have to worry about anything. I know we were drunk. I mean, not blackout drunk or anything like that. At least I wasn't. Holy fucking shit. Had he taken advantage of his best friend? No, I wasn't either. I remember everything," Ezra replied cautiously. "It doesn't have to change anything," Huxley blurted out. "I mean, if you don't want it to. It doesn't have to change us." Ezra stared at him for so long that Huxley was sure he'd said the wrong thing. Then he turned around, facing the other wall as he swung his feet onto the cold wood floor. "No, of course it doesn't. We were drunk, acting crazy. Don't worry about it. It's not like it was the first wild, alcohol-fueled night either of us has had." It was for Huxley. He never drank more than a beer when he was on a date he suspected would end with hooking up. That fact mattered less than Huxley figuring out who Ezra was talking about. Who had he spent his first wild, alcohol-fueled night with? Jealousy burned in his gut. "Not important, Huxley. Stop sabotaging this." "Yeah, exactly." His laugh sounded forced. Ezra was trying to be cool, to let them salvage the connection they both wanted, while Huxley seemed hellbent on keeping things weird. "I've never been inside your house before. Another first." Ezra's shoulders curled forward. "Yeah, sorry, it's usually like this, but we've kind of gotten behind on the repairs. Don't you have work today?" Huxley bit his cheeks, an uncharacteristic growl boiling in his throat. Ezra had enjoyed Huxley's touches the night before, and now he was treating Huxley like a bad smell he couldn't wait to waft out. Like he wasn't good enough for Ezra to cuddle in the morning. But he wasn't wrong about one thing. Today was the groundbreaking ceremony to mark the official beginning of the construction of the interdimensional portal that the Solar Wolves hoped would let them go home. Huxley's team was responsible for the security, and from what he knew so far, the ceremony would be a popular event. Not only was it a momentous day for the Solar Wolves, but those guys never knew how to do anything halfway. There was nothing the Solar Wolves loved more than extravagance. He decided the day before not to invite Ezra since he didn't want to burden him with 2 social events back to back, but he forgot all about that now that he was faced with the prospect of leaving. "Hey, what are you doing today? Do you want—" "I'm hanging out with Caden. At least, I think I am. I was going to double-check at the party last night." Ezra dropped his face, and Huxley had to clench his fingers to keep from reaching for his friend's chin and making him look at him. This was good, though. Ezra wouldn't be alone, and though Huxley preferred to have Ezra go with him, he'd use the time away to figure out how to make certain last night hadn't taken away the only relationship that mattered to him. He searched the floor for his clothes before remembering they'd both left their clothing back at the pond, and Ezra's were little more than ribbons. "I'll buy you a new outfit." Ezra squinted before his eyes widened with understanding, and then embarrassment. It's fine. Great job, Huxley. Nothing about this moment felt right. He wanted to stay and fix it, but so far, his attempts to fix things had only made things worse. The best thing now would be for him to shift and go home. I'll see you later. He hated this awkwardness. It didn't belong between them. Yeah, later. The front door is at the other end of the hallway. It's a straight shot. Ezra's entire upper half burned with red splotches. He hadn't moved out of his seated position and still had the sheet clutched around him, hiding the marks Huxley had made. Was Ezra ashamed of what they'd done? Huxley had been the one to let a feral beast take him over. Ezra had nothing to be ashamed about. It was clear, though, that he wanted Huxley to make as quick of an exit as he could. So he did, feeling like a coward as he turned tail and sped down the darkened hallway, keeping his gaze down until he reached the front door, where he promptly ran into Ezra's father standing on the porch. Hello. Good morning, Mr. Fescue. Judd. Sir. Judd Fescue looked nothing like his son. Ezra had taken solely after his mother. In looks alone, Ezra was always sure to add. Where Ezra's eyes were dark green, Judd's gaze was nearly black. His eyes so small and set so close together they reminded Huxley of small buttons. He had straight black hair that hung to his shoulders and a pointed mouth, sort of like the rodents he could turn into. You're naked, Prince Wolf. Huxley had lost count of the number of times he'd asked Judd to just call him by his name. Yeah, I was about to shift, so... Judd's nose wrinkled like a squirrel foraging for winter. You shake the leaves with my son? Huh? Have sex, he replied slowly. He might have been treading in unfamiliar waters with his best friend, but he knew for damn certain that discussing what they'd done with Ezra's dad was out of the question. Huxley looked down at the thing Judd held, desperate for a distraction. Ah, I see you eyeing my ghillie hat. I knew once we gave one to your ma for her birthday that people would be lining up for their own. Huxley tried to figure out how the jumble of sticks, leaves, and twine could work as a hat. The one you... Ezra burst out the front door wearing a pair of boxers and a white undershirt. Dad, stop bothering Huxley. He has to get to work. I wasn't bothering. He wasn't bothering. At Ezra's look, both father and werewolf stopped talking. Huxley waved awkwardly one last time before shifting and racing through the trees. The familiar action of running through the forest in his wolf form gave him a spot of clarity. He refused to let last night ruin anything. He'd figure out how to make sure Ezra knew they were the same people they'd always been. Best friends. And if Huxley never forgot the taste of Ezra, well, that was his own problem to deal with. Chapter 4. Pedigree. It was far too early for Ezra to face the cocktail of mortification and frustration that watching Huxley barrel through the brush stirred up. The first moments after waking had felt like a dream. His body ached with dulled pleasure, aftershocks from the multiple orgasms he'd received the night before. There'd been no odd spots of pain from laying all night on his lumpy mattress. Then he'd realized he wasn't alone on his lumpy mattress, and every happy, dreamlike feeling vanished. Huxley was there, awake before him, and seeing Ezra's house in all its dilapidated splendor. Ezra sighed and searched the woods. They were still. Huxley was long gone, and it seemed no other forest animals wanted to share in Ezra's embarrassment. Come on, Dad. He yanked his dad by the elbow and pulled him inside before shutting the front door as hard as he dared. The hinges were so rusted it was just a matter of time before the damn thing fell off completely. Replace front door was on the list. Right under, fix the outlets in the bathroom, and replace the sections of gutter that had torn off in the last storm. I told you, son. Once everyone got a look at Alpha Mite's ghillie hat, they were all gonna want one. He gave Ezra the same crooked smile Ezra saw when he looked in the mirror. His dad's obvious pride made Ezra want to yank out his own heart and shove it in a blender. Instead, he asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Ezra's fingers were already clenching a box of cereal from the cupboard when his dad shook his head. He poured 2 bowls, using the last of the milk. Ezra had felt nothing but mortification when his dad had presented the gift he'd made for Alia. Alpha's birthdays were important social functions. Ezra had known how many werewolves and witches would be in attendance, and he would have eaten the hat before he gave it to Alia while everyone snickered. I talked to that old squirrel this morning, and he told me where to find some quality moss. I can make your little friend one of his very own, his dad said into his bowl. Ezra used to think his dad was brave. Unlike Ezra's mom, Judd Fescue harbored no ill will toward the other citizens of Crescent City, and went out of his way to be helpful and friendly. But sometime in Ezra's young adult years, he realized that his dad wasn't friendly despite the ridicule he received. He was completely oblivious to it. He didn't see how witches looked down on them because they weren't like the other witch clans, swimming in vaults of gold like some top-hat-wearing duck with a monocle. He didn't notice the snickers they got for being a clan with generations of felons and farm animal familiars. Ezra wasn't oblivious. His first memories were of his mother warning him that he couldn't trust other witches or werewolves, that, if given the chance, they would hurt Ezra, not always physically, but in a way that would make him feel bad for who he was. He'd taken her warnings to heart and had seen them come to fruition time and time again. But his dad was pure, warm-hearted, and Ezra took it as his personal responsibility to make sure his dad stayed that way. Which was why his dad had no idea Ezra had tossed the jumble of leaves, sticks, and twine into a fire and had express ordered the tea set instead. Except now Huxley knew. Would he tell anyone? It doesn't have to change anything. Ezra pushed his bowl away. He understood what that really meant. It doesn't mean anything. But it did. Maybe the act itself hadn't meant anything to Huxley, but they'd crossed the sort of line that changed everything. Not hungry? Are you feeling okay? His dad stretched his palm toward Ezra's forehead, but he jerked out of reach. I'm fine. Just drank too much last night. You can have mine. His dad dumped the contents of Ezra's bowl into his. I'll make you my hangover cure. There wasn't anything left in the fridge for him to make his hangover cure with. No, it's okay. I'll grab something greasy in town. He pushed from the rickety table, wishing he had a time machine to go back to last night and change the part where he'd let Huxley carry him home. Ezra had felt so warm and satisfied, lost in that magic bubble where he didn't have to worry about what the next day brought. Everything they'd done would have still been meaningless to Huxley, but at least if they'd woken up in the forest instead of Ezra's bedroom, he wouldn't be feeling as raw as he did now. A brown mouse climbed his father's leg and up his shirt. It waited patiently on his shoulder for Judd to pluck a piece of cereal from the bowl and hand it over. Ezra knew how it felt whenever someone told him his wolves weren't welcome somewhere. He wasn't about to say the same thing to his dad, even if the sight made him cringe. Maybe you can convince the mice to take care of the termite problem. His dad made a face. They've tried, but they don't like the taste of them. Ezra turned from the table and grabbed the plastic container of pumpkin burger treats. remembering how much Rocky had wanted them the night before. He took a deep breath, making sure his voice held none of the exasperation he felt. "Well, we need to do something about them before they eat this home into splinters. They already tore up the front porch. We need to replace those boards before one of us breaks our ankle." "I'm gonna fix it. I just need to decide on a tree for the lumber." He went still, his senses tingling like a rabbit hearing the echoes of danger through the brush. "Did you get a timber permit?" His dad made a face, answering Ezra's question. "Come on, Dad. You can't just go out into the woods and cut down whatever tree you want again. The council won't be so lenient next time." And that had only been because the patrol guard had caught him before he'd started chopping it down. "It's the woods! The trees! No one can own them. They belong to the earth." He pinched the bridge of his nose and winced at the acid churning in his stomach. "Yeah, they're trees, but they're located within Crescent City. The entire forest is, which means you need a permit to cut one down. There are rules in place about where you can and can't cut. They'll explain all of that when you apply for the permit, so just go and get one. They aren't very expensive. I think we have enough in the milk jug for at least one." "Fine. I'll get a permit." He drew the word out while glaring at the mouse as though it was his fault he couldn't cut down any tree he wanted. "I always lose arguments now your mom isn't here to side with me." "Yeah, well, now she gets to agree with her bunkmates," Ezra muttered. "Don't talk sass about your mom. She's in prison because she cares so much for this family." She cared so much she'd swindled thousands of dollars from humans using fake charities and selling non-existent products. When she'd finally got caught, she'd been selling land on Mars, claiming to people they could become Martians. She'd done it for the same reason Ezra trained service dogs, despite the ridicule it got him. And he couldn't hate her for that. "So, Prince Wolf, eh?" His dad waggled his eyebrows. Oh no, he wasn't going to make this morning worse by talking about his sex life with his father. No, eh? We were just drinking, and it made more sense for him to crash here. Lies. All lies. Ezra would have carried Huxley home before he'd let him stay the night. If he'd remembered that last night, he wouldn't be so miserable now. Ezra could only imagine what his house looked like to an outsider. He hardly noticed the sloping floors and water damage, some old, some fresh. He didn't look twice at the yellow extension cord he ran from his room to the bathroom, since the outlets there had gone out, or the way the windows all fogged up in the mornings. But seeing this place with fresh eyes, Ezra didn't want to think about it. "Just drinking, I guess now I can be glad your mom's in prison." Ezra speared his father with a sharp gaze. "I'd owe her $5 if she knew." "You guys bet on—" He exhaled hard enough his lips flapped like a horse. "Congrats, you saved money." "Nah, doesn't feel right. We should plan a visit so I can tell her in person." "We can't afford a visit." Not after the money he'd spent on the gift, and the chimney, and the washer he still needed to replace. "Nonsense. I'll just go down to the terminus and sell my hats." Ezra's heart blasted into his throat. After everything he did, everything he shielded his dad from, can you please not peddle your junk around town? He regretted his words the moment they'd left his mouth. Not because they weren't what he'd wanted to say, but because he'd just made his dad feel the same way Ezra tried to keep him from ever feeling. "I know. These first models are just my prototypes, but I'll get better. I'll practice, and then you'll see," his dad said, a little too brightly for Ezra to believe he wasn't hurt. Ezra plopped back down at the table and tried to get his dad to look at him. "I'm sorry. Your hats are awesome. But that's kind of the problem, isn't it? If everyone buys a ghillie hat, and everyone will want one, then the forest will be full of people blending into the trees, and I'll never stop bumping into them." His dad smiled in a way that said he wasn't fooled, but that he would play along since he knew Ezra was truly sorry. He was a self-proclaimed inventor after all, and had explained to Ezra time and again that the general public didn't always initially understand an invention. Outside, the wolf pack had gathered, barking at Ezra to bring out the pumpkin burger treats they knew he had in his possession. He opened the door and tossed a few handfuls of treats off the porch. "You guys stink. What did you get into after that deer?" Rocky blinked at him, the expression all sass while the message was clear. "What did you get into?" He projected a dark forest, the sounds of Ezra and Huxley howling in the distance. "None of your business," he said primly, knowing he didn't need to speak out loud for his wolves to understand him. But on days when his dad was busy in his shop and Huxley was off doing important LCEA business, if Ezra didn't talk to his wolves, he wouldn't talk to anyone at all. Even if Ezra had more friends, he wouldn't stop. He was like that one weird guy who brought his guitar to every social event, except instead of a guitar, it was a pack of mostly wild animals. Ezra didn't care if that made him weird. His wolves grounded him, made his hollow bones feel heavy enough to stay on the earth and not float away into nothing. "It doesn't have to change anything." Ezra shoved his hand through his greasy hair. Last night, he'd spoken before thinking, and Huxley had been caught off guard. Ezra needed to show him that he wasn't going to start clinging on to the future alpha like the other witches he'd dated. Somehow, he needed to make more friends, and maybe find a hookup or two. That would show Huxley that Ezra understood the night before had just been a knee-jerk reaction to Ezra's confession. Really, though, Huxley should have known it was all bullshit. It wasn't as if Ezra could live wherever he wanted with a pack of wolves. He was pretty sure most apartment complexes in the human world didn't allow them, and there wasn't a witch clan who would take him in. Besides, the only way his dad would leave Crescent City was if he was being forced out, kicking and screaming, and Ezra would never leave his dad. All his talk last night of picking up and starting a new life had only been talk. That's all it ever could be. He was stuck here, so he might as well make sure one stupid night didn't ruin his longest friendship. Thankfully, he was going to see Caden today, and if anyone knew how to make friends, it was him. Chapter 5. Working Group. The first day that Huxley had put on his LCEA uniform, he'd felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Becoming an agent was one of the few things Huxley knew without a doubt that he'd earned on his own. Chief Landry wasn't the type to be bullied by Huxley's grandpa, and didn't care that he'd be alpha one day. The chief wouldn't have accepted Huxley if he hadn't been qualified. But today, the collar of his navy blue button-up felt like a hand squeezing around his throat. He tucked his finger beneath the fabric, scratching the sweaty, itchy skin. There was nothing but blue sky stretching in every direction, the perfect weather for the Solar Wolves' celebration, due to begin in about 30 minutes. But it wasn't the heat suffocating Huxley. It was Ezra's expression that morning when he'd rolled over and saw who lay behind him. Huxley still didn't regret what they'd done. He only wished he could have had a clearer head. But Ezra had been straight up horrified. Was waking up next to Huxley really so unappealing? Would Ezra have given any man he'd woken up next to that look, or just Huxley? The idea that there was someone out there in the world who Ezra would have smiled for made Huxley want to pummel his knuckles to shreds against the concrete. "Status report." The chief's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Pataki." Sai's deep timbre filled his ear. "Area clear." Sai had made Ezra laugh last night. Had he given Ezra that liquor in the hopes of drinking it with him? Of having the same night Huxley'd had? Over his dead body. "Might." Huxley scanned the people gathering within the terminus with a scowl. His entire team was in full view of where he stood. There was no point to do a status report. "Might." The sharpness of the T sound made Huxley's lip curl as he growled out, "Area clear." Would Ezra have smiled if he'd woken up next to Sai? He didn't recognize the aggression resonating in his chest, agitating a jealousy that made him want to go for Sai's jugular. All his life, he'd shared everything he had. He didn't lend stuff to people. He gave it freely. But he didn't want to give Ezra to anyone. But Huxley had no official claim on the man. And after this morning, it was clear he never would. He needed to push thoughts of his best friend out of his mind and concentrate on his work. Guarding a space shaped like the terminus was pretty straightforward. It was an outdoor pavilion, closed in on all four sides with large cement planters and benches that didn't connect, allowing access through the corners of the square. When the solar and celestial wolves had first arrived, they'd taken their first steps on Earth here, which was why the solar wolves believed they needed to construct their portal in this location. They'd built a temporary stage over the top of the north side for the occasion, and had, as Huxley had suspected, hired entertainment for the guests both before and after the official ceremony. The celestial wolves were natural entertainers. Their alpha, his Aunt Gloria's mate, was some huge movie star in the human world. Huxley had always known that fact, but had only recently been told every detail of by an extremely excited Caden. A celestial wolf dressed as Princess Sunrise, a well-known character from the children's books back in the Solar Wolves' home dimension, strutted by him. As far as Huxley could tell, her powers were wearing a poofy, bright orange, glittery dress and shooting sparks from her fingers, to the delight of the pups and witch children circled around her. Since none of them looked on the verge of causing trouble, he looked past them. Huxley had been tasked with keeping the peace in the northwest corner, while Sai was posted diagonally in the southeast corner, next to the food carts wheeled from Market Street to take advantage of the large number of citizens who'd gathered for the groundbreaking. Axe and Zane were between them, manning the single row of chairs set out for the alphas, their mates, and other important figures. They had the place covered. If anyone tried to disrupt the ceremony, one of the team would be within range to stop them. The only danger was in his head, where his wolf howled for him to abandon ship and find Ezra. He'd never admit to such arrogance out loud, but Huxley wasn't the type of guy who needed to chase after someone. He didn't pine. But what else could he call this unrequited feeling of needing to be with Ezra, needing to make sure Ezra still didn't want to run? And if he does, then what? Then, Huxley would make sure that didn't happen. He couldn't lose his friend. And if Ezra moved out of Crescent City, that was exactly what would happen. He needed to convince Ezra that he didn't expect anything more from him, so he didn't need to leave to avoid him. He clenched his hands, squeezing his knuckles white as he recalled just how perfect Ezra's hips had felt. The strain of his shaking thighs as they parted to make room for Huxley's body. The growl thundering from his chest wasn't entirely voluntary, and loud enough to frighten the two children scurrying by. Fuck! This is what caused all the friction in the first place. It didn't matter how good Ezra felt beneath him. It was a one-time thing. He understood sacrifice, and if he had to give up hearing Ezra explode beneath his touch again, he would. They'd simply have to talk it out, lay it all out on the table, and make sure Ez knew Huxley didn't expect anything from him. And after, Huxley would think of something they could do to bring them back to normal. A factory reset. Maybe he'd join the wolves in a hunt and catch Ezra's favorite. After, they could roast it on a fire, which always got Ezra teasing looks from his wolves. Huxley would join the teasing and laugh, like normal. Ezra would pretend to get upset, like normal, and they could both go back to the way they'd been. The minutes ticked by with Huxley planning exactly what he'd say to Ezra after the event. He had to work late the next 2 days, but maybe Friday. Normally, he would text, but Huxley didn't want to take the chance. If Ezra said no, Huxley wanted to be face-to-face so he could convince him. The crowd inside the terminus grew. The spaces around the roped-off areas and row of VIP chairs were standing room only, with people spilling out the corners, gathering in the grassy spaces next to the surrounding sidewalks, all looking for the best view. At least the entertainers were keeping people occupied. The princess had moved on from Huxley's corner, replaced by a celestial wolf with his skin painted several shades of gray, making him look like a crumbling statue. He wore a ratty shirt and torn pants, draped from head to toe in a black hooded cape. Huxley didn't recognize the character, but the solar wolf child walking by with his mother did. "The Tatter! Ma! The Tatter!" The child squealed, wrapping his body around his mother's leg. The mother gave both Huxley and the performer a tired look before hauling her son past. "There you are, Huxley." The last thing Huxley wanted to deal with was his grandpa, which was likely why he'd chosen that moment to attack, accompanied by a male witch Huxley didn't recognize. He looked to be around Huxley's age, wearing a tailored, light gray, slim-fit suit. Huxley had memorized the list of approved visitors for the day, and assumed the witch was Ryan Helix, here to participate in the groundbreaking in lieu of his sister. "Do you need assistance finding your seat, Director Might? I can request for Agent Andino to escort you to your chair." "I can see the chairs from here, son," his grandpa replied with a tone as sharp as his gaze. "This is Ryan Helix, here on behalf of his sister, Emma Helix, to accept the Solar Wolves' gratitude for her help in fabricating the silver tungsten alloy. She was a godsend to them, the only alchemist in the country with the skill necessary for such a delicate task." It was only his years of training as an LCEA agent that allowed Huxley to refrain from rolling his eyes. For a man who would have gladly seen the portal never built, he was laying it on thick. The younger, square-faced man beside him blushed. "You are too kind, Director Might, and, I'm proud to say, 100% accurate. My sister is an exceptional alchemist." She was so exceptional she hadn't even come here to accept thanks for her work. Ryan smiled, deepening the dimples on his cheeks as his blue eyes sparkled with amusement. "But she isn't as great with public speaking. I always tell people my twin got all the alchemy magic while I got all the social skills. My alchemy abilities are limited to mixing water and chocolate powder to make hot cocoa, and Emma would wither in front of a crowd this size. It's a good thing I enjoy these sorts of events, fostering diplomatic relations between witches and lunar werewolves, and now with the solar werewolves as well." He brushed his golden hair back behind his ear. "She is extremely shy, which is why she'd be so embarrassed if she knew what I'm about to ask you, Agent Might. In all honesty, she very nearly traveled with me just for the chance to talk to you." Huxley tried to recall ever meeting Emma Helix. If he had, the introduction hadn't been memorable. "I'm afraid I pestered Director Might until he allowed me to come ask you a favor." Huxley could only imagine how little pestering it had taken, since his grandpa couldn't have looked happier. "I told him you'd love to give Ms. Helix a private tour of the city when she comes in 2 weeks," his grandpa said with his usual hammer-like finesse. Huxley wasn't interested in being set up with the witch last night, and nothing had changed. "With all due respect, Director, Mr. Helix, I don't think— Please, call me Ryan. And I can see I've been hasty." Ryan frowned, slipping his hands into his pockets, the overall effect making him seem truly contrite. "I'm sorry, Agent. I'm always like this, jumping in to solve all of Emma's problems, even ones she hasn't actually said were problems. I'm sure you can understand wanting the best for people. I hate to ask more of you, but if you could please do me one favor, and don't mention this to her, she'd be absolutely mortified. The last time I tried to set her up, she didn't come out of her room for 2 weeks and didn't speak to me for 4. Huxley didn't give a single shit about his grandpa's obvious annoyance, but he understood trying to be of help to people. He'd spent his life looking for ways to show the Might Pack wolves that he was a person they could count on. "I won't tell her, and you don't have to apologize to me. I understand your intentions. Why don't I give you both an official tour when your sister comes?" As long as it wasn't only the 2 of them, Huxley could keep the witch from thinking the tour was any sort of date while also doing his duty as future alpha. "Really? You would do that?" Relief brightened his face. "Thank you, Agent." "Please, call me Huxley." He ignored the triumphant look his grandpa gave him, and chose to focus on how he was doing a nice thing for an ally witch clan instead. His uncle Hel, short for Heliodoro Prime, the Solar Wolf Pack Alpha, approached from behind his grandpa, holding Uncle Emmett's hand. The 2 had on suits in shades of tan and gold, different but tailored to complement each other. The watch on his Uncle Emmett's wrist glittered with what Huxley assumed were diamonds. Solar wolves liked to adorn their mates in fine things, similar to how lunar wolves marked their mates, both visually and with their scent, which meant his Uncle Emmett had sparkled for as long as Huxley could remember. Huxley dipped his chin. "I think Alpha Prime is looking for you." "Oh, the time!" Ryan spun around, his hand stretched out toward Uncle Hel. "I apologize. I got carried away playing matchmaker." Uncle Emmett gave Huxley a squinted side-eye, but Huxley was saved from having to explain as Uncle Hel gestured for Ryan to follow them onto the stage. "You should take your seat, Director Might," Huxley told his grandpa without looking at him. A feeling like cold worms settled in his gut as he watched the old man walk away. He hadn't accepted the obvious attempt at fabricating a date, but his grandpa's expression was too smarmy for Huxley to be completely comfortable with what he'd ended up agreeing to. Though it was a bright day, the Solar Wolves had still installed a steel framework of lights over the top of the temporary stage that made the air around Huxley's uncles and Ryan shimmer silver and gold. A thick, silver velvet curtain draped in front of the stage, covering the scaffolding and timber they delivered in preparation. Thick garlands of fresh flowers wound up the side posts and across the framework where hundreds of strands of flowers dripped down, making it look like it was raining streams of blooms over the stage. Not every design decision had been made by Huxley's uncle, but there was enough of his aesthetic present that he knew Uncle Hel had a large hand in the decorations. The elegant, jewel-studded, steel podium was completely his Uncle Hel's style, and Huxley looked forward to joining forces with his Uncle Emmett later while they teased the Alpha for how perfectly their suits matched the extravagant finery. He waited for the crowd to settle and go silent before stepping up to the microphone. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today on this momentous occasion more than 50 years in the making. Uncle Hell began, using his booming alpha voice. When our people bravely stepped through the gateway that took us from Silka to this strange new planet, no one could have known it would be a one-way trip, that we hadn't simply traveled from one planet to another, but across dimensions. Since then, our scientists have worked diligently, sacrificing much in their efforts to find a way back home. But none has sacrificed as much as Dr. Clifton Lectra. Dr. Lectra committed his life to the task of allowing our people a way to return home. And if I could make one wish, it would be that he was here, to see the culmination of his efforts. Please join me in a moment of silence for our fallen scientist. Huxley kept his eyes open, scanning the crowd while the people bowed their heads, but no one was rude enough to speak. Thank you. I wish Dr. Lectra was here to see this day, but I know that he would be proud of Dr. Jelani and her team for stepping up and continuing his life's calling. Alpha Prime clapped, and the crowd joined him as the team of scientists stood from their chairs and waved. And my gratitude would be lacking if I didn't also thank Caden Landry, his mate, Chief Axe Landry, and the entire Lunar Council Enforcement Agency. Huxley's ears burned. He'd only been doing his job and shouldn't be congratulated for that. He tuned out the applause. Caden was the one who truly deserved them, but he was off with Ezra. Now that he thought of it, it was strange that Axe hadn't brought Caden to the event. Huxley scanned the crowd, a sudden awareness tickling the back of his neck. Beneath a large maple tree outside of the terminus, he found Caden, blushing at the attention. Ezra had known Huxley would be here today. If this had been the thing he had planned with Caden, why not tell him? Unless they'd canceled? He'd mentioned not being able to confirm. Then he spotted him, standing in the shadow of a tree behind Caden, his light brown hair dark, still wet from a shower where he'd scrubbed his skin pink, where he'd scrubbed away Huxley's scent. The applause were barely loud enough to cover the sound of his growl. Ezra looked like he'd washed with sandpaper. Had he been that motivated to erase the olfactory evidence of what they'd done? Another witch wouldn't be able to detect the scent. Did that mean another werewolf was the reason he'd put in so much effort? If Huxley had come inside Ezra, no amount of scrubbing could have removed Huxley's claim. Only time would fade a scent that deep. His wolf demanded he fix his mistake immediately, to gather Ezra's wrists in his grip and hold them against the tree, as Huxley made sure every werewolf knew Ezra was off limits. And that idea was not only despicable, but it would be unwelcome. Ezra wasn't an object to be owned. And finally, my thanks go to those who made this day truly possible. Emma Helix, her brother Ryan, and the entire Helix clan for lending their support in fabricating the delicate materials necessary for interdimensional travel. Uncle Hell stepped to the side, hooking his arm around his mate's waist, as Ryan centered himself behind the podium, smiling warmly at the crowd. Thank you so much, Alpha Prime. But truly, the Helix clan needs to thank you and Dr. Jelani for allowing us the opportunity to be a part of this historic occasion. We're changing the course of history, doing things that we'd all once thought were impossible. The Helix clan is grateful to be able to lend their support. But now that I've said all that, I must, as a proud brother, mention that my sister is awesome." He paused in anticipation of the light wave of laughter that washed over the crowd. "The Helix clan is full of exceptional alchemists, but the things that my sister can do are truly magical." Captain Kelvin, the newly appointed captain of the Solar Guard, stepped onto the stage carrying two of the silliest shovels Huxley had laid his eyes on. The steel spades shone like they'd never seen a speck of dirt in their life. The gems adorning the handles ensured that if anyone attempted to use the shovels for actual work, their hands would be torn up within seconds. Uncle Hell and Ryan weren't there to dig a hole, though. Each accepted a shovel and took the stairs down, stopping at the roped-off area in front of the stage, where they each lifted a square centimeter's worth of dirt. The audience erupted in applause, and Huxley grinned back at Ezra on instinct. He could always count on Ezra's expression matching his during moments this ridiculous. But Ezra wasn't grinning or looking back at him. His furrowed brows aimed toward Caden. "And now, I am thrilled to introduce Celeste Strell, who was able to take a break from her busy schedule singing to sold-out crowds in New York City to perform the traditional silken hymn, Rays of Summer." The singer took the stage, accompanied by a second celestial wolf holding a violin, and that was Huxley's signal that he could finally leave his position and patrol the crowd. He beelined through the thick mass of people, catching Ezra watching his approach cautiously. "You didn't tell me this was the thing you had to do with Caden?" Huxley had swallowed the questions his wolf wanted to ask and tried to keep his tone light, but it still sounded like an accusation. "Hello to you, too. It wasn't the plan, but Caden wanted to pop by," Ezra said defensively, following Huxley's lead. Caden's lips pressed into an unhappy line. "Is that okay? That I'm here? I'm not trying to take you away from your work," Ezra added awkwardly. Huxley hated the uncertainty. He wanted to draw Ezra close, rub his scent back into his skin, and soothe the worry wrinkling his brow. But since he was trying to bring them back to normal, he couldn't do any of that. So he said, a touch too brightly, "Of course, I just didn't think it was your type of thing, or I would have dragged you along this morning." Caden stopped glowering long enough to ask, "This morning?" Ezra's deer-in-the-headlights look made it clear he hadn't even shared the events of the night before with his next closest friend. Was he ashamed of what they'd done? Even if he was, Huxley couldn't leave Ezra there to suffer. "You looked a little upset earlier. Everything all right, Caden?" The angry shadow darkened Caden's face once more, and Huxley felt like a jerk for putting it there. "I didn't realize it was the Helix witches who were being thanked today. Axe told me I wouldn't enjoy the ceremony, and I should have just trusted him." It wasn't uncommon for witch clans to hold grudges against each other, but Caden wasn't really the type to hold a grudge. If he disliked the Helix clan, he had a reason. "Is there something I should know about?" When Caden shook his head, Huxley continued, "It was really only Emma Helix they needed to thank. The rest was just politics. Just like the tour of the city I agreed to give her and her brother when she comes in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? That's... Never mind." Ezra stepped back, brushing his calves against the wolf standing behind him. Huxley frowned. He'd observed Ezra doing that same thing only a couple of times before, when he was nervous or stressed. "That's what? What were you going to say?" "I said never mind," Ezra replied coolly. Rocky let out a low warning growl, sliding between them when Huxley took a step closer. The pack was protecting Ezra from him? What the hell? His own response was equally disturbing. immediately taking Rocky's actions as a challenge on Huxley's claim. His beast responded in kind, ready to prove how much stronger they were. Ezra might have washed off his scent, but he couldn't scrub away the marks Huxley had left between his shoulder blades. He'd give Ezra more, but this time in places that weren't easily concealed. The whole city, Wolfpack included, would see that Ezra was his to stand as close to as he wanted. He bit his tongue and scratched the back of his head instead, scrambling to grasp onto the normalcy they both desperately needed. "I wanted to ask you, Ezra." "Agent Might." Axe grunted his name through the comms. "You're supposed to be patrolling the crowd, not chatting up my mate and your friend." Huxley's back muscles bunched together as he clenched his jaw. Every time Huxley put on his uniform, he did all he could to prove he deserved it. But right then, he wanted to tell his chief to fuck off until he was finished. This thing with Ezra was messing him up, and he couldn't wait 2 days to fix it. "Can you hang around in the area for a bit? We need to talk." The tips of Ezra's ears burned red as he shrugged. It wasn't an enthusiastic response, but Huxley would take it. "Cool, I'll find you." He'd intended on fixing things between him and Ezra, but as he returned to the crowd within the terminus, he was certain that he'd only made everything worse. Chapter 6. Sick'em. It was just a stupid convention. Huxley would have been bored sick the whole time. Ezra wasn't shocked Huxley had forgotten about it, and his eyes had no reason to burn as he watched Huxley get swallowed up by the crowd. The snakes slithering in his stomach, however, were completely warranted. "We need to talk." "Hey, you okay?" Caden patted his shoulder. He didn't know what he was. This day had been coming for a long time, but that didn't make the prospect of facing it any easier. "You're stealing my question," Ezra replied. When Caden had come to Crescent City, he'd had no idea about the discrimination and gossip that clung to the Fescue clan. He hadn't known the Fescue clan survived in a state of constant mockery. Generations of mediocre familiars, and not even any of the cool ones like big cats or sugar badgers. No, the Fescues were a family of rodent familiars, domestic cats, raccoons, pigs, and cows. Some familiars were highly respected. The most skilled need only a picture to transform themselves, could communicate with any animal, and had the ability to turn other people into animals along with themselves. Ezra needed to have physically come across a type of dog to transform into it. But Caden hadn't known any of that, and when he did find out, he hadn't cared Ezra's abilities were better suited for a dog shelter, which only made his strong reaction at seeing the Helix clan thanked all that more odd. "I still feel weird talking about it. My grandpa had kept the whole thing a secret for so long." "Don't tell me anything you'll regret." "I wouldn't regret telling you. It's just that I'm not sure if it's top secret or more of a thing nobody wants to talk about anymore. Which is pretty shitty if you ask me. Why is it that when someone in a position of power does something horrible, they get to just forget it ever happened?" "Because shitty people rule the world?" Ezra suggested. Caden dropped down next to Gaul, one of Ezra's constant wolf companions who'd been with him from nearly the beginning. He scratched between Gaul's ears, earning a wolf kiss on his cheek. "My grandpa told me the real reason why they had to flee and remove themselves from the witch world was because my parents were in danger. Basically, my mom was promised to somebody in the Helix clan. The arrangement was supposed to end some long, violent feud between the clans. But, before they could get married, she fooled around with my dad. Her fiancé found out and called off the engagement. That led my mother's clan, the Blooms, to blame her and my dad for the renewed violence. Both clans demanded my dad's blood as payment, but my grandpa refused. There was an attack, and my grandma was killed. Neither the Helix or Bloom clan took responsibility, but everyone knows it was one of the two who'd killed my grandma. And where do you come into all this? Well, when two narcissists who can somehow stand each other come together, the daddy narcissist, I will bite you. Caden looked up at him from under a curtain of honey blonde hair. But as what? I'd take a chomp from the cute little teefers of a bichon frisé. Ezra snorted and dropped down on the grass next to him. I mean, did they know about you? The illicit love child? Are you safe? Caden leaned back and tilted his face up toward the sun. I might not have been before, the baby who destroyed a peace treaty, but you'd have to be an idiot to try to hurt me now. Axe would literally tear them apart. A flash of jealousy soured Ezra's stomach. Caden lived without a doubt that his mate would always be there for him, while Ezra walked around waiting for the people he loved to tire of him, or be taken away. And since Ezra knew to expect that, he didn't make it easy for people to like him either. Somehow, Caden had slipped through. Maybe I'm refusing to let old wounds heal. People change. Maybe the Helix clan has as well. Ezra took in the thinning crowd. In his experience, the only time people changed, it was for the worst. Caden didn't need his pessimism, though, so he simply said, Maybe. Caden flopped back dramatically. I'm done talking about my problems. Let's hear about how the two of you rushed out of the party last night, and how Huxley just happened to be at your house this morning. Paulinka. Bless you. Caden grinned. Liquor. It was a gift from Cy, and Huxley ended up crashing at my place. Ah. How come I didn't get invited to the slumber party? Even if Ezra did have a house he felt comfortable inviting guests to, wherever Caden went, his mate, Chief Landry, went too. And Ezra couldn't imagine the chief playing Never Have I Ever in his pajamas. I'll keep that in mind next time. It was an easy promise to make, since there would never be another time like the night before. And what about a few minutes ago? What were you never minding? Huxley agreed to go to a dog training convention with me. And it's the same weekend as Ms. Look at Me, I'm Such an Amazing Alchemist's visit? I'm pretty sure they just call her Emma. Caden snorted, lifting his face to the shadow that fell over them. Chief Landry loomed with his hand out to his mate and concern in his eyes. You good? I'm fine. Caden took his hand, letting himself be lifted off the grass. The chief cupped his face, his thumb caressing the exact spot Gall had kissed earlier. Caden might have been fooled by the caress, but Ezra knew the chief was wiping his scent over Gall's. He was a canine familiar and still didn't understand the werewolves' weird obsession with smells. Awesome. Now he was thinking about Huxley tearing off his clothes and scent-marking every inch of him. Ezra had been sure to wash every place his best friend had touched. He didn't need some werewolf sniffing him and spreading the news. I was preoccupied with working out the details today. I didn't warn you about the Helix clan's involvement. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Ezra let me talk it out, and I feel better now. Maybe now Ezra can also talk out about his worries over a certain someone? Confiding in Caden was one thing. Spilling his guts to the chief of the Lunar Council Enforcement Agency was just about the most mortifying thing Ezra could think of. Which, considering his life, was truly saying something. And that's my cue. He pushed up off the ground, getting help as his wolves braced against his legs. Thanks for inviting me today. Caden nibbled on his bottom lip, his forehead creased with worry. "We're just gonna get lunch after this. Then Axe has to go back to work. You could come." And watch the newly mated couple swoon and fawn? Ezra preferred to eat without the bitter sting of jealousy turning his stomach. "Nah, I told Huxley I'd wait for him." He whistled softly, his wolves gathering around him before they took to the sidewalk. He didn't look back, moving quickly so Caden couldn't think of a way to try to change his mind. Ezra needed some minutes alone to lick his wounds and prepare his body for more. Most of the spectators who'd come out today were inside the terminus, which made the path through the grassy space between the terminus and Lunar Council headquarters relatively clear. There was a grassy knoll next to the opening of Branch Street where Ezra could sit and wait. Whatever Huxley had to say, Ezra would consider it a good thing. He needed days like today when he was given the opportunity to strengthen the mental callus he'd need whenever the inevitable happened. "Fucking Daydog! Why don't you shift and fight?" An angry voice hissed from the other side of the grassy knoll. Ezra walked over the top, spotting 2 lunar wolves. He'd seen them around before, of course, but didn't know their names, only that they'd been in the same school year as Huxley. "Yeah, right, and ruin his fancy outfit?" The second lunar wolf chortled. They stood with their backs to Ezra, both looking down at a hunched figure. A young solar wolf, shaking and crouched into a ball with his hands over his head. Ezra slid down the grassy slope, his wolves already surging ahead. He hadn't told them to spring into action. It certainly wasn't Ezra's habit to get into other people's business. But these dicks were bullying a child. They looked up, spotting Rocky and Gall first, and then the other 3 wolves, all snarling with their teeth bared. They took off, leaping over the child who yelped as the wolves followed. "Shh, you're safe now." Ezra dropped to his haunches, hovering his hand over the boy's pointed shoulder. He was taller than Ezra had guessed, but just as small. He uncurled his hands from behind his head and blinked light cantaloupe orange eyes up at Ezra. Every solar wolf had some shade of dark red hair, but this boy's hair was almost pink, like the color of new copper. There was a cut on his bottom lip, shallow but deep enough to leave a smear of blood across his mouth. "Shit, wait here, I'll get someone." The boy grabbed his wrist, squeezing with surprising strength. "No, please don't, I'm fine." He wasn't a kid at all. The strength of his grip and tone of voice put him closer to Ezra's age. No matter how old he was, interspecies violence was a serious offense in Crescent City. "You might not be badly hurt, but that was a hate crime. You should report it." The solar wolf gathered his legs under him and pushed off the ground, dusting off the large red anchors stitched to the front of his navy blue knit sweater. "A hate crime? I suppose they do hate me, but not because I'm a solar wolf." Ezra stood back, giving the guy room to sort himself out. He looked down, brushing off his bright red shorts before sliding on a pair of tan loafers that must have slipped off earlier. "You know them?" "My brother's friends. He got roped into helping with the event today, so he probably sent them to make sure I regretted not offering to take his place." Ezra didn't understand the logic, but he understood the concept of annoying siblings. He'd already teased Huxley daily, all the while wishing he'd been born Huxley's brother. But if he had, that would have added a whole new layer of what the fuck to last night's events. Having sorted his outfit, the solar wolf looked the way his attackers had run. "Will your wolf friends be all right?" His mouth twisted with genuine concern. If Ezra had been able to see the guy's face first, he never would have mistaken the perspicacious gaze as one that belonged to a child. The wolf pack came trotting back into view, tongues lagging, the 5 of them projecting the same delighted pleasure. Ezra smirked at the mental image of the 2 idiots running from the pack, screaming about rabid wolves. The solar wolf pressed his overlapped hands against his stomach and gave the wolves a shallow bow. "Thank you very much. I appreciate your help." Ezra kept his snicker restrained to a silent smile. "They're natural wolves, not werewolves." "Oh, they're what?" He leaned forward, sniffing the air. "I'm a witch, a canine familiar. They're my friends." He pressed his lips together while his gut tightened, waiting for the guy to tell him how weird it was to have actual wolves for friends. It was all a bit hypocritical as far as Ezra was concerned, but this guy wouldn't be the first werewolf to look down on him for... "That's really cool. You can talk to them? Can they talk to you? You said canine familiar. Does that mean you can talk to all canines? Can you turn into them? Every kind? What about werewolves? Can you talk to a werewolf who has shifted into their wolf form?" Ezra felt something inside his chest loosen at the uninterrupted stream of questions. "It might be better to get off the path before we start to play 20 questions. I'm Ezra, by the way." "Right. I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself." He brushed back his hair and patted down his sweater before solemnly sticking out his hand. "Ramson Kelvint." "Kelvint? Like..." "The new captain of the Solar Guard. He is my fa, and also the person who insisted I attend the groundbreaking. I don't get out much." I wondered why you didn't look familiar. Ezra led them back up the small hill, sitting in full view of the main sidewalk between the terminus and headquarters building. "I've been outside of solar territory, of course, but usually in a car, as we drive through." He looked at his shoes, wringing his hands together. "Well, I don't get out much either." Ezra plopped down on the grass. "I'd be home now, but I'm waiting for a friend." Ramson spun in a slow circle, inspecting the ground as if he was searching for the perfect spot to sit. "Sorry if all of my questions earlier were strange. I've been called too curious. Well, actually, the words most often used are nosy and annoying. I guess I am. Nosy, that is. I like to learn about new things. Things I've never heard of before. Things I don't know anything about. Don't start thinking that makes me some kind of adventurer. I'm a scientist and inventor. But more than everything else, I'm a curious coward, as you can probably already tell. But I don't think I've met a familiar. Or if I did, I didn't know it." His polite tone was somewhat stilted, like he wasn't used to speaking out loud for so long. Neither was Ezra, but he still managed to answer each of Ramson's questions in the minutes that followed, along with a few follow-up questions, and then a few more. Normally, Ezra would have looked for an escape a long time ago, but Ramson's open curiosity reminded Ezra of his dad, while his rapid questions and subject changes reminded him of Caden. About an hour later, he was still going strong, and Ezra found he didn't mind. "Could you ask Rocky some questions for me next? Mainly, I'm curious about why he stays, while many of the other wolves come and go. Are you sad when they leave?" "Sometimes. I find them when they're injured or in need of my help. They don't all choose to stay, and some don't hang around for very long. I've learned that the best thing I can do is be as good of a companion as possible and enjoy every moment I'm given." Ezra leaned back on his hands, digging his fingers into the grass behind him. He'd been talking about his wolves, but he might as well have been talking about Huxley. Ezra slouched down, bracing a body that felt like someone had torn out his spine and replaced it with wet cement against his palms. Ramson frowned, seeming to notice the change in Ezra's mood. He slid his hand over the top of Ezra's, squeezing lightly. "That is... Ezra?" Ramson stiffened, likely because Huxley was glaring up at them like they were actively breaking the law. His dark gaze slid from Ezra to Ramson, where it remained, darting across the wolf like he was collecting every observation for evidence. "Is everything all right here?" Huxley asked cautiously. "Everything is fine." Ramsden still looked like a deer standing in traffic, so Ezra added, "This is my friend, Huxley." The fact that he hadn't already mentioned Huxley by name made him feel both guilty and oddly liberated. Ezra hadn't thought about him once during his entire conversation, until that moment at the very end. "This is Ramsden. The pack helped him get out of a tussle with some Lunar wolf dickheads." Ramsden made a breathy noise as though scandalized by Ezra's language. "You were assaulted?" Huxley asked with his enforcement agent tone. "You should go to headquarters and make an official report, so that those responsible will be caught and punished." Ramsden rushed to his feet, waving away Huxley's suggestion as he did. No, that's not necessary. My fa would just make a big deal out of it, and my brother would just figure out some way to get back at me." "He's Captain Kelvin's son," Ezra added. "Kelvin is your father?" Huxley caught himself, erasing the confused scowl from his face before he spoke again. "He seems like a solid wolf, willing to take over after the disgrace that held the position before him. Yeah, he's the best." Ramsden brushed off his shorts. Ezra had since learned that Ramsden was into sustainable fashion and climate-conscious manufacturing, though he wasn't entirely certain what that all meant yet. "We must have lost track of time. Ezra, please allow me to show my thanks for your assistance today." Ramsden reached into his back pocket to retrieve his wallet. Ezra scowled. He knew solar wolves had a connection to money and wealth that bordered on an affinity, but he wasn't going to take advantage of the guy's kindness. "You aren't trying to pay me for running those guys off, are you?" Ramsden's mouth gaped, confusion and uncertainty telling Ezra that that was exactly what he'd been about to do. "Please, I have to thank you somehow. You didn't have to step in when you did." "You could just say thank you," Huxley suggested somewhat churlishly. Ramsden's face brightened. "I know. Why don't I buy us a few pitchers of beer at the Lunar pub? My brother goes there sometimes and always brags about how much fun it is. I've never been brave enough to go, so really, you'd be doing me another favor." He pouted as though unhappy at the idea of him benefiting while trying to show his gratitude. The way he'd said pitchers of beer had sounded suspiciously like the first time Ramsden had uttered those words in that order, and Ezra supposed he could accept free beer while also helping expand the guy's horizons. "We can do that. When?" "I'm free Friday," Huxley said, as if he'd been at all invited. He seemed to be avoiding Ezra's glare, keeping his attention firmly on Ramsden, who looked suddenly overjoyed by the idea. Ramsden hadn't mentioned a single friend during their conversation, only his brother and father. He wouldn't be making more if it were just Ezra with him. With Huxley there, Ramsden stood a better chance of meeting other people. And they probably didn't have many more nights at the pub between them. "That's good with me." "Friday it is, then. Should I escort you there?" Ramsden asked hesitantly. "No, we'll come together," Huxley replied, adding in a friendlier tone, "And in the meantime, you should think again about making that report." Ramsden waved goodbye. Ezra waved and watched the wolf go for longer than he would normally, avoiding the moment when he would have to turn his head and look at his friend. Why did the man have to fill out his LCEA uniform as though it had been made specifically for his muscular frame? "Ezra, we need to talk about..." He'd prepared himself for this, had told himself it would be a good thing, and detailed all that he would do after. Namely, pretend it didn't hurt until he woke up one morning sticky from the tub of ice cream he'd cuddled after breaking down. But now that the moment was upon him, he couldn't do it. He spoke while backing away. Actually, something came up. I need to head home. I'm expecting a call from a possible client. We can talk later, yeah? Ezra didn't wait for a reply. He ran down the path like a coward. Chapter 7. Kisses. Huxley frowned at the message on his phone. I can meet you at the pub if you're busy with work. Ezra had avoided Huxley for the past 2 days, and not for lack of trying on Huxley's part. His responses were short and lacking in Ezra's usual cynical ire. He was pulling away, and Huxley had no idea how to stop it. Making demands would drive him away faster, or worse, it would acknowledge the fact that a divide had cracked between them. Huxley needed to be subtle to get what he wanted. "Mate, move your ass!" Cy ordered from the hallway outside of their shared office. He never should have told Ezra about the theft from the night before. Not for any security reason. By now, the whole town knew that someone had helped themselves to some building materials the Solar Wolves had stored within the terminus, but because Ezra was trying to use it to get out of meeting up at Huxley's before they went to the pub. He didn't have time for subtle. "I'm not. See you at my house tonight." He stuffed his phone into his pocket and grabbed his small spiral notebook and the backup camera battery Zane had requested before jogging to catch up with Cy down the hallway. The shock of seeing Ezra talking with someone who he didn't know through Huxley had knocked him unsteady, and since then, he'd felt a step behind everyone else. Maybe Ezra was sick of having a social life that revolved around him. That had never been Huxley's intention. He wanted Ezra to have friends. He'd been the one to introduce Ezra and Caden, and Ramsden didn't seem like an asshole. But there was something about the situation Huxley didn't like. "Holy shit, it's a carnival out there," Cy muttered as they got their first look at the crowd through the glass doors. The preliminary reports Huxley'd gotten that morning had only said that there'd been a theft in the terminus, and some of the Solar Wolves' items had been stolen. The chief and Zane were on scene already. Huxley assumed the Solar Guard captain would arrive soon, but as he went through the doors and pushed out into the crowd, it looked like he and Cy were going to be the last ones in the city to get there. "What is with all the interest?" Huxley murmured, picking his way through, throwing out excuse-me's and thank-yous as he went. "They were all just here to celebrate, and then this happens. Timeline couldn't have been shittier." Cy ducked under the yellow tape that kept the onlookers from wandering around the crime scene. Huxley and Cy were the last here, too. Axe stood with his back to them, facing Captain Kelvin, Dr. Jelani, and Huxley's grandpa, who broke out of their small huddle the moment he saw Huxley coming. "Where are you planning on taking Emma?" he barked, ignoring pleasantries and Huxley's teammate. Cy snorted softly and continued forward. The traitor. Huxley never should have agreed to the tour. It had encouraged his grandpa, and more importantly, something about the tour had upset Ezra. "I don't have time to talk about this right now. I'm on shift." He sidestepped his grandpa, attempting to do as Cy had done, when his grandpa grabbed his shoulder. "And I'm the director, your boss, so I say you do have time." "It's nearly 2 weeks away. There's more than enough—" Shit. How could he have forgotten Ezra's convention? Huxley was still a little shocked he'd been invited at all. He'd tried to tag along a ton of times before with no luck. That was what had upset him. It was shitty to feel relief, but at least Huxley knew how to fix this. "Actually, I won't be able to do the tour after all. I just remembered I have a prior engagement. I'll contact Ryan and let him know." His grandpa's nostrils flared. What? What engagement?" "That isn't your business, Director. It only matters that I won't be able to give the tour. Why don't you give it instead?" Might! Axe barked sharply. We're in the middle of a discussion, Chief! Huxley's grandpa snapped back. Unless it has to do with this active crime scene, then it will have to wait, Director. I need my agent to do his job now. Huxley didn't appreciate the implication that he wasn't trying to do his job, but accepted the out Axe had made for him. He trotted forward, handing Zane the battery as he got his first up-close look. After all that build-up, the reality was underwhelming. Most of the lumber was still there, stacked in a neat pile with only the top few boards askew. Beside it, the remains of the temporary stage had been gathered in a metal storage box. The lid was open, and Huxley assumed some items had been taken, but he couldn't tell by looking at it. He met Zane's gaze, and the other man smirked like he could tell exactly what Huxley was thinking. Agent Might, take notes, Axe ordered, and Huxley grabbed his notebook, moving to stand closer to the others. Captain Kelvin looked him over the way a person might inspect produce at the grocery store, calculating but not sinister. This was Ramson's father? They had similarly colored hair, but many of the solar wolves did. Ramson's was several shades lighter. He was also at least half the size of this man. Agent, did you hear her? Axe's impatient question yanked his attention back to the present, where he was failing at his job. No, I'm sorry. Could you please repeat that, Dr. Jelani? He could feel Axe's stare burning into his cheek, but he kept his eyes on the doctor. She was a tall woman, average build, with long, sleek red hair she'd pulled back into a tight ponytail. Behind her rectangular black glasses, her eyes were tight, worried wrinkles forming in the corners. I said that we've determined the items missing are 4 wooden planks, some scaffolding pieces, and an undetermined amount of hardware, nuts, screws, that sort of thing. He didn't let his thoughts show on his face and nodded, writing down the missing items. Could you estimate for us the monetary worth of all that was taken? Axe asked. Captain Kelvin's eyes narrowed, arms rigid at his sides. The amount isn't the issue here, Chief Landry. Due to the nature of the crime, the Solar Guard should be given the authority to lead this case. Axe met the captain's unblinking stare. You can take that request up with your Alpha and the Director. In the meantime, I'm going to continue gathering vital information that will assist my team in determining a motive. Dr. Jelani? Huxley prompted, letting the other two have their stare off. The last Solar Guard captain had been a murderous, pompous asshole. Kelvin might not have been any of those things, but he still needed to learn how things worked around here. I think maybe $250? The hardware can't have amounted to much, but it was first-grade lumber. Was it the same type as the lumber remaining? Those planks were cedar, which made them impossible to track, considering they were surrounded by the same type of trees. Yes. It doesn't really make sense, does it? Someone took some metal odds and ends and a few planks? She clasped her hands together, nervously twisting her fingers. Or maybe they were interrupted and got away with what they could. Either way, this information will help. Thank you. Huxley gave her a warm smile before checking back in with his boss. Normally, Huxley would have already been dispatched to track the scent or footsteps. With his intimate knowledge of the city and surrounding forest, he was the best tracker of the team. But there was nothing to track. There were footprints, but because the terminus was a highly trafficked area, and the entire town had been there just 2 days ago, too many people had been in the area and touched the materials to pick out the thief's scent, and the items stolen weren't unique enough to track on their own. I'm not posting a 24-hour guard for what amounts to a petty theft, Axe told the captain, their bodies squared off as if preparing to fight. When we find the culprit, Alpha Prime will request they be extradited to Solar Territory where they will be tried for grand larceny. You should be treating this crime at that level. The Solar Wolves need stability now more than ever, and this is not only a direct offense to that stability, but sets a precedent that can't continue. The director was still wringing her hands as she stepped between the arguing men. Our worry, Chief, is not in what has been taken, but what could be. The silver tungsten alloy is a volatile material. It will need to be transported and allowed time to rest in this location before we can begin working with it. Each piece is invaluable, not only because of the cost and danger associated with its fabrication, but because the materials required are extremely rare. Axe nodded once. The LCEA can increase patrol in the area and provide a locked container to store the materials on site. The container will need to be well ventilated, easily accessible, and sturdy. Axe turned to Sai, who nodded once and took out his phone. My agents will inspect the images taken today for anything we might have missed. No witnesses have stepped forward yet, but I will have patrols canvass the area and interview all those living in the nearby houses. Sai returned, sliding his phone back in his pocket. Said it will take him a few hours, but he can get us a reinforced metal cage that can be bolted into the cement, with a biometric lock large enough to contain the alloy as it settles. Axe looked to the doctor for her approval. That should work. Can he make it open from the top and sides? That way we don't have to jostle the material while removing it. Axe cocked his head. Is this alloy safe to be in a public area? Absolutely. My team has run several stress tests on samples. Basic human interaction poses no threat, but the alloy will make up the arch of the portal, the gateway. It must have the capacity to withstand extreme levels of energy, and for that, it must be absolutely stable. Axe waited an extra moment, likely weighing the doctor's response against whatever was worrying him. Very well. You'll have your secure container by the end of the day, and I'll brief patrol on doubling their presence here. Is that acceptable? He directed his question to the doctor, but Huxley watched the captain. At the least, he looked less like he wanted to punch Axe. Dr. Jelani's eyes relaxed a fraction. Yes, thank you, Chief Landry. And Dino, are you finished? Zane jumped, the chief catching him right as he'd swung the lens toward a line of attractive witches in the crowd. Yes, Chief. There's nothing to analyze here, though. It's just wood and metal. He passed the camera over. It's standard procedure, Agent. Look for Callum in the meeting hall on Mite territory. He's there doing repairs. Tell him how much was taken. He's a contractor and may have some insight that we don't. Ask him if he's available to do a side project this afternoon. Zane left, taking the path that would have him walk by the same line of witches he'd been ogling. Huxley, I want you and Sai to wait for the cage and oversee its installation. Do not leave until it is bolted in the ground. Huxley winced. If installing the cage was delayed at all, he'd be late meeting Ezra. Is there a problem, Mite? No, Chief. He'd make sure that was true. 2 hours later, and the cage wasn't ready. Huxley paced the sidewalk as he had for the last 120 minutes, and froze at the soft giggle coming from inside the shop. He shoved the door open. Sai had the witch's hand in his, resting it flat on the counter between them like he was some kind of diviner, reading the man's fortune. Is everything all right in here? Huxley's snarl earned him a curious look from the witch, and an annoyed one from Sai. He was known for being easygoing, but the clock was ticking. If he didn't get home in time, Ezra would likely go without him. And then what? It wasn't like he'd be in any danger at the pub, but he'd be alone with Ramzan, and Huxley's wolf was adamant that was a bad thing. Was that the difference between Ramsin and Caden? Ramsin was a wolf? He didn't have Huxley's strength or physical prowess, but that sort of thing had never mattered to Ezra, which made Ramsin a challenger Huxley couldn't just intimidate away. "I'm almost done, Agent Might. Just waiting for it to cool," the witch informed him. Huxley jerked his chin down and backed out of the shop. He wasn't acting like himself. Kissing Ezra had crossed a line in his brain. It blurred the bond they used to have and turned it into something Huxley didn't recognize. But even if he was given the power to go back in time and relive that Palinka-fueled night, Huxley wouldn't trade the image of Ezra's face as he'd exploded beneath his touch for anything. Not even certainty. The door opened, and Cy slunk out, moving to lean against the shop wall. "He's doing this as a favor to me. Magnus is a busy guy." "I know. I'm sorry. I'm just on edge." "That's for fucking sure. You've been tense all week. Care to share why?" Until now, Cy had been the sort of mentor Huxley thought he could turn to for any situation. Except he didn't want help with this. Ezra was his best friend. He was the expert here. He shook his head. Cy looked like he was going to push the issue, but Huxley's phone rang. He checked the screen, a little disappointed when he saw it wasn't Ezra. "Hey, Dad, what's up?" "Well, all right then. Straight to the point. No, 'Hey, Dad, how are you doing?' 'Hey, Dad, what's your life been like since I've been so busy not coming around to hang out? I was there yesterday.' 'Yes, but you didn't stay for dinner.'" Cy smirked, and Huxley curled his shoulder forward. "Hey, Dad, why did you call?" Fine. Important agent business, I understand. I'm reminding you that your mom and I are leaving the city with your grandma, Aunt Gloria, and Alpha Spire to attend that PAC summit. It's going to be a doozy after what happened with the Landry PAC. Be ready to lend your support to Axe while we're away. You've got the magic touch." That was code for people like you more than him. The chief was still new to the Might PAC, and even though he'd acted as Huxley's mom's unofficial second for a while, some PAC members were suspicious of how much power he held. But that was just one reason. Huxley had grown up making sure people thought well of him. "Will do. Your mother also wanted me to ask you what had you rushing home so early in the morning the day after her birthday. From the direction of Ezra's house?" Magnus popped his head out the door. "It's ready. Can't talk now. Have fun on your trip. Gotta go." Fine. I love you so much, my little puppy boy." Cy waited with the door held open, snickering as Huxley walked through. Even with Callum working as quickly as he could to get the cage bolted into the terminus, Huxley was cutting it close. He sprinted home, leaving the front door open as he ripped his clothes off on his way to the bathroom. He yanked the shower knob and jumped in too much of a hurry to wait for the water to warm. A cold shower was smarter, and he didn't have time to suffer under the icy spray anyway. He washed away the dust and sweat, most of it earned from doing fuck all while they watched Callum bolt down the cage, and jumped out. He was reaching for a towel when he heard, "Huckleberry?" Huxley grinned at his reflection. That was one upside of a cold shower. No foggy mirror. A part of him had worried his text had been too heavy-handed. Ezra hadn't sent a reply, but hearing him use his nickname meant Ezra couldn't be pissed at him. "Back here," Huxley called out, listening to Ezra's steps come down the hallway. Tonight wouldn't go the way he'd originally planned. There'd be no hunting or roasting meat over a fire, but he had the same mission, to make sure the two of them were solid again. It stung that Ezra was so disgusted by the idea of Huxley as a romantic partner, but he'd swallow the blow to his pride if it meant the two of them getting back to sharing glances and replying to text messages. Back to normal, he added silently. Why did that make his lip curl? Ezra strolled into view, took one look at Huxley, and ducked out of the doorway like he was dodging a bullet. I can wait if you aren't ready. Ezra's voice shook slightly. Huxley frowned and peeked his head out the doorway. Ezra pressed his shoulder against the wall, his gaze lowered to his feet. Nothing about his stance was normal. They'd seen each other naked plenty of times growing up. Huxley didn't make it a point to walk around without any clothes on, but he was a werewolf. Sometimes nudity happened, and Ezra had never once treated him like he'd turn into stone if he looked at him. What's wrong with you? Nothing. His frustration had his head lifting before he dropped it again, sending a hint of something sweet through the air. Arousal. Huxley barely caught his growl before it spilled through his wolfish grin. The last time Ezra had seen him without his shirt, he'd all but booted Huxley from his bed. He'd assumed that meant Ezra wasn't attracted to him. But the scent didn't lie. Then stop acting weird and keep me company while I get ready. He returned to the bathroom and waited, counting on Ezra's stubbornness to get him to follow. He knew, in the back of his mind, that this wouldn't help his goal. But after 2 days without even seeing him, Huxley liked the way his best friend looked at him too much to let him wait in the other room. Ezra took a single step into the bathroom, but it was enough for that sweet scent to thicken in the enclosed space. He dried his hair, keeping his tone casual as he watched Ezra through the mirror. His green eyes were glued to Huxley's chest, and Huxley flexed, just a little. Where's the pack? He grabbed his mouthwash, swirling the minty liquid in his mouth. Probably rapidly scaring half the people in the city. I sent them home. I hate making them wait outside. How was work? The question sounded so normal. Huxley wondered if pushing Ezra to stay had been the right call after all. Long. Oh, hey! I remembered your dog convention in 2 weeks. I canceled the tour. Why didn't you just remind me? Ezra swiped his tongue along his bottom lip. He ripped his gaze from Huxley's body to settle on his face. His cheeks were pink, but his eyes held understanding, not embarrassment. Your alpha stuff is important. I know that. Huxley glowered at his wet hair in the mirror. With Ezra, he'd always been able to forget his status as future alpha, unless Ezra was teasing him about it. His status had mattered to other people, but not to them. I'm more than just the future alpha. His spine was strong, never balking at the extra expectations laid on his shoulders, no matter how heavily they weighed on him. But imagining Ezra having to shoulder any of that burden made him desperate to herd Ezra's thoughts in any other direction. You aren't... Huxley dropped the towel and pretended not to notice the way Ezra just stopped talking, his Adam's apple bobbing as though it were difficult to swallow. Huxley turned to face him, reveling in the knowledge that Ezra was not thinking about his alpha status anymore. He was too busy attempting to not look down. After spending days concentrating on bringing them back to normal, he should have attempted to resist. But Ezra's arousal filled the room like a smoke bomb, clouding his restraint. He listened to Ezra's heart skip, his breaths coming more quickly. Sweat beaded along his brow, and Huxley wanted to lean forward and lick it off. The wanting didn't stop there. He wanted to hear Ezra moan out his name again, wanted to watch him clamp down on the corner of his lip as Huxley brought him pleasure. Instead, he walked to the door, leaning around Ezra to reach the washer and dryer unit on the other side of the hallway, and search the laundry basket for a pair of boxer briefs. With their bodies less than an inch away, Ezra stopped breathing. He didn't start again until Huxley leaned back and returned to smirk at his reflection in the mirror. "What were you saying, Ez?" Ezra's unfocused gaze made him look like he'd stepped into a room but had forgotten why. That you aren't just the future Alpha, but... His eyelashes fluttered, his gaze clearing. "But that's what you mostly are. Huxley Might, Alpha of the people. The great Might family's only chance at continuing a generations-long tradition." Huxley wanted to go back in time before he'd prompted Ezra to remember what he'd been about to say. He hated the edge that sharpened his best friend's tone, and the way he'd gone stiff, standing as straight as the door frame. "Yeah, well, what if I don't want to be Alpha?" Anger propelled the question from his mouth. He didn't doubt his role in the pack, but he'd also never believed becoming Alpha could be the thing that pushed his best friend away. Ezra peeled away from the doorway, moving to join Huxley in front of the mirror. The bitterness from moments ago was gone, and concern sat in its place. "Sorry, Huckleberry. Being Alpha is in your blood, and not just because a Might werewolf has ruled this pack since it existed. You're a natural leader, Huxley. You're kind and fair, just like your mom. There isn't anybody else better for the job." He'd been teasing before, immaturely testing the limits of Ezra's sudden attraction. Now he felt like shit for assuming it had been simple arousal on Ezra's part. Had he felt any of what Huxley felt right now? This paralyzing uncertainty that made his muscles freeze, while his head screamed that his inaction would rip away his one chance? And if that happened, it wouldn't. He turned, cupping Ezra's nape in the same fluid movement, pulling Ezra close while driving forward, their lips colliding like the cork of a champagne bottle blasting from the pressure. Ezra made a single noise of shock before melting into the kiss, hands reaching for Huxley's face as he cupped his cheek. The 48 hours that had passed between their first adult kiss and now seemed like an unforgivable amount of time. Why hadn't he been kissing Ezra for every moment since that night? Every reason he'd concocted for trying to go back to the way they'd been seemed ridiculous. This was the way they were meant to be, with Ezra's body bending into him, letting Huxley take control, not because he'd lost some battle for it, but because it was willingly offered by the same witch who despised authority and hated being told what to do. He trusted Huxley, and that realization brought every protective urge that existed inside him to the surface. He deepened the kiss and swallowed Ezra's responding whimper as he lifted him onto the bathroom counter, driving his body between Ezra's legs. Huxley's left hand braced against Ezra's lower back. He rubbed the pad of his thumb along the sensitive skin behind Ezra's ear, letting their scents mix and linger in the air. It wasn't enough. Ezra had washed clean of him too easily before, and this time Huxley wouldn't make the same mistake. The base of his dick ached, his knot threatening to pop before he even got inside his best friend. But Huxley couldn't let that happen, not when he knew how fucking perfect Ezra's body would feel clenching around him, as Huxley filled him with his scent. He ripped Ezra from the counter, taking his first step out of the bathroom toward his bedroom, when Ezra suddenly stiffened. "What's wrong?" Huxley rasped, a growl rumbling in his chest. "We have to stop," Ezra panted, his lips moving against Huxley's like a spinning coin slowly losing momentum. His fingers gripped Ezra's ass, massaging the flesh without him really telling them to. He sucked in a deep breath and flattened their foreheads together. Why? Because Ramson. Huxley shook, attempting to control the sudden possessive rage making his muscles swell. The only scent on him is you. That thought gave little comfort, but enough for Huxley to keep from locking Ezra in his bedroom and kicking Ramson's ass. Each slow word popped from his mouth with careful precision. What do you mean? Ezra's exhale brushed over his cheek as he leaned back like he was trying to get a better look. Huxley let him put a few inches between them before his splayed hands locked him back in place. Huxley? His green eyes darted across Huxley's features. A half-second later, his kiss-swollen lips dropped into a frown. We have to stop, or we'll be late. Ramson needs friends. I don't think he gets out much, and I don't want him to feel too nervous without us there. That was still far too much worrying about another wolf for Huxley's beast to be happy, but at least he didn't still feel like tearing the guy's limbs off. He pressed his cheek into the curve of Ezra's neck and sucked in a deep breath, their combined scent dancing over his senses. Shit. I should shower. I'll be fast. Ezra wiggled, but Huxley's arms tightened. Why do you need to shower now? He had no problem with letting Ezra use the shower, but he hadn't said anything about needing it earlier. Ezra looked at him like he'd asked something very stupid. Because I probably reek of you now, and I'm not exactly eager to announce what we did to a packed pub. He let Ezra slide down to his feet, but kept his hands around his waist. You don't want people to know we kissed? Why? Do you regret it? I didn't, but I might start if you keep this up. Kissing you is fun. Like what we did a few nights ago was fun. But if people start whispering about it, it will stop being fun. I don't want to hear any more bullshit about how I'm using you. Who said that? Huxley snarled. Ezra leveled him with the type of stare someone would give an impatient customer demanding to speak to the manager. That doesn't matter. I don't need you fighting my battles. Just like I don't need people treating me differently to my face if they think I'm with you. I like kissing you. You're pretty fucking good at it. Must be all that training you did on your hand when we were younger. Shut up. You were right beside me doing the same thing. He let out a dry, airy laugh. But can it just be that for now? Can't we just be two best friends who sometimes kiss? No. Thankfully, he didn't speak his knee-jerk response. But he still didn't want to keep them a secret. He wanted people to know Ezra was taken, and not just by any wolf, by him. He wanted his scent to warn away any asshole who thought they stood a chance. But Ezra didn't want that. So there was really only one response. Fine. Shower. I'll wait on the porch. You should grab a sweater from my closet after. It's going to get cold out there with wet hair. And if his sweater just happened to keep some of Huxley's scent lingering around the witch, then that was just an unavoidable consequence. Chapter 8. Watch Me. Despite the freezing cold shower, Ezra was warm all over, his skin tingling like pins and needles, which shouldn't have felt as good as it did. But everything with Huxley felt better than it had any right to. And that there was all the reason Ezra needed to demand his space. He'd need to forget the thrill of clinging to his best friend's shoulders if he wanted to continue the night as if the event in his bathroom hadn't happened. His body didn't agree with that decision. It thought he was an idiot for putting a stop to things, and was fighting back with an aching dick and legs that felt empty of all the bones and muscles that should have made them sturdy. He wasn't dismissing the idea of them ever kissing again, especially when Huxley seemed willing to keep it between them. But it wasn't something he could think about while trying to function like a regular adult. Ezra wasn't sure when this night going smoothly had become so important, likely around the time he'd started identifying with Ramson. He knew what it was like to feel ostracized and left out. It had been Ezra's norm every time Huxley wasn't around. Huxley always said that Ezra was the one to let him relax and let go. But Huxley had saved Ezra from a fate far worse than growing up too uptight. If he could be that sort of help for someone else, then he wanted to. The pub was bound to be packed on a Friday night, especially when the whole town was eager to talk about the theft. Whoever had taken those supplies had a spine of pure steel to do it so soon after the celebration. It had to be a statement of some kind, but it wasn't Ezra's job to speculate as to what. And he figured by the time the night ended, he'd hear more than enough speculations from other people. "Why do you suddenly walk so fast all the time?" Huxley asked from a few paces behind. "We're going to be late." "We aren't!" He snagged Ezra's hand, tugging him to a stop. Ezra jerked free. "Stop it!" he hissed. "We're acting normal, and you holding my hand isn't normal. So in front of people we act like nothing's changed, but behind closed doors we're, what? Friends with benefits?" That term wasn't nuanced enough to apply, since their last two physical encounters had mostly given Ezra worry and doubt. But it worked in a broader sense. He scoped the sidewalk. They weren't more than a block and a half away. Why hadn't he brought this up back at his house? "Sure, that's fine with me. Now come on!" He surged forward, breathing out in relieved silence when he heard Huxley following behind. He was still there when Ezra held open the pub entrance. Huxley reaching over his head to take over the task wasn't outside of his normal behavior, but his body's response to their closeness was. "It will only look weird if you react to it." Ezra pretended his insides weren't going haywire as he walked through, whispering, "Thank you." Huxley sniffed and smirked. "Son of a... No, don't disrespect Alia like that. He is his own bitch." Ezra ignored him, searching the inside of the pub instead. He spotted Zane standing near the pool tables to their left, too engrossed in the young raven-haired man and woman at his sides to notice them coming in. Ramson stood stiffly in the back right corner, watching Ezra as though he'd been waiting patiently to be noticed. Their eyes met, and Ramson gave an excited wave. Ezra smiled and waved back, feeling only a little like a nerd when Huxley charged forward, blocking his view. "Huxley! Huck! Mate!" Huxley waved at the tables of people shouting his name like he was some damned celebrity. In Crescent City, he sort of was. About halfway through the room, Ezra bumped into Huxley's backside, their way blocked by a trio of witches latching onto his elbows. "Sit with us a second," the tallest of them asked, her voice little more than a purr. Ezra snickered and swerved around, leaving Huxley to find his own exit out of his fan club. Ramson met him on the other side of the table, standing next to a chair he'd pulled back. "Hey," Ezra grinned, taking in Ramson's outfit. The salmon-colored slacks, blue-striped polo, and tan jacket would have looked ridiculous on anyone else inside that pub, but on Ramson, it worked. "Hello, I'm so glad you came." He lurched forward like he was going to go for a hug, but then pulled back, ending in a bowing position that resembled a bird about to take off. "Sorry we're late." "You aren't late. I just got here a little early. I didn't know what kind of beer you preferred, so I got a few. The bartender told me they're different. One is a cider." Ezra noticed the table and the 3 full pitchers, along with a plate of cheesy potato skins, nachos, chicken wings, and a basket of chips and salsa. Ezra's brow arched. "Are you really hungry?" Ramsden dropped his gaze to the table. "No, once I saw how much beer there was, I thought I should get food too so no one felt sick. My fa asked where I was going when I left, and he explained that it's important to eat when you drink. Is this okay?" "Dude, yeah, it's fine." Ezra dropped into the chair, scooting in before Ramsden could try to push it. Huxley managed to extricate himself, but not without enduring battle wounds. He plopped down in the chair beside Ezra, his face red and his hair sticking up in all directions. "Are you expecting more?" Huxley asked, his lips turned down in one corner. "No, he was just trying to be nice. Managed to peel yourself away from your groupies?" He scowled. "No thanks to you. Why would I care?" Ezra was painfully aware of Ramsden watching their exchange, as well as half the people in the pub who all had super hearing. "Why, indeed?" Huxley leaned forward, his body firmly in Ezra's personal space as he grabbed an empty pint glass. Ezra held his breath. He didn't have the senses of a wolf, but Huxley had a scent that was so absolutely him, like a cool spring morning in the forest, that would instantly transport him to Huxley's bathroom counter, and the way the broad man made Ezra's thighs stretch open to accommodate him. Fuck this fucking jerk. He knew exactly what he was doing, and Ezra refused to let how much his nearness was affecting him show on his face. Huxley's hand reached for a pitcher before glancing up at Ramsden. "May I?" At least he hadn't lost all his manners, only with Ezra. "Yes, please. Help yourself to all of it." He sat down and scooted in his chair until his front was just half an inch from the table. As wound up as he'd been walking in, there was an endearing quality about Ramsden that allowed Ezra to relax. It was the same effect Ezra used to get around Huxley, back when he didn't have the mental image of the man shirtless and sucking his cock to pop up at the worst moments. Huxley poured a glass to the brim and set it in front of Ezra, whispering, "Here, have a pint of the cider. It'll help cool you off." The legs of Ramsden's chair scraped against the floor as he suddenly jumped to his feet. "Is it too hot in here? I can ask them to turn down the thermostat." If Ezra had been sitting where Ramsden was, Huxley's whisper would have been too quiet for him to hear. But Ramsden was a solar wolf with the same heightened senses as Huxley. Somehow, Ezra had forgotten that. Huxley glowered, seeming to have come to the same realization. He finished filling his own glass before grabbing Ezra's chair under the table and pulling it a half-inch farther from where Ramsden sat. "No, I'm fine." Ezra's heart pounded, sending hot blood through his veins like steam through an engine. When they got out of here, he was going to tear Huxley a new one. He'd agreed to keep them a secret, to act normal. But from the moment they'd walked in, he'd done nothing but try to get a reaction out of him. And for what? Ezra had already agreed to do the friends with questionable benefits thing. Any extra attention Ezra got here would only make people start asking questions. He slid his chair over, reclaiming the half-inch plus some. He was glad he did when, 2 seconds later, one of the witches who'd stopped Huxley before came up to the table. She dropped her elbow on the surface, bending over as she balanced her chin on her hand. "Last chance to join the darts game. Peggy keeps saying how good you are. I want to see for myself." "No, thank you, Charity." Huxley's tone was full of polite regret. "I'm here with my friends." She looked at the table, unaware of how her blonde strands had dipped into the sour cream on the nachos. That made the "I just smelled a fart" look she gave Ezra that much easier to endure. "Wow, you are so nice to buy your friends dinner." He wasn't as poor as he'd been growing up, and he'd met enough wealthy people to know money didn't make a person better. But the implication still stung. Ezra sat back in his chair, twitching his gaze briefly to Ramsden. The solar wolf watched the witch with the same detached fascination a zoologist might watch a troop of monkeys interacting. "I didn't. Ramsden did." "Please, have some if you're hungry." Ramsden waved over the table like a model presenting a prize on a game show. "Thank you, but I already ate. I don't think we've met. I'm Charity Guild." Ramsden's eyes lit up. "Oh, you're a witch like Ezra." Had he memorized the names of the clans with representatives in Crescent City? Charity flicked her hair over her shoulder, sending the sour cream strands flying. "Not quite." "So, I'll talk to you later, Charity?" There was nothing overtly rude about his tone, but for Huxley, that was downright unfriendly. And it seemed she'd picked up on it. "Yeah, sure. If you change your mind, we'll be here for a while." She glanced at Ramsden, ignoring Ezra entirely. "Nice to meet you, Randall." Charity flounced before Ramsden could correct her. As interactions went, that had been mild, but the whole encounter still left Ezra feeling like shit. He'd meant to help Ramsden make friends, not be the obstacle. He sipped on his cider, eyes unfocused on the tabletop. "Well, she seemed driven," Ramsden said, a half-smile on his face. "More for us, right?" He pushed forward the chicken wings, mistaking Ezra's sad man gaze for one of hunger. Ezra snagged one and tore off a spicy, tangy chunk. He chewed as though the chicken had killed his father and he was getting revenge. "Honestly, Huxley, if you want to go play darts, it's fine. Me and Ramsden can polish this off." Maybe not the pitchers, but now that Ezra had taken that first bite, he realized how hungry he really was. "No." He scooted over, erasing the space Ezra had made. "I'm here with you guys." Ezra didn't look away from his wings. If he did, he'd either see something on Huxley's face that made his body start tingling again, or he'd see pity. And he didn't want either. "Where is the pack?" Ramsden asked. He was relieved for the change in topic. "At home, or in the woods hunting. They aren't allowed inside the pub, which is more than a little hypocritical since half of you can turn into wolves." "But they're natural wolves," Huxley said. "Very astute, Huckleberry." He regretted his tone immediately. Huxley couldn't help it if every female witch in the city wanted to mate him, and everyone else wanted to be his buddy. This had always been the way things were, but Ezra had only just started being irritated by the fact that, even if they told everyone in the city they were fucking, Huxley would never be his. He'd always have to share him. Until the day he lost him. It wouldn't matter if they were allowed in. They don't like confined spaces. They almost never come inside the house. "Next time you can bring them to my house. We have a large yard, and I'd like to see them again. I didn't get to ask half the questions I wanted." "Or the lake," Huxley suggested. "They like the lake." Ramsden took a tiny sip of his beer. "I've never been to the lake here. Our home is along the river, and I knew it fed into the lake. I'd like that, too." "We can invite Caden, too, next time. He's my other friend." Ezra's face burned as he realized what he'd just admitted. But Ramsden still looked at him like he'd offered him the moon. "Next time." Huxley popped an entire potato skin into his mouth, speaking through chews. "I've been to Stellar a few times. I figured I'd seen every solar wolf in their 20s there." Ramsden didn't react to the accusation in Huxley's tone, or his suddenly appalling table manners. "I've never been to Stellar. I mostly stay at home, in my lab. I've got everything I could need or want there, except opportunities for observation." Home, despite its state of disrepair, was where Ezra felt safest when Huxley wasn't around. He understood being a homebody, but Ramsden's tone was wistful. "I'd think Stellar would be perfect for people watching. My older brother, he doesn't like me. Actually, he hates me. It's easier just to stay home or go out of town with Fa, though we won't be doing that for a while after the robbery." "I thought only a few things got taken," Ezra asked. "Not even $200 worth," Huxley added, like the number made the crime meaningless. "My Fa seems pretty crazy about it right now. He was drafting a 24-hour guard schedule proposal when I left." Huxley crossed his arms. "Chief Landry said no to that." "He said the chief doesn't understand the gravity, that it might be just some wood and bolts, but to the solar wolves, particularly the older ones, it's a devastating blow. Anything that threatens their chances of getting back to Silka is. But to the newer generation, Silka might as well be a story. It's strange to hear them talk about the place like it's some utopian fairy tale land where there is no violence, the sun is powerful enough to light up the deepest corners of the world, the air shimmers like a precious jewel, and oceans full of glittering waves. It sounds like nostalgic science fiction to me, as real as Princess Sunshine and the Tatter." All Ezra knew of the Solar Wolves' home dimension was what he'd been taught in the cultural orientation class the Lunar Council required all children to take when they turned 16. Mostly, the class had outlined how they should interact. 1, politely, and 2, infrequently. And then the rest had been about the differences between the dimensions, particularly those differences that put the solar and celestial wolves at a disadvantage. Like how the first solar wolf colonists hadn't known right away that the sun wasn't strong enough to keep them healthy, until after a number of them became sick and died. Now, they all took high-dosage vitamin D supplements. "The captain needs to trust that our team has it under control. We'll find out who took the building supplies." "Are you talking about work?" Zane hollered, still 5 feet from the table. His cocky swagger held extra cock, likely thanks to the drink in his hand, and all the ones that had come before. "Stop immediately and help me." He grabbed an empty chair from a nearby table and pulled it over, grabbing a cheese-covered chip, to Ramsden's utter delight. "I'm gonna need you to step up as a fellow agent and a friend." Zane ducked his head low, speaking in a hushed voice still too loud to be called a whisper. "You see, I'm here with those 2 fine-as-fuck witches, but I can't remember if they're twins or just friends, and it's far too late in the game to ask." He twitched his head back toward the pool table, where the raven-haired guy and girl, who did in fact look remarkably similar to each other, stared. "And?" Ezra asked, feeling a smile spread his lips despite himself. "And I can't take them both back to my house if they're siblings. Zaddy doesn't play that way." Ezra was going to expel the contents of his food if he had to hear Zane refer to himself as Zaddy again. "Absolutely no one in this world would call you that," Huxley grumbled. "One of them will, tonight. And you get to choose who. Come on, Huck. At least play a game. You can help me figure out if they're related. And if they aren't, I won't need your help at all. Ramsden looked back where Zane gestured. A game of pool? He asked with obvious interest. Zane settled in his chair, looking to Ramsden like he was just now noticing him, and flashed the full force of his smile. Hey there, Solar Boy. I haven't seen you around before, and I'd remember a pretty face like that. Ezra's head might have started spinning with how quickly Zane's interest shifted if he hadn't already known the only standards the walking penis had were willing and available. But just because Ezra was used to it didn't mean Ramsden was. Do you have to hit on everything, Andino? Ezra grumbled. Zane winked. Don't worry, pretty puppy. You're next. Huxley growled, leaning forward with his elbows against the table. With the way they've been staring, I doubt they'd mind if you just asked, as long as you went back there. I'm actually kind of good at pool. Fa has one in his den. I wouldn't mind playing, if you guys don't. Stretching Ramsden's social horizons was kind of the point, so even if Ezra would rather shove a chicken bone into his eye socket than go join that group, he couldn't say no. It's settled then. Me and... I didn't catch your name. Zane crooned, clearly having learned nothing from his current relationship dilemma. Ramsden stood and stuck out his hand cordially. Ramsden. The expression Zane gave the solar wolf was downright predatory. Me and Ram will play a few while you two carry this magnificent spread over. Then we'll play teams. The losers buy the next pitcher. Won't your friends feel ignored? Ezra asked. Nah. Zane held out his arm in a loop, waiting for Ramsden to take it. Those two like to watch. Ezra sucked at pool and was more than happy to be witness to Ramsden repeatedly kicking Zane's ass. The only downside was Huxley insisting on sitting on the stool directly next to him while Priscilla, one of the two possible siblings, pulled out every tool in her arsenal to get Huxley's attention. Peter, love, come kiss my stick for luck, Zane asked the other of the two possibly related witches. As Peter obliged, Ezra checked in with Ramsden, who was still all smiles. As far as Ezra could tell, the guy was having a great time. Huxley bumped his knee against Ezra's, but instead of pulling it away, he rested it in place. Ezra's instinct was to nudge him away, but it wasn't like they never touched as best friends. He could allow this and not have people look at him funny. Except he should have known not to give the sexy mouse a cookie. Almost immediately, Huxley leaned harder, pressing their legs together from knee to hip. The same hips Ezra's thighs had squeezed around. Fuck. He needed to get a grip. Casual touching was normal. Popping a boner because of it wasn't. He hopped off the stool like it had electrocuted him. Where are you going? Huxley asked like he was trying not to laugh. Bathroom. I gotta go too. What? No, that wasn't the plan. He'd been hoping for space, not to find himself in an even smaller area with the infuriating werewolf. Grab some shots on your way back, Zane called out. Ezra didn't reply. He just marched his way to the bathroom, waiting for the door to swing close behind Huxley before whirling around. What are you... Huxley pressed his hand over Ezra's mouth and looked at the closed stalls in the bathroom, listening for a moment before removing his palm. Continue. We're alone. What are you doing, Huxley? Why are you touching me so much? This could be a great night if you weren't being such a dick. How am I being a dick? By not letting me go 10 minutes without thinking about you naked. The cocky curve of Huxley's lips made Ezra see red. He lunged forward, preparing to shove Huxley against the wall, as he took 2 tight handfuls of his shirt. Ezra wasn't a toy. He didn't enjoy being played with. But, instead of slamming the werewolf back, Ezra yanked him closer, thrusting his tongue into Huxley's mouth the moment their lips touched. He released the grip he had with his right hand and slipped it down the front of Huxley's pants, cupping his briefs over the growing hardness. "Did I tell you how fucking good your dick tasted?" Ezra moaned. Huxley snarled. His hips jerked forward in shallow thrusts as he sucked Ezra's tongue. Ezra had been on the edge of arousal all night long, and even though this helped nothing, it was worth it to feel Huxley's body trembling with the same need. He nipped at the fullness of his bottom lip, licking over the spot before ducking back, stopping the kiss as quickly as it had started. His heart pounded as he spun around and went to the sink. Now Huxley got to see how fun it was to be teased. Hopefully, his dick snapped in his pants, and he suffered weeks of painful swelling and... Ezra looked in the mirror, intending to say all of that out loud, but the words dried on his tongue. Huxley had moved silently, no longer at the door, but directly behind him, trapping Ezra between his body and the sink, desire burning like silver flames in his dark eyes. Every spiteful, taunting word fizzled away as Ezra's legs buckled, his traitorous body eager to submit to the predator pinning him in place. Then Huxley was gone, leaping to the side and turning on his own faucet. Ezra thought he'd been played when the door opened and Peter walked through. "Oh, there you are. Priscilla wanted me to tell you she needs help choosing a song on the jukebox." Ezra didn't bother finding Huxley's gaze in the mirror. Yeah, they'd been in the middle of something he wanted more than anything to finish. But when it came to Huxley, sharing was caring. And trying not to share him was a futile effort. "Go on, then, or she'll put on something unbearable." He didn't know how Huxley responded because he was still ignoring his face, but he heard him turning off the water before shuffling out. Peter didn't follow but stood next to the closed door with his arms crossed over his chest, watching Ezra go through the motions of washing his hands. "You must give good head." "Excuse me?" He absolutely did, but how did this guy know? "It can't be your looks." Ah, now Ezra understood. He must give good head because there was no other reason for Huxley to hang out with him. He sauntered forward, stealing one of Huxley's moves as he leaned into Peter's space, letting the used paper towel drop into the bin. "The best. You interested? First one's free." Peter went stiff. "No, thanks. There isn't a soap strong enough to wash the stench." Ezra shrugged. "Your loss. Could I ask you one thing, though?" "What?" His eyes narrowed, expecting something awful to come out of Ezra's mouth. That wasn't normally too far off the mark, but right then, Ezra had a mission. "Are you and Priscilla related?" His confusion tightened, the man having no idea why Ezra had asked that, but having decided it was a bad thing. "No, you freak!" Mystery solved. He slammed his hand harder than necessary against the door, making Peter jump. "At least I'm a freak who gives good head." Now, more than ever, the plan to ignore Huxley was back on. But he wasn't where they'd been sitting. He found Ramsden instead, skin flushed and all smiles. At least one of Ezra's goals for the night looked to be accomplished, and the run-in with Peter had actually been a relief. No one suspected anything, or else they wouldn't still be teasing him. They'd flat out despise him. Everything was as it should be, including Huxley, standing at the jukebox with Priscilla, close enough for Ezra to hear their conversation. "I already played Youngblood's cover of Like a Virgin, but you missed it." Priscilla pouted. "I'm more of a fan of the original," Huxley replied, as though oblivious. Ezra's lips twitched. "I guess I could play Sex with Me, or maybe I'm a Slave for You. It's a classic." Bending over and saying, "Take me now," would have been more subtle. Huxley stepped closer to the screen, something that absolutely did not make Ezra feel any sort of jealousy, and tapped the glass. "Actually, you know what song I really like?" His tone was bright enough Ezra couldn't wait to hear what he said next. "Ah, here it is. Awaiting the blasphemous abomination of the Necro-Yeti while sailing on the northernmost fjord of Sikitsamsath." A few seconds later, and Ezra couldn't contain his laughter at what pumped through the speakers. It sounded like a chain-smoking demon coughing up a hairball while strumming a broken guitar. "Oh, I love this whole album," Huxley added. "Do you mind?" Ezra didn't dare turn to look at Priscilla's face, but she must have indicated she didn't mind because Huxley made a few more selections before the two of them returned to the pool table. The rest of the pub was understandably confused, first looking for the person responsible for the song, and then pretending that they didn't actually mind when they realized that person was Huxley. The next selection had actual words, but ones that were screamed at a volume that indicated the singer was trying to be heard over a jet engine. "How did you know this was my favorite?" Ezra couldn't help but asking when Huxley sat back down beside him. Huxley's grin made him look years younger. How could it not be? So deep. Really cuts to the heart of the issue. "Now I definitely need a shot," Zane shouted, one of the few people willing to recognize how very bad and loud the music was. "Huck, you did this. You fix it." Huxley slid off the stool with a carefree flourish. He passed in front of Ezra, and all the calm Ezra had found burned away. He loved Huxley's muscles, and his body wasn't bad to look at. But seeing him like this, choosing to be himself rather than what everyone else wanted, that was what really turned Ezra on. Huxley stopped mid-step, nostrils flaring as he caught Ezra's eyes and murmured, "I'll be right back." "I'm tired of losing," Zane announced in his absence. "Ezra, why don't you join Solar Boy's team? That way I stand a fighting chance." Rude, but accurate. "Don't do that to him," Ezra said. Ramzan shook his head, real concern making his eyes wide. "No, I want you on my team." "Your funeral." Ezra went to the rack of cues and grabbed one. But when he brought it back, Ramzan took one look at it and shook his head. "That one isn't quite right." "They're all sticks." Ramzan gave him a pained look while pulling the cue from Ezra's grip, proving again that he was, in fact, a werewolf and thereby stronger than Ezra. He studied the rack for a few moments before returning, passing Huxley carrying a tray of shots. "Here, this one is better. It's got a standard taper and is the right length for your arm." It looked identical to the other one, but Ezra took it. His face burned, his entire body aware of Huxley's eyes tracking him as Ramzan leaned in to whisper, "Don't worry, I'll give your friend his money back. I warned him not to bet." Ezra snorted. "Don't worry about it. Zane can afford to lose it. And you tried." "Ezra, break!" Huxley barked. Apparently he was on Zane's team. Ezra scowled but stepped forward and grabbed the white ball, placing it in the center. Wait! Ramsen picked up the white ball, moving it to the far left side of the table. "Shoot it here and aim for just after the second row." "Aim?" Ezra scoffed. "You've already lost me." "Like this." He modeled the correct grip with his stick. "Just hit it head on. Don't worry about a spin." Ezra didn't know what that meant, but he gripped his stick and took his shot, hitting the cue ball with a satisfying clunk. It collided with the triangle, sending the balls scattering. More than one found a pocket, and Ezra stared at the result, dumbfounded. Usually, he was lucky if the balls moved at all. He spun around, hand raised in a high five. But before their hands could collide, Huxley was between them, glowering at Ezra as their palms hit Huxley's back and chest instead. "What the fuck?" Ezra hissed. Huxley didn't say a word. He clenched his jaw, clearly holding himself back. But for what? What reason? "He's a wolf," Huxley murmured, the god-awful song muffling his low words. "It's not for him." It? What it? Him? He was not an it. Before Ezra could ask, Ramsen was stammering. I should go now. I'm very sorry." The stilted, awkward politeness from before was back. Ezra wanted to tell him to wait and he'd leave with him. He wasn't staying to hear what Huxley's problem was. But Ramsen was already gone, rushing from the place like it was on fire. "You dick!" Ezra snarled. Not only was Ezra forced to watch every witch in the place gag over Huxley, but there'd been nothing sexual between him and Ramsen. And yet Huxley was acting like he tried to throw himself at the other wolf. He could feel the curious stares around them. Even if they couldn't hear what was being said, it was clear from Huxley's frozen posture that something was wrong. "You know what? Whatever. I'm gonna go." "I'll walk you home." "Don't bother," Ezra snapped. "You can't disappoint your fan club." "I'm walking you home." Huxley sounded each word out slowly. "Wait while I settle the tab." He passed Priscilla and Peter, the two grinning at what they assumed was a fight. "Aw, Huxley, you aren't leaving our—" Huxley didn't acknowledge her or anyone else, stopping only once he was at the bar, wallet in hand. Priscilla shot Ezra a dirty look, the accusation clear. What did you do? Nothing. He'd done nothing. Huxley was the one who'd been weird, and yet here Ezra was, getting the blame. Fuck them, and this. Ezra stormed away. He wasn't going to wait like a good little witch for the great and powerful Huxley to return. He made it to the exit before a hand on his wrist stopped him. Ezra whirled around, ready to verbally tear Huxley a new one no matter who was looking. But it wasn't Huxley. The solar wolf looked vaguely familiar, the way most people in the city did. He had a narrow face and high cheekbones. His eyes were darker, a color like burnt orange, and his smile was attractive. At least, it would have been if Ezra didn't immediately dislike the way the man looked at him. I saw you playing with Ramsen. How do you two know each other? That's none of your business. Ezra yanked for his arm back, but the man held on, the grip painful around his wrist. Let me go. Ah, come on. If you had time for him, you have time for me. The wolf tugged on his arm, making Ezra choose between staggering into the guy's chest or breaking a bone. He felt the heat of the wolf radiate off him, sweaty and unpleasant. Seriously, did someone cast a fuckassery curse on me tonight? Look, dickhead, I don't care what your issue is with Ramsen. I owe you nothing. Let me go. The wolf stepped forward, pressing the hard line of his muscular body against Ezra. "And if I don't want to?" His breath smelled of beer, mixing with the overpowering stench of cologne into a scent that made Ezra's stomach roll. "You don't have your pack, but you're still safe. You're in public." Still, the knowledge that this guy was 10 times stronger than he was sent fear zipping up his spine. That fear turned into rage the moment Ezra realized the asshole was leaning, lips puckered as if to kiss him. Ezra barely saw the fist collide with the man's cheek before he was on the floor. Huxley hunched over him, pounding his fists into the solar wolf's face and chest. "Huxley!" Ezra grabbed his shirt, pulling until he heard the fabric rip. But it was as if Huxley couldn't hear him. "Stop! That's enough!" The sounds of Huxley's fist hitting flesh filled his ears. The solar wolf didn't hit back. He didn't have time to. His blood pooled on the ground, covering Huxley's fists. If Huxley didn't stop, he was going to kill him. Ezra's throat burned, his pleas raw and ragged. "Help! Someone, please help!" Zane hooked his arm around Huxley's neck, yanking him back and earning several elbows in his gut before more help arrived. It took 3 more werewolves tackling Huxley to hold him back, growling as his silver eyes flashed at the solar wolf, unmoving on the floor. Chapter 9. Discipline. Acid burned in Huxley's veins. The 15 minutes since he'd been torn off the solar werewolf had done nothing to cool his scalding rage. That wolf was breathing on borrowed time. Possessiveness had nothing to do with wiping the guy from this world. He'd hurt Ezra, scared him. "Let me go." "Will you stop your growling?" Ezra snapped, reminding himself that Ezra was safe, sitting, albeit unhappily, beside him on the sidewalk, had been the only thing that allowed Huxley to wait for the authorities to arrive, instead of fighting through the mass of people and finishing the job. "No," Huxley grunted back. "I had the situation handled. I didn't need you butting in like some brainless bodyguard." "Really?" he spat. "You were afraid, Ezra." "I was fine." "Don't lie!" Huxley roared. He couldn't handle listening to Ezra attempting to diminish the moment, trying to pretend it didn't matter someone had scared him, that he'd been touched without his consent. "Okay, I was afraid, but you still should have let me handle it. You can't afford to act like that. You're the next alpha, and I am not worth—" Huxley pressed his hand over Ezra's lips. "Don't say it." Even if things hadn't progressed between them, Ezra should have expected his friend to stand up for him, demanded it. "Incoming!" Zane barked over his shoulder. He stood with a line of might pack wolves who'd been in the pub at the time. They'd created a wall in front of where Huxley sat, blocking him from the curious stares. Huxley had caught a few of the whispers already, all of them talking about how the Might Pack Alpha's son had attacked a solar wolf. Axe cut through the crowd with Caden by his side, his black healer bag strung over his shoulder, both carrying an intimate scent that explained half of the angry glower the chief had on his face. The rest, Huxley could assume, was due to the fact that one of his agents tasked with preventing interspecies crime had committed an interspecies crime. His furious gaze darted from Zane to Huxley. "Can one of my agents explain why I'm here instead of enjoying the evening with my mate?" "There was an incident," Zane began. At the same time, Huxley said, "I broke a solar wolf's face." He understood the surprise flashing in Axe's expression. The old Huxley would have been terrified of the repercussions by now. He'd have had the chance to think over his actions and realize there were several non-violent solutions. But he couldn't find it in himself to regret a single action. The other wolf is inside the pub still. There was a healer present who has been tending to him. Zane added, "Sigh, check it out." Huxley hadn't seen the wolf arrive, but heard his footsteps treading away. "Caden, his hands," Ezra said, reaching for Huxley's wrist. He wouldn't let the healer touch him. He let Ezra turn his hand over, but said, "I'm fine. I don't—" Caden dropped to his haunches and whistled low at the torn skin across Huxley's knuckles. He closed his eyes, hovering his hand over Huxley's before finding his gaze again. "You should see the other guy?" If Huxley did, he'd finish the job. "You've got at least one broken bone in there, I'm not positive which, on top of the obvious cuts and bruising." Caden tilted his head to rummage around in his bag, and Huxley instinctively leaned away from the mating mark that had healed into a shiny scar on Caden's neck. "Is there a reason you attacked the solar wolf? Or did you just decide tonight was the night you'd lose your mind?" Axe asked. "I'd like to hear the answer to this question," Captain Kelvin said as he picked through the crowd. "But first, I'd like to know where my son is." "Ramson?" Huxley asked. "He left before it happened." Kelvin glared at him. "Not Ramson. Rain." The door to the pub opened, and Huxley snarled at the scent of the solar werewolf, earning him a sharp stare from Axe. But it was Ezra's hand squeezing his forearm that kept him seated. Rain, the fucking Solar Guard captain's second son, Kelvin, stood next to Sai in the doorway. He'd been bandaged up, but it did nothing to hide the swelling and bruising obliterating the arrogance he'd once worn. Huxley smiled as he considered the fact that this was what the solar wolf looked like even after he'd been healed. "Burning suns," Kelvin muttered. "Fa!" From that one word, Huxley had Rain Kelvin figured out. He wasn't only the son of an important man, but he used that notoriety to keep from facing the consequences his superior attitude earned him. He wouldn't emerge unscathed this time. Huxley would make damn sure of that. "What did you do to my son?" The captain lurched toward Huxley, and Ezra all but threw himself over the top of him. Huxley ignored the pain in his hands as he firmly lifted Ezra out of his defensive position. "What he deserved." The senior Kelvin's face twitched as if the man was cycling through possible responses before deciding finally on, "I expected more decency from the next Might Pack Alpha. Your birthright and position inside the LCEA do not make you above the law. I'll see you charged and punished for this." Before Huxley could so much as roll his eyes, Ezra was on his tiptoes, bouncing from the anger pouring out of him. "He was protecting me! You can't punish him for that!" Huxley tensed at the sudden whispers Ezra couldn't hear. He growled, but Ezra thought the sound was for him. "No, Huxley! I know you're all about going down with your ship, but I won't let this idiot talk to you like that. Not when he didn't teach his asshole son it's not okay to put their hands on someone who doesn't want to be touched. Your son tried to kiss me. Last I checked, that's called assault." Surprised he didn't want it, the slut. Witch trash. Always knew he'd bring Might down to his level. Ezra might not have been able to hear the whispers from the crowd, but most every werewolf could, including Rain. Huxley's fury lodged in his throat, blocking his breath as his wolf rose to the surface. He managed to keep from a full shift, but his eyes flashed bright enough they were like headlights. Restraining his beast while simultaneously wanting to tear through the whispering crowd pushed him to his limits of control. If he could just wrap Ezra in his arms and push him deep inside his body, where Huxley could protect him, then he'd be fine. But Ezra shook as hard as Huxley, his righteous anger bringing him just as close to his limit. Ezra would never let himself be hidden away. Not even from the cocky solar wolf, attempting to grin as he took in the whispers around him. "He's lying, Fa. The witch wanted it." Huxley wasn't the only one snarling in response. Sai was closest, his low growl making Rain cower back into the pub. But it was Caden who jumped up with his figurative claws out. Axe snared his arm around his mate's waist as Caden shouted, "Then why are there fresh bruises in the shapes of fingertips on his arm? You're a fucking liar!" "Who is this healer?" Captain Kelvin asked, having lost a bit of his edge from moments ago. "My mate." Axe uttered each word as though daring the captain to say something disparaging. He settled back on his heels instead and surveyed the crowd. He had heard the same horrible things the rest of them did, but unlike his son, he didn't look pleased. "How is this guy also Ram's dad?" Ezra muttered, likely thinking he was quiet enough that only Huxley could hear him. The captain's shoulders twitched, looking nearly like a flinch as he sighed tiredly. "Clearly, I need to get the whole story. But, no matter what that is, I can't ignore the magnitude of my son's injuries. Agent Might is a trained operative, deadlier than a vast majority of werewolves. He is to become alpha of his pack. He must be held to a higher standard." "That's bullshit. I could say the same thing about the degenerate son of the newly appointed captain of the Solar Guard." Ezra snarled loudly enough for the bystanders way in the back to hear him. He didn't care that people would spin this night however they wanted. While it didn't matter to Huxley what the others thought, it mattered what the repercussions of this night would be for Ezra. Especially as it seemed likely Huxley would be spending the night in a cell. He needed to make sure Ez was safe first, which meant he needed to be closer to his pack. "Zane, can you take Ezra's statement and escort him home?" Huxley asked. "I'm not leaving you, Huxley. What if I agree not to press charges? Will you let Huxley—" "Absolutely not!" Huxley roared, dimly aware of the way Axe protectively tucked Caden behind him. Ezra protesting was par for the course, but for him to try to make a deal, as if Huxley was somehow more important than he was. "He touched you. He hurt you. No one is allowed to do that. Agent Andino, please take Ezra home." "Huckleberry." Ezra's plaintive whisper made Huxley's chest ache. But Huxley wasn't like Rain. He'd done the crime, had used his strength and skill against a werewolf obviously weaker than him, and he wouldn't try to hide from the repercussions. "Go, Ezra! I can't think with you here." "I'll go with you," Caden added, softening the harshness of Huxley's words. He looked to Axe, who nodded. "That's fine." That shocked the hell out of Huxley. Normally, Axe wasn't content unless Caden was velcroed to his side. "In the meantime, Agent Pataki and Captain Kelvin will get Huxley's statement, while I speak with Rain Kelvin. Captain, you may appoint one of your guards to join me," he added before the captain could refuse. Though he felt Ezra's stare, Huxley couldn't meet it. From the moment he demanded to wash Huxley's scent away, Huxley had felt on edge. Watching Ezra and Ramsden about to touch earlier, while Ezra smelled of want, had nearly sent him into a frenzy. Maybe something like this was always going to happen. He hadn't been able to relax while his wolf demanded he mark his best friend. The only part of the night Huxley truly enjoyed were the stolen kisses in the bathroom. He lost the battle and looked to Ezra, feeling the hurt in his expression like a slap against his cheek. That dark gaze told Huxley it would be a long time, if ever, before he got to kiss Ezra again. "But Zane, what about us?" Peter whined, his pout matching Priscilla's. Zane looked him straight on, his tone flat as he replied, "What about you?" Huxley might have felt sorry for them if they hadn't been among those in the crowd whispering hateful things about Ezra. Linking his arm through Ezra's, Caden followed as Zane led the way. "Asshole!" Priscilla sputtered seconds later. "You're not wrong," Zane called loftily over his shoulder. The crowd tittered, seeming to take that as their cue to break apart, and leaving Huxley to wonder if that hadn't been what Zane intended. Axe had questioned Rain Kelvin for all of 5 minutes before emerging from the pub with a man in handcuffs, declaring he was arresting the wolf on suspicion of assault with intent to coerce. Huxley would treasure the image of Rain's face, pale and ashy in all the places he wasn't already bruised, for every moment he spent being held on Solar territory. At least Captain Kelvin wasn't like the former Solar Guard captain. That man would have taken pleasure in parading Huxley down the streets of Solar territory. This captain brought him straight to the Solar Command Center without posturing or fanfare. Considering what he knew of Solar Wolves, Huxley should have expected the governmental building to look more like a 5-star hotel. He'd been led to an interrogation room and directed to sit in a padded chair in front of a sleek office table with a built-in touchscreen control panel that operated the screen on the wall as well as the light, airflow, and heating. But, as nice as his surroundings were, Huxley had no desire to spend more time there than he had to. "Are you charging me with anything, Captain?" He'd already explained what had happened, what he'd seen and sensed, and how he'd reacted. Kelvin kept his eyes on the screen of his tablet where he scratched down notes with a stylus pen. "That will be determined once I receive the full medical report from the healer who tended to my son." Over the course of the interrogation, Huxley had learned the captain wasn't as accepting of his son's actions as he'd suspected. The fact that Kelvin was father to both Rain and Ramsden boggled his mind. One was an asshole, while the other's worst offense was being a werewolf while standing near to Ezra. "Rain is several years older than Ramsden. He had a difficult time when my mate died," the captain said like he could read Huxley's mind. That was sad, but didn't excuse Rain's actions. "For what it's worth, Agent, I believe your version of the events of the night. I'll agree with the Lunar Council's decision, and will accept whatever punishment Rain receives. But several of the other witness statements confirmed that you attacked with an intent to do serious bodily harm. That you didn't was due to you being pulled off my son, not a conscious decision on your part." He set both tablet and stylus down on the table and sighed. "You are my Alpha's nephew, the son of the Might Pack Alpha, nephew to the mate of the Celestial Wolves, and grandson of the director of the Lunar Council. I can't allow people to believe you are above the law. No one in Crescent City can be. When I inform Alpha Prime of what has happened, I'm certain he will request that I release you, and I will obey him. But until then, you'll sit in my cell block." Unfortunately, the only extravagance inside the cell was the fact that there was a cot, sink, and toilet. 3 of the walls around him were solid white brick, while the 4th, where the door was located, was made of 4 inches of clear plexiglass that made Huxley feel like an animal at a zoo. He paced like an animal as well, He'd already smudged both sides of the front wall trying to look down the long hallway. He wasn't on one of the underground levels, where the solar wolves held their worst offenders, one of whom Huxley had helped put there. The irony that he now shared a building with her was not lost on him. But Huxley didn't care as much about irony as he did about whether or not Ezra had made it home safely. Had the pack been close to his home? Did he feel safe? Huxley should have asked for Caden to spend the night, but Axe would have never allowed it, and Ezra likely wouldn't have either. His stubborn behavior was something Huxley had always appreciated. He could trust Ezra wouldn't let him have his ways simply because of who he was. But things were different between them now, and even if Huxley didn't want to admit it, the events of the night made it clear their relationship could put Ezra in even more danger. Could Huxley demand Ezra live in the crosshairs? You could make him your mate. If Ezra was even agreeable, that meant that when it came time for Huxley to pass on the title of Alpha, the Might Pack would no longer be. Without a blood-related child, the pack would be named after the new Alpha, and a legacy spanning generations would end. Could Huxley be responsible for that? If the answer was no, then he'd have to give up his best friend. But the idea of Ezra spending his life with anyone else made him crazy. Huxley thought he'd suddenly conjured the image of his grandpa standing on the other side of the plexiglass, as if even pondering the idea of never having children was enough to make the boogeyman appear. "I'm glad your grandmother isn't here to see this." Huxley scowled and continued his pacing. "I'm sure you'll paint her a detailed picture." His grandpa shook his head slowly. "You used to be eager to show me you'd make a good leader. Is this the chief's doing? He's turned you against me?" "No, that would be your obsession with duty, control, and power." His grandpa cocked his head to the side, disguising his cunning as confusion. "Making certain the Might's reputation as a powerful pack perseveres makes me the enemy? That sounds more like the influence of a fescue witch. I knew he'd eventually bring you down to his level." Huxley surged forward, claws and fangs lengthening to a half shift. "Don't talk about Ezra." He loomed several inches taller than the old man, and had at least 50 more pounds of muscle on him. But his grandpa didn't react. That likely had more to do with the thick barrier between them and not bravery. It only highlighted the fact that, from his current location, Huxley was helpless to protect Ezra. "Your friendship was cute when you were kids. I'd hoped that your good nature would one day rub off on him, but the opposite has happened. As director of the Lunar Council, it's my responsibility to ensure that those allowed to live within the city reflect only the brightest and best that the witch and lunar wolves populations have to offer. Considering the fact that Betsy Fescue is serving time in human prison, and Judd Fescue is currently sitting in a holding cell inside council headquarters, it's time for the council to revisit the Fescue's citizenship." If his mom and grandma had been in town, Huxley would have let the threat roll off his back. But they were at the summit, and Huxley wasn't in a position where he could call them. By the time he was able, who knew what damage could be done? If his grandpa succeeded in kicking Ezra and Judd out in some kind of emergency session, they might not come back. And even if Huxley hadn't decided his future, he knew he wasn't ready to lose his best friend. "If you do anything to Ezra or his dad, then I will make sure my first task as Alpha Might will be to take away every ounce of power you possess." The truth was that outside of his mate, power was the only thing his grandpa cared about. And the moment Huxley had realized that had been the moment he'd stopped caring about what his grandpa wanted from him. His grandpa pulled his phone from his pocket. "You're threatening me, from your position. Intimidation isn't your specialty, son, but it is mine. If you don't want me to make the call to start eviction proceedings, you'll agree to my deal." His jaw felt too tight to speak, but he managed to scrape out, "What deal?" "Since you couldn't be bothered to give Emma Helix a tour, she's decided to come early, right in time to attend the Solar Gala celebrating her work and the Solar Wolves being one step to going back where they came from. All I want from you is to be her escort at the gala. Bring her there, possibly give her some flowers, and be an attentive date. You can think of it as a diplomatic mission. A chance for you to redeem yourself and show your pack and the city that you are wolf enough to lead them. Who knows? You might even enjoy yourself mingling with witches of a higher caliber." Huxley knew exactly what his grandpa hoped would happen, but there was zero chance of Huxley becoming interested in Emma Helix. Despite that fact, it still felt wrong to agree. Ezra would pretend he wasn't bothered by it, but he would be. But an angry Ezra was better than no Ezra at all. He'd make it up to him somehow. "If I do, you'll leave Ezra and his dad alone?" "I can't do anything about the charges brought against Judd Fescue, but I won't push the matter further, and I'll do my best to silence the Witch Council members currently demanding their removal." The general hatred Ezra received from the witch community all because of his last name made no fucking sense to Huxley. Ezra was no more like other members of his clan than Huxley was like his grandpa. But from his cell, he was in even less of a position to tackle decades of discrimination than he was to protect Ezra from it. He stood straight despite the weight pressing down against his shoulders. He didn't give a fuck about swallowing his pride if it meant getting out of here and keeping Ezra safe. "Fine, I'll do it." His grandpa slid his phone back in his pocket with a smirk. "Outstanding." He turned, going back the way he came. "Where are you going? I agreed." "You did, and I'll uphold my part of that agreement. But I said nothing about getting you released early. I suggest you spend the remainder of your time in this cell reflecting on how wise it is to threaten people with power you have yet to possess." He disappeared out of view, leaving Huxley to feel like a fool. He'd done exactly as his grandpa wanted, and worse, his grandpa had made him feel lucky for it. Being played by the old man didn't matter. Neither did feeling like a chump. There wasn't a depth Huxley wouldn't sink to keep Ezra safe. He pushed off the plexiglass, stomping to the back end of his cell. If he didn't keep moving, the feelings of impotence and helplessness swarming beneath his skin would only multiply. The whole damn day felt like a lesson. But Huxley was too wound up to pinpoint what he was meant to learn. If he'd been told a week ago that he'd wind up in a cell in Solar territory after assaulting the captain's son, he would have laughed. But a week ago, his wolf hadn't been this loud. He hadn't been dealing with a near-constant stream of adrenaline accosting his system and demanding he take what was his. He was a fucking mess, and knowing he was trapped where he was until Alpha Prime ordered his release magnified that feeling. Huxley saw the red smeared across the white brick before he felt the pain exploding in his fist. The cuts he'd gotten earlier split open, and he was fairly certain more fingers were now broken, along with the bits of shale crumbling from the fist-shaped hole in the brick. The feral voice snarling inside him was quieter, though, easier to think around. Huxley wasn't proud of the damage, but at the same time, he wasn't certain he'd make it the rest of the night without needing to do it again. Chapter 10. Kennel. Ezra's wolves met the three of them at the beginning of the dirt road. By then, Ezra had given Zane his statement and had fended off Zane's apologies that he hadn't been paying attention when Ezra had first been grabbed. The whole interaction was strange. Ezra had always liked Zane, but he'd never believed the feeling was mutual. Zane flirting with him didn't mean much since Zane flirted with everything. But he seemed truly upset. Add that to Caden's lingering anger, and Ezra felt like he spent the rest of the walk calming the other two down. By the time Ezra's wolves appeared, he was able to convince both witch and werewolf that he was safe with his pack, and that they should both go back. Ezra breathed out a sigh of relief the moment they disappeared down the road. The pack projected their curiosity, and Ezra sighed, suddenly too exhausted to keep walking. He found a log in the woods off the road instead, and sat down as the pack settled with their bodies pressing against his. For a few long breaths, all Ezra could do was accept their comfort. Tuft sent a wistful image of the pack surrounding him on the sidewalk of the city. "We should have come with you." He couldn't disagree that the night would have been different with his wolves present. Sometimes Ezra wondered if he would have become friends with Huxley at all if he'd met Rocky, Gall, or Tuft first. His chest ached at the thought, but at least then Huxley wouldn't be sitting in a cell possibly wishing the same thing. He let himself rest a while longer, listening to the chirping frogs and his wolves as they told him what they'd gotten up to. They hadn't spent much time at the house, which meant they couldn't tell Ezra if they'd spotted his dad stopping his tinkering long enough to eat dinner. Though it was pushing midnight, he was probably still going strong in his shop. But when Ezra pushed the creaky wooden door open, he saw neither his father nor their old beat-up truck. What he did see made his skin go cold. The metal pieces were by far the cleanest things in the shop, and the timber stacked next to them were too high quality for Ezra to assume they were his dad's doing. Ezra shut the door before someone could run up behind him and spot the stolen building supplies. His hands went clammy and cold while the rest of his body burned. If this was what he thought it was, the building items stolen from the terminus, then he had to tell Huxley. Except Huxley wasn't in a position to talk. And it wasn't like telling him would be the end of the situation. He'd been tasked with solving the case. Being an agent meant everything to him. He'd have to report it to the chief. Then they would arrest his dad and approve Alpha Prime's request to have him sent to Solar Territory, where he'd be at the mercy of the captain who'd already promised to seek the highest penalty, and likely wasn't a big fan of Ezra's. He couldn't tell anyone. Ezra kicked the door, achieving nothing but sending a shooting pain up his foot. What the hell had his dad been thinking? Before he finished asking the question, he answered it. The stuff had been left out in the middle of the terminus. A mouse, or a squirrel, or some other scurrying, scavenging thing had told him about seeing it. And Judd had assumed since it was sitting out like that, he could take what he wanted. He hadn't taken a lot, and maybe if it had belonged to anyone else, for any other purpose, the items wouldn't have been missed. But the city was looking at this crime like it was either some kind of political statement, or a warning of trouble to come. No one could ever find out, unless they already had. Ezra shivered and pulled Huxley's sweater tighter around his neck. He shut the shop door, locking it with a padlock before racing to the house. It was a waste of time to search for his dad in there, but he had to make sure. As suspected, the fireplace was cold, and the only dishes in the kitchen were the ones from the breakfast Ezra had made earlier. He checked the kennels last, but by that point he was stalling. He knew where he would find his dad. Ezra just really wanted to be wrong. At that hour, there wasn't anyone loitering out front of the headquarters building. Through the tinted glass door, Ezra could see the night receptionist, a witch, sitting behind the desk, but no one else. The fewer people around to witness this, the better. He'd have made even less of a spectacle if he told his wolves to wait outside. But after the evening he'd endured, Ezra needed them to keep him from falling apart. Hello? I was wondering if you could tell me whether or not Judd Fescue applied for travel outside of the city? He'd worked out what he was going to say on the way over, deciding it was best to wait to be told instead of saying anything that hinted he thought his dad was in trouble. The witch gave him a look that said she felt extremely put out for having to type on her keyboard, but Ezra remained silent and waited. It wouldn't do him any favors to tell the witch what she could do with her sour expression. Judd Fescue did apply for travel documents. However, the permission was revoked when he was taken into custody. Ezra's heart leaped into his throat. His wolves pressed into his legs, giving him the presence of mind to keep his expression even. In custody? Why? He was caught trying to leave the city with a load of illegally harvested firewood and freely admitted to intending to sell the wood to the human population. Ezra's stomach dropped to the ground, an improvement from the previous feeling, like it had coiled around a jumble of razors. His dad was in trouble, but not the kind that would have him standing up against a solar firing squad. He had no doubt his dad had admitted to cutting down the tree. He didn't see anything wrong with it, just like he probably hadn't seen anything wrong with grabbing a few items from the pile inside the terminus. Maybe now he'd listen to Ezra when he tried to explain how things actually worked. His knees buckled beneath the immediate shame that thought invoked. His self-righteousness was for after he got his dad back home, and that needed to happen immediately, while most of the town was asleep and the gossip train was stopped at the station. There was no telling the backlash Ezra would be subject to with both his parents behind bars. And your best friend. 3 strikes were only good when bowling. So, what happens now? Does he need to pay a fee or something? He hadn't gotten this far in planning what to say, or if he had, it was to dissolve into a begging mess as he pled. Since he pled guilty and made a full confession, he can either pay the city the amount the tree was worth or serve the equivalent amount of time, 93 days for every $5,000 worth of damage. So either he serves 93 days in Lunar jail, or he pays $5,000? No. It is 93 days per every $5,000 of damage. The arborist estimated the worth of the old growth cedar at $20,000. The fact that they'd contacted an arborist in the dead of night and received an estimate that same night told Ezra the Lunar Council was on a mission, and he knew exactly what their goal was. With Huxley in solar wolf custody, Alpha Mite out of the city, as well as Martha Mite, there wasn't a single person Ezra could turn to for help. And he sure as fuck didn't have 20 big ones laying around. He could try calling Chief Landry, but even if he was mate to Ezra's friend, Ezra could recall more than one night of Huxley bragging about how by the book the chief was. He'd been proud to work beneath a man so law-abiding. And his dad had done the crime. Technically, more than one, but he'd concentrate just on the ones the authorities knew about. He had to atone for that some way. Thank you for the information. I'm going to go think. He made it as far as the benches that lined the front of the lobby before his legs folded beneath him. He might as well go home. They wouldn't let him see his dad tonight, and there was no way for Ezra to pay the penalty. Not without training several dogs back to back, something he couldn't do without clients first. In short, nothing was going to happen that night. But he still lingered, carding his fingers through Gall's fur for comfort. The wolf projected memories from happier days when the sun had been shining high in the sky, and they'd raced through the forest on one of the rare occasions where Ezra had taken wolf form. It was always more difficult for him to return to human form when he turned into a wolf. The wild nature always took over. He preferred sticking with more domestic breeds of dogs. Ezra's stomach growled. If he was hungry, his dad was probably starving. Would they feed him? Probably not until morning. Was Huxley hungry? Had he finally realized that whatever they'd become now wasn't worth the trouble? Gall whined at the mental images Ezra couldn't help but project and responded with his own. It was another sunny day, but that time, Ezra and Huxley were the focus, eating takeout beside the lake as Gall watched. Even without being offered a fry, the overall feeling was one of contentment and joy. Gall was happy, and the two of them had been happy too. His best friend. That's what Huxley would always be, even if he'd finally realized Ezra had no place in his future. The other wolves growled in warning a moment before Ezra heard, "I thought that was you?" He looked up to find Ramzan standing on the other side of the pack, wearing what Ezra could only describe as the fanciest pair of blue silk pajamas he'd ever seen. Ramzan blinked his melon-colored eyes at Ezra, and then looked out at the empty lobby like he was trying to work out how both existed in the same space. "What are you doing here?" they asked at the same time. "You go first," Ramzan said. Ezra couldn't help but smile, even with things as messed up as they were. Ramzan wasn't just nice. He was earnestly kind and reminded Ezra of his wolves. "I'm here getting information about my dad. Sometime while we were at the pub, he got caught attempting to sell firewood to humans using wood he lumbered from a tree without a permit. A very expensive tree. I'm still trying to figure out what to do." Now that he'd said the words out loud, Ezra worried about what Ramzan would do. Solar wolves were well known for their ability to make money. Would he look down on someone like Ezra's dad, who had to resort to odd jobs to make ends meet? The city can't spare one tree? Now Ezra had one reason to be glad his dad wasn't sitting beside him. "Do me a favor and never say that in front of my dad." He grinned. "What about you? What are you in for?" In an instant, all the humor in Ramzan's face disappeared. "My fa sent me to bail out my horrible brother. He got arrested for trying to kiss some witch." Ramzan shrugged, but there was a heaviness in the moment. Honestly, that doesn't sound like him. Most of his awfulness is focused on me, but I guess he's already pled guilty. He's got to pay a fine and do 1,300 hours of community service. Fa said he couldn't come because he had to finish a report to give to Alpha Prime. So, here I am, in my gym jams. Ezra's body went cold. In all his worrying for Huxley and his dad, he'd forgotten what had started the whole horrible incident. It was me. It was you. It wasn't a question, but spoken with the same level of uncertainty. And since it wasn't a question, Ezra didn't have to feel bad not offering an answer. Ramzan's bronzed skin paled, his legs taking him as far as the bench before they collapsed underneath him. "You were the witch my brother tried to kiss? This is all my fault. I saw him come to the pub earlier. That's why I rushed away so quickly. I figured, when he didn't follow me, that I'd gotten out before he saw me. Ezra, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have agreed to go out. I should have stayed at home in my lab. It's the only place he stays away from me." Ezra looked around for a trash can, certain Ramzan was about to either throw up or pass out. "How is it your fault what your brother did? That doesn't make any sense. After having met him, I can assure you, your brother did what he did because he's an asshole." Tuft balanced his head on Ramzan's knee. He stroked between his ears. I know he is, but he must have saw me with you. Did he say anything about me? If you had time for him, you have time for me. Ezra wasn't going to repeat that to Ramsden. It would only make him feel worse. He and Ezra were similar, but unfortunately for Ramsden, in all the ways that made them take responsibility for other people's actions. It's not important what he said. I haven't thought for a single second you were at fault here. No one who matters will. Ramsden's head hung low between his shoulders. You're really nice, Ezra. But please, let me do something to make up for it. Not for what my brother did, but for leaving you there with him. If I'd thought for 1 second he'd target you, I would have responded differently. But I've never had a friend who hadn't been bribed to talk to me. Admitting that didn't sound as lame in my head. Hey, most people couldn't even be bribed to talk to me, so you're a step ahead. Ezra sat a little taller, seeing Ramsden's lips twitch into a near smile. Still, you'd be doing me a favor, helping me feel better. He searched the lobby as though looking for the thing he could do for Ezra. Let me help with your fa. How much is the fine? Ezra's head swiveled back and forth. No, I couldn't let you do that. It's a lot. Too much. Even if Ramsden looked crestfallen again, Ezra still couldn't accept. It was true that Solar Wolves knew how to make money the same way other people knew how to breathe. But accepting help was too close to accepting charity. It isn't! And it's mine, if that's what you're worried about. I developed a water filtration process that I patented years ago and licensed the process out to various companies. I don't mean to brag, but I'd originally set out to fund my lab and could now fund 7 labs with the profits. The amount doesn't mean the same thing to me. Gosh, that sounds horrible hearing it, but I just mean, please let me help you. For a shameful second, Ezra was tempted. $20,000 was probably a drop in a bucket for Ramsden, but agreeing felt too much like taking advantage. No, Ramsden, I won't take your money, especially not when you're trying to apologize for a situation you had no fault in. Ramsden sat upright, an intelligent gleam in his eyes that Ezra was beginning to recognize meant he had an idea. What if I hire you to do a job? Can you accept the money then? It's such an important job that I'll pay you in advance for it. The Solar Wolf might have been shy, but he was also sneaky. What kind of job could be worth $20,000? Simply introducing the number made Ezra feel dirty, but Ramsden hadn't known how much it was, and there wasn't anything Ezra could do for him that was worth the most important job, saving my dignity. I understand if you don't think my dignity is worth that much, considering how we met and everything that's happened after, but I really don't want to be known as the spineless coward who hides from the world. And that is exactly what I'll look like at the celebration my fa is hosting for the portal if I go alone. Come as my companion. Ram, I'd go as your friend. You don't have to pay me. I couldn't do that to you. I've already observed that you like being around other people even less than I do, and everyone will be there. Neither of us will enjoy our time for a single second, and besides, being my companion is only half the job. I also need you to protect me from my brother. He sucked in the shortest amount of air that could be considered a breath before continuing. So really, I'm despicable, asking you to be my bodyguard in a situation where I should be the one protecting you. I'll understand if you can't work for such a detestable boss. Ezra snorted. He could only assume everyone meant all the most important people of Crescent City, who all hated him anyway. He nearly agreed just so he could annoy those people with his presence. I don't have anything to wear. Nothing that would help your situation anyway. I can buy... No, Ram. Fine. Then you can wear one of my old suits. We're about the same size. I'll expect you to have it pressed before you return it," he added, trying to sound stern. The awful truth was, Ezra could either accept this proposition, or his dad could wait until he'd trained enough dogs to pay the fine. And he wouldn't be taking Ramson's money, but earning it. He'd be way overpaid, but the job did come with sufficient unpleasantness, coming up against Rain Kelvin for one. "Fine, I'll do it. Do you want me to sign a contract?" "I'll take this as a verbal acceptance, and if you renege on our offer, then you can expect to hear from my lawyer." The fact that Ramson couldn't keep from smiling diminished the severity of the promise, but Ezra appreciated him playing along. Hours later, Ezra had discovered two things. First, no one in the Lunar Council expected Ezra to be able to pay his dad's fine. And second, it was insanely easy for Ramson to get his hands on $20,000 cash. While Ramson had been able to walk in and simply hand his card over, Ezra had been forced to pay cash. But that hadn't been the curveball they'd wanted, and succeeded only in letting Ramson flex how easily he could get a hold of large sums of cold hard cash. The secretary still claimed to need verbal approval, so while Ramson had been home for hours, Ezra was still waiting. It came just as the sky began to lighten outside, and another 15 minutes later, Ezra felt the weight of his worry drop away at the sight of his dad walking across the lobby. He looked at Ezra like he didn't recognize him, his steps slowing so much Ezra had to walk forward to meet him. It took an extra second before his dad hugged him back, but he did eventually, whispering, "How in the heck did you get me out?" "I'll tell you at home. You and I have a lot to talk about." His dad's head hung, but just saying the words made the fear and irritation from earlier return. If this was what his dad needed to learn he couldn't do whatever he wanted, no matter how well-meaning, then Ezra would be glad it had happened. Ezra waited until they were back at home, his dad still looking bewildered sitting at the kitchen table with a plate of strawberry toast in front of him, before he let it all out. "I told you that you would need a permit, Dad. That they would tell you which trees you were allowed to cut. You promised." "I'm sorry." "You're sorry? That's what you have to say? How about the stolen materials sitting in your shop right now?" "The what?" "The wood and stuff in your shop. Where did you find it?" "Sitting out in the terminus. The LCEA is looking for the person who took those supplies. If anyone finds out you took that stuff, it won't be a fine we have to pay." How did you pay that fine?" "I took advanced payment for a job." He didn't need to say which job, and it was obvious by the way the suspicion cleared in his dad's face that he assumed it was a training job. "And that doesn't matter right now anyway. You need to stash those supplies somewhere where they won't be found until I can figure out what to do." "What if I just gave it back? I didn't realize—" "No." These moments were the ones when Ezra was painfully aware of just how much his dad needed him. He still thought he lived in a place where the majority of people would believe him if he said it had all been an accident. Even if people did believe him, they'd use the situation how they wanted. "This time I'm serious. Don't leave this house. Don't cut down a tree. Don't tell anyone anything. Just stay here, hide the stuff, and do nothing. Can you do that, Dad? Now, Ezra, can you do that?" His dad dropped his chin to his chest, bobbing his head once in agreement. Ezra didn't make it outside the house before the acid in his stomach started to churn. He kept screwing up with his dad, making him feel the way Ezra was trying to explicitly keep him from feeling. Was that any better? Ezra was too tired to answer that. He was exhausted on a soul-deep level. Sleep wouldn't fix it, and he didn't have time to sleep anyway. Now that he had his dad settled, he could divert all his worry to Huxley. Ezra called his cell, but there was no answer. Before he could second-guess himself, he took the form of a greyhound and raced back into town, stopping on Huxley's porch. He knocked on the door, but it was quiet inside. If rain had been let out, then Huxley should have too. Unless they were keeping him to make some sort of point. A point that was only necessary because Huxley had tried to protect him. Ever since that night by the pond, the lines of what they were had become blurred. Huxley would have always stood up for Ezra, but he would have done it in a much more Huxley sort of way, instead of acting like every other territorial werewolf with more adrenaline than sense. And if he was still being detained, Huxley'd had enough time to come to that realization himself. Ezra had to prepare for things to be even more different between them. He couldn't blame Huxley if he decided Ezra just wasn't worth the trouble, benefits or not. But he also couldn't relax until he knew Huxley had been released. There was only the one gate that connected Solar Territory to Crescent City proper, and Ezra slowed to a stop about 20 yards away from it. He watched the guard standing beside the gate, his bored expression on the people milling about. As dawn stretched into morning, the number of people grew. The passing time filled Ezra with rocks, everywhere but his stomach, which was groaning with hunger. He'd starved to death before leaving his spot without seeing Huxley walk through that gate. Even if he ended up ignoring Ezra entirely, he had to see it. When the guard turned around, directing his attention to the Solar Territory side, Ezra perked up. Seconds later, the gate opened, and Huxley walked through, looking tired but whole. Ezra's chest felt like bubbles even as the rest of him tightened with anxiety. There were bags under Huxley's eyes, and his lips were pressed into a flat line that looked seconds from curving into a frown. Maybe they would the moment they saw Ezra, but that didn't stop him from taking the first steps forward. Huxley spotted him the second he started moving. His face remained unchanged for a split second, before the corner of his mouth twitched into a grin. He gave a slight shrug with his shoulders in a, "That was weird, wasn't it?" sort of way. In short, a very Huxley sort of way. Ezra broke out into a run. This was Huxley, his best friend, the man he could rely on. All of his earlier worries seemed silly now. He didn't care about the eyes watching the two grown men frolic toward each other. With just feet between them, Ezra dropped into the fuzzy dog he'd been when he met Huxley the first time. He kept running and leaped, prompting Huxley to bend forward and scoop him out of the air, laughing as he did. That laughter grew when Ezra licked his face like an excited puppy. "What a good little doggy," Huxley crooned. People were stopped and outright staring by that point, but Ezra didn't see more than the blur of them as he settled in Huxley's arms. "Come on, little puppy." Huxley patted his back. "I'll take care of you." He snuggled against Huxley's chest, deciding to focus not on all the ways things had changed for them, but on the ways they were still exactly the same. Chapter 11. Hound. Huxley had refrained from attacking the wall again, but at the expense of his mood. By the time he'd been released and was walking through the gate, he'd spent hours shoving down every negative and aggressive thought, packing them so tightly together they'd formed a kicked hornet's nest that buzzed angrily from inside him. Luckily, there weren't many people out. He'd always seen the people of Crescent City proper as an extension of his pack, people that fell under the jurisdiction of his protection. But how could he protect a population he'd spent the night despising? He looked up and once again thought he was imagining the person coming toward him. Only this time, it was the one person he wanted to see. At Ezra's tentative smile, every crowded, negative thought disappeared. They weren't gone for good, but he didn't have to agonize over them. No, at that exact moment, all Huxley had to do was keep the squirming furball that was Ezra comfortable in his arms as he carried him home. When they got there, he still didn't want to set Ezra down, except he needed to make sure nothing else had happened to him after Huxley had been carted away. He plopped the tiny dog, he'd since learned the breed was a Lhasa Apso, on the counter and stepped back, watching the transformation. It was different than when Huxley shifted, which was more like a wolf sinking back inside him. When Ezra transformed from human to canine, it was quick, but when he went the other way, he changed in sections, more like a replacement of parts. His ears turned back to normal first, then his nose and eyes. Huxley's favorite thing was how Ezra's tail was always the last thing to go. But he was sitting on it now, so Huxley missed out on that magical moment when he had a tailed Ezra. "I'm still jealous," Huxley said before frowning at the dark circles under Ezra's eyes that he'd been too mesmerized to notice before. "Did you get any sleep?" "That's a stupid question." Huxley had no logical reason to enjoy Ezra's glower as much as he did. "I was too busy worrying about you, and my dad. My grandpa told me he'd gotten arrested, but not what for." "Your grandpa? Was he the one who got you out?" "No, he was the one who left me there after coming to gloat." It was selfish, but Huxley didn't want to ruin the moment by bringing up the gala. "I've said it once, I'll say it again. Your grandpa must have a majestic dick to have landed a woman as amazing as your grandma." "Please don't talk about my grandpa's dick. I'd like to not throw up my internal organs." Despite his feelings of revulsion, Huxley grinned. This was exactly what he needed. Playful banter with a person who knew him inside and out. Huxley had gotten the message right before he'd been released that he wasn't expected to come into work today. Technically, he'd been told he couldn't come in, which meant he'd miss the arrival of the alloy set to arrive that morning, and then immediately be locked in the steel cage where it would have time to settle. It irked to not be allowed to be a part of the security team during such a significant moment in the city's history. But, on the bright side, if the unstable material proved more unstable than the doctor had thought, Huxley would be safe at home when it all blew up. Okay, so that didn't make him feel good. But he wasn't wallowing quite as deeply as he would without Ezra there. "Tell me more about your dad. What happened? Was he cleared?" Huxley grabbed 2 apples and the peeler as he spoke. "No, he confessed. I figured something out, so he's at home." Huxley finished peeling Ezra's apple before taking a bite of his own. He didn't trust that suspicious pause in Ezra's explanation, but it would have been hypocritical to demand Ezra tell him everything. He'd just have to trust Ezra would tell him the specifics when he was ready. At least it was just a fine and not a million hours of community service, like Rain Kelvin got. He got community service? That asshole should have been made to serve actual time. How did you find out about his sentencing? Did Caden call you? Ezra slid forward, but Huxley stood too close for him to make it off the counter. "No, I spoke with Ramson. He, filled me in. What about you? Fines? Time?" "Just what I served. The healer's report indicated there would be no lasting damage. Captain Kelvin thinks that since I could have shoved his nose into his brains, that established restraint on my part. He hadn't felt at all restrained at the time, but wasn't going to argue with the decision. Ezra rested on one hand braced against the counter and nibbled at his apple in the other. He'd given up on trying to get off the counter, leaving him with his legs hanging and slightly parted. "Are we going to talk about that, Huckleberry? I didn't mean to hurt your feelings telling you to go." "No, not that. You pouncing on Rain Kelvin like he was a whack-a-mole machine and you were going for the high score." That was still putting it nicely. Huxley set down his apple and leaned in, suddenly needing a more concentrated dose of Ezra's scent. "I was on edge all night." "Because of me?" Ezra asked softly. "Yes." Ezra's gaze swung to the floor, but Huxley hooked his index finger beneath his chin and lifted his face up. "It isn't your fault. It's mine. You weren't wearing my scent. You're unmarked. To everyone else, you're free, available. I couldn't stand it." He still couldn't, but he also couldn't ask Ezra to change his mind. Last night had proven how this thing between them made other people scrutinize Ezra more, heightening the animosity that already existed. If Ezra walked around with his scent, it would all be that much worse. Things would be different if Ezra wore his mating mark. He wouldn't just carry the proof of how important he was to the next alpha, but as an official mate, he'd be awarded protections he didn't have now. Though Huxley wasn't ready to lose Ezra, he wasn't ready to single-handedly bring about the end of the Might Pack either. He didn't need to say any of that, though, because the slanted stare he got from Ezra told Huxley that his friend had already considered it all. "Do you need us to stop? We weren't FWBs for 5 hours before shit hit the fan. Maybe we weren't meant—" He surged forward the last tiny amount that slotted him firmly between Ezra's legs. "I don't want to stop." He was a selfish dick, but he was being honest. He didn't want to stop. Couldn't. Ezra had to tilt his head back to look into his eyes. "We'd still be friends, Huxley. That won't change." Not even Ezra could say that like he believed it. "I don't want to stop. I can't stop. I want people to know you're taken." He sounded like an unreasonable child. Was he delaying the inevitable? If Huxley couldn't become the one to end the Might legacy, they'd have to go back to what they were. That wasn't a horrible prospect, but being forced to find out the answer to Zane's question was. Huxley was Ezra's type. Just him. "You transfer your scent through touch, saliva, and other fluids, right?" He nodded. That was the simplified explanation. It was also his breath, his body heat. Basically, just being in his presence would transfer some scent. "But something like, say, a hickey, would that... Could another werewolf tell who left it, providing the person showers between application and exposure?" Huxley both hated and loved where this was headed. Scent marking shouldn't sound so clinical, but sucking marks into the skin of those a werewolf had claimed was a normal tradition. To other wolves, the dark marks would be a signal, not one as powerful as a bite, but much better than nothing. He still gritted his teeth as he replied, "Yes, you could wash my scent off, and it would still be a deterrent." "Then that seems fine to me." Ezra tilted his head to the side. Huxley hadn't prepared himself for the surge of desire sparked by Ezra's show of submission. His cock leaped to attention, his mouth watering as his teeth sharpened into fangs. The long line of Ezra's neck sat in front of him like an offering, and, like the greedy fuck Huxley was becoming, he wanted to do more than suck. But he wouldn't take more than they'd agreed on, even if every instinct in him was telling him to make Ezra's his permanently. "What are you waiting for?" Ezra asked, his tone this side of a whine, like he was begging for it. Huxley growled and wrapped his hand around Ezra's waist. He jerked his body forward, letting Ezra feel just how much the moment was affecting him. He pressed his lips against Ezra's neck, feeling the moan shake up his throat as Huxley sucked on the flesh. If this was all he would get, then he needed to make it count. Ezra went rigid, like the surface of a balloon seconds before popping and melting against him. "Fuck, Huxley, what do you do to me?" A surge of arrogant pride swept over him, his lips stretching in a grin as he let just the edge of his fangs scrape over the mark. It wasn't a bite, which made the action mostly torture, and worth it to hear Ezra whimper. Huxley had a sense of what he did to Ezra. Arousal poured from his best friend in torrents, but Huxley wanted so much more. "I want you to need me, to crave my touch. I want you addicted to the taste of my cum on your lips, to be as hungry for it as I am for you." He nibbled over the spot, knowing Ezra would feel him there for the days that followed. "What do you want, Ez?" Ezra arched his neck forward. He had to know Huxley wouldn't have been able to stop at just one, but didn't seem to care either. "Those things? That? All? Gah! I sound like some inexperienced, sheltered boy. I swear I've done all this before." Huxley's growl erupted like lava from a volcano. "But I will wisely not talk about those times." He backpedaled, adding in a mutter, "Can't forget about the proprietary nature of werewolves." Huxley chuckled softly, pleased to see that his Ezra was the same no matter the situation. "I'm not worried. I'll make you forget all about them." "Mighty big words, Huckle." Huxley swallowed Ezra's taunt and thrust his tongue inside his mouth like he was planning on eating the rest. His reward was more needy mules and Ezra's legs wrapping tightly around his hips. Neither of them were experiencing these things for the first time, but Huxley didn't need to be Ezra's first to know that he'd be his best. No one in the world knew his best friend as well as Huxley did, and no one else was as committed to continuing to learn. He marked each spot on Ezra's body that made him moan to memory. Every touch that had Ezra's arousal growing sharp, thickening into something he could taste. His promises weren't empty. Huxley would make sure that whenever Ezra thought about pleasure, it was Huxley's face he pictured. He yanked Ezra to the edge of the counter, urging his legs up until they rested cradled in Huxley's arms. He grabbed the bottle of lube from the cupboard and popped off the lid with his thumb. Ezra broke the kiss, glancing down at Huxley's hand. "Is that... Do you have lube in your kitchen?" "I'm a dude in his 20s who lives alone. Who knows when or where the mood will strike?" "So you just have bottles of lube hidden around your house like Easter eggs?" "You'll see soon enough." Huxley smirked, lifting Ezra up enough to slide his bottoms off before setting him back down on the very edge of the counter and tugging his shirt over his head. "Grab my arms if you need to." Though Huxley was single-minded on his goal of getting inside his best friend immediately, he couldn't neglect Ezra's stiff cock bobbing against his stomach, leaving shiny smears of pre-cum on his skin. Huxley stroked him with a firm grip that had Ezra's hips jerking and his hand shooting out to clench Huxley's biceps, just like he'd told him to. He growled, staring at the purple marks growing darker on Ezra's neck, as Huxley slipped his hand lower between Ezra's legs. "Fuck, yes. That feels so good." Next time, when his cock wasn't throbbing and his body wasn't tight with the memory of being forced away from Ezra, he'd take time stretching him out. He wouldn't stop until Ezra's thighs trembled, and he begged to be fucked. But this time, Huxley needed to sink into Ezra's heat, to stake his claim on the last part of his best friend's body he'd yet to venture. He'd fingered Ezra that one magical night and had felt the tight ring squeeze around his tongue as Ezra came. But none of that was enough to satisfy him now. Ezra needed to know what it felt to be stuffed with Huxley's dick, so he could realize that no other man could feel like he did. His grip on Huxley's biceps tightened. If only Huxley could bruise from the touch. He wanted to carry the evidence of what they'd done just as surely as Ezra would. There wasn't a person in the city who could look at him now and think him unclaimed. Without warning, he lifted Ezra from the counter and spun him around. Ezra's hand slapped the surface as Huxley urged him forward. He slid his hand down Ezra's slim thigh, stopping at his knee where he urged the bent limb into the air and held it there. Ezra turned his head, eyes black with just a sliver of emerald circling around his wide pupils. His kiss-swollen lips parted. Huxley knew and loved the steely independence that usually shone on his face. But the docile surrender he gave Huxley now stole his breath away. "You're fucking gorgeous." Ezra tried to turn away, but Huxley kept him in place with a claiming kiss. He whimpered, mumbling as Huxley pulled back to shove his pants down. "You don't have to sweet-talk me. You're already going to fuck me." "Damn right I am. You're still gorgeous." He let the swollen head rest between Ezra's cheeks, directly over his puckered hole, bouncing the tip over the tight ring of muscles, clenching as though trying to lure Huxley inside. It worked. He pumped his hips forward, filling Ezra slowly, but without ever withdrawing. There was no going back. Not for them, and not for this moment. There was only forward, deeper inside the tight heat that was everything Huxley knew it would be. Ezra tilted his head toward the ceiling, letting out low, needy sounds as he reached back and grabbed hold of Huxley's waist. He didn't know if that was where Ezra had been aiming, or if he'd simply scrambled to take hold of the first part of Huxley he could. Either way, the touch insisted as much as it pled, and Huxley didn't dream of denying him. He set an even pace, needing the steady rhythm to keep control of the rush of primal urgency. It was more than desire, more than the proprietary nature of werewolves. It was an animalistic devotion that demanded he not just claim and take, but that he protect this man with a lethal passion. Every restrained urge tumbled in his chest like rocks in a tin can. He nibbled along Ezra's quivering back muscles, reaching around, and gave him the lightest brush down his length, when Ezra gasped. His lips parted, his entire body trembling as he came, keening, "Huxley?" "That's right," Huxley rasped with his teeth pressed against Ezra's nape. "Say my name. Only mine." He rode out the orgasm, waiting for Ezra's cries to soften into whimpers before spinning him back around, lifting and entering him in the same fluid motion. If Huxley moved his hips now, he'd pop the knot he felt swelling at the base of his dick. So he let Ezra wiggle as he wanted instead. This wasn't his first time experiencing a knot, but it would be his first time doing so inside a person. The action had always felt too intimate, and sex was plenty enjoyable without it. But As certain as Huxley was that he'd share this first with Ezra, he wasn't certain he could do it now without hurting him. Ezra writhed against him as he carried him down the hallway to his bedroom, dropping his squirming witch to the mattress. A thunderous rumble sounded in his chest as he stood over top, stroking his bulging cock. The confusion in Ezra's gaze lasted for all of 1 second. He dropped his eyes to Huxley's hand and licked his lips, lurching upright to slap Huxley's hand out of the way and replaced it with his own. "You didn't want this inside me?" Ezra whimpered, pausing to give the growing knot a squeeze. Huxley's snarl tore from him like a physical force that urged him back inside. But if he'd been close to losing control of his feral lust before, he was at his very limit now. "Next time," he managed to grit out. Ezra smiled and Huxley howled, fucking into Ezra's right hand, while his left gripped tightly around Huxley's knot. Pleasure blasted through him, shooting long ropes of pearly fluid that splashed across Ezra's lips and dripped off his chin. Ezra's hand never slowed, the man painting himself with Huxley's cum as he pumped out every drop before releasing to flop back with a satisfied grunt. Huxley followed and gathered Ezra into his embrace, burying his face into his neck as he gently licked over the darkest mark. "What do you think? Will it do the trick?" Ezra asked without opening his eyes. Huxley kissed the spot. "For now." Huxley convinced Ezra to stay the rest of the day and through the night, time they mostly spent discovering all the places Huxley had hidden lube. But Ezra was up early the next day, too worried about his dad to wait for Huxley to make breakfast and too stubborn to let Huxley walk him home. He hated letting Ezra go, even now when he wore his marks. Huxley simply felt better with Ezra around, a fact that was confirmed the moment the door shut behind him and Huxley contemplated trailing Ezra home. But, though Ezra had been insistent about leaving, he'd left in a good mood, and Huxley didn't want to disrupt that. That was also the reason why Huxley hadn't brought up the gala. He had a few days to figure out how. He couldn't just come clean and say he'd only agreed to keep Ezra safe. That was the fastest way to get Ezra to demand he refuse. The phone rang, and if he had a tail, it would have been wagging as he bounded for it. But it wasn't Ezra calling. The number popped up as unknown. Maybe one of his parents was calling from a phone where they were staying. "Hello?"
"Oh, hi. You answered. I wasn't sure you would, since it's so early. Not that I called early on purpose to wake you up or avoid talking to you."
The voice was light and higher in pitch, making Huxley think it was a young woman, but that didn't narrow it down enough to give him a guess as to who. "Who is this?"
"I'm sorry, of course. I got your number from Director Might. I know the gala is a ways away, but I'm a bit of a worrier and just wanted to confirm everything."
She still hadn't said her name, but Huxley didn't need 2 guesses to figure out who she was. "Emma?"
"Yes, sorry again. I didn't answer your question, did I? I'm Emma. Helix. I heard you'd be my escort to the gala being held at Captain Kelvin's home?"
The location was news to Huxley, but not the pleasant kind. Ramsden was sure to be there, and even though Huxley wasn't actually doing anything wrong, he didn't like the idea of the Solar Wolf being there and being able to tell Ezra all he'd seen before Huxley could. Still, Huxley wouldn't say no now. He'd simply have to explain to Emma that he was nothing more than an escort, and make it clear there would be nothing happening between them. And then hope he could get Ezra to understand. Chapter 12. Sit Pretty. Ezra eyed the bare skin of his neck in the dingy, cracked mirror inside his bathroom. Caden's ointment had worked perfectly. He'd be pleased to hear that. And Ezra should be pleased too, since he'd asked for it. But his first look at the results made his gut drop like he'd missed the last step in a staircase. His stomach lurched as his skull tightened, all signals to his body that something was terribly wrong. He'd only been wearing Huxley's marks for a week. During that time, he'd received more than one odd glance. But since Ezra was always sure to wash Huxley's scent off, and he'd either pulled out or used a condom, anyone who cared to assume just attributed the marks to the promiscuous nature they'd decided Ezra already possessed. He'd told Caden, who had promised to tell no one, though he was fairly certain no one didn't include Caden's mate. Ezra wasn't all that worried about Chief Landry gossiping about him. And, to his credit, Caden had told Ezra he thought the bruising ointment was a bad idea, but Ezra couldn't show up to the thing at Ramsden's house with his neck all marked up. People would assume the wrong thing, and Ramsden didn't deserve the whispers that would surely follow. It was just for one night. Ezra would go, fend off the assholes for Ramsden, and then tomorrow, he'd have fun letting Huxley mark him up all over again. After an appropriate amount of groveling, of course. But Ezra was hoping that would mostly consist of quality time with Huxley's perfect dick in his mouth. He should have expected every part of Huxley to be perfect, and for him to know how to perfectly wield all those parts. But he'd had no way of anticipating how mind-blowing the whole friends with benefits thing could be. It would all backfire one day, he was sure of that. But for now, there was none of the worry and angst that had followed their first sexual encounter. They'd banged every day that week and twice on Monday and Thursday. He'd been worried that Huxley would ask him to come over tonight, but thankfully, he'd had something he had to do for his grandpa. Hopefully, Huxley's thing wouldn't be as horrible as Ezra predicted most of his night was going to be. He'd start the long trek to Ramsden's house in about an hour, and then get ready there. At least that part wouldn't be bad. The front door shut, and Ezra poked his head out of the bathroom, looking down the hall. "Did you get it done?" His dad grunted as he untied his muddy boots. His time out of the house had done nothing to lift the sullen slant of his lips. "Waste of good supplies." Ezra held his breath, counting to 10 before letting it out. "I know, and I agree with you. It is a waste of supplies. But if anyone else found that stuff, they'd lock you up." And there wouldn't be another social event for Ezra to act as an overpriced bodyguard. His dad narrowed his eyes as Ezra came closer. He could hold a grudge for as long as he wanted. Ezra would still sleep easy knowing the stolen timber had been burnt, and the metal pieces tossed inside the mountain where they wouldn't be found until they'd rusted to unrecognizable bits. "You're still going to that dog convention next week," his dad said, completely throwing Ezra off from what he thought was making his dad scowl. "Yeah? And?" "You go to those to drum up business, which means it wasn't a training job you agreed to do that paid you early." It was Ezra's turn to scowl and push past his dad to the porch where Rocky and Stryker, the current newbie of the pack, lay on their sides on the warm wood, soaking in the sun. His dad followed him out, staring at him with 4 eyes, 2 belonging to him and the other 2 belonging to the vole hunkered down between his hair and shirt collar. "Does the job have anything to do with those marks you've been coming home with? Or the fact that they are now suspiciously gone?" "It isn't suspicious, and no. I mean, sort of, but not what you think. I don't want to look attached. And the job isn't at all as scandalous as you're making it sound. Ramsden's dad is making him go to some solar wolf event, and I'm going with him." "As his companion? How many others have you gone out with?" "Dad, are you asking me if I made the fine money by prostituting myself out?" His dad stepped back into the doorway, though it may have had more to do with the way Stryker eyed his vole. I don't like to think of people taking advantage of you. That's all. His heart softened, and he sent a silent order to Stryker to not eat the tasty snack perched on his dad's shoulder. Ezra worried about people taking advantage of his dad all the time. If anything, I'm taking advantage of him. I'm just going as a shield. No funny business, I promise. Does this solar wolf know that? I don't think he is in the market for funny business. And besides, prostitution is the world's oldest profession. There'd be nothing wrong with it if I was. I bet Prince Wolf would have a problem with it. Ezra was about to roll his eyes when a shiny red car came rolling up the driveway. His pulse sped up. He couldn't see through the gleam of the windshield until the driver stopped in the shade. Ramsden, what are you doing here? For the second time in too few days, Ezra took in his property through the lens of a stranger. While he knew his dad often pulled parts from the pile of junk metal accumulating in the yard to repurpose for his inventions, and that the yard was mostly dirt because of the wolves scratching and playing, to the outside eye, it only looked trashy. Ramsden's wide, cantaloupe-colored eyes took in every square foot. And if that wasn't already embarrassing enough, his dad muttered, "Is this the solar wolf who bought you for the night?" At a volume he knew damn well the werewolf could hear. "Can you go inside?" Ezra hissed, rushing to meet Ramsden before he could come any closer. "No, I can't." If anyone wondered where Ezra had gotten his stubborn streak, here it was, in the irritating flesh. "I thought I was going to meet you at your house," he said, ignoring his dad's narrowed glare. "I didn't want you to have to walk all that way." Ramsden finally tore his gaze from the yard to look at him. "That's nice, but I really don't mind walking. You'll have to deduct the gas money from my pay." "No need. This is a hybrid." Ramsden tapped the hood affectionately, directly next to the BMW logo. "Over 100 miles to the gallon, and I have a few ideas to stretch that out." "Well, we can go now, so I wasn't sure I had the right address. I didn't realize you lived this far out of the city. It's just you, your dad, and your wolves?" There wasn't any judgment in the question, but it was Ezra's habit to feel judged whenever anyone asked about his family or where he lived. "Yeah, so we can go." "Is that your dad?" "Judd Fescue," his dad called out obstinately. "And you are?" Ramsden's polite smile didn't slip, despite his dad's combative tone. "Ramsden Kelvin, sir. I hope you don't mind me asking, but is that a rainwater collection system there on the side of your barn?" Ramsden's voice trembled with an excitement too high to be caused by rainwater. He swayed forward like he was barely keeping himself in place. His dad looked at the collection of barrels and connected PVC pipes like he was looking at his second-born. "Sure is. Designed it myself. Collects year-round. Enough to live off if someone would let me bypass the house plumbing." That someone was Ezra. He didn't interfere with his dad's inventions often, but he had to draw the line somewhere. "It's potable? How did you manage that?" That was all Ezra's dad needed for his entire demeanor toward Ramsden to change. Ezra could only stare, dumbfounded, and his dad guided Ramsden to the side of the shop where he explained the collection process, and then how the water was sent inside where it could be sanitized and filtered. The tour followed into the shop, a place his father had never invited someone not related to him to enter, where he explained the sand filtration system in greater detail, to the immense delight of Ramsden, who chimed in, asking questions that Ezra assumed were intelligent, since his dad's gestures grew more and more excited. Ramsden audibly oohed when Ezra's dad explained how the boiler was set up to fire automatically, once the filtered water reached a certain level. The minutes stretched so long, Ezra was certain they'd forgotten he still existed. But he was reluctant to stop them, both because they were obviously enjoying themselves, and because he'd never seen his dad so animated. I'd always intended on utilizing freshwater bivalves, but as you know, the majority of freshwater mussels are on the endangered list, right? Maybe you could apply for special permissions? If you agreed to allow the process to be evaluated for research purposes, you might even get approved for grants to expand the operation. You could collect enough water for half the city. It was a rare moment when Ezra felt like the interloper in his dad's company, and he didn't like the feeling one bit. You could provide the water for Crescent City's first fountain. Both witch and werewolf gave him the same look a master pianist might give a child after their first performance on a plastic recorder. A fountain would be fun, Ramsden said in a tone that was the verbal equivalent to a pat on the head. Or you could funnel the water through some kind of hydropower setup. In the meantime, have you thought about adding a distillation step? With the existing boiler, you could... Ramsden, when does this thing start? He wasn't just slightly jealous of his dad. It had gotten later than both probably realized. Ramsden looked at his watch and winced. Dang, you're right. You two have to go to this thing? That was kind of his father to include Ezra, since he'd looked a step from asking instead if they both had to go. And it wouldn't be Ezra he'd hope would stay behind. Unfortunately, yes. After that junk my brother pulled, Fa is all about us presenting a respectable front. I'm convinced that's why he's been so adamant about hosting, even though there will be enough people to fill the Solar Hotel. But I'd love to come back sometime soon and talk more. I've got a few things I've been working on that I'd like to run by you. I'm afraid I don't have your raw creativity. That is, if that's okay with you, Ezra. Oh, so now they cared about what he had to say. As huffy as he felt, he wasn't going to deny his dad his first inventor playdate. Sure, fine. You two can go crazy. 45 minutes later, and Ezra was thankful for the flash of nerding out he'd witnessed, and for every moment Ramsden had seemed authentically impressed. It made taking in the sprawling mansion that was Ramsden's home that much easier to bear. Ezra had visited Solar Territory once or twice before with Huxley, but they never ventured outside of the main area that Ezra could now see was more of a downtown, while the houses grew grander and fewer the farther they traveled out. Ramsden's home was as far back as Solar Territory stretched, right along the river with the mountain looming in the distance to the left, or north if a person was looking at a compass. There were uniformed people everywhere when Ramsden drove in, parking the car in the wide, 4-car garage right next to a pristine, lime-green Hummer. Please don't judge me too much. I know it's a gas guzzler, but my brother couldn't be discouraged. I think he just got it because he knew how annoyed it would make me. Don't judge him? He laughed, realizing as he looked at Ramsden that he was truly worried about what Ezra would think. There also aren't usually so many people here. Fa keeps a light staff, gardener, a cleaner who comes a few times a week. Everyone here now is here for the gala, Ramsden explained as he led Ezra through the light, airy interior. Decorated in shades of white and gray, each space Ezra peeked into looked straight from an interior design magazine. Fa can't stand mess or clutter, which is horrible for me, since inventing is a messy business. Thankfully, he stays out of my lab. I did clean it, though, since I knew you were coming. Ezra didn't bother to keep track of the twists, turns, or wide corridors they walked down. Ramsden pushed open a white door halfway down the hallway and stepped back.
This is my lab, where I spent all of my time before I met you.
They hadn't hung out that often, having only caught lunch at the deli once earlier that week. Before he could feel badly about that, he took in the room, instantly seeing how easily Ramsden could spend the majority of his time inside the bright, open space. Directly ahead, a wall of windows let in even more natural light and provided an amazing view of the river and the people bustling around in what looked like a garden courtyard. Ezra didn't try to discern what occupied the rows and rows of shelving, though it was all neatly organized. A large drafting table sat in the middle of the room, the surface uncluttered. More tables and desks with computers and other blinky electronic things lined the walls. I planned on giving you a more in-depth tour, but I let the time get away from me earlier. Maybe after? I've got your suit hanging in my room. You can change in my bathroom if it makes you more comfortable. Wherever. I already showered, so I just need to throw it on. The suit fit, thank fuck. From the glimpses he got out of the window of the earliest guests arriving, he'd done a smart thing agreeing to wear something from Ramsden's closet rather than his own.
Made completely from organic hemp fabric. It was presented in a show in early spring as part of the designer's sustainable resort fashion line.
Ramsden slid the burgundy and gray-trimmed vest over Ezra's white-collared shirt and did up the buttons. The pants were solid-colored, the same shade of gray that trimmed the vest, while the suit jacket was an inverse version, gray with burgundy trim. On the hanger, he'd been certain the suit would look awful, but now he barely recognized the suave gentleman in the mirror. Until he smiled, and his crooked teeth reminded him exactly who he was. For the first time in his life, he was thankful for them. The car, clothes, and house were all fun, but not something he wanted to get swept up in. Not that he wanted to live in a house he was embarrassed to show people either, but something in the middle. Something like Huxley's place. Though that was just as dangerous of a thought. This thing they had wasn't going to end with Ezra moving in and them living happily ever after. At some point, whether it was before he became Alpha or after, Huxley would have to find a witch mate to fulfill the sacred pact, and give him a brood of baby mites to continue the name.
Is everything all right?
Ramsden asked, watching Ezra in the mirror.
Fine.
He cleared his throat and pushed his shoulders back. I'm just wondering when we're going to bite the bullet. We both look the part. Ramsden's suit could have been from the same collection, though he'd already told Ezra it was the creation of a different designer, and made with 100% recycled fabric.
Just one more thing, he said with an excited tremor, going to his dresser and pulling out a white jewelry box. Nestled on a pillow of white paper was something that looked closest to a flattened computer chip affixed to a metal band. The final piece to your outfit.
A bracelet?
Not just a bracelet. It's new technology coming out of University of Colorado Boulder. A bracelet made of polyamine that turns your body into a battery as you wear it. It's amazing, isn't it? Fashion that helps the world, not hurts it.
It's, ugly.
Really something.
He lifted his arm. His sleeves were long enough to cover his wrists unless he was reaching for something, but that probably wasn't the point. And it was worth it to wear once he saw how pleased it made Ramsden.
I guess now we really do need to head down. Fa messaged me earlier saying the guest of honor was here.
Who's that?
Emma Helix. She'll be doing an informal lecture on the fabrication process of the alloy. And then Dr. Jelani's team have some kind of demonstration set up. I'm actually looking forward to that part.
Ezra followed Ramsden back through the house, only knowing they were growing closer to the party by the way the sound got louder. The buzzing din of many conversations all going at once. He needed to remember he was here for a purpose. That would help him keep his head and not dwell too much on the morose truths he'd reminded himself of earlier. At the end of the corridor, Ezra spotted his first chance to do his job. He quickened his steps so he stood side by side with Ramsden as they approached Rain Kelvin, perched next to a wide doorway like an unhappy butler. There was none of the trepidation Ezra had worried he might feel coming face to face with the man again. If Huxley had waited long enough for Ezra to get his head on straight, he would have kneed the guy in the balls, or turned into a Rottweiler and bitten them off entirely. Looking at his snarky face, that plan wasn't all the way off the table. Oh, look at you. Finally, you don't stink like a lunar stray. I see what my little... Ramsden stomped forward, his eyes flashing golden as he growled. Stunned, Ezra tugged Ramsden back to his side. He'd forgotten again that Ramsden was actually a werewolf. He just didn't act anything like the werewolves Ezra knew. Hey, I'm here for you, remember? Not the other way around. Aw, you two are cute. Don't dawdle here. There are people who would love to see you. Rain taunted as Ezra got his first glimpse of the gala on the other side of the doorway. The sunroom held at least 100 bodies and still looked spacious thanks to the strategically placed greenery and high, glass ceiling. The double doors on the other side were all open, spilling into the courtyard Ezra had spotted earlier, where even more people mingled. A handful of the people wore solid black uniforms and carried trays of hors d'oeuvres and glasses of what looked like wine. Ezra's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he recognized Peggy Pond holding a tray of some kind of creamy cheese smeared across a rustic cracker. Your dad hired witch staff? Hired isn't the word I'd use, Rain replied haughtily. It's a private venue, and only the most important people were invited. And not everyone who thinks they're important is. Which is why the majority of them begged or bribed their way to holding a tray. Every member of the staff Ezra could see were young witches. Clans were an upwardly mobile class of people. Each wanted to be the best, the most esteemed, and if they couldn't get an invitation for their children, at least this way they could say they'd still been there. That just added a new layer to the night. Once the witches with trays realized they were meant to wait on him, they'd do what they could to poison him. Maybe he just wouldn't eat. And double fist from the first tray of wine he saw, before there was time for word to spread. This night is going to be so much more entertaining than I thought, especially now that my brother has finally grown a pair. Ignore him, Ezra said, leading Ramsden away from the entrance. He'd have plenty of chances to take his own advice since the people who recognized him were already beginning to stare. But enough of the attendees were oblivious to who he was that he didn't feel completely like a goldfish in a bowl. Maybe he still looked apprehensive, because Ramsden looped his arm around Ezra's. We don't have to stay forever. Just an hour should be enough. Then I can give you a proper tour of my lab. You can't pay me $20,000 for an hour of work. But you've already stopped me from embarrassing myself in front of my brother. Oh, that's worth $19K at least all on its own. He snorted before leaning his lips closer to Ramsden's ear. We're going to have a discussion after this about frivolous spending. Ramsden dropped his chin with a pout. A solar wolf never spends frivolously. He sounded as offended as Ezra had ever heard him. I donate 30% of each quarter's profits to several charities, each vetted and... Ramsden kept talking, but the words became white noise the moment Ezra spotted a broad set of shoulders he would have recognized anywhere. His back was to Ezra, facing Ryan Helix, who looked to be telling a hilarious anecdote to the half-circle of people standing in front of him. Huxley wore the same black suit he'd worn to Caden's fancy dinner party more than a month ago. The night had ended abruptly with Chief Landry kicking them all out while salivating at Caden in his canary yellow suit shorts that he'd paired with a set of forest green plaid knee-highs. Ezra didn't recognize the witch next to him in a pretty pink chiffon cocktail dress, but he was absolutely aware of how the two stood close enough for their arms to touch, despite the huge-ass room they currently occupied. Had enough people seen him to notice if he randomly turned into a chihuahua and hid behind the nearest planter? Before he could reach a consensus, Ryan Helix lifted his stupidly handsome face, recognition flashing in his eyes as he smiled brightly.
Ramsden, there you are! I hope you don't mind. I was telling my sister about your lab and all of the truly amazing work you do there.
Ezra knew which of them was Ryan Helix's sister before the silky blonde hair even started to shift, turning around in a way that made her arm press even closer into Huxley's. His entire body shrank away, wishing he could climb inside his suit like a turtle inside its shell. At least when he could only see the back of her, Ezra could imagine Emma was hideous. She wasn't, of course. She was gorgeous, as well as talented. The perfect sort of person for Huxley to settle down with. Was that why Huxley hadn't told him what he had to do today? Because he'd realized what it had taken Ezra half a second to spot? Huxley's shocked expression stayed that way for as long as it took his eyes to drop to Ezra's neck and turn into fury.
"Thank you,"
Ramsden said with that stiff sort of politeness he'd had back when they'd first met.
"Unfortunately, I don't allow many outsiders into my lab. I'd be more than happy to share the details of some of my experiments."
"Nonsense, little brother." Rain Kelvin appeared suddenly at Ezra's other side. "You just gave Ezra the tour earlier. Surely you can extend Emma Helix the same courtesy." Ezra's face burned what was probably a shade of red darker than the trim on his jacket. He had no reason to feel guilty for anything that had happened earlier, and yet he couldn't seem to raise his gaze high enough to look at Huxley's enraged face.
"All the same,"
Ramsden replied coolly, tugging on Ezra's arm toward the set of open doors to the right. "What?" Huxley's quiet snarl was accompanied with a heavy step forward. He was stopped from moving and speaking by Alpha Prime, parked between the two of them. "It's time for Emma's talk, if you are ready." The tiny frown wrinkling the witch's brow smoothed as she looked from Ezra to Alpha Prime.
"Of course."
The group moved toward the courtyard with Ramsden and Ezra trailing behind. He snagged a glass of wine from the nearest tray and ignored the scowling witch as he downed it and grabbed a second glass. Oh, to go back to the time when his biggest issue was worrying about being poisoned. Ezra welcomed it now. If he was here for pleasure, like some people, he'd turn tail and run. But he was here to do a job, which meant he had no option but to follow Ramsden to the courtyard. Chapter 13. Aggression. Huxley had no idea what Emma said to him before heading for the chair positioned in the center of the dais. The rows of white folded chairs facing her were filled up quickly.
"Agent Might, we have reserved seats, right on the end here."
Ryan gestured to the front row, but Huxley didn't join him, preoccupied with tracking Ezra's reluctant progress out of the sunroom. Ramsden kept pace, throwing Ezra several concerned glances before they made it to the front row, where Huxley saw two chairs on the other end of the row that had been labeled Ramsden Kelvin and Guest. Guest? For every concern Huxley had for the night, not one of them had been that he'd find his Ezra on the arm of a werewolf who wasn't him, with a bare neck, and wearing clothes that stank of Ramsden. That stench was why Huxley hadn't sensed Ezra there, until he turned around and nearly exploded out of his skin. His first instinct had been to tear Ezra away and claim him right then and there. His uncle's timing had saved him from that catastrophe. But nothing could stop him from watching and waiting until he was certain of where Ezra would sit before taking the chair beside him. An action that made Ezra stiffen. A tight white grip on his wine glass, as though Huxley hadn't spent the night before making him shatter into 1,000 orgasmic pieces. Ryan followed behind him.
Or there is good too. I'm sure they won't mind if we switch.
Huxley grunted. He didn't give a fuck where Ryan sat. With great effort, he managed to keep from growling as he whispered, "I didn't know you'd be here." Ezra sat with his spine rigid, his back hovering in front of his chair like he was trying to keep the suit from wrinkling. Huxley wanted to tear the entire outfit off him. "I could say the same thing," Ezra hissed back, his words like steam from an angry pipe. Angry he got caught? Or... He angled away from Ryan, keeping his voice low. "This is what my grandpa asked me to do." "I see." Huxley's uncle joined Emma on the dais. "Thank you all for attending this special event. And thank you to Ms. Helix, who has agreed to attempt to simplify for us the process she used in fabricating the silver tungsten alloy to meet the exact specifications needed for the successful operation of the portal. And to Dr. Jelani, who has planned a demonstration she's promised will be enlightening. My gratitude also goes to Captain Kelvin for offering his home and keeping us all well fed." So far, Emma Helix seemed exactly the type of person her brother had described. Talented, shy, and attracted to Huxley. He'd been polite throughout the night, but prepared to explain to the young woman that nothing would be happening between them if she pushed it. He nearly brought it up himself, but Emma seemed like a nice person, and he preferred to get through the night without causing her embarrassment. She sat facing them with her legs crossed at the ankles and her hands folded to rest against her lap.
"Thank you, Alpha Prime. You have no idea the gift you've given me. I love talking about my affinity. I am normally not so comfortable speaking in front of crowds, but you, our host, your pack, and my date, Huxley Might, have made me feel so welcomed. You may have to drag me off the stage."
Ezra swallowed down half his remaining wine as the crowd laughed softly.
"I understand that the Solar Wolves had some difficulty in the beginning locating an alchemist who could meet their expectations, and I am glad Dr. Lectra contacted me before he sadly passed. The issue, as he described it, was that they'd need to replicate the energy output of Hylathian, which, as you all know, exploded the moment the first Solar Wolves stepped into this world." Huxley sat back in his chair, making it easier for him to stare at Ezra's blank neck without it being obvious to everyone sitting behind them. There was no possibility that they'd worn off on their own. Huxley'd spent dedicated time each day after that first, renewing his marks, making them obvious enough for the most oblivious of people to notice. Which meant Ezra had gone out of his way to remove them, to remove Huxley's claim. They needed a material that could not only withstand large amounts of electricity and heat, but contain and amplify it. Preparing the initial silver tungsten alloy was the first step, at which point the metal was expanded using a kiln heated by a specialized thermite composition. In the human world, thermite is used for a variety of purposes, incendiary grenades, or in the commercial world, as a type of welding. With the appropriate spells, I was able to manipulate the temperature within the kiln to the exact degree necessary. To everyone else, it looked like Ezra was highly fascinated by Emma's talk. But Huxley knew he hadn't blinked once since Emma started.
His breaths were shallow, almost like he was trying to move as little as possible. On his other side, Ramsden leaned closer, whispering, 45 minutes. What the hell did that mean? And why did it make Ezra's lips twitch? Huxley had his own ball of burning thermite in his gut, without any of the spells that would allow him to keep from exploding.
During the thermal contracting process, I utilized Glindolf's methods of stabilization to fill the expanded sections with a francium powder, confining it all in a tantalum coating that resulted in a substance that was lightweight, but can withstand high amounts of pressure, and will allow the portal to function without, well, blowing everyone up.
Laughter and applause cued Huxley into the fact that her talk was over. His uncle returned to the stage. When the sun sets, Dr. Jelani will demonstrate just how we all won't blow up. Huxley turned toward Ezra, asking over the applause, "What happens in 45 minutes?
Excuse me?"
He snarled at the tired irritation in Ezra's tone. Perhaps it was the perfection of the week they'd had, but the sudden switch hit him like a charging elephant. At one point in the week, Huxley had actually been glad that Ezra would be spared the gala, since he knew how much of the witch population would do all they could to attend. But, as he stared at Ezra and Ramsden, he remembered a conversation he'd had with his Uncle Emmett about defecting from lunar to solar territory, and the differences in living between the two. With a solar wolf companion, Ezra could distance himself from the sacred pact that ensured the destinies of witches and lunar wolves would always be entwined, which meant he'd be able to distance himself from the people who hated his clan. And, at the same time, from Huxley. "What happens in 45 minutes?" he repeated, aware of Emma, Ryan, and a few others gathering at his side.
"You won't be leaving then, will you?" Ryan asked. "You'll miss the demonstration."
Ezra stopped glaring at Huxley long enough to take in the other people arranged around them, leaving Ezra and Ramsden on one side of the group with Huxley and the rest on the other. He clenched his teeth. The only side Ezra needed to be on was his. Emma let out a nervous laugh.
"I get it. I'm a little shaky and peopled out after that talk. You have the right idea with wine."
She nodded toward the mostly empty glass in Ezra's hand. His eyes widened, looking surprised and unhappy that he'd been singled out.
"I'm sure your date would love to get you some." "Don't bother yourself. I'll grab us a few trays, and we can sit while we wait for the next demonstration."
Ryan gestured behind the chairs and through a gazebo where several tables and chairs had been set up on a section of red brick. As the former customary people-pleaser, Huxley recognized Ryan's attempts to keep the peace in a situation he didn't understand, but still sensed tension. There was nothing peaceful about the way Huxley's beast clawed at his mind. "Show them Ezra is yours. Leave no doubt." The best he could do was keep his cool, which he did the entire walk over to the tables, even when he and Emma were stopped repeatedly by council members and other prominent people, while Ezra and Ramsden were free to continue. By the time they got to the table, they had gained 3 people, not including Ryan, who approached carrying a tray of wine bottles and empty glasses, Peggy Pond joining him with a tray in her hands. Huxley picked up a chair, dragging it closer to Ezra's side. At the last minute, he pulled a second chair, leaving it for Emma. He didn't want to give his grandpa another reason to target Ezra's family.
"I enjoyed your talk."
Peggy smiled at Emma as she lowered the tray to the table.
"Thank you. I'm just glad I didn't throw up,"
Emma replied.
"That makes 2 of us."
Ryan opened the wine bottle with practiced ease. He watched the glasses as he poured, adding, "You know what would have happened then. I can't see someone getting sick without getting sick myself." He set a glass in front of his sister. Huxley shook his head. He didn't need to add alcohol to the way he was already feeling. Ryan didn't question him, setting the glass in front of Ezra instead. Emma sniffed the contents before taking a small sip. "And I'm glad you didn't do that. We're supposed to be on our best behavior." To the table, she added, "Our clan is petitioning to be allowed to become representatives. That was partly the reason I decided to come, both to be on hand should Dr. Jelani's team need me for alterations, and to bring a full report of the city back to our father." She looked up from her wine glass, wincing. "I'm sorry. I just admitted to being a spy, didn't I?" She looked so legitimately concerned, Huxley added, "Don't worry about it. As an LCEA agent, I give you permission to spy." From the pink blossoming on Emma's cheeks, Huxley realized he'd made a mistake reassuring her. "Tell me right now, Ramson, how many of those glasses must I feed you before you rethink that tour?" Ryan asked, taking on a teasing tone. My apologies. I actually don't." Ramson stammered and licked his lips. "He only showed me out of professional courtesy," Ezra said, with the same sharpness Huxley had come to appreciate from the man who didn't take shit from anyone. But now, he was using it to defend a werewolf who wasn't him. "Professional courtesy? You're also an inventor?" Emma asked. "No, His eyes darted to the faces around the table, lingering on Peggy's growing smirk. Huxley opened his mouth to change the subject when Ramson suddenly announced, "His father is. Judd Fescue is a genius, and he was gracious enough to show me his workspace. I can't wait to go back, and secretly hoped that once Ezra explained my lab to him, Mr. Fescue would invite me back sooner rather than later." "My goodness, he sounds like a remarkable man," Emma said. "Oh, he is. His rainwater—" "You invited him to your house?" Huxley didn't care he'd cut Ramson off. That ball of burning thermite blasted right through him the moment he heard that Ramson had managed to receive something it had taken Huxley over a decade and a bottle of fruit brandy to achieve. Ezra didn't answer. He just glared, prompting Ryan to ask cautiously, "Is that an odd occurrence?" Huxley didn't recognize himself. He was acting like an abrasive ass, and deserved the curled lip Ezra shot him for his combative tone. But he also couldn't breathe in Ezra's scent without taking in Ramson's at the same time. And after watching Ezra meticulously bathe himself after every time they'd been together that week, for him to wear this scent now was an insult, offensive and unacceptable. Ezra's green eyes were dark, but not with arousal. "My father is a private person. We both are." He tucked his hair back, the motion causing his sleeve to rise high enough Huxley could see something wrapped around his wrist. He didn't know what to make of the thing that looked most like a spare computer part. But when Ezra caught him looking and nervously tugged his sleeve down, he knew. The three species of wolves had many similarities and a few key differences, namely on how they marked their mates. Solar wolves wore their mating marks in private areas, rather than in spots that were easily visible, like lunar wolves. Instead, to show their claim, solar wolves marked their mates with finery, precious metals and stones, rings, necklaces, bracelets. "I completely understand that," Emma said, but it sounded like she was on the other end of a 10-mile tunnel. "Do you and Huxley—" "We're friends." Ezra snipped the words from his mouth with blunt precision. He was going to sit there, wearing a solar wolf's collar, and claim Huxley was just his friend? No fucking way. Huxley lifted off his chair the exact same moment Ezra's glass toppled over, the red liquid rushing across the tabletop and into Ezra's lap. As fixated as he'd been on Ezra's wrist, Huxley couldn't be certain if he'd truly seen a small dark object zooming through the air a moment before Ezra's glass had toppled. No insect could have flown with enough power to knock over the wine, but his hand hadn't been anywhere near the glass, which meant someone had done it intentionally. Huxley's glare zeroed on Peggy standing behind Ryan's chair. She wasn't looking at him, but at Ezra, conveying zero sympathy. As a kinetic, she had the potential for speed and stealth. "You did that on purpose," he snarled. Peggy looked at him like he'd grown a second head.
I'm sorry?"
He got to his feet, but before he could tell her exactly what he'd seen, he noticed Ramzan dropping to his knee while Ezra jumped from the chair, making Ramzan's face waist-level as he lifted a cloth napkin toward the claret-red stain above Ezra's crotch.
"No, let me. It's fine,"
Ezra was saying, as Ramzan's hand came steadily closer to contact. "Where is the restroom?" Huxley snapped, yanking free the napkin while grabbing hold of Ezra's wrist. Ramzan replied with the monotone urgency of a robot programmed to give emergency directions.
"Left out of the sunroom, second door on the right."
"Huxley, I'm fine," Ezra whispered as Huxley pulled him through the sunroom. He waited until they were in the hallway, checking first that they were alone, before ripping his arm free.
"I told you, I'm fucking fine. I don't need your help. You are making this so awkward."
Huxley didn't reply with words. Instead, he pushed open the bathroom door and pulled Ezra in behind him. When the door shut, Huxley let go, and Ezra surged toward the sink, using a napkin from the stack on the counter to dab at the stain. He glanced up briefly, spearing Huxley with a furious gaze.
"Can you do me a solid favor and get a hold of yourself? You're here with someone too, and I am adult enough to accept this was your grandpa's doing. It's fucking weird and not a lot of fun watching you here with her, but your attitude is making it worse. Why can't you just ignore me so we can get through this night?"
Huxley had too many of his own questions to answer Ezra's. Why are you here with him? Do you like wearing his jewelry? Was it easy erasing me from your skin? What came out was a snarled, "You invited him to your house?"
"No, he came on his own. And then him and Dad just sort of geeked out. That was weird too. This whole day has just been weird."
Ezra stopped dabbing and inspected the remaining stain.
"Shit, the soup probably costs more than our truck."
"It's Ramzan's?" Ezra rolled his eyes.
"Yes, it's fucking Ramzan's. You think I have anything fancy enough to wear to something like this?"
He continued to dab as Huxley did exactly as he'd asked and got a hold of himself. He waited until he could breathe without growling before he asked, "I told you why I'm here. Why are you?" Ezra's dabbing hand skipped a beat. A blink and you'd miss it sort of thing. But Huxley hadn't blinked, and he hadn't missed it.
"I'm here as a favor. That's it."
He wasn't lying, not outright, but there was something he wasn't telling him. "That's it?" His challenging tone was met with an exhausted one.
"That's it. So please, just go back out there. Try to act normal. Tell them I'll be back soon. Huxley, please."
There wasn't a single cell in his body that wanted to leave Ezra. but he couldn't deny the urgent desperation making his ears ring. Fine, I'll go back, but at least let me... He eyed Ezra's bare neck. He'd ask about that decision later. For now, he just wanted to remedy it.
You want me to walk out of here with a hickey I did not walk in here with? No way, mate.
He wanted to push it, but didn't want to argue, so he said, It was Peggy. She flicked something to knock over your glass. Ezra grabbed a fresh napkin.
Excellent detective work, Agent. If this doesn't come out, I'll send her the bill. Now go, schmooze, be charming, and try to act like a sane future alpha.
There it was again, Ezra mentioning Huxley's future title. While everyone else throughout his life treated him differently because of it, what he would be had never been important between him and Ezra. Should I rustle a do not disturb sign to hang on the door, golden boy? Rain Kelvin called out, his voice loud enough to be heard from the other end of the hallway. Ezra gave a silent snarl. Change of plans. Scare Rain away first. I don't want to see his pretentious mug when I step out of this room. Then go be normal. He pushed him toward the door, shutting it behind him. It was another 15 minutes before Ezra returned with only a damp spot on his pants.
Oh, good. You made it in time for the presentation,
Ryan said as he joined them. Huxley did his best not to stare while Ezra didn't once look his way. Dr. Jelani and her team had begun setting up when Ezra had been in the bathroom. During that time, Huxley had explained how he and Ezra were actually best friends, which gave a reason for some of the awkward tension. Now, it was only Jelani on the dais, next to a table that held 2 thin metal rods, and a blinking metal box a little larger than a Rubik's Cube.
Oh, I am excited. She explained a little to me earlier of what she'd be doing.
Emma stood and waited for Huxley to join her. And since Huxley was trying to make this not fucking awkward, he walked with her back to the chairs along with all the other guests. This time, Ezra and Ramsden lingered behind the back row while Huxley was front and center with Emma and Ryan. Dr. Jelani grabbed one of the metal rods and held it like a magic wand.
I asked Emma to make these 2 pieces for the express purpose of our demonstration. They are exactly the same as the other building materials except that these have no coating or magical binding at the tips. Once I flip this switch, she gestured to the box, a chain reaction will begin wherein energy will be channeled in a precise path down the rod, similar to a power grid. And in the portal, that energy will continue to flow in a predictable cycle. She flipped the switch, sending a bright flash of light down her arm and into the rod. It glowed like a halogen bulb, the end burning like a sparkler, but with no combustion, only light thick enough it nearly looked solid. With the portal, the energy will continue to flow and multiply. But these have been made specifically so the energy is released, creating a wave of light powerful enough to linger long after any normal light wave. She demonstrated by gliding her hand around, creating a full circle of bright white light that, with a flick of her wrist, detached from the tip. It floated toward the crowd, the dense light making it look solid. Emma lifted her arm to stretch her hand toward the circle of light. Half the crowd gasped as the light grazed against her fingers, but Emma just laughed. It tickles. Seconds later, and the circle had dimmed by only half. To demonstrate how safe this process truly is, I'd like to invite Emma and Agent Mite to be the first to try it. Huxley looked back at the crowd that clapped in encouragement. Even Ezra was clapping, though somehow making it look sarcastic. He followed Emma to the dais as Dr. Jelani switched the machine off,
and handed him one of the rods, explaining,
"It will be easiest if you hold hands."
A chorus of teasing howls replaced the clapping. "Oh, calm down," he muttered, sounding more like his old, friendly self, before he'd come to realize there were things in his life he didn't want to share. He grabbed Emma's hand, and Jelani flipped the switch. A surge of light flashed down Emma's right arm, lighting her rod, while a second bolt zipped down her left to Huxley. The light really did tickle, seeming to pass through his chest and down the arm holding the wand before lighting the end. Dr. Jelani stood back, leaving them alone, center stage.
"You can let go now."
Huxley did, momentarily mesmerized by the bright glow. He moved the wand through the air experimentally, leaving behind tracers that lingered in midair.
"Flick the end and send the light soaring,"
Dr. Jelani suggested. If he weren't trying so hard for Ezra to act normal, he would have drawn a dick and sent it floating toward rain. Instead, he drew a circle like the doctor had. At the same time, Emma drew a large heart, flicking it from the tip so it floated parallel with the guess, toward Huxley. She blushed as several in the crowd whistled and awed, but it was only Ezra's reaction Huxley looked for. He was smiling, the expression stiff and empty, his eyes glowing with the reflection of the lights. With his face frozen in place, Ezra spun around, leaving Ramsden to keep up as he walked steadily away from the group. Fuck. He should have nipped that in the bud right away. But Huxley hadn't expected the shy woman to do something like that. He didn't know what his own face looked like, but it was enough to prompt a small frown from Emma as Jelani flipped the switch. She set the wand down on the table and rushed to the edge of the dais.
"Who would like to go next?"
Dr. Jelani asked the crowd as Huxley followed Emma to the sunroom.
"I'm sorry. That was forward of me,"
Emma whispered, blushing so deeply she radiated heat. He wasn't angry at her. She had no idea of the actual situation. "This is my fault," he replied. "I should have made it clear from the beginning. My decision to be your date was a platonic one. I think you're a very nice person, extremely talented, but
it's okay. You don't have to keep going. I understand. Can we just say the half a glass of wine I consumed made me temporarily insane?"
Just as long as she understood there was and could never be anything romantic between them, Huxley could give her any allowance she needed. "Absolutely."
"Thank you. You're a really nice guy, Huxley. If it's all right with you, I'll go back to the hotel with my brother."
That was more than all right with him, since he needed to find Ezra. But he didn't let that show. He waited for her to return to the courtyard before going the opposite direction, keeping to the shadows as he crept unseen. A brick path led around the large house to a second courtyard-type area, this one with a circular ledge that looked out onto the Crescent River. Ezra sat in the center, his back to the view and his face turned down to his palms resting in his lap, while Ramsden sat to his right with a sympathetic frown. Huxley's movements were steady, fueled by the swarm of angry insects inside his chest that buzzed louder than they ever had before. If he lost a fraction of his control now, he'd lose it all. This was worse than when Ezra had been at the pub unmarked, because now he'd had a week of contentment. He'd made his claim and had been erased. Seeing Ezra's bare neck was like having the world yanked out from underneath him, leaving him with only his animal's instincts. Even though Huxley had tortured himself all night imagining the reasons Ezra would want a solar wolf, he didn't think Ezra was attracted to Ramsden, but he liked the wolf, and that was enough for Huxley to sprint forward the moment Ramsden leaned in closer. Huxley had officially reached his limit, the point of no return where he could either continue to be the nice, helpful guy who did what was expected of him, or he could be the werewolf who took what was his and gave zero fucks about what that made other people think of him. There hadn't been a question of which he'd choose. Since that night by the pond, this was always the direction he'd been hurtling. Just two roads lay ahead of him. One left him in misery, forcing him to stay in the shadows, and the other made sure Ezra was in his arms. Huxley lifted his best friend off the ledge before he'd ever noticed him coming. He buried his hand in Ezra's hair, claiming his mouth with a bruising kiss. A constant rumble sounded from his chest, his growls vibrating as he thrust his tongue in Ezra's mouth, tasting the sweet hint of wine and arousal on his lips.
Hey, hold on.
Ramsden's voice sounded like the annoying buzzing of a gnat.
Ezra, are you okay?
Later, Huxley could appreciate Ezra had a friend who would check in on him even if his voice shook as he did. But at that moment, the concept of Ezra not being okay while in his arms was absurd. He broke the kiss, smiling at the dazed look on his best friend's face, as he hooked his arm around his waist, holding him tightly. "Yes, Ezra. Are you okay?" Huxley rasped in a mocking imitation. Ezra blinked a few times, likely spurred to awareness by Huxley's tone.
"I'm fine,"
he snapped, face contorting with chagrin.
"What the hell?"
"In that case, we're leaving." Huxley hoisted Ezra over his shoulder. From Huxley's perspective, he was finally accepting his authentic self, acting in a way that felt right and natural. But Ezra must have been extremely shocked by his behavior, because it took him until they'd cleared the front of the house before he started hitting Huxley's back with his fists. By then, they'd reached his truck and opened the passenger side door, tossing Ezra in, his glare daring him to move. "You have until I get around this truck to put on your seatbelt before I do it for you." Ezra glowered, but reached for the belt. The buckle snapped in place by the time Huxley slid behind the driver's seat.
"Exactly which part of what you just did was you acting normal?"
Ezra flung the words from his mouth with a fury that went straight to Huxley's dick. This was all he wanted, that when Ezra was angry, he was angry at Huxley. When he was happy, it was because of something Huxley had done. When he was scared or lonely, he turned to Huxley for comfort. All Huxley wanted was every part of him. "She doesn't mean anything to me. I told her there would be nothing happening." Ezra crossed his arms over his chest.
"Great job. Would you like a cookie?"
He grinned. "Depends. Did you bake it?"
"No. Don't try to be cute. You don't get to act like you just did and then be cute. Where the fuck are we going?"
They'd cleared the solar gate without having to stop, thanks to the pass on Huxley's dash that marked him as one of the gala guests. But Huxley didn't turn down the street that would take him to Ezra's. He continued straight. "Some place where we can talk undisturbed."
"Good. When we get there, you can call Ramsden and apologize for acting like an idiot."
The mention of the man made his scent clinging to the inside of Huxley's truck impossible to ignore. "Take off the jacket," he growled. At least then there would be fewer barriers between Huxley and Ezra's scent.
"Why? Does it look that ridiculous on me?"
No, it didn't. It looked good. Ezra looked good in it. And that only made Huxley more furious. "What were you doing there, Ezra? Tell me the truth, not this doing him a favor bullshit. Why were you there with him?" He sounded each word out, as if speaking slowly would make the question impossible for Ezra to avoid. Ezra threw his hands up.
I was there because he paid me.
Thankfully, Huxley had already slowed to a stop beside the lakeside park. He'd have accidentally ran off the road otherwise. What exactly did he pay you for?
Do you fucking hear yourself? I'm honestly curious if you can hear the words coming out of your mouth right now. Do you know what you sound like?
Yes, Huxley absolutely knew what he sounded like. But he also knew that Ramson's scent still clogged his nose, the stench of it sitting on top of Ezra's like a sneer. The day before, he'd left Ezra with a string of love bites. Less than 24 hours ago. Huxley's head pounded, chest squeezing with a horrible awareness of just how quickly he could be removed and replaced. Take the fucking suit off, he snarled. No. He clenched his hands to keep from ripping the jacket off Ezra's body. Was wearing the suit part of the payment? Why? Because I don't want to. No. Why did he pay you? Stop dodging the question. Ezra looked out the dark windshield to the grass and lake beyond. The moon was full enough it cast a silvery glow across the black water that rippled gently in the breeze. When my dad got arrested, the fine to get him released was $20,000, and Ramson offered me a deal, which I will now probably have to pay him back for since I didn't uphold my end. He'd expected to be angry by whatever Ezra said, but instead, his heart twisted in his chest. Huxley would have helped him. That much money would have taken a chunk from his savings, but he would have handed it over in a second if Ezra had come to him for help. If Ezra would ever allow himself to accept Huxley's help. And the collar? He spat. Is that part of the deal? The what? Ezra's face wrinkled. On your wrist. The bracelet. You know that's what solar wolves do to their mates. You let him mark you. Worse, he'd replaced Huxley's mark with his. This? Ezra held up his arm, the sleeve falling to reveal the offensive jewelry. You think this is him claiming me? It's part of the outfit, Huxley. Some kind of save the planet what's-it that I put on because he said it was part of the look. He dropped his arm and turned, sitting with his back pressed against the door like he was trying to put as much space between them as the cab would allow. And I wore it, all of it, because I looked good, like I belonged. Excuse me for wanting to not stick out for once. Like he belonged? As if that was an unusual feeling for him? What does that mean? His eyes narrowed into slits. You don't even fucking notice it. You don't see how hard I've had to fight. Every second of every day. All the ways I've had to adapt so that we could stay friends. So that I wouldn't lose you. Ezra spoke like a snowball dropped from the edge of a high cliff, growing bigger and faster as it rolled to the bottom, threatening to obliterate anything that stepped in its way. And the shit-talking! All the fucking shit-talking! Why do you think I'm paranoid about people coming to my house? Why I learned to sew when I was 9? I don't want to give people more ammunition. I thought I could somehow make myself enough for you, that I could make people understand. But all I'll ever be is witch trash. A leech. All anyone will ever talk about is how nice you are to still be my friend. How charitable you are with your time. Or what an expert I must be at giving head, since that must be the reason you keep me around. Huxley's eyes flashed silver. Who said that? Ezra gave him a withering look that would have made most people hide beneath the truck.
Fuck, Huxley. It is so exhausting being your friend, and you don't even notice it.
He laughed. At least, Huxley thought it was a laugh, though it didn't sound at all joyful.
That's not even the worst part. Because all of this I do knowing that you and I have a time limit.
He gestured back and forth in the air between them.
This arrangement we have is finite. That's why I want to keep us quiet. Why I need you to drop the territorial werewolf lover act. The marks you make on my body, the scent I carry, that won't matter to you forever.
Ezra's lips twitched, the grin as self-loathing as his laugh had been.
Maybe it won't be Emma, but one day there will be someone. So, how about you gather up all of this possessive angst and go fuck yourself?
He slid out of the truck, leaving Huxley to wrestle out of his seatbelt. Every jagged shard of Ezra's worry and hurt stabbed through him, and still it wasn't a fraction of the pain Ezra had been living with. Huxley wasn't oblivious to the way people reacted to Ezra and his clan, but he thought he'd done an acceptable job shielding Ezra from it. He'd never come to Huxley saying any different, and Huxley had failed him, assuming that meant there hadn't been anything for him to say. He rushed to block Ezra's way, unsure of where his best friend was heading through the grass, but certain that he couldn't let him get away from him now.
Ezra, hold on! Please!
He dropped his face as though that could do anything to hide his tears. Huxley lifted his hand as cautiously as he would if approaching a scared animal, because that was what Ezra was, afraid and bursting with it, waiting for an end, for the day to come when Huxley wouldn't want him. He let out a silent sigh of relief when Ezra let him cup his face, swiping away the track of tears with the pad of his thumb. How could you think I'd want to be with anyone as much as I want to be with you? You've always been enough. He lifted his face, his chin tilting at a defiant angle.
Really? You honestly think we're forever?
Yes. His certainty was immediate. But Ezra leaned away, using the back of his hand to angrily wipe his face.
So you're ready to be the last branch of your family tree? You've come to terms with being the final alpha mite?
The concept of the mite name ending with him was new enough it gave him pause, but it didn't change the fact that whenever he thought about his future, he thought of Ezra there with him. But his hesitation was all Ezra needed to retreat.
That's what I thought. Hold on, Ezra, you didn't give me time. You've had your whole life, Huckleberry. Exactly. So you should believe me when I say I don't give a shit about what anyone else says. Not about you or about the type of alpha I'll be. No matter what, I'll never want you out of my life because yours is the only opinion I care about. That's easy for you.
He'd given Ezra space for as long as he could. Huxley didn't hold tight the way he wanted. He pressed his palm, fingers splayed, across Ezra's lower back, cupping the back of his head to keep him where he belonged.
To say,
Ezra finished with a gasp as his eyelashes fluttered. It's easy for you too, Ezra, because you're mine. He leaned forward, intent on burying his face in Ezra's neck, but he froze instead. The last thing he wanted to do now that Ezra had relaxed into him was to say something that would bring the tension back. But he couldn't endure another moment while another wolf's scent clung to him. It wasn't Ramson's scent that put him on edge. It was Huxley's lack of one.
I'm yours because you say so?
There'd been a time in his life when he might have retreated from such a challenge, but now he slipped his fingers between Ezra's strands and grabbed hold, holding his head back just enough for Ezra to realize how easily he took control of Ezra's body, and how readily Ezra gave up that control. Yeah, because I fucking say so. Ezra scanned his face, the hint of a smile curling his lips. There you go, acting crazy again. Huxley brushed the back of his hand down Ezra's jawline, continuing down the column of his neck. I need people to know, Ezra. I share everything I have with this city. Give them all that I possess. But not you. I won't share you with them. Which means I can't hide us. I need you to be the one thing in my life that is mine. Only mine.
Huxley,
Ezra moaned as Huxley brushed his lips across his nape. He nuzzled his nose along his hairline, pressing kisses on the sensitive skin behind his neck, before moving to the other side, where he continued scent-marking him. He brought his hands up Ezra's chest, leaving them perched on his shoulders beneath his jacket. He needed to reestablish himself on every inch of Ezra, but Ezra needed to want it just as much. But first, you have to accept it, which means no more showers, no more scrubbing away my scent or using ointment to get rid of my marks. It also means I'm going to need you to take off this suit. He snapped his head up from its lulled back position, squeaking, Out here? I'll protect you. He didn't just mean here in the park, away from prying eyes, but from the whispers and taunts. Do you trust me to do that? Ezra blinked rapidly before meeting Huxley's stare. He drew his bottom lip between his teeth and nodded. Huxley lifted the jacket up as Ezra shrugged his shoulders, helping him peel it down his arms.
Don't ruin it, though. I have to give it back.
He hung it on a tree branch and went for the button at his waist. I won't hurt the suit. You could even borrow it again, but after I stake my claim. Ezra tried to roll his eyes at that, but ended up gasping when Huxley pulled his pants down. He held Huxley's shoulders for balance as he stepped out. You sound like a caveman, or worse, an early European explorer. Huxley snorted, carefully folding the pants in half, before hanging them next to the jacket. Ezra already had several buttons of his shirt undone, before Huxley turned back. It wasn't a cold night, but Huxley pulled his shirt off anyway, and slipped it over Ezra's head. His fingers clenched, a growl lodged in his throat, low and satisfied. Seeing Ezra wear something of his gave him just as visceral of a feeling as seeing him cloaked in another man's clothes. This is a better look on you. Ezra glanced down at the shirt that swam on his slender frame. The bulge in his underwear grew, taking a defined shape as Huxley ogled. He had to pause his leering to gather the clothing items, and then Ezra, depositing the clothing in the cab while carrying Ezra to the truck bed. I don't know why I'm surprised you have lube in your glove box. I'm a man in my 20s who drives. Yeah. I think you're just a sexual deviant, and it has nothing to do with your age or living status. The barbed wire feeling constricting his chest had already loosened considerably, but after being teased by a half-naked Ezra, it fell away completely. It felt so much like how they used to interact, but with the added benefit of being moments from palming Ezra's dick. When he did, he was ready to latch on as Ezra bowed his head back, pressing his hair into the metal bed and stretching his neck invitingly. Are we going to? He moaned and licked his lips. Are we really going to have sex here? 'Cause if you don't plan on taking me all the way, you better stop, or I might explode. They weren't just words. Ezra's entire body trembled for him. Arousal stained his skin, too thick for the light breeze to brush away. He wanted Huxley with an intensity that shouldn't have been possible after the week they'd spent full of copious amounts of sex. Yes, we are. But you're still going to explode. He slipped his hand under Ezra's shirt, not so much exploring his body as he was hunting down the spots that would hold on to his scent the strongest.
"What would the chief say?"
Ezra asked with mock outrage. "I don't give a fuck," Huxley snarled. Neither he nor his wolf enjoyed hearing another man's name come out of Ezra's mouth at a time like this. "I told you, I don't care what anyone else has to say about us." Suddenly, Ezra pressed his upper half up, balancing on his elbows as he took in Huxley through the hair that had fallen in his face.
"I believe you, but I don't want you to deliberately make your life harder. People probably already think we fuck occasionally, but when I'm walking down the street with Ode to Huxley billowing off me, that will change me in their minds from someone you throw a pity fuck to now and again, to someone you want people to know you've been with. That will be enough. You don't have to rub it in their faces, too. Don't go looking for fights."
Considering he'd been gearing up for another round of explaining to Ezra he was done being washed away, this was something he could accept. And something Ezra had been right to worry about, because he had wanted to rub it in their faces while wearing an Ezra Fescue is Mine t-shirt. He worked his slick hand inside Ezra's bottoms, sliding them off before toying with his dick, pausing to make teasing detours down the middle of his ass. Fine. He let his fingers linger and push, alternating between the two. I won't look for fights if you stop refusing my help. Ezra's channel clenched around his fingers, the man whining as he tried desperately to pay attention to what Huxley asked of him.
"I don't refuse."
"You do. You've never let anyone help you. Until now." He softened the snarl in his chest by adding a second finger inside Ezra's tight channel, crossing them together before scissoring apart. "You let him help you. You let him give you money. From now on, if you need something, you come to me. If you need money, you come to me. If you need help repairing your house, you come to me. If you need a ride or something to wear, you come to me."
"What if I need a cock? Still you, or—"
Huxley growled, lifting to his knees between Ezra's legs. He made short work of his pants, freeing his throbbing length and giving it a few strokes as he bent over to lick along the seam of Ezra's teasing smile. "You better fucking come to me." He flexed his hips forward, sinking into Ezra's heat just as Ezra lifted his own hips to meet him. Fully seated in seconds, his chest vibrated, nerve endings already singing with pleasure. Ezra dug his nails into Huxley's ass cheeks, kissing along his collarbone, and leaving his own scent that Huxley would wear proudly. For long minutes, the only sounds were the gentle waves lapping against the shore, combined with the snap of their bodies slapping together, and Ezra's whispered moans. This was so much better than the first time they'd found themselves in nature, unable to keep their hands off each other. And not only because Huxley was fucking him, but because Ezra wouldn't rush him away in the morning. He wouldn't try to hide or slink back home. He'd trust Huxley in a way he probably didn't deserve, not after failing to protect him throughout their friendship. But Huxley would become worthy of that trust, starting with making sure Ezra didn't get out of his side of their agreement. He stilled, and Ezra immediately wrapped his legs around his waist, locking them at the ankles as though he thought Huxley would try to pull out completely. You need to say yes, Ez. Don't think you'll be able to distract me with this perfect ass. Or, if you need me to coax the words out, we both know I can. I'll come to you for help, he mumbled without any protest. I'll take your money and your kindness and anything else you have to shower me with. And you'll do it happily. He punctuated each word with a sharp thrust. Ezra hissed, his nails digging into Huxley's ass. And I'll do it happily, he wailed. It was going to be difficult for Ezra to change a part of him that was so ingrained into who he was. But Huxley would be there to help him, no matter how adorably grumpy it made him. Huxley loved this ridiculous grouch. When Ezra opened his eyes, a smug smile was already on his lips. Just to clarify, you want me to come to you for everything? You haven't come inside me yet and wouldn't give me your knot last time. So if I need to outsource... Ezra yelped from the force of Huxley plowing into him, his thrusts nearing a brutal level that had Ezra clinging to his shoulders, reduced to keens and lewd noises. I'm going to stuff you so deep, your body will ache with the memory of me locked inside you for weeks. He was proud he'd gotten those words out before he followed behind Ezra, unable to do more than growl, each thrust coaxing his knot free, stretching Ezra's tight ring wider until he was too big to continue. Ezra's eyes rolled back, his orgasm crashing through him as Huxley latched onto his neck. His cock pulsed, cum spilling deep inside Ezra, marking him from the inside while at the same time savagely sucking his brand back into Ezra's skin. And this time, it would stay there. Chapter 14. Show. Ezra smirked at the text from Huxley. Get more lube. Travel-sized. He'd assume Huxley was joking, since he'd already stashed the stuff within arm's reach no matter where they were. But then, they were going to be staying in a hotel. And what if he was horny in the hallway, and his luggage was 20 feet away? Ezra knew how often Huxley reached for the stuff with him around. He could only imagine how often it had happened when it was just Huxley and his hand. I'm amazed that at 25 you have any dick left. He sent the text and was still smiling when he reached for the cellophane bags on the store shelf. He should have stopped by Market Street last night and picked them up. But as soon as he finished the first batch of pumpkin burger treats, his wolves had actually stepped inside the house, each of them demanding to be given their share before Ezra went to hand them off to strangers. Even little Tuft. So he'd had to make a second batch to use as swag at the convention. By the time he'd finished, Huxley had come over with a new window, a bag of tools, and determination. In the process of replacing Ezra's window, he'd taken off his shirt, and how could Ezra resist all that glistening, domestic muscle? But now, he'd be up even later tonight stuffing the bags and slapping on the stickers with his contact info. His phone chimed just as he'd hefted his basket toward the health and wellness aisle. That's what the lube is for. Don't worry, if you forget, I can just get it wet in your mouth. Ezra slapped the screen against his chest, mouth open as he checked his surroundings. He could have done without having to fight an erection in the middle of the market. He balanced the basket handle in the crook of his elbow and furiously typing out a reply. This is a work trip, Huxley might. We've got an early start tomorrow, and we're getting to the hotel late as it is. Huxley still had to work a half day before they could hit the road, and the hotel was a few hours away. Huxley's reply was near instant. I can be quick. Wink emoji. Ezra shoved his phone back in his pocket and refused to check it again until he was in a less public place. He already felt like everyone was staring, but that was mostly because they were. The gala had proven to them that keeping their relationship a secret was making them both a little crazy. So they weren't trying to hide it anymore. But this was Ezra's first time since then venturing into a public place. The rest of his days had been spent at home, where Huxley was a regular fixture, or at Huxley's. He'd already noticed several not-so-discreet sniffs his direction, and twice the amount of glances at his neck. Ahead, a pretty celestial wolf froze at the end of the aisle and cast him a knowing smile. If it were anyone but Huxley's scent slathered all over him, people wouldn't have cared. But it was Huxley's, and people cared. Even Ramsden had pointed it out when Ezra had returned to apologize for ditching him. He'd been too kind, only worried for Ezra's safety, saying, "All in all, it was the best time I've had at a social event." Ezra felt like a spy, checking up and down the aisle, locating the exact position of what he needed, before flying down and swooping the bottles of lube into his basket like an eagle pulling a fish from a river. He soared out the other side before anyone had a chance to notice him, except nothing could save him from the cashier noticing. Of course they were a lunar wolf, and of course they smirked ever so slightly as they rang the item up, sliding it into the cloth bag Ezra had brought with him. They didn't say anything, for which Ezra was unendingly grateful, but he didn't want to linger to give them the chance. He fled the store, his head down as he burst out onto the sidewalk, directly into a group of people. "I'm sorry," Ezra mumbled, before looking up and discovering what it felt like to have his stomach twist like a wet dish rag. "No, I'm sorry. It's Ezra, right?" Emma Huxley said with a bright smile stretching across her pretty face. Her brother and Councilman Falco stood next to her, one looking at him with pleasant curiosity, while the other glowered. He watched in horror as Falco's nostrils flared, his eyebrows jumping in shock. "Yeah, Ezra. Hi." He knew how to bark at someone to leave them alone, and he was an expert at giving glares so withering people eventually slunk away, throwing some muttered parting shot over their shoulder. But he couldn't be rude to Emma. From what Huxley had said, she'd handled the situation well. And he couldn't blame the witch for being attracted. He also didn't want to make small talk with a woman Huxley had rejected right before hauling Ezra out on his shoulder. It was weird being the chosen one and not a situation he had experience with. He was much better at being the one a date pretended not to know in front of their friends. "What are, you up to?" "Oh, just finally getting that tour," Emma replied breezily. "We're to make a full report if there's any hope of our clan moving forward with a petition to appoint Helix representation. And I've enjoyed my time here more than I thought I would. We're just waiting here for Director Might to join us and show us the Lunar Council headquarters." Suddenly, Ezra understood what life was like as a lobster in a seafood restaurant aquarium, waiting for some hungry person to choose you. Emma lifted her gaze, glancing at something over Ezra's shoulder. He wouldn't say something so cliché as, "He's right behind me, isn't he?" But it showed in his face as he turned to look. If Ezra had been hoping to escape the conversation before Huxley's grandpa, Director Might, arrived, that hope was now dashed, right along with any dreams that he'd slip away before Director Might realized who it was that stank of his grandson. On the one hand, Ezra was impressed word hadn't already spread. On the other hand, he wished word had already spread. If it had, he wouldn't be staring down a man who just discovered his worst nightmare had come true. Unlike Ramsden, who Ezra had to remind himself was not like him, Ezra was always aware of the fact that Director Might was something other. But Ezra was still astonished by how quickly the older man moved, stopping just inches from Ezra's face. "What have you done?" Rage made the words just barely comprehensible, but the gist was crystal clear.
"Director Might, is everything all right?"
Ryan asked with uncertain cheer. "No." Director Might didn't look away from Ezra's face. "You were a cancer I should have cut out when I had the chance. Are you proud of keeping my grandson from finding a mate who could give him an actual family? Are you happy about the doubt that having no clear heir will sow on the entire Might pack?"
No, he wasn't. Which was why he'd never allowed himself to imagine being anything more than Huxley's best friend, and why he'd tried to keep what they were casual, a secret. But in all that time, Ezra's worry had been for Huxley, how choosing this would affect him. He hadn't imagined the repercussions, the ripple effect this one choice would have on an entire group of people.
"No smart words? No biting sarcasm? Don't think that I'll believe you might actually be feeling any remorse. You've used my grandson from the very beginning. It's what your clan is good at. Taking what they want, no matter who gets hurt."
He wasn't saying anything Ezra hadn't heard before, but for the first time, he agreed. He'd been selfish. He should have put a stop to this in the beginning. Huxley was too good, too loyal to make the hard choices. We aren't mates. We're just...
"What the fuck are you doing?" Huxley growled, appearing like a bolt of lightning at Ezra's side.
He hooked his hand around Ezra's waist and pulled him close, holding him so tightly it bordered on painful. His eyes flashed silver, and Ezra could feel the tips of his claws on his hip.
"If you have something to say, say it to me. You don't have any reason to speak to Ezra."
His grandpa didn't reply, his attention cycling from Ezra and Huxley to the Helix witches, and then everyone else who'd stopped what they were doing to watch.
"I'll be speaking with your mother," he said finally.
"You mean your alpha?" Huxley threw back. "It would be smart for you to remember who she is, and who I will be." Director Might's face was the same shade as the apples lining the stall behind him. Ezra didn't have time to gawk, though, since Huxley promptly guided him up the street, his expression and growls making sure anyone in their way jumped aside. "Did you finish your shopping?" he asked in the same tone one might use to ask, "Did you eat all the ice cream?" "Yes. Are you off work? It's earlier than you said." "Chief let me out. Said I wasn't paying attention anyway." He had spent much of the day texting Ezra, and normally Ezra would have said something teasing right about then, but he felt too raw to be playful. His skin tingled as though fresh, like the director had ripped off the layer he'd been hiding under, and now he was exposed. "Are you ready to go? We'll swing by your house to get your bags and say goodbye to the pack." He slid the cloth bag from Ezra's arm to his. "Maybe it isn't a good idea after all." Ezra watched his feet struggling to catch up with Huxley's long strides. Was that what their life had always been? Either Huxley holding himself back to accommodate Ezra, or Ezra rushing to keep up? What about when the issues between them were more important than walking down the sidewalk? When the wolves of the Might Pack started to resent him? The director was a manipulative asshole, but he'd kept the pack strong and solid when he'd been alpha. The Mites were good leaders, and it wasn't a difficult jump to see that the members of their pack pledged their loyalty to them because of that. Maybe what isn't a good idea? Huxley asked with a lethal intensity that meant he'd already assumed the answer. "I can just take my dad's truck. I'm only going for one dog. It would work out, and then you can..." Huxley pulled them to a stop behind his truck. "What did he say to you, Ezra?"
Ezra shoved his hands in his pockets and stared at the pristine square of sidewalk. Nothing I haven't heard before. Don't give me a bullshit answer, Ez. I only heard the end, but I saw your body language. I heard your heart pounding. Whatever he said made you doubt this. It made you downplay what we are. What did forever mean to you, Ezra? He couldn't have this conversation now. His skin was still new, and his heart was still racing like the marching beats of a clock sped up, showing him a future when the discord in the Might Pack reached its boiling point, when they became weak, encouraging attacks and challenges for power. Oh good, I caught you. Freston, Huxley's dad, called from down the sidewalk. I called headquarters, but Chief Landry said you'd left for your trip. Hello there, Ezra. Freston didn't have a werewolf sense of smell, but he had eyes, and not even his kinetic swiftness could hide his repeated glances at Ezra's neck. What's going on? Huxley asked, very pointedly lifting Ezra's cloth bag into the back of the truck. Where's Mom? Did something happen at the summit? Nothing to worry about. We left a day early, but Gloria and Eaton are staying to tie up loose ends. Your mom's just lying down now, feeling a bit out of sorts. Between you and me, your grandma is thrilled for the chance to dote. She's sick? Does she need Huxley to stay? Despite what Huxley's dark look suggested, Ezra only asked out of worry for Alia. Oh, no, nothing that serious. The best thing you can do for her is go have fun. Ezra watched Freston skip back, passing the two houses that separated Huxley's place from theirs. Werewolves weren't often sick, and were even less often sick with something a competent healer like Huxley's grandma wouldn't be able to handle with a potion or an elixir. But Alia was sick enough she had to lay down instead of seeing her son off. She was so strong and full of life normally. It was difficult to imagine Alia Might reaching a point in her life where she no longer wanted or believed herself fully capable to remain as Alpha. Then that position would go to Huxley. The same Huxley who reached into Ezra's pocket and pulled out his cell phone. Hey, what are you... Huxley swiped the screen to power down Ezra's phone, and then did the same thing to his. You can get in the truck, or I can lift you. Either option is good for me. And, from this moment on, we are both going to forget Crescent City. Forget about the pack. Forget about judgmental clans. When we drive out of here, we'll just be Huckleberry and Ez. Two devastatingly handsome men who do sexy things together. Off to enjoy a dog show. If a single part of Ezra actually wanted Huxley to stay behind, he might have argued. But until running into Director Might, Ezra had been excited at the chance to show Huxley his world, a place where Ezra got to shine. Huxley's arms were out, gesturing for Ezra to continue to the truck door. He tapped his knuckles over Huxley's chest as he passed. Convention. I told you already this is a work trip. I know that. Just think of me as your sexy assistant, here to make your job easier. If you need a coffee, I'll get it for you. If you need a neck massage, I'm your guy. If you need a few quick occupational pounds, look no further. Ezra was laughing when Huxley shut the door, leaving him to wonder what exactly counted as an occupational pound. Ezra had never shared with anyone the thrill of walking into a convention center, hearing the barks in the distance as he followed the line of people winding their way through the rope maze. His mom had never been interested in Ezra's work, and after making the mistake of bringing his dad once, who had brought a family of rats, starting an uproar when the terriers got a whiff of him, he never did again. And he hadn't been as thrilled to attend back then anyway. He'd been terrified. But he'd since navigated through the chaos of a show or convention enough times that he knew what to expect. And at the other end, There were always dogs to meet and money to be made. Without needing to project a single image, the dogs he encountered knew there was something different about him. Some were warier than others, but after a while, they were all just excited to have met someone they could talk to. Some asked questions, like a human might to a person who claimed they could talk to ghosts.
Ask him why he changed my food. This new stuff is garbage.
Why won't she let me sleep on the bed? Is it because I peed that once? It could be overwhelming if you came up to a pack, and each was trying to project their wants and needs at the same time. But it was the only time in Ezra's life when he felt like he was surrounded by creatures that truly understood him. This is way larger than I thought it would be, Huxley said under his breath as he reached for Ezra's hand. It was odd to Ezra to think they were in a situation where he was fine, and Huxley needed his support. Huxley was the one who could fit in no matter the place or people, but normally that place was Crescent City, and the people were witches and werewolves. Ezra squeezed his hand. That's a good thing. More people mean more chances of getting a contract, and once we have that, or a few prospects, we can go. Normally, he'd linger until the convention organizers started tearing things down, but he was looking forward to requesting the aid of his sexy assistant later on.
Mr. Fesk! Mr. Fesk!
Ezra had just entered the main floor, scoping out the various booths and roped-off training areas, when two women barreled toward him, screaming the name he gave to the humans. The last thing he needed was for one of them to look up his surname and start asking if he was related to the lady who'd tried to sell plots on Mars. Huxley growled low under his breath and tightened his hand around Ezra's, tensing to pull Ezra behind him. It's okay, Ezra murmured. This is what I'm here to do. Talk to people. Huxley grunted, his gaze flitting back and forth like an over-caffeinated bodyguard. Hello? Ezra held his hand out, after tugging it firmly from Huxley's grip. The closest of the women took it, shaking enthusiastically.
There was a rumor that you would be here. You missed the last convention.
His mother had needed money for an appeal, that she lost, and the convention had been too far for Ezra to afford to travel. He was lucky this one was only a couple hours away. Yes, I had some prior engagements that I couldn't get out of.
I understand. You're a very busy man. My partner and I would like to talk more about the possibility of you joining our training academy. We're starting to build a reputation, not as impressive as yours, but if you are looking for partners, we're willing to offer you shares in the business, as well as a generous salary.
That's a kind offer, but at the moment I'm strictly freelance.
I figured you'd say that, but could you take our card, and then if you change your mind?
Ezra accepted the card, even if working with an agency would make finding clients easier. Ezra worked too sporadically to consider changing his strategy. Here, have some of my pumpkin burger treats. I haven't met a dog who didn't like them. He looked expectantly at Huxley, who seemed torn between booting the women away and pulling them both under the nearest table. He straightened, fumbling for 2 treat bags from the bag he had slung over his shoulder.
Is this your
assistant? Ezra said smoothly. Huxley had promised to act as human as he was able, but Ezra didn't trust him in the moment not to grunt out, "He's mine," which didn't all the way make Ezra unhappy, but it would be odd to try to explain. Ezra didn't make it 20 feet more before they were stopped again, but already Huxley looked more relaxed. He was the sociable one after all, the one who'd been training to interact with people, to be a fair and just leader. Ezra really never had any doubts. He recognized several in the small group that stood in his way. He projected a greeting to their poodle, Galantica, who responded with a shelf of awards she'd won since they last interacted.
I'm so glad we caught you,
the woman said, as Ezra tried to remember Galantica's owner's name, but those were harder to recall.
We were telling our friends here how you transformed Galantica in just weeks.
That had been less about training and more explaining to the poodle that her owners weren't trying to kill her with a blow-dryer and nail clippers, but that they thought she was so beautiful they wanted to enter her in canine beauty pageants. Those were different from dog shows in that it wasn't so much the dogs attempting to perfectly represent their breed, but a more creative, artistic take on animal beauty, coupled with some cute tricks. He taught Galantica how to pose for the camera, and also how to mimic a model walking the runway. They must have moved on to less conservative pageants, considering Galantica's geometric cut and bright dyed patterns.
Well, it's easy to do when a dog is as smart as yours.
Both owners looked very pleased with themselves, until Huxley asked, while smirking at Galantica, "She lose a bet?" Their proud expressions turned into scowls, with not just the two owners, but the entire group of like-minded humans glaring at Huxley. He shifted from foot to foot, clearly uncomfortable at being so instantly disliked. It was probably the first time he'd experienced anything like it.
Galantica is a pageant dog. She's basically a fashion model,
Ezra explained gently.
She received first place at the Central Park beauty pageant in New York City,
her owner said, still looking down her nose at Huxley. His face had gone bright red, so Ezra took over passing out his treat bags and getting the contact information of two of the people looking for training similar to Galantica's. Once the others had moved on, Ezra asked quietly,
"You all right, Huckleberry?"
"Humans are weird," he muttered back, his cheeks still red. Ezra snorted. He couldn't disagree. After 4 more hours of watching demonstrations, running into old clients, and possibly finding more, Ezra had 3 contracts he was seriously considering. 2 who wanted their dogs trained in agility, and the 3rd who wanted their dog trained in detection. They hadn't specified clearly what sort of detection, but were offering the most money, and it sounded like the most interesting of the 3. The pouch of swag was empty, and Ezra was exhausted. Going from no one wanting to talk to him to a convention center of people and canines lining up for his attention was fun, but draining. Huxley didn't seem as tired. He'd remained mostly silent. Ezra thought that he'd been too shell-shocked to try to talk again, and had been giving Ezra the same odd stare the whole trip back to the hotel.
"What is it? What? Do you think it's weird I work for the humans?"
Huxley blinked like he needed extra time to understand what Ezra had asked. "No, it isn't weird. It's cool."
"Cool?"
he repeated, looking for the insult. "Yeah, cool. And you don't just work for them. You're like a rock star. It took us an hour to walk a single length of the room because so many people wanted to talk to you. You're like a big-time dog trainer. I didn't realize that before." It wasn't until recently that Ezra had started to make a name for himself. Before that, it had been a lot of convincing and people taking chances on giving their dogs to someone who looked like they were still in high school.
"It's just some word of mouth. I'm also cheaper than most trainers, too."
"No, don't try to downplay it. You're in your element. A badass. I want to see it again and again." Ezra's lips felt tight and curled into a smile wide enough to flash his crooked teeth.
"You can come with me to the next one, just as long as you don't ask other owners if their dogs lost a bet."
Huxley ducked his head between his shoulders, cringing at the memory. "But you agree with me, right? That dog looked ridiculous."
"I'll have you know that dog has a shelf of trophies at home."
He attempted to sound as the owner had, succeeding in making Huxley laugh. "Do you think you'll always want to be a freelance trainer?" It was too loaded of a question for Ezra to believe the casual tone. Huxley wasn't just asking him his career goals, but also where Ezra imagined he'd be years from now. Would Huxley still be in a position to go with him? If he was, that would likely mean they stayed together, that they became mates. They weren't supposed to be thinking about the drama at home, but not thinking of it didn't make it go away. "I think I'll always want to train in some aspect. It's nice to feel respected, looked at like an equal, and I'm a natural at it. Just like you'll be a natural at being alpha." With that, he ripped off the Band-Aid they'd slapped over the hole in the bottom of their boat. They could either sink or figure out how to plug it up again. "Your grandpa said I'm just using you. That if you stay with me, I'll be keeping you from having a family. You'll be deprived of children, and without a mite to take the name, the pack will fall into chaos." There, he'd put it out into the universe and braced himself for the string of comfort and reassurance Huxley was going to give him. But instead, all he got was a shrug and a "maybe." Ezra punched his shoulder. It didn't look like it hurt him, so he pulled his arm back to try again, only to have Huxley catch his fist in his hands. He cupped it in his palms, stroking Ezra's hand softly while looking at it like it was a baby bird he'd rescued from the ground. "I've worried my whole life about messing it all up. What if I make the wrong choice? What if my decision ends up hurting people or worse? Why would anyone continue to follow an incompetent alpha?" Ezra tugged his arm. "That won't..." Huxley brought Ezra's hand up to his lips. "What I'm trying to say is that I don't know the future. I can't say what will happen. But I know that I have the best chance of being the strongest version of myself with you by my side. You keep me even. You make me better." Emotion clogged his throat, making his voice thick. "How do you know you won't wind up regretting me? How can I regret my heart?" Ezra's innards did a somersault. His blood sang, his nerve endings exploding like tiny fireworks that all combined into an urge to be and do whatever this man wanted. He swallowed back his sudden urge to drop to his knees and narrowed his eyes at the man now wearing a definite air of smugness. "That was a good line. Did you think that up earlier? Saving it for the right time?" Huxley laughed and pulled him close, enveloping him in a warm, tight hug. "I might have brainstormed a few things to say to make sure you don't run away from me. I want you, Ezra. I want you to wear my bite." He pressed his face against Huxley's chest, letting himself think about the possibility of having this without a time limit looming over his head. The possibility of having Huxley forever. But he couldn't give Huxley the satisfaction of knowing how effective his regretting his heart line had been. He peeled his face up and rested his chin on Huxley's chest. "Your hickeys and stench aren't enough? You need to get your teeth in me too? You're a wild animal, Huckleberry." Huxley's chest vibrated, smiling as though he was realizing the same thing as Ezra, that they were alone in a hotel room for the rest of the night, and there wasn't anything, or one, to come between them. Huxley kissed his lips sweetly before pulling back far enough to rub the tips of their noses together. "You have a 30-second head start, and then this wild animal is going hunting." Chapter 15. Faithful. 30 seconds was ambitious. Huxley made it to 10 before letting out a growl that had Ezra giggling wildly in the other room. The suite only had 2, the main space and the bedroom. He wouldn't need to be the best tracker in Crescent City to find Ezra, even though he was. There wasn't a single other person who knew the territory as well as he did, and there wasn't a single person who knew Ezra like he did either. Which made it only slightly surprising when Huxley opened the bedroom door, half shifted, eyes flashing silver, and didn't immediately know where Ezra was. There was just the bed, dresser, and armchair. The 2 other doors led to the bathroom and a narrow closet too squat for Ezra to fit inside. He went to the bathroom, reaching for the shower curtain, when he heard movement from behind him. A tiny ball of fur went streaking from the closet, nearly making it to the door before Huxley pounced, tucking him against his chest as they rolled to the ground. Ezra began to shift back the second they landed, his arms swinging and tail wagging as he tried to get his legs between them, all the while huffing from how hard he was laughing. "I nearly made it," he wheezed, landing a knee into Huxley's gut, and using the leverage to push out his upper half from Huxley's arms, like squeezing toothpaste from a tube. He landed on his stomach with his arms outstretched. Play wrestling catapulted Huxley to the line where animal instinct took over. Ezra was his prey, and he'd been caught. The only thing left for Ezra to do now was submit. Huxley pushed forward, covering Ezra's backside. He let his weight settle, just enough for Ezra to know he was pinned. But the stubborn man continued to struggle as if he had any chance of escaping. His wolf howled for Huxley to show Ezra their dominance, to make it clear that Ezra would always be safe with him because he was strong enough to conquer any obstacle, any threat. He nipped Ezra's shoulder, making him yelp and stiffen. "Settle down, mate." It took just seconds for Ezra to recover from his shock and buck back, a move that only pressed his ass firmly against Huxley's erection. "Never!" Huxley brought his teeth around the curve of his shoulder and bit down, nowhere near hard enough to break through the cloth or skin. Yet the reaction was as instant as the first time. Ezra's body stiffened. Huxley could smell his excitement and the pre-cum dampening his underwear. His wolf preened as his legs clamped down on both of Ezra's hips, keeping him in place. The fact that Ezra was beneath him wasn't the part that pleased him. It was that Ezra wanted to be there, no matter how much he pretended to be trying to get away. He released Ezra's shoulder and nuzzled the side of his face with his cheek, stopping only long enough to peel the barrier of his shirt off. "Surrender to me," Ezra snorted. "What are you, a pirate?" He dug his fingers into the carpet and pulled. Huxley might have felt offended Ezra still thought escape was possible, but his intended mate would be whimpering for him soon enough. He caught both of Ezra's wrists in one hand and pinned his arms over his head. His lower half was already immobile, trapped between Huxley's thighs. His fangs found Ezra's skin, biting down on his nape, leaving no possibility of doubt in Ezra's mind that he was well and truly caught. Ezra let loose a throaty moan and pushed his ass back, but this time he wasn't trying to get out from under Huxley. He wiggled his hips, making Huxley shudder and respond in kind, rotating to create more of the delicious friction. He pressed his lips against the back of Ezra's neck and growled at the indents of his teeth in Ezra's skin. Soon, that would be a real mating bite, one that would never fade, that could never be removed. It would mark Ezra as his as surely as it communicated that Huxley belonged to him. He balanced his weight on his elbow and used his free hand to undo Ezra's pants. The witch had forgotten all thoughts of escaping, letting out high-pitched whimpers that acted like a drug, intoxicating Huxley with each breathy inhale. He cupped Ezra's ass cheek, taking a moment to simply enjoy the way it filled his palm perfectly, before delving between his cheeks, where he paused. Ezra must have realized the same thing Huxley had as he released a trembling giggle. "What's the matter? You didn't stash any backup lube in your pockets for the convention?" "It was a work event," Huxley grumbled. Ezra snickered. Truthfully, Huxley had hidden some in the zippered pocket inside the bag of dog treats. But that bag was all the way across the room. He couldn't possibly wait that long. It was a good thing there were other ways of achieving what he needed. He sat back and lifted Ezra's hips with him so that Huxley's tongue was already prodding Ezra's ass by the time Ezra dropped his hands against the carpet, having to balance to keep from toppling forward. The litany of curse words separated by sharp moans and squeaks streaming from Ezra's mouth made Huxley's lips stretch into a grin. Why hadn't he been doing this the whole time? Immediately content, Huxley settled in the act of making out with Ezra's ass. There wasn't a place he'd rather be than sitting on the ground with his face buried between his intended mate's cheeks, and his tongue nudging into his tight-muscled ring, as Ezra howled and jerked like a fish at the end of a hook. But Huxley gave him no mercy, using his tongue and fingers as he showed Ezra the pleasure he could give him. It wasn't until his groans turned shattered that Huxley let up, lifting Ezra into his arms as he stood. Ezra wrapped his trembling limbs around him, kissing whatever he could reach. His green eyes were unfocused, mindless, the witch reduced to a collection of nerve endings seeking pleasure from the man he knew would provide. Huxley sat down on the couch, massaging Ezra's ass and thighs, spread to sit on Huxley's lap. He took his time pressing sweet kisses across his face, giving Ezra the moments he needed to come back to enough awareness that he grinned when Huxley produced a travel-sized container of lube from between the couch cushions. He was still fully clothed, a fact that made releasing his dick and lifting Ezra's naked body to line up his hole with Huxley's cock hotter. His length throbbed, pulsing with relief, as he lowered Ezra's weight and discovered once again the perfection he only found while buried inside his best friend. If Huxley thought he had any chance of Ezra obeying, he'd demand his intended always be naked when it was the two of them. Naked and plugged, always ready for Huxley's knot. And though the chance would still be slim, it would be slightly higher if Ezra moved in officially. "I don't want to wait," he huffed, sucking on Ezra's nipples before nibbling one pert tip and then the other, all while lifting his hips with each downward thrust of Ezra's body. "When we get back, I want to tell them we are intended. I want to plan the ceremony soon. Next week." He had to stop his planning as he gritted his teeth. Ezra sat flush on his lap and rolled his hips, massaging Huxley's cock with each sensual ripple. "You're sex-drunk, Huxley." Ezra lifted to his knees, sliding Huxley nearly all the way out, before dropping back down. "You're thinking with your dick." He clamped his bottom lip between his teeth as he rode him. Huxley let Ezra direct their movements a few moments longer. He loved being in control, but it was nearly as good to sit back, trail his fingers down Ezra's spine, and let him take what he needed. "My dick isn't doing the talking. It just agrees. I want to provide for you, Ezra, and not just pleasure." He gripped Ezra's hips, pulling him down while thrusting, bringing their bodies colliding together with each upward flex. Ezra threw his head back. His neck bobbed as he swallowed his scream. "There's no reason to wait. I'm certain, you're certain. Say you will, mate. I want to make you mine forever." He thrust faster, taking just as hard as he gave. Ezra gripped his shoulders for balance, but there wasn't a way Huxley would have let him fall. "Look at me while you touch yourself. While I fuck you." He obeyed immediately, eyes locked onto Huxley's, as he wrapped his hand around his flushed erection. "Don't you want to live like this always? Ready in our home when I get off work with your ass up and a plug stretching you out?" Ezra came hard, his ass muscles rippling like fingers coaxing Huxley's knot to the surface. He swelled rapidly, locked inside as he brought Ezra's cum-covered hand to his mouth and licked him clean. Ezra's wide eyes watched him, letting out a pitiful whine at the thick knot demanding space inside his body, a space that would always be Huxley's. Huxley pressed their foreheads together, rasping, "You're already mine. I don't want to wait to tell the world. Say yes, mate." Ezra sighed softly, sinking into him as he whispered, "Yes, mate." Huxley sat at the counter of the small coffee shop, pretending he wasn't watching Ezra greet his newest client. He'd helped Ezra talk through his choices the night before in between vigorous rounds of sex. It simply wasn't possible for Huxley to get enough of calling Ezra his mate while taking him apart with his mouth, hands, and dick. The moment they got back, Huxley would go to his mom and ask when the soonest possible time was that they could be officially mated. And then he'd spend the rest of his life bringing his mate pleasure. That was, if Huxley could keep his cool while Ezra discussed the finer points of what the client wanted, and thus avoid having Ezra slice his dick off as he'd threatened. The human wore a blue suit with a red pocket square. He looked important in the same way anyone who wore dark sunglasses with a suit did. There'd been no signs of interest, but even if there was, Huxley had already promised Ezra, under penalty of bodily harm, that if there was, he'd let Ezra handle it. In his words, he wasn't some mindless twit who fell for anyone who expressed interest in him, and he didn't need Huxley treating him like he was. That wasn't what Huxley thought of Ezra. He knew his best friend could hold his own. He just didn't want him to ever have to. He also wanted his mate to trust him, so he remained in his narrow, high-backed stool that had let out a creak of surrender when he'd sat down. If the chair could last under the pressure, so could he. But as Ezra and the man leaned towards each other, faces bent toward the paper sitting on the table between them, Huxley's fingers curled into fists. He cranked his body around. He could do this. He'd promised Ezra, and he still had to prove he could act like a normal human if the necessity arose. Huxley eyed the refrigerated display case at the end of the counter. The chocolate chunk cookies looked good, but it was the raspberry lemon Danish that made him reach for his wallet. "Can I have one of those Danishes?" he asked the teen behind the counter. They wouldn't be on the same level as his dad's muffins, but they looked promising. "Actually, make that too." Huxley handed his card over and covertly checked over his shoulder. They were still talking, but at least they'd leaned away from each other. The barista gave him his card and pastries, and he sat back down to wait. He hadn't been waiting more than 5 minutes when the cafe phone rang. Huxley paid little attention as the barista answered, but that changed when the teen said, "Is there a Huxley mite here?" Before speaking up, Huxley turned back toward Ezra, half expecting him to be sitting there with his phone to his ear and a goofy wave. All he got was a frown. "That's me." He felt like an idiot waving his hand. "I'm Huxley Mite. Why?" "Phone's for you," the teen said with a shrug, handing the cordless phone over before grabbing a spray bottle and towel. They were in a city Huxley had never visited before, in a cafe he'd never entered, and likely wouldn't again. It was more than strange that anyone should be calling for him. All that influencing his menacing, "Hello?" "Calm down, it's just me," Zane replied. Huxley wasn't relieved. Zane wouldn't be calling for no reason, and there was still no way he should have known where Huxley was at that exact moment. "How did you—" "My chameleon. Come on, I know I've told you about it. The program I've been working on that can mimic an authorized user for just about any network in the country. Mobile carriers, financial institutions, you name it. And since your phone is off and you weren't at the hotel, I've been tracking your credit card activity." Huxley was used to being amazed by Zane, but normally it was his love life, and he wasn't amazed in a good way. This wasn't all the way positive either, since there was no way what Zane had was legal, in or outside of Crescent City. "Okay, why did you?" "You gotta come back. There's been another theft." Huxley closed his eyes. "What? What did they take this time?" "The alloy." His hand clenched, cracking the plastic casing of the phone. He'd stood watch while the cage had been installed. He'd assured Captain Kelvin that there was no way it could be broken into. "How much?" "All of it." Ordinarily, Axe attended the strategic meetings with the higher-ups, and then conveyed everything to his team, but with a crime this severe, the entire LCEA team as well as Captain Kelvin's first-in-command were present. Huxley stood against the wall with Zane and Cy at his sides. Axe, his grandpa, his mother, and his uncles sat at the table, along with the captain, Dr. Jelani, the Celestial Security Head, Councilman Andino, and Councilman Falco. So far, the meeting had involved less strategy and more pointing fingers, since the captain was positive if he'd been allowed a dedicated 24-hour guard from the Lunar Council, then this wouldn't have happened. It made no sense as it was. The cage was still there, completely intact with the lid closed, the only difference being that it was now completely empty. "My team can't proceed without the alloy. Both francium and tantalum are extremely rare, a fact that only adds to the time and money associated with obtaining the material," Dr. Jelani said. "And that says nothing of the mental toll this has had on the Solar Wolf community," Captain Kelvin added. "I can't speak for your experience, Alpha Prime, but I've had to address triple the amount of civilian calls. Our people are angry and afraid, which is why I'd like to request from you and the Lunar Council, should the criminal be a lunar or celestial wolf, for the crime to carry a sentence of capital punishment that will be fulfilled by the Solar Guard. I am not a violent wolf, but for our people to feel safe, they must know that serious offenders will receive serious punishments." There'd been a few cases before the chief had taken over the LCEA where a wolf or witch had received a death sentence. But those were at the discretion of the clan leader or alpha to whose pack the criminal belonged. Since the chief had taken over, there hadn't been a single completed case. Huxley looked to his mom, who might have appeared emotionless to everyone else, but he saw the concern there, right above the dark circles on her face. He hadn't had a chance to ask her how she was feeling, since he and Ezra had waited long enough for him to pick up the new dog. A juvenile German shepherd he was supposed to train to detect explosives, before heading back, driving non-stop and arriving just in time for Huxley to make this meeting. She looked like she'd lost some sleep, but then everyone at the table had. "I don't relish the thought of taking a life, but I must ensure my people are protected, which includes punishing criminals for crimes committed directly against us. And that is what this is. A direct offense against the solar wolves. I support bringing this matter to a Lunar Council vote, Uncle Prime said. Huxley was certain that was as good as an approval, which meant whoever had stolen the portal materials was as good as dead, because he had no doubt that they would find him. Huxley was still swallowing the mouthful of shepherd's pie when Mrs. Dorshire closed her door with a cheery wave. It had become clear that she knew very little about what had happened in the terminus, but she'd been adamant on Huxley eating a plate of food before they continued canvassing the neighborhood. Cy had lingered in the corner, a silent shadow who had not been offered food and did not ask for any. They'd been speaking with the residents of the houses nearest to the terminus for the better part of the day. So far, no one had heard anything, no one had seen anything, and every resident over the age of 60 had something they wanted to feed Huxley. Next house, you take the lead. Let you take over swallowing stale cookies and soggy pie. Cy's expression was unsympathetic. Ah, poor baby Alpha. Are people being too kind to you? What torture? Huxley snarled, but he was too full to think about committing actual violence against his teammate. At least this meant he wouldn't have to eat that night during dinner, and could spend that free mouth time negotiating when he and Ezra could make their announcement. There hadn't been time when he'd first returned, and a day and a half later, they were all still working long hours. But Huxley was impatient. They couldn't let the city start dictating their behavior now. They'd be fighting against letting that happen their entire lives, and might as well learn how to live despite the crises that would never stop. Me taking lead won't make a single bit of difference. No one needs to pander to a Pataki. All Huxley knew about the Pataki Pack was that they had immigrated to America several decades ago, and had in that time grown to be a powerful force. The Pataki Pack is strong. If it weren't, you wouldn't be holding your position. We're strong, but not as well liked, and with a quarter of the influence. Think about it. The Might Pack technically possesses all of this land. You've only allowed the solar and celestial wolves to claim their own territory, and are just as graciously allowing pack representatives. The Might Pack has more control over this city than any other pack or clan, and have the most clout with the foreign wolves. It would be dumb for someone to make an enemy of you. Huxley didn't have an answer that made him sound like anything but a pathetic, whining child, so he changed the subject. Did they get the report back on the trace left over in the cage? Cy nodded. Right before you arrived this morning. The findings were insignificant. Mostly just organic material, dead leaves, bits of fur and hair, rodent droppings, and dust that matched the area. Why don't we take a break knocking on doors? We need to question Magnus anyway. That'll give you a chance to digest. Do you really think Magnus has anything to do with this? No, but he made the cage. It makes sense. Just like it made sense to question Callum. Come on, and don't say I never did anything for you. Huxley wouldn't have said that anyway. Cy had never been doting, but he taught Huxley the ins and outs of being an agent. Except it became clear almost immediately breaking to talk to Magnus was as much for him as it was Huxley's stomach. I'm not mad. I expected you to come around once I heard what happened. Sort of hoped for it, actually. Magnus smiled, giving Cy a look Huxley didn't think he was supposed to see. I have no idea how someone could have broken into the cage. It would have taken extremely high heat or a powerful saw to cut through that. And since the cage had looked mostly intact, neither of those things seemed likely. Cy showed Magnus the pictures of the cage the way it had been discovered. Lid down, nothing damaged. Does your expert eye spot anything? Cy asked.
Yeah, actually. Here, along the corners. See how it looks a little like a seam? That wasn't there when I gave you the cage. It almost looks welded, but by someone with a ton of skill. Or magic. Huxley relayed the information to Axe while Cy said a long and whispered goodbye that ended with Magnus waving them away, demanding that Cy call him later. He expected promiscuity from Zane, whose intended had changed at least 5 times since they'd met. But as far as he knew, Cy had retained the same intended. To Huxley, that implied a level of loyalty that should have formed. He kept his voice even, telling him, "Chief wants us to head back." But they only got a few steps down the sidewalk before he blurted out, "You never talk about your intended mate." He met Cy's cool stare. If he was going to ask, he'd face the repercussions of his question. "Nothing to say. I've never met the witch. I've known since I was 12 years old that I was promised. My intended hadn't found out until years later, since he'd only just been born." He added grimly, "I thought they were doing away with those sorts of arranged matches. Years ago, it wasn't uncommon for wolves and witches to be promised despite never having met. It was still the way we did things in my country. And since payment has already been made and used, there is nothing I can do to stop it. I can only push it off as long as possible and enjoy every moment of my life until then." The whole situation seemed unfair to both Cy and his intended. Only a few clans had approached Huxley's mother before stories of her steadfast and vocal refusal spread wide enough that people eventually stopped coming. You might form a true bond. If you've never met, who knows? "I know," Cy said in a tone that made it clear the conversation was over. Huxley's phone rang. "What is it, Zane?" "You need to get to Ezra's, now." There was none of his careless sarcasm, just an urgency that had Huxley immediately running in the direction of the forest. "What happened?" "Chief just left. There is a perimeter surveillance camera at headquarters that records a corner of the terminus. Captain Kelvin just went through the footage. He said that the camera was blocked, showing nothing from the night of the robbery, but that Judd Fescue was spotted passing through the terminus every night prior, for at least a week, always at the same hours of when they think the robbery occurred. That doesn't mean anything." "It means enough for them to go search the Fescue residence." By the time they got there, the captain's vehicle was already at Ezra's house, and several of his guards were searching the property. "Huxley!" Ezra ran over the dirt, gripping his shirt with shaking hands. "They think my dad stole that alloy. They've got him in the shop right now and won't let me in." "They found him on some surveillance tape, but not on the night of the robbery." Axe arrived then, his cold stare taking it all in. Ezra shouted the moment he spotted him. "Chief Landry! You have to talk to them, please! My dad isn't the one who did this. I'm sure of it."
"How are you so sure of it?" Captain Kelvin asked, emerging from the shop, leading Judd Fescue with his hands bound behind his back with handcuffs. Huxley growled, tucking Ezra to his side. "You watch your tone. Ezra was with me out of the city." Captain Kelvin narrowed his eyes. "That is fortunate for him." To the chief he added, "I'll be escorting Judd Fescue to Lunar Council headquarters, where I will request he be given into my authority."
"Dad!"
Ezra tried to lunge for his father, but Huxley clamped his arm down. The wolf pack, German Shepherd included, was behind him, each snarling at the solar captain, and if things got physical near Ezra, there was no way they'd stay out of it. "A tape where he doesn't appear isn't evidence," Huxley said. You don't find it suspicious he's present every night before that one?
Dad, just tell them you didn't do this.
I did. Judd's bewildered tone made Huxley's heart squeeze. He could only imagine how it made Ezra feel. I wasn't there. My rats could tell you. They were with me in the forest, collecting moss. Ezra made a sharp noise, something between a sob and a scream. I won't stand and argue here. I assure you, Chief Landry, I would not do this if I wasn't sure. I'll justify my decision at headquarters. With that, the captain guided Judd into the back seat of his vehicle. Cy returned with the captain while Huxley and Ezra drove to headquarters in his dad's old truck, with the pack riding along in the bed.
He didn't do this, Huxley. I swear to you. What would my dad want with fancy alloy?
Judd was an inventor and probably would have been fascinated by the stuff, but his inventions were always made with items he could find or repurpose. They drove into a circus, the word having spread, bringing in witches and werewolves from each of the territories. Huxley led Ezra inside where they spotted Huxley's mom marching their way with a dark scowl. Huxley knew what she was going to say before she even reached to grab Ezra's hands, holding them in hers as she said,
Ezra, the captain's request has been approved. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop it. If it were just the surveillance video, that would be one thing. But they found trace amounts of rodent droppings inside the cage. Your father also had a portable torch and power drill in a sack in his shop. They're saying the cage may have been cut open and then welded shut. I promise you, it is nowhere near enough to convict, but it is enough to have him arrested. We'll fight this, honey. I'll argue he should be let out under the Might Pack's supervision. We'll accept responsibility for his safety. This is when we start fighting, okay, Ezra? Not when we stop.
Ezra nodded his head, blinking away the tears that filled his distant stare. To Huxley, she said,
Take him back to your home. If you need food for the pack, we have some steaks in the fridge. Your dad is ready to help in any way he can.
Huxley slid his arm around Ezra's back, his legs giving out as he leaned into Huxley's side. I will. If he thought taking Ezra out of any other door would mean they'd avoid the mob outside, he would have. But they were on all sides. Huxley realized with sick certainty that many in this city had been waiting for something like this, hoping they'd get a reason that meant they'd be able to kick the Fescue clan out once and for all. Come on, just lean into me. Don't pay attention to anyone else. Zane was at the door, wordlessly holding it open as he gave Huxley a solemn nod. He followed behind them, down the packed sidewalk to where they'd parked the vehicle. But most of the city knew Judd's beat-up truck, and were waiting there when they approached. Huxley made eye contact with as many of them as he could, daring them to say or do something. They crowded in, their whispers growing loud enough that even Ezra would be able to hear certain words, spoken at a higher volume than the others as though many voices were saying them at the same time. Trash. Crazy rat man. Fucking weirdo. Suddenly, Ezra ripped from Huxley's side and whirled around to face the hissing mob.
My father loved you people. He thought you were his friends. Why he'd want you as friends, I'll never fucking know. Every single one of you is an arrogant pile of shit, and my dad still liked you. I shouldn't have tried to hide how hideous you all are from him. I should have opened his eyes so that he could see that not a one of you is worth a single second of his fucking time.
His voice was steady as he shouted, making sure even the people in the back heard him. Gregory Pond, Peggy Pond's older brother, charged forward.
We don't have to listen to this from you.
Ezra's pack formed a half circle in front of him. each snarling at the witch. Huxley stared at Ezra, stunned by the pure rage pulsing from him. He was beautiful, terrifying, fearless.
You think you're better than my dad because you have more money? You're a useless waste of space, Gregory Pond. All of you are just one big cosmic mistake. The world would be better without each and every one of you.
Huxley moved just as Gregory lunged, but it was the natural wolves who were closest. Rocky chomped down on his left ankle as three of the others tugged his right pant leg, yanking the witch to the ground. The crowd surged forward, none of them calm enough to notice the wolves retreating at Ezra's sharp whistle.
"Stop!"
Huxley roared, his eyes glowing bright enough to light the air. He brought Ezra back to his side, keeping a hold he wouldn't be able to squeeze out of. His bellowed command was enough to stop the surge, but did nothing to dull the daggers shooting from their glares. Violent hatred radiated from their expressions. They would have hurt Ezra if Huxley hadn't been there. Maybe more than hurt. And the very idea that they thought they could was offensive. "Ezra Fescue is my intended mate. If you have a problem with him, you have a problem with me." Chapter 16. Snap. Ezra stacked the last of the linen inside the closet, dread creeping in like water into a sinking boat the second his hands stopped moving. The breakfast dishes were done, the house picked up. He'd groomed each of the wolves and Dalto, the German shepherd, until they'd growled at him and demanded he stop. He'd moved on to washing Huxley's bedding in the master and guest room, and now the house was clean. The pack's fur was shiny, and Ezra was miserable without something to distract him. For 2 days, since his dad had been arrested and he'd cemented his position as most hated witch in Crescent City, he'd been cooped up inside Huxley's house. He'd promised Huxley not to venture any farther than the backyard. It was the least he could do for the man who was now facing the fallout of publicly claiming Ezra moments after Ezra had told the city how worthless they all were. They weren't all worthless. He'd just been so mad. If the snickers had been about him, he'd have dealt with it. But they'd been whispering about his dad, the same man who would have dropped everything to help any one of them if they'd asked. But Ezra had only achieved in making everything worse. His dad was still being held in a cell within the Solar Command Center, and Huxley was getting his first taste of living in a world of hostile, passive aggression from people who weren't being quiet about their displeasure. It was the little things mostly that weighed on him. Being ignored on the street, people not going out of their way to be helpful or nice, and, worst of all, smaller portion sizes of takeout. Then there were the bags of trash that had appeared in the yard each morning. Huxley cleaned them up before Ezra could see, but his wolves had shown him images of Huxley in his boxers, grumbling as he gathered bits of trash from in front of the house. "If you have a problem with him, you have a problem with me." Huxley likely hadn't realized how much of a problem most of the city had with Ezra. Dalto whined, pulling Ezra from his head, letting him realize how much his knuckles ached from squeezing the edge of the laundry basket. He projected an apology, attempting to give the pup an authentic smile, but managing only to curl the end so his lips weren't completely flat. Dalto responded with images of the crowd 2 days ago, laced with canine worry. It had been a rough transition for the poor guy, still getting acclimated to a new space. He'd been glued to Ezra's side whenever they were alone. He didn't realize events like those from the day his dad got arrested didn't usually happen. Dalto had been so distraught, Ezra hadn't even started explaining basic obedience commands to him yet. A level of damage control was necessary, and he'd been showing each of them more affection, hence the brushing. The pack had been stuck here with him too, and they were all going insane. What they needed was to stretch their legs. Maybe a run in the woods would calm Dalto enough that Ezra could actually start working with him. The sample scents were supposed to arrive the following day, and he'd like to be closer to moving to that stage of the training. No sooner had he pictured the forest did he receive several excited images in return. The message was clear. Yes, run! Huxley would be at work for several hours. The team was putting in long days trying to figure out who was actually responsible for the robbery. At least, that was what Huxley told him they were doing. And Ezra couldn't let himself think about the possibility of the LCEA actually believing his dad was guilty. They would if they knew about the other stuff he took. Ezra closed the back door, angry at the doubt boiling inside him. This was why he needed to get out, stretch his legs, and clear the mental dust gathering into bunnies of doubt. He pictured a tawny wolf, the best canine to turn into while he was keeping a low profile, projecting it to the pack a moment before his body transformed. He dropped to his paws into an immediate stretch. Already he felt better, the creaks and cracks from his spine working out the tension of the past few days. Caden had called to cheer him up, and Ramsden was working on convincing his dad to let Ezra in for a visit, while also keeping Ezra updated on how his dad was doing. He knew what his dad had for dinner last night, but not if he was scared. Not if he'd finally realized he'd loved a city that didn't love him back. By the time Ezra's paws hit soft earth, he'd needed the forest as much as he needed air. The trees towered overhead, the thick shrubbery offering limitless sanctuary. He breathed in the loamy scent of the woods. Maybe he couldn't sniff out a rabbit in the brush, like the wolves or Huxley, but what he could sense was still enough to help ease the knots tangling his heart. The wolves were excited, prancing and hopping, encouraging Dalto to join the fun with chirps and play bows. Ezra took advantage of their distraction, communicating a single challenge after breaking into a sprint. "Race you." He was only in the lead for seconds, Rocky zipping by followed by Flit, and then, in a surprising upset, Dalto. But he wasn't last to the pond, and that was all that mattered because now he could taunt the wolves that had been last. He hopped out of the way of their claws as they swiped at him, playfully irritated. Rocky lifted his nose into the air. He'd caught a scent of something that made him excited enough to whine like a child begging for just 5 more minutes in a swimming pool. Ezra was awful in a hunt, but there was no reason the wolves couldn't go have fun. He indicated that, being sure to include Dalto in the mental projection, and the pack took off. Ezra watched them go until he couldn't see them anymore and shifted, stretching his arms over his head. The tension he'd had in his human form was gone, relieving a fraction of the guilt he felt for leaving the house. Huxley better not think this was the standard their mating would follow. Being bossed around by Huxley in the bedroom was fine, but he refused to live the life of a full-time submissive mate. Huxley doesn't want that either, or he wouldn't have chosen you. He didn't understand all of Huxley's choices, but the man wasn't an idiot. He looked around. Without realizing it, Ezra had wandered down the path from the pond to his house. He'd returned with Huxley to grab a few things. And now he saw how Huxley's company had spared him of the hollow emptiness that standing alone in his driveway stretched out inside him. He didn't have to wonder if his dad was inside the house or his shop. The tire tracks in the dirt were a reminder that his dad was in a very dangerous situation. Alia had assured him there was no way they'd be able to convict on the evidence they had, but they'd been spending all this time gathering more. He shouldn't have been arrested in the first place, and since that had already happened, who could say the worst wouldn't? If he was found guilty, Ezra's entire body cringed from that possibility. He couldn't just stand there doing nothing, so he marched forward. The door to his dad's shop flapped open and closed. He'd checked that the door was locked when he'd left the last time. It wasn't now. The padlock present and closed, but latched to just one half of the door. Ezra crept closer, pausing at the shuffling sound coming from within. Maybe the LCEA had come back to search it? But Huxley would have told him if that was going to happen. And if they were here now, there would have been a vehicle or something. They wouldn't be shuffling around with the lights off. Ezra projected a question, waiting for a response from his pack on the off chance any of them was inside. There was no reply, and worse, the shuffling was getting louder. Why was he afraid? This was his house, damn it! And it was likely the person inside was some idiot witch, stealing something they could use to show off to their friends. He steadied his nerves and reached for the door just as it exploded forward, sending Ezra back on his ass as a large black thing burst from the doorway and shot into the air. It hovered about 6 feet overhead, letting Ezra get a better look at the cloaked figure, obscured from head to toe in fabric. The ends of its cloak flapped unnaturally, torn and shredded as though it had been worn with time and use. He couldn't see a face. The stiff hood kept it in shadow. It looked vaguely familiar, but Ezra couldn't place why. Possibly he'd seen its likeness in a horror movie. It swooped downward without warning and grabbed hold of Ezra with mottled gray hands, lifting him in the air as they took to the sky. They flew for seconds. It took half that time for Ezra to get his brain to work, and the rest to wiggle from its grasp, sending him plunging back toward the earth. He screamed, his stomach clenching like he'd left it behind, as he fell in a direct course for the pile of jagged, rusty scrap metal. Before he could land and become a slice of Swiss cheese, he transformed, his smaller, furrier body escaping most of the sharp bits that would have impaled him as a human. He still landed hard, letting loose a strangled howl as his back legs snapped on impact. He rolled over, terrified until he caught sight of the thing, dropping to hover lower as it peered through the metal. It wants to finish the job. He had to get out before the thing started tearing into the scrap metal. He limped toward a gap. Sharp pain shot up his leg like flames of razors, burning and slicing. Though he felt safe and hidden in his smaller form, he couldn't fight. So Ezra transformed, and promptly fell forward when his broken leg refused to hold him. His first thought, as his head slammed into a chunk of steel, was that he hoped the flying dude was grateful for how easy he was making it to kill him. The second was that he was going to throw up, which he promptly did, the spinning world turning his stomach into a soupy swirl that worked its way out of his body, staining the dirt by his head. He rolled, careful to turn in the opposite direction of his puke, and braced for the next attack. But as his vision dimmed, he saw nothing flying overhead, only a partly cloudy sky and a chorus of howls wailing in the distance. He snapped his eyes open, squeezing them closed immediately at the white light glaring overhead. White light? He couldn't be dead. He was alive the last time he checked. "Huxley," he muttered, calling for the only person he'd need to see if he was about to pass through any sort of white light. "I'm here," came Huxley's immediate reply. Ezra might have smiled if his face didn't already hurt. Of course Huxley was there. "Am I
Dying?
There was a dull growl. No, you aren't dying. You hurt your head. Grandma said you have a traumatic brain injury, but she gave you a tonic. And your leg was broken. You had a few cuts that are healed, and she had to do a tetanus spell. She just stepped out now, but said you'd wake up groggy and in pain. The tonic for your TBI reacts poorly with the spell. His voice was tight, sounding too upset for Ezra to keep laying there with his eyes closed. He fluttered them open, blinking as they adjusted, letting him see first Huxley's face, and then the pale gray walls of the infirmary inside headquarters.
How did I get here?
My pack! Thankfully, Huxley's hand was already on his shoulder like he was expecting Ezra to try and lurch upward. The half an inch he did travel was enough to make his vision spin.
They're outside,
Ramsden said from somewhere Ezra couldn't see. He stretched his neck, keeping his head flat as he tried to look in the area behind his bed. All but Rocky tore from the woods like Tasmanian devils. They came to headquarters to find me, but I couldn't hear the commotion from my office. Ramsden came along and put two and two together. Huxley explained, his hand still pressed into Ezra's shoulder.
What were you doing at headquarters?
Ezra asked. Ramsden's pink hair popped into view.
I was going with my fa to tell Huxley you've been approved for a visit. Supervised, but they agreed me and Huxley can do the supervising.
Ezra's head spun for a second time, getting only a quarter inch off the bed.
Let's go.
He wrapped his fingers around Huxley's arm, but ran out of energy before he could attempt to remove him. You need to rest and give the healing magic time to complete. And before you go anywhere, you need to explain why I found you outside of the house, unconscious and bleeding in the dirt next to your own vomit. That painted a lovely picture and explained why Huxley continued to look so upset.
I'm sorry. I thought we could stretch out our legs, go run in the woods, and get back before you came back. I was even a wolf, so people wouldn't suspect I was with the pack.
Something like a Saint Bernard would have been much more incriminating.
They caught a scent they wanted to chase, and I guess I just wandered back, and there was something.
Something? This part was harder to describe. He knew logically it had been a witch, a kinetic, in a cape, but in its presence, Ezra had called it a creature. He described the thing, how it had lifted him and how he'd fallen. Huxley's features grew heavier while Ramsden paled.
The tatter.
A make-believe monster didn't attack my intended, Huxley growled. Ezra agreed, of course, but monster was a pretty good name for it.
What is that again?
Ramsden's cantaloupe eyes twitched from Huxley to Ezra before he answered.
Huxley is right. It's make-believe. A solar folklore creature turned legend, turned popular children's character. Originally, the tatter was said to be a harbinger. It appeared right before some catastrophic event. Even if it isn't real, whoever was in your dad's shop seems to have dressed up just like him.
I'll ask the chief to bring in the celestial wolf who played the tatter during the groundbreaking, Huxley said.
But it was a witch, right? Since he was flying? A kinetic?
Yes. We'll make a list of all the kinetics who've been granted access to Crescent City in the past week. Huxley's commanding focus helped Ezra wipe away his childish fears that the man who'd attacked him had been something more than. Something sinister. People were sinister enough. Ezra didn't have to make them harbingers of doom, too.
Can we go see my dad?
Ezra asked.
This afternoon. It's all scheduled,
Ramsden answered as the door opened. Martha Might, Huxley's grandma, strolled in, smiling when she saw Ezra was awake.
"Oh, good. I was worried you'd be out a little longer. Sorry about the headache, honey. That should go away once the spell runs its course. Better than painful muscle stiffness and lockjaw. I'll be making sure your dad does something about that rusty pile of an insurance liability when he gets out. Do you want another tonic for the pain?"
"It's not too bad. Thank you, Martha."
"You know you should call me Grandma, especially now you're my grandson's intended."
She squeezed his hand. He swallowed, the emotion lumping in his throat. Her casual mention of what Ezra's dad would do when he got out was more comforting than a promise. It made it seem like an inevitability.
And just like a grandma, I stuck my nose where it doesn't belong. Your mom should be calling any minute. You woke up just in time.
Was it too late to go back to sleep? He loved his mom, but she was the opposite of his dad and twice as tiring. While his dad was naive and at times intentionally blind to how shitty people could be, his mom was cynical, more so even than him, and she saw enemies everywhere, especially among the witch and werewolf population of Crescent City. Betsy had married into the Fescue family, and though she didn't talk about the clan she came from, Ezra had an idea it had been treated even worse than the Fescues. Seeing as how she was in human prison, Ezra's contact was limited to letters, the occasional visit, and when she called, which cost money, so she didn't do it often.
Did you tell her about Dad or me and Huxley?"
Ezra's face burned as he made a valiant effort to not look at Huxley, despite knowing that Huxley was aware of the effort, and thus staring extra hard at the side of his face. He didn't question how Martha had gotten a message to his mom in prison. She was one of those people other people just listened to.
"No, I figured you'd want to, but she knows you were hurt. I'll leave you this and go whip up a headache draft, just in case."
The door hadn't closed all the way before Ramsden popped into view again.
"I'll just go tell my fa you're awake and we're on for the afternoon."
He disappeared faster than the tatter, leaving Ezra still not looking at Huxley, and clutching on to the phone Martha had given him.
"You,"
Huxley started to say when the phone rang. Ezra did look at him then, giving him a weak smile before answering. He was still looking as he accepted the call, which meant their eyes were locked when Ezra's mother hissed into the phone.
"You tell me what that fucking city did to you!"
There was a strict voice in the background sounding like they were warning her to calm down.
"Mom, I'm fine. Martha fixed me up." "You shouldn't have needed fixed up. I told your dad when I went in that he needed to step up. You're the kid, he's the parent."
"I'm 23.
"Doesn't matter how old you are staying in a place like that. This prison would be safer than that city. If it had been me and you staying behind, we would have been out of there faster than you can blink."
Huxley made a low noise, not quite a growl, but something troubled. Ezra needed to defend Huxley somehow, and the place he called home, even if that home wasn't a fan of either of them.
"Well, it wasn't. It was you. And Dad loves it here."
Like a man navigating a frozen lake, he recognized the dangerous cracking sound beneath his boot for what it was. A misstep.
"He must love that city too much to talk to his wife. I called him 2 days ago and then again yesterday. I could sense something bad was going to happen, and now I know what it is."
Ezra picked at a frayed string at the edge of the thin blanket draped over him. She had a right to know what had happened, but Martha had been wrong. Ezra didn't want to be the one who told her. Huxley sat down in the chair directly next to the bed and covered Ezra's hand with his. He lifted his gaze slowly, not from trepidation, but because he was suddenly so very exhausted. Huxley's expression was as clear as a projected image from one of his wolves. Want me to tell her? Yes, he absolutely did. He was tired and hurting. He'd been tossed through the air by a mythical creature just 2 days after his very own village monster confronted by an angry mob moment. He wanted to be saved the hard task. He wanted help. And Huxley had demanded he take it. So he said, "Huxley can explain it, Mom," and passed the phone before she could get another word out. But even as Huxley clearly and professionally explained the events that led to Ezra's dad being arrested, Ezra knew he'd made another mistake. Part of the reason he had such a hard time accepting help from people was because of his mom. She drilled in him time and again to never accept charity, never let someone have power over you, and to her, that was what asking for help did. He finished with an optimistic summary of what the LCEA would do next to clear Judd's name, and handed the phone back. There wasn't any hollering, just a dangerously low question. Why did I need Huxley Might to tell me about Judd? Because he's my mate. Because you're exhausting. Because I don't have to do everything by myself all the time. He didn't say any of that. He might have if his mom had screamed, but she hadn't. She'd sounded disappointed. Because he's my best friend. He looked for Huxley's face, needing to be able to explain what she wouldn't understand. She hates this place the same reason I hate most of the people in it. Because they are mean to my family. We're the same person. The only reason Betsy Fescue didn't tell a crowd of witches they were wastes of space is because people were too scared of her to go near. I'll ease her into it. I'll make it better. He didn't get the chance to explain. Huxley was out of sight, having gone silently to the door. The only hint he was there was the soft click of the door unlatching. No. He couldn't feel like shit while also being a piece of shit. Ezra had always idolized his mom, had wondered why his dad couldn't be more like her. But whenever Ezra followed in his mom's footsteps, it always made things worse. He didn't waste a second listening to whatever she was ranting. He only had until Huxley stepped outside to fix this. Actually, Mom, Huxley Might is my intended mate. We're going to become mates. Be mated. I love him and he loves me, and if you have a problem with him, then you have a problem with me. In the next second, Huxley was there, squeezing his hand and mouthing, "You didn't have to do that." But he also stood taller, his chest puffed and wide. And looking at him let Ezra feel taller too. Even through the thick panel of plexiglass, seeing his dad was like a wet blanket lifting from his face, letting him breathe for the first time in 2 days. He was pale, but not the skeleton Ezra had imagined he'd somehow turned into in 48 hours. And he was smiling, glad to see not just Ezra, but Ramsden and Huxley. Ezra had told him about breaking the news to his mom, and he'd whistled, imagining just how she'd take it. She's fiercely protective, Ezra. Being where she is, the worst part for her is that she isn't here to defend us. Ezra thought the worst part might actually be the food, but he didn't say that. His dad's smile flattened the moment Ezra had explained the attack, which was the word everyone was using now, and got so angry he slammed his fist into the divider. So Ezra distracted him with telling him about Dalto and what he was contracted to do. Then Ramsden had asked his dad a question about one of his experiments, and the two launched into a conversation Ezra was happy to listen to, even if he didn't understand a word. Huxley held his hand. Like Ezra, he didn't need to be talking to be glad they were there. But Ezra did have questions, uncomfortable ones that he hadn't been able to answer on his own. "Why weren't all your tools in your truck?" Ezra asked when it seemed the conversation about sanitizing human waste for fertilizer had ended. Both talking like the risk of disease was the only reason the practice wasn't more widespread. Judd looked instantly uncomfortable, scratching the back of his head, as his gaze twitched between them. "It's okay, Dad. You can tell us. I packed the torch and drill to take with me on that other project." Fuck. He really should have thought that question through. Now both Ramsden and Huxley watched silently, each waiting for him to explain the other project. Ezra changed the subject instead. "And the surveillance video? I've watched them. They're you. What were you doing in the terminus in the middle of the night?" That answer also gave him pause, but for a completely different reason. And Ezra had already learned his lesson not to push him, so he just waited. "I was going crazy," he blurted out finally. "You were making me stay home all day, so I went out at night. That's when the city mice are up. We were having fun." He shrugged petulantly. Maybe if Ezra hadn't done the exact same thing earlier, he would have been angrier. But it seemed he was like his mother and his father. "But I didn't go that night because the rats wanted to show me a new supply of moss. They knew I was picky about it, especially after that old squirrel had sent me on a wild goose chase." Ezra believed him. He also knew how absolutely insane that would all sound to anyone else. But he'd got his answers, and they were running out of time. "We're going to clear this whole thing up, Dad. I promise. Alpha Mite is going to get you out, while we wait for the trial. Don't worry about anything." "I'm not worried, Ezra. It's just a big misunderstanding. These are good people, our neighbors. They'll find out the truth." He didn't tell his dad about the mob that night he was arrested, and he never would. He hoped his dad was right, that their neighbors were good people, because he couldn't deal with the alternative. Huxley waited until they'd said goodbye to Ramsden in front of the command center before turning to Ezra. "What's the other project your dad mentioned?" Ezra tried to keep the tension from showing in his face, but that didn't help since he'd already stumbled like the question had been thrown in front of him to trip him. "He's always got things going on, you know that." He didn't trust Huxley's vague sound, or the way he said nothing else until they left solar territory and were back at his house. The pack was on the porch, tails wagging when they caught sight of him. Dalto whined and rushed forward, licking Ezra's legs before jumping up to slather his face. The reunion continued inside, and Huxley lingered behind, shutting the front door. He went down the hallway, opening the back door before going into the kitchen, emerging with a glass of water and a small paper envelope he brought to Ezra sitting alone on the couch. "Grandma said to drink this when you got home, to make sure you don't get headaches." He opened the envelope, sprinkling the powder inside in the glass and swirling the contents until it was a light pink. Ezra took a sip. "Fruity." Huxley didn't reply. He went back into the kitchen, Ezra assumed to throw the envelope away, and came back to wait quietly until Ezra finished. He took the glass back, set it on the kitchen counter, and then returned to sit on the edge of the couch and crossed his arms. "What's the other project, Ezra?" Huxley didn't raise his voice or try to sound intimidating. He simply asked in a tone that made it clear he expected an honest answer. Ezra scowled. A man so demanding had no right making his insides quiver. He didn't have to tell Huxley anything, and he briefly considered saying nothing. But that urge didn't last. My dad was the thief. Huxley rocketed to his feet. What? I don't mean the alloy. He absolutely didn't take that. But he was the one who took the other stuff. The wood and screws and stuff that went missing before. There wasn't a cage or sign or anything, and he didn't go to the groundbreaking. He didn't realize what it was for. The stuff was just sitting out in the middle of the terminus. And any other person still would have left it alone. But his dad didn't see the world like everyone else. He was used to scavenging and finding what he needed in his surroundings. I found it in his shop, and once I realized what it was, I made him get rid of it. All of it. Huxley didn't look quite as outraged anymore, but it also didn't look like he'd taken a breath since the beginning of Ezra's confession. Why didn't you tell me, Ez? You let me try to solve a case, knowing I wasn't going anywhere near the right direction. I didn't think about it like that. I was just worried for my dad. Worried that something bad would happen to him. Like being arrested and facing a death sentence for a crime he didn't commit? Despite his best efforts, something bad had happened. But if this got out, it would only get worse. You won't tell anyone, will you? Huxley didn't say anything. Panic swelled inside Ezra like a tsunami, lifting him from his seat to his knees. He grabbed desperately at the front of Huxley's shirt. You can't tell anyone. They won't even do a trial if they find out now. They'll just toss him in front of the firing squad. Huxley peeled his fingers back and lifted him so he sat beside him on the couch. You should have told me, Ezra. Not just so I wouldn't look like an idiot, but because not telling me means that deep down, you don't trust me. I do. It's just, this didn't really have to do with me. It had to do with my dad and the city and... You think if it came down to you or the city, to you or my pack, that I'd choose against you? He'd thought that, yes. Until the last few weeks, he'd waited for the day Huxley was forced to move on, to reach for his destiny, and let go of anything that held him back from that goal. He'd been waiting to be dumped long before they ever considered being in a relationship. I just know that your job is important to you. You are important to me. He gathered Ezra's hands in his, squeezing to emphasize his meaning. You, Ezra. My job as your mate isn't just to protect you, but the things you care about. He kissed Ezra's shaking knuckles. Here's what is going to happen. You're going to describe exactly what your dad did with the building supplies, and then I'm going to inform my chief. He grabbed harder, keeping Ezra beside him even as he fought to break away. But you're right. Revealing this information to everyone else now will only hinder the investigation and keep us from finding the actual criminal. I don't want that. Neither does the chief. No one on our team thinks the solar captain has the right man. But knowing that the person who took the first items isn't the same as who took the alloy will help us cross out some theories. And what I need you to do during that is to trust me, Ez. He did trust Huxley with his life, but he was asking him to trust Huxley with his dad's life. I can't lose him, Huxley. Thick arms wrapped around him and squeezed all his colliding bits together. We won't. I can't believe you've never seen an Ethan Sparrow movie, Caden said, his voice a roller coaster of emphasis that made every other word come out at a higher pitch. He scrolled through the 10 or so channels the TV at Ezra's house got without realizing he'd already cycled through them twice. Never heard of the guy until you. Ezra set down the pair of scissors he'd used to cut open the box of scent samples his client had sent him. About 20 glass jars, each containing short sticks that had been scented with whatever was on the label: TNT, potassium chlorate, RDX, ammonium nitrate, and more. Even with his special connection, this training would take time. Dalto would leave Ezra and go on to do important security work. He needed to make sure that Dalto knew exactly what was expected of him before that happened. He communicated that as best he could with the dog who sat on the ground beside him, watching Ezra unpack each container with a laser focus. "We need to have a marathon. I'll get the movies. Do you, mind if I have them sent to you instead? And in your name?" Caden asked with mock innocence. Ezra smirked. "Don't want your mate knowing?" Caden rolled his eyes. "I am my own person. I can do what I want. And yes," he snorted at himself, "besides, I want the possessive, jealous, growly sex I'll get after when I tell him what we did." Caden set the remote down, having settled on the sort of daytime talk show with bouncers on the stage. "What about you and Huxley? Lots of possessive, growly sex? I bet he gets freaky. All smiles and politeness on the outside and a ravenous sexual monster in bed." Caden blinked, continued to look at Ezra like he actually expected an answer. Ezra was starting to rethink his decision to ask Caden to accompany him while Huxley went to the store. He'd explained to Huxley last night, after a round of growly sex, that he'd need to be at his own house to train. All of his equipment was there, and there wasn't enough space at Huxley's. He'd agreed as long as someone else was with Ezra at all times, and if he carried a bottle of dragon's dust spray and a stun gun on his person. He had the spray in his pocket, and the stun gun hanging on a key ring from his belt. "He's good." "Come on. Good?" Caden made a thumbs-down motion as he blew a raspberry. "Give me the details. After, I'll describe Axe's dick to you in glorious detail." Ezra's interactions with Caden were much less stiff than they'd been in the beginning. He was Ezra's second human friend, and it had taken him to his 20s to meet him. But there were still times when Ezra had literally no idea how to respond to the other man. "I don't need to be able to picture Axe's dick." "You better not. You are just supposed to tell Huxley I told you, and then voila! Growly, jealous sex." He looked so pleased with himself Ezra couldn't help but smile. "Maybe next time. I should get started with Dalto." He carried the package to the door. "I'll just be on the porch. You can stay there and find out who the father is." "Do you have your phone?" "I'm going to the porch." Caden gave him a no-nonsense look that reminded Ezra of Axe. He grabbed his phone, slipped it in his back pocket, and stepped outside. Dalto sat beside him, eager to get started now that Ezra had talked it up so much. He pictured the videos and images he'd seen of detection dogs at work, explaining to Dalto the basic principles and clarifying that it wasn't sticks he'd be looking for, but actual explosives and incendiary devices that could look like anything. Ezra grabbed a jar without looking, unscrewing the lid to further explain, when Dalto sniffed once and bolted from the porch. "Hey, where are you going?" Ezra took off after him, but he stopped just a few feet away, in front of Ezra's dad's shop. What? Dalto's thoughts were blurry. He wasn't quite sure what he thought was inside the shed, but he wanted Ezra to let him look. He unlocked the door with a frown, doubting that there were any actual explosives in his dad's shop. Hopefully. If there were, they were likely old. Maybe ancient sticks of dynamite, or... Dalto rushed inside, whining and scratching at the ground in the very back of the shop where he pawed at a pile of broken pallets.
What is it?
Dalto's desire was clear without any mental images. He wanted Ezra to lift the pallets.
If there is a bomb under here, then I'm going to be very annoyed.
Carefully, Ezra lifted the top layer of broken wood. He pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight, flipping over a mostly intact pallet before shining his light on a shiny, 3-foot-long metal beam. The alloy. Ezra gasped and jumped back. Dalto didn't understand why his heart was racing, but dropped into a crouch anyway, growling at the world. His dad couldn't have put that there. The captain would have found it when he searched the shop. But if his dad didn't put it there, then someone else did. And the list of people who had stepped foot in his dad's shop was short. Basically him, his dad, his mom, and Ramsden. And the tatter. Was this what that kinetic witch had been doing? Planting evidence? Ezra needed to get rid of it. He needed to have Dalto search the rest of the place first, and then make sure he got it all before he tossed it into the deepest hole he could dig. No one could find this. No one could know. Ezra looked over his shoulder, afraid Caden would be standing there. Ezra needed to tell Huxley. Fuck! He really didn't want to. But so far, Huxley had been true to his word. He'd called Axe over and explained the situation in front of Ezra. And Axe had responded exactly how Huxley said he would. But this was different. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It didn't matter. He still needed to tell him. And oddly, the moment Ezra decided he would tell Huxley, he felt lighter. He didn't want to shoulder this by himself. He wanted his mate's help. Ezra? Huxley's concern was obvious as he picked up. Is everything okay? Where is Caden? Are you safe?
I'm fine. But, I found something. Actually, Dalto found something. In my dad's shop. I think it's what that witch was doing here. Planting evidence.
What evidence? Ezra took a deep breath.
Alloy. Not all of it, just a few pieces, it looks like. But I'm certain it's the stuff. Looks like the same metal from the demonstration. My dad didn't put it here. Captain Kelvin would have found it.
I believe you, Huxley said quickly, likely hearing the panic rising in Ezra's voice. I'm coming back now. Stay there and stay on the phone with me. Ezra nodded stupidly, staring at the beams like they were something deadly and poisonous. Dalto had calmed down, sitting with his tail wagging over the dirty floor, pleased with himself. Ezra frowned. What about the alloy did Dalto sense? Despite his burning desire to stay away from the stuff, he bent down on his haunches.
Hold on. There's something else here, too.
Ezra reached down, grabbing a small glass container of shimmery silver liquid.
It's a perfume bottle, I think? There's a pump, but no label.
Maybe whatever was inside was what had set Dalto off. Don't spray it, Huxley growled.
I wasn't going to,
Ezra snapped back. He listened to the sound of Huxley breathing for several long moments. On foot, the trip from Market Street to his house would take him less than 5 minutes. Ezra was glad because his ribs were starting to squeeze as panic hit him.
Who could be doing this? Why would anyone hate my dad this much? To want him to die?
It might not have anything really to do with him. Huxley's voice bounced, running while holding the phone. If they're trying to cover for themselves, your dad might just be an easy person for them to blame. He didn't have to go into why. Suddenly, Dalto growled and spun around, facing the entrance. But Ezra couldn't see anyone there.
Caden?
What is it? Huxley asked sharply.
I don't know. Dalto is reacting to something outside.
He projected his confusion, but Dalto didn't reply, too busy growling at the entryway while a ridge of hair stuck up down his spine.
Don't move! I'm almost there!
Huxley's breathy order made Ezra's skin freeze with dread. Ezra's head telling him the only reason Huxley was running was because something bad was about to happen. Then Dalto took off, a brown blur through the entrance.
No! He ran out! Huxley!
Ezra lunged after him, Huxley in his ear screaming for him to stay where he was. But that dog was his responsibility. His health and well-being were entirely in Ezra's hands while he was here, and he couldn't let him sprint into danger without trying to stop him. He reached the entrance in time to see Dalto leap into the air and clamp his teeth around the cloaked figure. It was the same witch as before, the one dressed as the Tatter. It shook its leg, trying to knock Dalto off, rising higher as it did until both the dog and the Tatter were over 30 feet in the air. Caden was shouting from the porch, but Ezra didn't turn his head. He needed to get under them, get into a place where he had a chance of catching him. Dalto couldn't hold on forever. And he didn't.
No!
Chapter 17. Let's Go. Ezra's terror coated Huxley's body, covering his skin and hardening like drying cement. Rage-laced adrenaline propelled him forward, Ezra's scream echoing in his bones as he sprinted, stretching his arms out a millisecond before Dalto made impact with the ground. Huxley held the dog steady under one arm, lifting his other in time to catch Ezra running into him with the force of a linebacker.
Is he hurt? Is he hurt?
Huxley needed to get Ezra to safety so he could catch the motherfucker responsible for the tears on his intended's face. But the cloaked figure was gone, and Huxley's fingers wouldn't be able to pry off Ezra anytime soon anyway.
Axe is coming,
Caden called out from the porch. There's no way Ezra finding the alloy remains and the cloaked jackass's second visit were a coincidence, which meant Huxley wanted every member of his team on this.
Huxley, are you sure?
Ezra whispered softly, words shaking. He stood taller knowing that his intended had turned to him, telling him what he'd found even though it clearly made him afraid. Huxley wouldn't spoil the faith Ezra had in him. I'm sure. We can trust my team, Ezra. I promise. Several hours later, Axe and Sai had removed the alloy from Judd's shop and stored it in a secure location. They'd taken the bottle of what was definitely not perfume to Magnus for his opinion. Normally, Gloria, Huxley's aunt, would be the alchemist they'd turn to, but she was still with Alpha Spire at the Werewolf Summit, wooing and charming away the unrest caused by kicking the Landry pack out of the Crescent City. Huxley and Zane had spent that time in Ezra's dining room, combing over the list of known kinetics, cross-referencing it with witches who had connections with the Solar Wolves. It was a short list. The Solar Wolves lived within Crescent City, and only a small number of witch clans that petitioned for citizenship to the city were approved. To the clans on the outside, the Solar and Celestial Wolves were still mysterious novelties. I think we can cross off your dad, Zane highlighted Freston Might's name on the screen and formatted a line through it. He's been out of the city during most of this, and besides, it's your dad. If it were mine, he'd be at the top. Crossing his dad's name off reduced the list by a quarter. He studied the remaining names. None were Ezra's friends, but they also didn't have motive to commit a crime this layered. "Do you think Peggy Pond is a criminal mastermind?" Huxley asked. "I think she has it out for our pretty puppy." Huxley snarled, his eyes flashing silver. Okay. Your pretty puppy. Gadzooks, you promised mates are touchy." Speaking of his mate, Ezra and Caden had been tasked with trying to figure out what about the alloy set Dalto off. They'd been in Ezra's room since Axe left. Huxley focused on the conversation occurring down the hallway. Caden was talking, excitedly describing something. "It's got this curve, not noticeable to the naked eye, but when it's in there, whoo boy, can you notice it. I'm no dick connoisseur, like I didn't go to school for it, but axes?" He made a wet kissing sound. Huxley tore down the hallway. "What are you two talking about? You're supposed to be investigating." Both Caden and Ezra gave him wide eyes when he suddenly appeared, clutching the doorway. But Caden's narrowed into annoyance, while Ezra's remained wide in a "help me" sort of way. Neither was an agent, which meant they really didn't have to help out. But Huxley wasn't going to let whatever conversation this was to continue. "We solved our case, nosy." Caden threw a pillow. "It was the thermite something or other. The composition Emma used must have been the same as the sample the goodest boy Dalto got a whiff of." He scratched between Dalto's ears. "Not the actual substance," Ezra corrected. Yeah, the odor left over from the exothermic whatever. Point is, we solved the mystery, and I'm not done with my story." "Yes, you are." Huxley held out his hand to Ezra, but just ended up lifting him to his feet and carrying him out the door. "We've finished with our list." "Which means?" Caden crossed his arms over his chest as he followed behind. "That we don't want to hear about Axe's dick." Huxley sniped back. "I want to hear about Axe's dick," Zane called out from the living room. "Caden." From the front door, Axe said his mate's name like a warning. "You were supposed to be researching." "But we did." Caden transformed his face into a pout he was probably certain would get him out of trouble. Worse, it worked. Axe lifted his arm, letting Caden slide into place beside him, earning a kiss at the top of his head. "Did Magnus have any ideas?" Huxley asked, ignoring Caden's smug smile. "It's magical. That's about all he could tell us. When Gloria returns for her ceremony, we can ask her to perform more testing. She has the equipment to do so safely. But that won't be until after Judd Feskew's bond hearing," Axe said. Ezra stiffened but said nothing. The hearing was tomorrow, 2 days before their mating ceremony. Huxley's mom was going to argue in Judd's defense, and Huxley's uncle had the final say. But Huxley could tell Ezra had been preparing himself for the possibility of getting mated without either of his family there. But neither of them wanted to postpone it. Huxley needed Ezra to have the safety wearing his bite would give him, and Ezra had been too afraid that waiting would tempt fate. They would be mated in 3 days, no matter what the outcome of tomorrow's hearing was. But Huxley sent a silent wish to the moon that Judd would be released until his trial. Ezra deserved that much.
The fabrication process is dangerous for even the most trained of alchemists. Before each session, I cleared the building on the off chance something went wrong. Replacing what was taken won't just require time, but it will mean accepting that danger again," Emma said from a chair at the front of the room. She sat behind a glass desk, her back to the gallery, with Alpha Prime, Axe, and the captain sitting facing her. Judd hadn't been released for the hearing, since he'd been deemed an extreme flight risk by Captain Kelvin, but he was watching the proceedings from a two-way monitor in his cell. The captain had asked Emma to testify, likely hoping that hearing the personal impact of the crime would persuade Alpha Prime in his favor. Ezra's shaking leg vibrated Huxley's chair. The nervous tic had started the moment Emma sat down and had only gotten worse since then. He smoothed his palm over Ezra's knee, rubbing encouraging circles with his thumb. While Uncle Hell had an expression of concern, Axe was stone-faced as Emma gave her testimony. When she finished, he sat forward saying, "I think we all understand the gravity of what has happened. But that isn't what's being decided here today. The decision is, should Judd Fescue be placed into the care of the Might Pack while the investigation into his trial continues? We are aware of the purpose of today." The low rumble in Captain Kelvin's chest meant the same as a roar coming from most anyone else. "Thank you, Emma. Director Might, will you please come offer Alpha Prime all that you know of Judd Fescue's character?" Ezra lurched forward like he'd be able to keep Huxley's grandpa from speaking simply by pulling him away from the chair. "Should we really accept a character reference from a man who has never directly spoken to the defendant?" Axe asked. Huxley's grandpa stiffened. "I don't need to speak to Judd Fescue personally to know that the Fescues are people who believe themselves above the law. His wife is in a human prison, serving a 20-year sentence. This isn't even the first cell Mr. Fescue has sat in this month. Simply put, the Fescues take what they want from who they want, and don't care who is hurt in the process." Their roles reversed, Ezra needing to hold Huxley back, whose vision was red and fists ached to pummel his grandpa's teeth from his face. He hadn't turned around to look at them directly, but it was clear he'd included Ezra in with his statement. "Don't give the asshole the satisfaction," Ezra whispered, but in an enclosed space full of werewolves, half the people heard him, and he knew that. His mom coughed to hide her laugh. Whatever had her under the weather still had her. She didn't look worse, but she didn't look better. And with Huxley's grandma tending to her, she should have looked better. But there was nothing Huxley could do about that at the moment. His mom cleared her throat. As Alpha, she could have sat at the table if she'd wanted, but she'd wanted to be able to speak. "The Fescue clan isn't on trial. We are supposed to be deciding if Judd Fescue can be safely released and attend his son's mating ceremony to my son. And I can't think of a reason why he shouldn't. The only reason anyone here would doubt him is if they don't know Judd. They weren't here when the fires in the forest drove out the wild animals, and our people had to survive on eggs and meat Judd had stored for his family. Before Market Street was as robust as it is now. Before most of the people who claim to know Judd Fescue were ever allowed into the city." Huxley could have kissed his mother, and not just because she'd stood up for Judd, but because she'd let Ezra sit a little taller, until Captain Kelvin stood, resting his fingers against the tabletop. "I don't know the man personally. He's been a respectful prisoner who has kept to himself. But he is a rodent shifter. Outside of his cell, he could flee before anyone knew he was missing.
The crime is too severe to allow that opportunity to present itself. Which is why my opinion remains unchanged, and I will continue to request my Alpha to retain Judd Fescue in our custody until trial. Huxley watched his uncle, the Alpha's grim expression telling him all he needed to know. He stood, taking in the crowd before speaking. While I don't believe Judd Fescue will attempt to flee, I agree that the possibility is there, and for that reason alone, I insist he remain held within the Solar Command Center until his trial. I am willing to set up a video conference that would allow Mr. Fescue to watch his son's mating as he is watching the proceedings now. Ezra's entire body coiled tightly, his words exploding from him.
But he didn't do anything! He didn't do this!
The air grew quiet, a room full of people all holding their breath at once. Alphas weren't better than any in their packs, but they were treated with more respect, and most in the room were waiting to see how Alpha Prime would respond to the outburst. But he was a good man, and Huxley wasn't worried. About his response, anyway. I'm not saying he did, Ezra, but until we know who did, I must side with my people.
You don't have to know what the truth is, to know what it isn't. My dad didn't do this. Keeping him here is criminal.
Captain Kelvin stepped back from the table. Mr. Fescue, unless you have information that indicates someone else is responsible for this, I insist that you remain quiet. And even if you do, you may not speak to my Alpha like that. The accused is your father, and I can admire your loyalty to him. But your love for him doesn't make him innocent. Ezra vibrated with anger. His green eyes shone with a fury that was breathtaking. But that made Huxley dread what was about to come out of that sharp mouth.
How silly of me. I forgot that people only receive leniency for crimes they're accused of when they're rich, and related to you.
The captain needed an extra second to confirm he'd heard what he had. When he did, he called for his guards, demanding they escort Ezra out. But as the guards approached, Huxley pulled Ezra close, daring the Solar Wolves to try and touch him.
Everyone calm down. No escorting necessary.
Huxley's mom waited at the end of the row of chairs for Huxley's dad, Huxley, Ezra, and Caden before leading the way. Every eye watched their exit, the whispers growing louder the closer they were to the door, erupting into a low boil when it shut, and they were alone in the wide hallway.
Honey, I don't disagree with you, but that acid tongue won't get you what you want,
his mom said softly. Ezra's face fell, his chin pressing against his chest.
I'm sorry, Alpha Might, and thank you for trying, but the decision had been made before anyone said a word. His reasoning was because my dad is a rodent familiar, which he was before they pretended to contemplate letting him out.
Don't apologize. Sometimes authority figures need to be reminded that people can see the things they do. And I am happy that sharp tongue of yours will be on my son's side. Between you and me, I think Prime's been pushed into a corner. He still blames himself for what happened to Dr. Lectra, and he's overcompensating. She cupped Ezra's face, giving him the same smile she gave Huxley every time he'd come to her with worries of being an alpha. I know the Chief, my son, and the rest of the team will figure out who really did this. Have heart. Huxley hooked his arm around Ezra's waist as they watched his parents move down the hallway. He understood Ezra's exhausted stance, but the way his intended leaned away, Pressing his weight over Huxley's arm instead of into his body had him worried. It was a worry he shared with Caden, who watched Ezra with a frown.
This is a fucking mess, Huxley. Maybe, I don't know. Your grandpa isn't right about my dad, but maybe he is right about me. Look what you've had to go through, and we aren't even mated yet. It's only going to get worse. Anyone who hasn't already realized what you and me mating means for the Might Pack, well, they'll realize it after, and then...
Huxley grabbed Ezra's hands, tugging him so he rested with his forehead against Huxley's chest. And then nothing. Nothing bad will happen. Don't give up on us. And don't give up on seeing your dad free. Why don't you two go to Lunar Council headquarters and wait there? I want to talk to my uncle, but Axe will be able to escort you home. After, I'll meet you home with pizza, and the games can commence. The customary pre-mating ceremony tradition was a large dinner where friends and family were invited, but considering the situation, they decided to keep things small and informal. Huxley's dad was missing out on being able to cook a huge meal, but agreed pizza at Ezra's house with Caden and Axe, Zane and Sai both had dates for the night, sounded much more appropriate, and the only option Ezra might actually enjoy. He kissed Ezra before he left and then took up post beside the door, waiting for the people to flood out. Huxley was accustomed now to the lack of smiles and nods. Honestly, it was relieving not to greet every single person the moment they looked at him. Ezra was already making his life better. The only person who didn't pretend not to look at him was Captain Kelvin, who instead stared him down in a vaguely paternal way that set Huxley's teeth on edge. He looked ready to say something when Ramsden came up behind him. It seemed seeing one son may have reminded him of his other, silencing whatever he'd been about to say. Huxley found his uncles where he'd left them, one looking at his approach warily, while the other just looked exhausted. I need to talk to you. As your Uncle Hell, or as Alpha Prime? His uncle asked. Huxley cocked his head to the side. Aren't you the same person? Yes, but as Alpha Prime, I'm going to have to tell you that I won't go back on my decision, even if it means I'm uninvited to the ceremony. As your uncle, I'll say this is a shitty situation, and I'll send your gift either way. Huxley's mom had been right, but Huxley hadn't waited behind so he could try to convince his uncle to change his mind. Ezra wouldn't stop worrying about their future just because Huxley told him everything would work out. But his Uncle Emmett had been in a similar situation, feeling like he had to choose between his pack and his heart. Actually, my questions are for the other uncle. Uncle Emmett looked slightly flabbergasted by the reply, but he'd once been in Huxley's position, primed to take over as Alpha. And then Uncle Hell had come along and he'd been forced to make a choice. What was it like for you, passing over your position to my mom? Why? Uncle Emmett's eyes widened. Ezra's worried about what becoming my mate will mean for the pack, namely that I won't have a child to take over, and the uncertainty that may stir up down the road. If I know how it was for you, I'll have more insight into what I can say to comfort him. Uncle Emmett reached for Uncle Hell, not needing to look to know that he would be there. To be honest, Huxley, the first few months that followed were torture. Uncle Hell let out an outraged sound. Uncle Emmett blushed. Not immediately, at first, but you know, after all the joy dust settled, it was rough. I'd been training to become Alpha. Your mom was still more qualified, but there were a lot of people who didn't see it that way. There were attacks, challenges. He closed his eyes, seeming to relive that time in his life. And every time a wolf would come to challenge her, I'd wondered if I'd done the right thing. Your mother is strong and a damn good fighter, but if something had happened to her, I wouldn't have been able to forgive myself. Nothing happened, Uncle Hell said, a hard edge to his voice that Huxley recognized. I'm not going to lie to you, Huxley. In terms of pack politics, your life would be easier if you mated with a female witch, who you could have children with. But if you're miserable, what kind of alpha would you be anyway? This situation wasn't the same as his uncle's. It would be Huxley facing the challenges, unless the violence spread. Attacks were rare, but if a pack in a position of coveted power ever appeared weak, it was a possibility. Except Huxley wouldn't be a weak alpha, just like he wouldn't be a weak mate. He'd face any danger head-on. And that would leave Ezra to worry as Uncle Emmett had. Could he put his best friend through something like that?
Alpha Prime?
Emma Helix stood in the doorway on the other side of the room, her cheeks pink and hands hanging clasped together in front of her.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but my father is on the phone now ready to discuss with you, the captain, and Dr. Jelani about how to proceed.
Of course. Uncle Hell gave Huxley a look that might have either been meaningful or a warning that he was taking his mate with him. Even after decades of being mates, talking about a time when they almost didn't get together seemed to have shaken him up. The two went out the door Emma held open, but she didn't follow them. Instead, she nibbled on her bottom lip before seeming to make a decision that had her shutting the door with just Huxley and her left in the room.
I'm sorry, but I overheard your conversation when I was coming in.
Huxley stiffened.
My clan is a lot like Ezra's, you know. The Helix clan has a reputation, and it isn't great, depending on who you ask. I know what it is like to have people judge what type of a person you are before you've even met them. That you could see past that is just more proof of how amazing you are, and how great of an alpha you'll become.
Her voice was soft as she walked through the room, stopping feet away. His wolf still thought she was too close. Emma, I'm going to need you to get to your point, if you have one. She continued almost like she hadn't heard him.
No one would blame you, though, you know? You shouldn't have to give up on the prospect of having a progeny to continue in your place. And I could help you make sure Ezra is taken care of. They are a small clan. The other Fescues are scattered over the world, and it would be easy to accept Ezra and his dad as one of ours. They'd be respected there. And then you could... Then I could... I can give you children, Huxley.
Holding back his wolf from making a sudden, violent appearance was the only reason Huxley hadn't cut her off long ago. But just because he didn't want to see her eviscerated didn't mean he wasn't furious that she thought Huxley felt beholden to Ezra. She'd been ignorant of the situation the first time, but to approach again knowing Huxley was Ezra's intended, it showed just how respected Ezra would be in her clan. "You're proposing a swap?" he snarled. Her eyes rounded as she stepped back.
No, that isn't...
I'm not giving up on a dream with Ezra. I'm realizing one. He has more strength, more integrity in his pinky toe than most of the witches in this city. And outside it, he added harshly, making sure Emma knew she was included in most. You know what? I was a little uncertain after talking to my uncle, but not because of me.
because of the impact it would have on Ezra. I don't know how I could have forgotten that my intended is braver than I ever could be. No matter what comes at us, he'll be there. And it took listening to this bullshit you're spewing to realize that. Emma's face transformed right in front of him, a crack forming through the sweet, demure mask, revealing a woman who'd really thought Huxley would fall hand over foot to accept what she'd offered. The way she felt now wasn't his concern, and after hearing her proposition, Huxley itched to have his intended back in his arms. Emma turned on her heel, hair twirling as she rushed out the door. Huxley went after her, his body moving with a single goal of getting back to Ezra. So when yet another person stood in the doorway between him and his mate, he let out a low warning growl. The old Ramson might have stammered and paled. This one just looked curious as Emma rushed down the hallway. He shook his head as though deciding it wasn't worth him asking about. Or maybe he saw how impatient Huxley was. I'm glad I caught you before you left. Ezra was gone before I could tell him that I don't agree with my Faw's decision. That as a fellow inventor, I know Judd didn't do this. That might not make a difference, but I wanted him to know. Ramson might not have been scared of Huxley's irritated growl, but he looked apprehensive now talking about Ezra. Worried. If he thought Ezra would judge him based on the actions of his family, Ramson didn't know Huxley's intended. But Ramson was still Ezra's friend, and right now, Ezra needed as many friends around him as possible. Why don't you come with me and tell him yourself? The lights glowed through the windows of Ezra's house as Huxley and Ramson pulled in. Waiting for the pizza had been torture, and now Huxley was frothing at the mouth for his mate to be in his arms. He cut the engine and raced across the yard, pushing the door open. Luckily, he'd replaced the fixtures, and the door could take the force. He spotted Ezra walking from the dining room to the living room, carrying a stack of glasses. Huxley had the presence of mind to remove the glasses from his hands before giving him a crushing hug. Is everything all right? Ezra's voice was muffled, pressed tight against Huxley's chest. Fine. It's just been so long since I last saw you. Ezra studied his face, a dazed smile stretching his lips before he shrugged, deciding not to question it. Now that he'd gotten Ezra where he needed him, Huxley could see there were more people in Ezra's house than he'd been expecting. Both Sai and Zane sat on the sofas, some kind of board game open on the table in front of them. Caden and Axe were there too, the younger perched on the older's lap. Ramson came in then with a stack of pizzas. Hi, Huxley said I could... Solar Boy! Zane cried out, on his feet in a second. Of course you can come. Let me take those off your hands. Then you can help me kick Sai's ass. This time you're on my team. Ramson passed the pizza boxes over, shaking his head. Ezra, is it really okay? I already told Huxley that I don't... It's more than okay. Ezra pulled him the rest of the way in and closed the door. Over here, Solar Boy. Zane patted the sliver of cushion at his side. Ramson shook his head, smiling. You're still not my type. As Caden and Sai burst out laughing, Huxley retrieved the empty glasses he'd taken from Ezra. Was I supposed to buy drinks? Ezra shook his head, his lips curling seductively. Nope. Sai brought more palinka. Chapter 18. Heal. Ezra opened his eyes to Huxley's sleeping face. That first morning waking up with Huxley in his bed felt like a lifetime away, but it had only been around a month.
The feeling of warm contentment he got simply by waking up next to him had stayed the same, but everything else was different. He scanned the chiseled lines, partially obscured by a magnificent beard that had rubbed Ezra's skin raw more than once. Ezra remembered Huxley's face back when it had been bare and goofy, dopey even, with lips too big for a face still round with baby fat. Now, Huxley could make Ezra's knees weak just by looking at him. And after today, Ezra would be able to look at it every day. A quiet voice still whispered that this was all a trap, but silencing that part of him that had worried almost daily about when Huxley would wake up and leave him would take work. Maybe that was part of the reason why Huxley had wanted to have their mating ceremony so quickly, to help Ezra. Huxley was always helping Ezra. That part of their friendship never changed. He wiggled beneath the sheet. The least he could do for his soon-to-be mate was show him how appreciative he was. With his head under the covers and level with Huxley's waist, Ezra tugged Huxley's boxer briefs down. He took the soft cock into his mouth, suckling eagerly as though it was his only source of sustenance. Huxley grunted sleepily, his dick hardening with each gentle swipe of Ezra's tongue. He grinned and tightened his lips, using more suction. "Ezra?" Huxley gasped. "Who else would it be?" Ezra snarked, taking Huxley back into his mouth immediately after. He loved everything about Huxley's dick. The weight of it on his tongue, the way he had to stretch his mouth open wide to accommodate the girth. But most of all, he loved the deep, growling grunts Huxley made every time Ezra took him down to the back of his throat. He was no deep-throat king, but he was a prince, and that seemed to be enough for Huxley. All of a sudden, the sheet and blanket were gone, ripped away by Huxley, who stared down at him with silver eyes that glowed softly. "Look at you," he murmured, and lifted his hand to cup the side of Ezra's face. "Is this my mating gift? If so, my gift for you isn't nearly as good." Ezra let his dick slip free and laughed, continuing to stroke him with his hand. "It's a thank you, Huckleberry, for being you, for loving me despite myself." He brought his lips back around Huxley's length and their eyes locked. Ezra couldn't look away, not even if the angle was weird the further down he sucked. Huxley's gaze made him feel like Ezra was the one with his dick in a mouth. He needed to taste Huxley's cum, feel it coating his tongue. It was vital that happened, like Ezra really did live off the stuff. And maybe he did. He lived off this affection, off the love in Huxley's eyes. Without it, he could have easily turned angry and bitter. Seeing the world the way Huxley did was what had kept him from saying, "Fuck it all." Huxley groaned, his hips pumping, but only gently, like he was holding himself back, like he didn't want to take his orgasm from Ezra. He wanted Ezra to give it to him. He took him deep, massaging the underside of his dick while squeezing the base, where Huxley's knot would normally form. With a vibrating roar, Huxley came, spilling that life-giving fluid that Ezra was so desperate for. He lost himself a little, swallowing and licking the shaft clean. But the moment their eyes met again, Ezra was suddenly lifted from the bed, his underwear ripped off and cock inside his intended's mouth before he could say a single word. Huxley wasn't messing around. He wasn't giving Ezra his orgasm as much as he was taking it, sucking it from the very depths of him. He closed his eyes, stars erupting behind his eyelids. If there were such a thing as blowjob awards, that performance would have gotten Ezra silver, while Huxley took home the gold. And he was just fine with that. He was not fine with the sudden ringing, too sharp and loud in their quiet, sweaty space. "It's my dad. If I don't answer it, he'll just call back," Huxley croaked. Ezra's tummy tumbled seeing how affected Huxley was, the rasp in his voice and red, swollen lips. If he could speak while entrenched in his post-orgasmic haze, Ezra's voice would have sounded the same. He made a vague gesture that was supposed to mean, "Do what you want, I can't feel my toes yet," and it must have conveyed something like that because Huxley answered. "Yeah? Dad, we haven't had time." "No, I'm not." "The chairs? Okay, fine. Okay." He hung up and sighed. "Dad's angry we never decided on a frosting flavor. He needs us to do a taste test. And then there are some chairs Mom wants taken to the mating hall." "Now?" Ezra groaned. He tried to wiggle his toes. "Nope. Still sex numb." "You're going to have to carry me." But before that, he'd need pants. Ezra looked across the room with a grimace. The dresser containing their clothes didn't usually look so far away. Huxley laughed at what was likely a pitiful expression. "Fine. You stay here and recover. I'll come back to get you after tasting the frosting." "You don't have to. The pack can walk with me." The wolves had turned Huxley's backyard into their own personal space, and secretly, Ezra was relieved. He'd been worried being so deep into the city would be off-putting enough for them to leave him. They'd traded off by spending nights in the woods a couple times a week. Huxley's lips curled down into a hesitant expression. "Go, I mean it. You've sucked the energy right out of me. I'll figure out how my legs work, and we'll meet you at the meeting hall." It was the perfect mix of flattery and appealing to his nurturing nature to send Huxley on his way, after one last scorching kiss that did nothing helpful to Ezra's weak leg situation. Minutes later, Ezra got a text. "This lemon zest buttercream is amazing." Ezra smiled at the picture that accompanied it. Huxley holding a spoon of frosting while his dad gave 2 thumbs up behind him. If he wanted any chance of getting his own taste, he was going to have to get out of bed, and then shower. He swung his legs around and tested out his toes. His feet felt sturdy enough. He leaned forward, slowly lifting his weight to his legs. He didn't topple. So far, so good. Since he'd be heading out after the shower, it made sense to warn the pack beforehand so they'd be ready. And he had to feed Dalto the kibble his owner had sent along with him. Getting him to eat was becoming more difficult by the day. He wanted what the big kids were having, which was mostly whatever they could catch or beg. Ezra opened the back door, and the hairs on his nape stood up. He didn't understand why until the quiet hit him. No yips, whines, or growls. No paws scampering. He searched the corners, gasping when he finally spotted his pack on their sides as though asleep or dead. "What?" He fell back, away from the dark figure that dropped out of the sky. The Tatter. Ezra tried to scream, but the fist to his mouth cut off the sound. He blinked away the pain, clawing at the hooded man attempting to get a hold of him. Ezra's heel collided with his gut as he grabbed the cloak at the bottom of the hood, using the leverage from his kick to rip it down. "Ryan?" He sputtered at the golden blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Those were the only parts of the man he recognized. The rest of his face was twisted with a fury that looked nothing like the man he'd met. Ezra twisted toward the ground and clawed at the floor. He needed to get up, get to the street, scream for help. Huxley would hear him. He got his feet under him. Almost there. The front door opened and Ezra sighed with relief. Huxley was here now. What the fuck is taking so long? You're making enough noise to alert the whole block. Rain Kelvin spat, his sneer deepening as he spotted Ezra scrambling toward him. I'm out there like an idiot playing lookout, and you've nearly lost the guy.
Shut the fuck up, Kelvin,
Ryan snarled. Ezra worked on sucking in enough air to scream, but when he opened his mouth, Ryan sent his booted foot colliding with his face. His last stupid thought as he went under was that Ryan clearly wasn't an alchemist. He came to in pain, but with a full awareness of what caused that pain and the danger he was likely still in. That fear was cemented when he tried to move but couldn't. His hands were tied together at the wrists behind his back, and his ankles had been tied together and secured to the chair he sat slumped over on. The ropes were his greatest worry for all of a second. The amount of time it took him to realize there was some kind of metal contraption fitted around his chest, like a life jacket made of steel or alloy.
Where are my wolves?
His entire body hurt, the greatest pain coming from his swollen and stiff face.
Oh, good,
Emma Helix said from somewhere farther than Ezra's blurry eyes would focus. He had to blink several times before her image became clear. He was in a living room he didn't recognize. Emma sat in a love seat across from him, Ryan and Rain standing behind her like gargoyles.
Any longer, and I would have had to pull out the smelling salts. Thankfully, Huxley's only just starting to worry that you haven't shown up yet. Your mutts are fine, I imagine. Just a little sedative inhalant. It wouldn't serve the story for them to die now.
He didn't know if he could trust her, nor how she knew what Huxley was doing. But there was one question more important than either of those. What the fuck was going on? He didn't know what was strapped to his chest, but maybe if he transformed, he could get free of the ropes. Except, as he reached within himself, trying to pull free a canine small enough to help him, he hit a wall.
If that constipated look means you're trying to turn into a dog, you can stop. That box welded to your chest dampens your powers. You're stuck in that face, I'm afraid.
Emma pursed her lips in mock sympathy. Ezra's brain pulled him in 1,000 different directions, but he had to concentrate on what he knew. Ryan and Emma were not the nice, misunderstood witches they'd led everyone to believe, and Rain Kelvin was still a super douche.
What is going on, Emma? What is this thing? You know, it didn't have to be like this, Ezra. If Huxley had just pulled his head out of his ass, I mean, look at me and then look at you. You have to agree that I tried my hardest to avoid this outcome.
She flicked her hair over her shoulder with a sigh.
Whatever. If I can't marry the baby alpha and gain control of Crescent City that way, then I'll break him and take it the werewolf way. It's all tiresome, if you ask me. I could have taken his life 100 times over by now.
She'd sounded more like her fake sweet self at first, but ended on the wobblier side of mentally stable. 1,000, Ryan added with a scoff. Do you know how hard it's been not to just throw him off a tall building or slit his throat before he could see me coming? Ezra refused to say something stupidly obvious like, "You lied!" because it was clear he had, so he connected the dots silently. Ryan wasn't an inept alchemist whose only magic was in interacting with people. He was a kinetic skilled enough he could fly. Breaking him will be so much more satisfying anyway. Either way, the Might Pack suffers a blow they won't be able to recover from.
and I get Crescent City. The clan does, sister.
Emma rolled her eyes.
Right, the clan. Like any of this could have even been possible without me.
Ezra was connecting her dots, too. He should have known the whole sweet girl thing was an act. Caden had warned him away from the helixes. But Ezra was the last person to judge someone based on their family. He could judge Emma now, though. She was a horrible person who had probably never found herself in a position of needing to chase after a romantic partner. He laughed despite the way it tugged at his cut lip. It must have really stung when Huxley rejected you not once, but twice. Emma lifted off the chair, but her brother was there to keep her from launching across the room, the whole interaction confirming Ezra's suspicions. She settled, lifting a flat rock the size of her palm, like a worry stone, but larger. Not as much as it's going to sting when that doomsday jacket disintegrates your flesh. Unfortunately, I won't get to see it. She wiggled the stone in her hand. Remote activation. Don't want to be anywhere near you when that goes off. Ezra's hatred of asking the obvious diminished at the words, disintegrates your flesh. The flash of concern must have shown on his face, prompting Emma's cruel laugh, like nails down a chalkboard that wanted to turn you into dust. Is this thing? It's the alloy, isn't it? You stole it from the solar wolves. Ezra knew from the demonstration the alloy wasn't supposed to be dangerous. But if anyone could change that, it was likely the maker. You did something to it? Emma used her thumbnail to flick non-existent dirt from under her pointer finger. Do you know the truly tiring thing about being the best at something? Other people pretending they have any idea what you're talking about. I warned you and everyone else at that stupid gala. I told you exactly the danger you were in, but you all just smiled and nodded. Ezra hadn't done either of those things, but he also couldn't remember a single part of her talk. Glyndolf was a brilliant witch, a lot like me. Overlooked, underappreciated. Considering the witch had a gala almost entirely dedicated to her, Ezra had to wonder how she could have been appreciated any more. If anyone in that audience had the slightest idea, they'd have known that Glyndolf's methods of stabilization are only half of his gift to the witching world. I can almost understand why. His methods of destabilization are fickle, and in the wrong hands. She blew a burst of air through her lips, mimicking an explosion. Kind of like what you're going to do when the energy from that alloy vest reaches its peak. Too bad you aren't a bit bigger. The more mass, the faster the energy builds. But you'll do. If we had more time, I'd explain all the other many uses for the destabilization methods, but we don't. And since your best trick is turning into Cujo, it would all go over your head anyway. Thank fuck. Ezra would rather blow up immediately than listen to Emma jabber about how smart she is. He kept this to himself, though, proving that he could, in fact, control his sharp tongue. Hurry it up. He's about to leave the mating hall to go searching for him, Brian said, looking at his phone. Don't rush me! You know I hate it when you rush me. And I hate it when you blab on. Do you want Falco to see him answer the phone or not? Emma closed her eyes and sucked in a slow breath. Fine! She pulled his cell phone from her pocket and angled it toward Ezra. It was his. Here's what you're going to do. Call your intended and break it off. Break his heart. No, if you don't, then you know what he'll do.
come and look for you. And trust me, you don't want anyone you love near you when that thing goes off. Bonus points if you can add in how much you hate the solar wolves and how disappointed you are that he was too weak to stand up to them. But if you can't, that's fine. We've planted enough clues. After Ryan drops you off on the roof of the Solar Command Center and you go boom, they'll put the pieces together.
The command center? I thought you were going to blow up council headquarters. That fucking golden boy deserves to lose everything. The city has kissed his ass for too long. Ezra had honestly forgotten Rain was even there. So had Emma and Ryan, it seemed, since both turned toward him like he'd just stepped into the room.
Yes, the command center. Do you have a problem with that?
Emma snapped as Ryan took a menacing step forward. Ezra really wished Rain had a problem with that. At least then he'd be able to see Rain get his ass kicked twice before dying. But he shook his head, mumbling, I just want to know where not to be. She smiled with syrupy sweetness. Then how about you go to the mating hall? You'll make it in time to see our mutt break the baby alpha's heart. She waited for Rain to leave the house before meeting Ezra's eye. I swear, if I didn't still need that guy to whisper in the captain's ear, he'd have had a mysterious accident a long time ago. He's lucky he's useful. And now, it's your turn to be useful. She used Ezra's thumbprint to unlock the phone, snorting at his contact name, Huckleberry, before calling and putting the phone on speaker. It all happened too fast. Ezra was ready to blow up to avoid an educational lecture, but he wasn't ready to do this. But Emma was right. He needed to make sure Huxley didn't try to come after him, at least for the next hour or so, long enough that the danger to him had passed. Ezra, I was about to go get you. What's wrong? Legs still broken from my top-notch fellatio skills? Ezra closed his eyes. He didn't want to see Emma's sneer and let that color what was likely going to be his last happy memory. Ezra? He said again, a cautious edge creeping into his tone. Emma jiggled the phone impatiently. Acid churned in his gut. Every part of him was repulsed by what he was supposed to do. So much so that he couldn't get his tongue to work properly. But imagining Huxley engulfed in flames helped him gain control. I can't go through with it. There was only silence on the other end, broken by distant voices in the background. It killed Ezra to imagine Huxley at the mating hall right that moment, and how excited and relieved he'd been to see Ezra's name on his phone. With what? The mating. You. Ezra, you aren't making any sense. Are you nervous? Wait there. I'll help calm your nerves, and then I left. He couldn't have Huxley going back to his house and seeing the pack. If they were still knocked out, he'd know something was wrong. You can go back, but I'm not there. I couldn't stand being there another second. I thought I could make this work, but I thought I could trust you too. How can I trust you if you couldn't even get my dad out long enough to see me mated? He's going to die, and it is going to be your fault. Ezra hoped he died now. He deserved it for the things he was saying, for the pain he was causing the person he loved the most. Ezra, tell me where you are. His voice wasn't broken, but angry. This isn't you. Or did you forget I was your best friend first? Tell me where you are. Damn him. Ezra's heart tore in two, half overjoyed that Huxley would know Ezra would never say this uncoerced, but the other half tortured, since it meant Huxley would get hurt, maybe even die. His voice went ragged, but it was all he could do to shove the words out.
I don't want to see you. Do you understand me? I don't want to talk to you. You won't be able to persuade me.
Ezra, where?
I'm gone, Huxley.
At that, Emma hung up.
Well done, Ezra. That might have actually done the trick. Of course, finding your pieces will seal the deal. I could have done without the tears and melodrama, but still, good job. He hadn't noticed the tears streaming down his face until her callous mention of them. And I guess now we better get a move on, huh? She looked to her brother, and then back to Ezra, wrenching her thumb behind her. Settle a score for me before you go. What did you think about his costume? Tell me honestly. I thought it was dumb. And I told you that you have no showmanship. Ryan huffed. That described the two of them pretty well, actually. A show. And now Ezra was seeing behind the curtain. Ryan tugged him up, needing to balance him on his bound ankles to keep him from falling. He's not going to blow up mid-flight, is he? Not unless I press this early. Emma smiled, shaking the flat stone. You do that, and I'm telling Dad. Ezra groaned in disgust. Can we get to the part where I die? This adorable sibling banter is making me sick. Before his eyes, Emma's face transformed back to the shy, polite woman she'd been pretending to be. Of course. Anything you need. At least now he knew where he'd been. Councilman Falco's house. Unfortunately for Ezra, he lived along the boundary of Solar Wolf territory, giving those below only a small window of time where they could have spotted Ezra, bound and being airlifted in the arms of a man wearing a tatter suit. Not every kinetic could fly. Huxley's dad couldn't, though Ezra would have liked to see Freston and Ryan square off in a fight on the ground. He imagined that scenario as Ryan lowered to the top of the Solar Command Center. Even the roof was fancy. Clean, with a bench and a few potted plants, just in case anyone working within wanted a break, Ezra supposed. There wasn't anyone there now, and Ryan dropped him well away from the bench anyway, fitting a cloth gag over his mouth before depositing his armed, bound body near an exhaust vent. This is where we say goodbye. I don't trust my bitch sister not to set it off early just to fuck with me. Adios, Ezra. You served a purpose. And who in this world can really say that? Ryan gave him a cocky salute before launching back in the air, growing too small for Ezra to see in seconds. It took less time than that for the reality of his situation to sink in. Oh shit. Oh shit. How had he gone from sucking his intended's dick to waiting for an insane witch to remote detonate his chest? He couldn't scream for help. The cloth was too thick for him to try gnawing through. Maybe if he could transform into something with sharper teeth. But the stupid cube on his chest kept that from happening. At least Huxley wasn't here. Ezra could be glad for that. Everyone inside the building below him was about to die, his dad included. But Ezra couldn't do anything to warn them. He couldn't even move. There he is! If the last voice Ezra heard before he died was Rain Kelvin's, he was going to come back as the angriest fucking poltergeist. But it wasn't just Rain who came running towards him. Ramsden was with him, wide-eyed and terrified. No, not Ram. He was Ezra's third non-canine friend. He didn't care if Rain went down with him, but Ezra couldn't kill his third friend. Ramsden dropped to his knees in front of him, letting the bag he'd slung over his shoulder fall heavily to the rooftop. He slipped the gag down over Ezra's chin, eyes scanning the contraption strapped to his chest. I didn't actually believe him. I thought it was a trick. That he still came was even more reason why Ramsden couldn't die. You need to go. Right now. Call your dad. Warn everyone in the building to get out, Ramson. Please. Emma's got this rock, and she's going to turn this stupid thing on.
Rain shook his head. You can't use your phones. They've been listening, seeing everything we've all been saying. She'll do something worse. She can't think anything is wrong. Ramson's eyes followed the lines of his metal vest, pausing at the cube affixed to the front.
The alloy is supposed to be safe. What's her intention here?
I already told you. She altered it somehow. Rain said impatiently. Can you get it off? Or neutralize it? They told me at the gala that if I helped them, they'd help me bring might down a few notches. I thought the only people who would be hurt were the Lunar wolves, maybe a few witches. But I don't want my own people killed. I'm not that bad. If his seconds weren't already numbered, Ezra would have taken time to refute that claim. But he didn't know how many he had left. Ramson dug around in his bag, pulling free something that looked like a pen. But when he pressed it to the suit, the tip smoked. Ezra tried to jerk away, but he was still bound at his hands and feet.
Careful! She did Gandalf's destabilization. Wait, no, that's not the name. She did some kind of crazy alchemy shit.
Rain's fingernails sharpened to claws he used to cut the bindings. If you can't get it off him, we need to get him out of here.
It's having no effect on the alloy, but something is.
Ramson's hand shot out, catching the cube that had been attached to the front of the death suit.
Ow! Hot!
He yelped, and the cube slipped from his fingers, cracking against the roof. In the next instant, the suit began to glow.
Did I do that?
Ramson asked, wide-eyed.
No, it's Emma. It's starting. Fuck! That cube I need to...
Already his skin was burning. He wouldn't have time to get down the stairs, much less to a safe distance where everyone would be out of harm's way. He needed to stall it somehow. Ramson stood back, his eyes scanning Ezra like he thought if he looked close enough, he'd find a solution.
No, let me just... There's got to be a way. If I could get you to my lab...
But there was a solution. A possibility of a solution anyway, and Ramson had given it to him.
There's no time. Emma said my body mass determines how quickly the energy builds.
Already, the glow was brighter, building without dissipating, growing thicker like the light from the demonstration at the gala, except painful.
I just need to delay the build-up. Get out of town. Ezra, no. Let me get Huxley. Don't you dare,
Ezra snarled.
Just tell him the truth about what happened, and that I didn't mean it. Any of it.
Without the cube to stop him, Ezra transformed into the smallest canine he could think of. Just like his clothes, the suit absorbed into him. But it was still there, the burn reduced to an uncomfortable tingle. With one last look to Ramson that he hoped like hell was meaningful, Ezra took off toward the fire escape. Chapter 19. Bait.
How can I trust you if you couldn't even get my dad out long enough to see me mated? He's going to die, and it is going to be your fault.
Huxley clenched the phone, pressing it hard against the side of his face. He stood in the hallway where the intended mates waited to take the stage, leaving everyone he knew on the other side of the closed door. Adrenaline surged through him, but not the kind that made him want to act. It had been years since he'd felt so paralyzed. But just because he'd learned how to handle it didn't mean a day went by when he hadn't carried this terror. You're not good enough to be Alpha. You didn't try hard enough for your mate. You failed because you aren't enough. Huxley's wolf bristled, The beast's anger pulsed inside him like an infected wound, forcing Huxley to pay attention to not just what Ezra said, but how. Ezra had a sharp tongue and wasn't afraid to use it. He didn't sound fearless at the moment, but tortured. His behavior may have made sense if it were anyone but him. Ezra felt bad about the things he said sometimes, but that remorse came after the fact because in the moment he burned too hotly to care about anything else. Which meant something fucked was going on. Ezra, tell me where you are. He couldn't keep the hostility from his tone. Not when Ezra behaving like this meant someone was making him behave like this. This isn't you. Or did you forget I was your best friend first? Tell me where you are. If he was being forced, it would make sense that the person holding him would keep him from answering. But if that happened, then Huxley would know for certain he was right. I don't want to see you. Do you understand me? I don't want to talk to you. You won't be able to persuade me. Now he just sounded scared, and that certainly wasn't his Ezra. Ezra, where? I'm gone, Huxley! The line went dead. His mom popped her head through the doorway. Honey, did you get a hold of Ezra? He turned to face her, and she stepped in the hallway, shutting the door behind her. What's wrong? I think Ezra is in trouble, he growled. No, think, his wolf countered. I know Ezra is in trouble. He just hung up on me. He called off the mating. If he hadn't already decided there was something sinister at play, then saying that would have broken him. Instead, it pumped the good kind of adrenaline through his veins. His senses heightened, turning the gentle murmur of the people waiting on the other side of the wall into a roar. He needed to find his mate, but if he was in danger, there might not be time to follow his scent trail. I need Zane. I'll grab him. His mom disappeared back through the doorway. What if he was wrong, and Ezra really had decided he couldn't respect him? They weren't closer to figuring out who the true criminals were, and without someone to point the finger to, Captain Kelvin wouldn't give up easily on the suspect he already had in custody. His mom returned with Zane. His grin and whatever sarcastic quip he'd been about to say both dried up at the sight of him. What happened? What do you need to use your chameleon program to track Ezra's phone? Zane's eyes twitched from Huxley to his mother. What? Don't waste time bullshitting Agent Andino, his mom said. Answer his question. The clueless innocence left his face like dust blown from a shelf. Just his phone number. I left my computer at headquarters. I'll call you from there. He ran down the hallway at the same time the door opened again, this time letting in a flood of bodies. What's going on? His dad asked first, followed closely by his grandma, grandpa, Caden, and Axe, who at least looked like the only reason he was there was because his mate had dragged him. You looked worried, his grandma said to his mom, as though that explained the parade of people. Where's Ezra? Caden asked. To some people, having his intended break up with him minutes before the ceremony meant it was time to give that person space. But Huxley knew in his heart that Ezra needed him. Besides, the only person in the hallway who would have ridiculed him was the one man he'd spent years learning to ignore. He called saying he couldn't go through with our mating. He sounded scared, like someone was making him. Zane is going to track his cell phone down. What? His grandpa bellowed loud enough anyone sitting on the other side of the door could hear. The fescue dumped you? This is unacceptable. That family should have been removed from this town. I cannot believe. Everything okay out here? His Aunt Gloria stuck her head out, looking at the people filling the hallway, and pulled her mate in after her. Someone else would have to fill her in. If they started over every time someone new came in, he'd never get out of the hallway.
When we talked last night, Ezra sounded really excited for today. I don't think he could have changed his mind that drastically,
Caden said. Do you think it has something to do with the stolen alloy? Axe asked.
I don't know. Maybe? Look, I know I sound like a jilted lover grasping at straws, but I'm certain he's in trouble. While I wait for Zane, I'll search the house.
You mean you haven't looked? His grandpa sneered. So you're initiating a missing person search when he could be packing his bags at your house right now?
Huxley wanted to do so many things to his grandpa at that moment, but he settled on the one thing that would really hurt him, continuing as though he hadn't spoken. Someone needs to tell the people out there waiting. No matter what, there won't be a mating ceremony today. We can do that. I'll get Emmett and Heliodoro to help. Last I saw, they were sulking in the back row,
Gloria said. I'll get Cy and meet Zane at headquarters.
Axe left down the hallway with Caden, who cast worried looks over his shoulder back at Huxley. The people who mattered had his back, and that was good enough for him. Huxley burst through his front door with a snarl. Ezra's fear lingered in the air, clinging to him as he stalked down the hallway, moving slowly enough to scan for clues. The hallway rug was disturbed, but more telling was the back door, which was left wide open. Huxley got to the doorway and cursed. The pack, including Dalto, were on their sides in the dirt, chests moving, a few of them looking like they were struggling to wake up, while the rest were still out cold. They'd been drugged. And while a sliver of Huxley could believe Ezra really had wanted to call off the mating, no part of him believed Ezra would have done anything to his pack. He heard his front door open. His mom's scent wafted toward him. Huxley? Axe gave me this earpiece. He said it's tuned in to the security channel, so only we can... Oh, no. What is it? His grandma asked, tugging his grandpa behind her. They drugged his wolf pack, his mom said, wearing her own comm piece. Huxley slipped his on in time to hear Zane say, I've got his location. He's at Councilman Falco's house? You go. We'll stay here and make sure they wake up safely, his grandma said. His grandpa grabbed her elbow. Martha, if there is danger, you need to be... If the next words out of your mouth are as helpful as you've been so far, Foster, I swear to the moon, you will sleep on the couch for the rest of our lives. His grandma snapped. If Huxley wasn't so worried for Ezra, he would have enjoyed that moment. But this just confirmed that someone had come to his house and taken his mate. Wasn't Councilman Falco at the mating hall? Yes, his grandpa grunted. Huxley stomped past them. I'm going to his house first. Mom, have Dad keep the councilman inside the mating hall until one of the team can take him to headquarters. I think your father can handle escorting a single elderly werewolf, honey, his mom replied. You just go. Bring Ezra back. Axe's voice filled his ear. I'm en route with Cy. Zane's remaining at headquarters monitoring the phone's location. Once there, we'll hold our position. Huxley ran out of his house just as Axe asked, Zane? Status? It hasn't moved. Still at the councilman's. It didn't make sense for Ezra's phone to be there. And not just because, as far as Huxley knew, the two hadn't spoken more than 3 times total. When Huxley imagined the possible dangers, Falco wasn't anywhere on the list. I'm on my... Huxley heard the tiny paws skittering before he saw the small ball of fluff running down the street, going north, toward the forest. He changed course mid-step. I see him! Huxley had to sprint to close the distance.
Ezra ran down the sidewalk like he was being chased, but the only one behind him was Huxley.
Ezra's running in canine form down Branch Street, toward the forest.
There was too much that still felt wrong for Huxley to feel any sort of relief. Hold up. Zane's voice crackled. Say that again, Solar Boy. Ramson? Fuck. Repeat all that into this, Zane said, followed by muffled sounds, most likely Zane passing his comm over. Ramson panted, his breath all Huxley could hear until,
Hello all. This is Ramson Kelvin. Ezra has been fitted with some kind of energy bomb. It was Emma and Ryan Helix. They were trying to get him to blow up the command center. He said his body mass influences how quickly the energy builds. That's why he's in his dog form. He's trying to get to where there are the fewest people. I couldn't get the thing off him before Emma remote detonated it. He's going to explode as soon as the energy building in the vest reaches critical mass.
Huxley lunged forward, the words critical mass and explode echoing in his head, as he scooped Ezra off the ground without missing his next step. Confirmed movement inside Falco's residence. We're going in, Axe growled.
Ryan Helix isn't an alchemist. He's a kinetic. He can fly, so be careful,
Ramson warned. The moment Ezra felt his grip, he yelped, fighting his hold. He pierced his tiny teeth into Huxley's skin, but Huxley held tight, continuing down the same path Ezra had been going, toward the woods.
I have him. His skin is hot. The device has been absorbed inside like his clothes, but he's burning up. I'm continuing to the woods.
Huxley? The trembling voice belonged to his mom. She cleared her throat and continued steadily.
How do we stop this, Ramson? I don't know. Rain wasn't clear on it, but he mentioned Glindolf's methods of stabilization. That isn't... It's where magic and science connects, and I only know science.
Rain?
Where's Gloria?
Caden's voice was quieter, Huxley assumed because he was standing next to Ramson. There was the sound of more movement, but no words. Helix witches are barricading themselves inside. Zane, call in patrol. Have a team evacuate the homes from Front to Market. Everyone else with me. Did they think they could hole up inside the house? Wait out the whole damn city? Ezra still hadn't stopped squirming. He dug his claws into Huxley's chest, biting him repeatedly. He could only hear Huxley's side of the conversation, but was clearly trying to communicate the reality of the danger he was in. It didn't hurt. Huxley had too much adrenaline pumping through him to feel pain anyway, but his squirming made it difficult to think.
Will you stop it, Ezra? I know what you're trying to do. Ramson told us everything, and I'm not letting you do this alone. If you die, I go with you.
Huxley felt the others listening. He hated that his mom had to go through this, but there wasn't any other option for Huxley. A world without Ezra was a world he wasn't interested in.
I'm going to keep running. If one of you has an idea of how to stop this thing, let me know. Otherwise, we've got to get as far away from the city as possible.
Though he'd settled in his arms, holding Ezra felt like holding the feeling of licking a 9-volt battery, tingly and unpleasant, and growing noticeably the deeper they disappeared into the forest. Huxley didn't care if his skin melted off. He wasn't letting go. There were popping sounds in the distance, like gunfire.
What's going on over there?
He winced at the smell of burning fur. Ezra's burning fur.
Exchanging fire. Don't you worry about us, Agent Might. Is there word on Gloria?
Axe asked. She and Ramson are talking now. She asked for that spray bottle we found. I have no fucking clue what they're saying, though, Zane reported. Huxley was at least 3 miles outside of the city by now. At some point, he'd have to stop and try something himself. He couldn't just run with his mate burning in his arms. "Somebody, please, tell me you have an idea." "I have an idea." Huxley skidded to a stop, happier than he'd ever been to hear his aunt's voice. "Going from what Ramsden and Caden have been able to tell me, I believe the spray bottle found at Ezra's is regeneration spray. It's rare, highly fickle to brew, and also illegal in the witch world. It can break down whatever it comes in contact with, and then build it back up, providing the pieces are still relatively close to each other. It's probably the same stuff she used to put the suit on. You should be able to use it to break it apart. If you disrupt the circuit building in the vest, it should go neutral, unless the pieces are able to reform. Your dad is on his way to your location with the spray now." "Veer northeast," Zane cut in, talking to Huxley's dad. While Huxley appreciated an option, he didn't want his dad running into danger. "Like you did?"
"How is Ezra?"
Aunt Gloria asked.
He's burning. His fur is burning. There are blisters, and he's starting to glow."
And yet he wasn't making a sound. The pain had to be excruciating. His entire tiny body shook with it, but he was silent. "For you. He doesn't want to make this worse for you."
It's okay if you have to cry," Huxley told him. "If it helps, let it out. I need you to."
His aunt broke back in.
"When your dad gets there, Huxley, Ezra is going to have to transform back into his human form. You'll have seconds, if that, to break the circuit. My recommendation is to aim for his shoulder."
He took a deep breath, transforming the urgency in his tone into something more reassuring. This plan relied on Ezra doing something he wouldn't want to do, and Huxley had to convince the stubborn witch to do it anyway.
"Ezra, Dad is coming with the spray. It's going to melt the vest and stop this long enough to get you out. But when I tell you, you're going to have to shift. Okay? You have to shift into your human form, and we won't have a lot of time."
Then Ezra did whine, but Huxley knew it wasn't because of the pain, but because he was still worried for him. Ezra would have run into the forest alone if Huxley had let him, even if there was a chance to stop it, because he didn't want to put Huxley in danger. The forest split, branches snapping as his father burst through the brush. He stopped short, tossing the spray bottle into Huxley's waiting palm, as Ezra's glowing form danced in his eyes.
"Go, Dad! Run!"
He could see his father was going to refuse, but before he could, a dull boom exploded in the distance. Not a magic energy jacket level bomb, but big.
"Go! Help with whatever the fuck that was!"
His dad nodded, something like pride pushing away the terror in his expression, before he turned into a blur in the opposite direction. Huxley's skin burned, but his pain was nothing compared to what Ezra felt, with welts and blisters continuing to form on Ezra's small body. When he shifted, the heat would be unbearable. He made sure he had a sturdy grip on the spray bottle and gave a test spritz on a leaf. It oozed in two, not so much melting, but like the spray had turned a section of the leaf into goo that could be pulled apart.
"It's time. You're going to have to shift for me, Ez. You have to trust me and shift. On the count of 3.
Ezra let out a squealing whine.
1, 2, 3.
Huxley couldn't see through a light so blindingly white, it nearly distracted him from the scalding, vibrating heat that stole the breath from his lungs. But Ezra was in his arms, and Huxley didn't need to see to know his body. He'd memorized every curve. He pressed down on the bottle, the plastic softer against his thumb, melting in the heat. For a split second, he thought the world had gone dark, But it was just the sudden difference as the blazing white light disappeared. The heat rapidly dissipated into the woods, allowing Huxley to suck in a lungful of clear, cold air.
Ezra, Ezra, Ezra,
he croaked, his mate covered in burns, bits of his skin blackened and smoking. He was breathing, and his eyelids fluttered. Huxley had to resist yanking him into his arms. It would only worsen the blisters. But as Ezra's lips started to move, he leaned in, pressing his ear closer.
I'm here, mate. I love you. I'm here. Huxley,
Ezra gasped.
Huxley, you idiot! You should have let me go. You are so fucking lucky that worked. Damn you. Next time I do the noble thing, let me fucking do it. I can smell your skin burning.
His voice cracked, tears streaming down his face as he pushed himself up. Huxley heard someone laughing on the line, but he ignored it, shaking his head before kissing a patch of clear skin on his cheek. Never, Ez. I'll never let you go. You wanted the credit is more like it. Only his mate could go from nearly impersonating a nuclear meltdown to being upset that Huxley had dared put himself in danger. Fuck. He wanted to hug him so bad. But even though the burns weren't so severe he couldn't stand, they were bad enough Huxley's embrace would just hurt him. You're right. I saved your life because I wanted the credit. More laughter had joined the first, when Axe's voice broke over them all. Emma Helix is in custody. She attempted to flee after blowing up the councilman's house. Ryan Helix is unaccounted for. He flew north. No visual. Zane followed on the chief's heels. I've got one, thanks to the captain sharing his contact list. He's got his phone with him. It doesn't look like he's diverted course over the forest. Must know he'd get shot down if he tried flying over the city. There was no fucking way Ryan Helix was going to get out after trying to kill his mate. How far from where I am? To Ezra, he added. Ryan got away. Northeast, heading for Maple Creek. Ezra. It just occurred to him that to chase after Ryan, he'd have to leave Ezra. Go, Ezra urged. Stay here, he called over his shoulder, heading in the direction of the creek. Huxley knew every inch of this forest. Give him 2 points and he could walk from A to B blindfolded. The creek wasn't that far from where they were, and in less than a minute, he heard water trickling ahead. He slowed just enough to search the sky. Ryan must not have had time to put on his costume, making a much less menacing sight, scared shitless in a pink polo and khaki shorts. A wave of fury propelled Huxley forward. He'd believed this asshole's act, had believed Emma, until the end. But even then, he'd misjudged her. I have visual. Agent Might. He's in the air. What are you going to do? Huxley didn't bother replying to Axe's question. He spotted the exact tree he needed and jumped, his claws extending for traction as he scampered up the crooked trunk. Like a dog tracking a frisbee, he kept his eye on Ryan, the witch too busy literally texting while flying to see Huxley launch off the top of the tree trunk. They hit mid-air, falling to the ground exactly how 2 men who'd slammed into each other at 40 feet would. Maybe if Ryan had been expecting him, he'd have been able to compensate. But as it was, they toppled together through the branches. They didn't feel great, but slowed Huxley's fall enough that he didn't break anything as he landed on Ryan, who had definitely broken several somethings. But not even the resounding crack of the man's bones was enough to alleviate Huxley's rage. Ryan groaned, grunting when Huxley's fist collided with his face. Though he wanted to punch the witch until he'd stopped breathing, he was already unconscious, and Ezra was waiting for him. Huxley grabbed his leg, dragging the body as he said, "Ezra needs a healer immediately."
"We're already on our way,"
his mom said. "And Ryan?" Axe asked with a level of caution that told Huxley his chief thought he'd killed the witch. "Bring cuffs." Chapter 20. Champion. Ezra sat shirtless at the dining room table, spoon in hand as Huxley slathered soothing lotion across his back. It didn't matter that Ezra's burns had healed into shiny red skin about 12 hours after the first application, and had healed completely after the next. Days later, Huxley still claimed, "This section looks a bit red," and then demanded Ezra let him put more lotion on. "It puts the lotion on its skin," Ezra mumbled into his bowl of cornflakes. Huxley grunted, unshaken in his resolve to bring Ezra's skin back to newborn levels of softness. When he finished, he pressed a kiss at Ezra's lower nape. Ezra repressed a shiver. They did not have time to get naked. "I see your plan now. You just want to make sure the only blemish back there is your teeth." When Huxley didn't reply, Ezra craned his neck around, finding the werewolf staring at that spot with a possessed sort of hunger. There was nothing Ezra wanted to do more than swipe the cereal bowl off the table and bend over. But one of them had to keep a level head. Even if that level head was already imagining how fucking awesome it would feel to have Huxley behind him, gripping his hips, filling him with each forward stroke. "Huxley Francis Might, you stop looking at me like that." Huxley licked his lips and leaned forward, nostrils flaring. "If you want me to stop looking like this, then you need to stop smelling like that, Ezra Ravenous Fescue." Ezra hissed. "You swore to never speak of my middle name." He didn't know what his parents had been smoking when they decided on that monstrosity. He pushed from the table, having to tilt his head back to glare into Huxley's eyes. But, instead of broiling annoyance, all Ezra felt was gratitude. "You almost lost this." Huxley's grin softened, his eyes tilting down in the corner. What thought just popped into that head? Before Ezra could answer, Huxley had him in a tight embrace. He tried not to let himself dwell on his time strapped in Emma's doomsday vest. The smell of burning fur and skin. The horrible cold numbness that somehow felt worse than if he just felt the burning. But Huxley's arms were magic, pulling Ezra from that pit of trauma. "Have you heard any more from the Helix clan?" Huxley's chest rumbled. "Not since they handed over Emma's fabrication notes. Aunt Gloria said she can't spot any sort of trap in them, but her, Magnus, and Ramsden will go slow, double-check each step. Alpha Spire will make sure of that. He canceled all his movies so he could be here with her. And Caden will be beside himself with sorrow. Unless that meant more chances for face-to-face encounters between the actor and superfan. They'd recovered what was left of the stolen alloy buried in Falco's backyard. But since they couldn't trust Emma hadn't tampered with it, they needed to make more. The Solar Pack, with the Lunar Council's blessing, had struck a deal with the Helix clan. If they agreed to hand over the notes, they'd spare Emma and Ryan's lives. They'd still rot behind bars, but alive. Falco had not gotten the same deal. As psychotic as Emma had turned out to be, she was still insanely skilled, and it would take 2 alchemists and a solar wolf scientist to do what she'd done alone. They won't risk trying to pull anything while their witches are locked up inside the command center. Huxley leaned back and smoothed his hands down Ezra's upper arms. It's all under control. The only thing you need to worry about is how you'll keep from bursting with joy later this morning, once you are my official mate. When Ezra got to his dad's house, Ramsden was already there in a heated exchange with his dad about the most effective composting methods. He was willing to let them argue until the ceremony began, but his dad saw him and beamed, rushing forward for a hug. "Today's the day! I know your ma wishes she could be here." Ezra doubted that, but he wasn't going to dampen his dad's spirits. He'd done enough of that for a lifetime. "Thanks, Dad. I'm just glad you're here." And in typical Judd fashion, he hadn't let the ordeal color his opinion of the people living within the city at all. He'd actually thanked them for getting to the bottom of things. "The day you met Prince Wolf was the best day of my life." He wiped a tear from his face. The rat on his shoulder darted out to lick the salty remnants from his skin. "Really?" Ezra's mom had made it very clear that evening he'd been escorted home as a child that he shouldn't expect that sort of kindness again, and to stay far away from Huxley might. "I love your ma, but I worried so much you'd end up like her. It wouldn't have been your fault. It's hard to turn a blind eye to unkindness. But life is what you make it. You can see enemies at every corner, or you can see friends. Prince Wolf helped you see friends." All this time, Ezra thought his dad had just been blind to how horrible people could be. "Dad, His dad grabbed his shoulders, squeezing before shaking softly. "This is a day for smiling, Ezzy." Ezra turned to face Ramsden, approaching after giving the two space to greet each other. He smiled in preparation for whatever Ramsden was about to say, but the wolf didn't even glance at him, a gleam in his eye that said his head was nowhere near his body. "Now, Mr. Fescue, going back to what we were talking about, surely you believe that taking the extra steps to render meat products more easily compostable is worth it when you take in the big picture." His dad shook his head, looking as appalled as Ezra had ever seen him. Thankfully, Ezra only had to wait a few minutes before people who actually wanted to talk to him on his own mating day arrived. Caden, Axe, and the rest of the LCEA team rolled up, each wearing the exact dress code Ezra had given them. "If I see a single tie, I will rip it off," he'd warned, which had prompted Zane to ask, "What if we want you to rip our clothes off?" That had gotten Huxley going, which had signaled the end of that meeting. He'd wanted the few people they'd invited to their second stab at a mating ceremony to be comfortable. Ezra wasn't dressing up either, even though Ramsden had offered every suit in his closet. He wanted to feel like himself when he bound himself to Huxley. The only guest who hadn't abided by the no-dressing-up rule was Dalto, and that was because he was the only of the pack who'd allowed Caden to strap a bow tie around his neck. He looked adorable, but Ezra wasn't going to admit that out loud. "There she is." Huxley jerked his chin toward the driveway. Freston parked behind Axe's vehicle, he, Alia, and Martha emerging from the car. Ezra's stomach fluttered. The entire guest list had arrived, which meant he was even closer to becoming Huxley's mate. In the theme of being comfortable, Huxley'd had no problem keeping the number of ceremony guests low. After, they'd go to Alia's house for the mating after-party, as Caden called it. Ezra had been only slightly worried about that part of the plan, considering how under the weather Alia had been seeming. But today she looked completely refreshed, smiling as her skin glowed. Instead of standing on either side of a stage like in a traditional mating ceremony, Ezra and Huxley stood just 10 feet from each other in the middle of Ezra's yard. Alia took her place at the center point on the other side of them, while everyone else formed a loose crescent circle. At one time, Ezra would have been mortified to have these people at his house. For as thick-skinned as he'd claimed to be, he'd let the things other people said about him color how he viewed his world. Now when he looked at the crooked deck, he saw only a future chance to gawk at Huxley with his shirt off. The rusty pile of metal wasn't an eyesore, but a sign of his dad's dedication to never letting anything go to waste. Ezra's gaze swept to Huxley, and then he couldn't fathom looking away. He didn't know what the future would be, how the pack would react, or who Huxley would find to take his place. But he knew that when they faced those problems, he and Huxley would do so together, bonded, as mates. Alia beamed at the crowd, her hands clasped together in front of her chest. "It is my immense honor today to join together werewolf and witch, thus fulfilling the sacred pact, but more importantly, uniting my two sons." For as strange as that sounded, Caden and Zane were both clearly trying to keep from laughing. It warmed Ezra's heart to hear. He'd never told anyone of his dream to be Huxley's brother. It would have hurt his parents and opened Ezra up to being rejected. But, somehow, he'd found a place into the Might family anyway. Not every intended pair is as lucky as Ezra and Huxley. They will get to enter their mating with a bond that most couples spend the first decade of their union forming. Best friends and fiercely loyal. I am personally in awe imagining all they will become. But first, repeat after me and begin the journey toward each other. The mating ceremony vows were standard, but still somehow the perfect words for the two of them. With each recitation, they were meant to take one step forward into the last pledge and mating bite. I take your heart as my heart. Ezra swallowed the instant flood of emotion, repeating the phrase while Huxley bellowed it. His face dappled with the sun filtered through the branches like he wasn't just pledging himself to Ezra, but announcing it to the world. My strength is your strength. They'd been lending each other strength their entire lives. Huxley keeping Ezra from turning from the world, while Ezra kept Huxley from crumbling beneath the weight of it. He took a larger step that time, his skin tingling as if to say, "Just bite me already." Your joy is my blessing. Huxley was his joy, but Ezra repeated the phrase without correction. My beast belongs to you. Huxley's rumbled words shot straight to Ezra's groin. He regretted every second he'd spent making fun of Caden for practically jumping his mate on the stage. If this took any longer, they'd have to take a break to let Ezra clear the desire buzzing in his head. I promise to protect and nurture our bond. One more step, one more, and he could do more than feel the heat radiating from his mate. He'd get to touch it. He hoped everyone assumed his trembling voice was from nerves, and not from the effort it took to hold back from ripping his werewolf's clothes off. Because you are my mate. Ezra repeated the last pledge at the exact same time as Huxley, their words overlapping as their bodies met. But now that Ezra was within biting distance, he recalled how he'd reacted the last time Huxley had gotten his teeth on him, and he'd found himself shamelessly humping the hallway carpet as Huxley pressed into his backside. Huxley's lips twisted into the kind of crooked smile that meant he knew exactly what was in Ezra's head. And, lucky for Ezra, Huxley was insanely possessive, not just of his attention, but his reactions. He rotated their bodies, blocking Ezra from the crowd, and brought his lips to Ezra's ear. I love you, Ez. Before Ezra could get out an I love you Huckleberry, Huxley had his head tilted to the side, his face toward the trees. A slight pressure poked against the back of his neck before utter bliss coursed through his veins. There was no pain, despite the bite deep enough to break skin. But that was the magic of the mating bite, bringing Ezra nothing but desire. And a cock so hard it was drilling into his mate's body.
Say something gross,
Ezra gasped as Huxley licked the wound clean, a sort of chirping sound coming from his chest, content as a cat licking at a bowl of milk. Huxley leaned back then, his dark eyes a bit dazed as though he'd had to pull himself out of whatever satisfied cloud he'd fallen into. That wasn't helping at all. Huxley licked his lips, and Ezra wondered if he'd just married a masochist when Huxley whispered, "Race you." Halfway through his frown, his confusion cleared. He dropped into the streamlined body of a greyhound, transforming faster than he ever had in his life, before darting into the forest. Behind him, he heard Alia holler, "I bought you those shorts for your birthday!" Ezra pumped his legs, the forest whizzing by on either side of him. Nothing was faster than him. He was speed, lighter than air. Huxley's human arms plucked him from the ground like a ripe berry from a bush. Normally, switching from form to form was a process he needed to initiate. But it was as if Huxley's touch ripped the human part of him to the surface. "No fair! You knew I was going to win!" Huxley swallowed the rest of his wine in a kiss that started at a 10, and sped to Mach 20 the second Huxley slid his tongue inside. Ezra's back hit the tree, his hands clenching and unclenching over Huxley's biceps like a kitten. The arousal he'd burned racing through the woods was back in an instant, except now, Huxley was completely naked. He broke the kiss, his eyes glowing silver. "Mate, I am no longer jealous of your clothes, but annoyed by them." Ezra was temporarily blinded as Huxley tore his shirt up and over his head. His pants were next, the realization that he was naked, in the woods, with his mate, sending fireworks of pleasure zinging through him. He hooked his leg around Huxley's waist, but the man had other plans, spinning Ezra so he faced the tree. Huxley's splayed fingers pressed into his chin and neck, keeping his face turned back as he claimed Ezra's mouth. It wasn't the first time Ezra had felt devoured by his lips, but it was the first time he'd felt that way while mated to him. His fingers curled into the bark. Until that moment, their first kiss by the swamp was the benchmark Ezra held all other kisses. It was the one he thought of when he was alone with his hand wrapped around his dick. While the locations were similar, this kiss couldn't have been more different. This wasn't the result of a drunken night full of questionable choices and angst. It was intentional, chosen, and so hot, Ezra thought he might come without ever having his dick touched. Huxley let his free hand glide down the front of Ezra's body, giving his throbbing cock a wide berth on his way to his ass. Though his entire body sang for more of Huxley's touches, he smirked the moment the thought hit him. Clearly, it hadn't occurred to Huxley yet that he'd torn through his pants when he'd shifted, and would thereby have no way of bringing lube with him. It didn't bother Ezra. Huxley knew how to make it good no matter what they did. But he was getting a sick satisfaction waiting for Huxley to... His arms stretched over Ezra's head into the hollow of the trunk where he pulled out a travel-size bottle of lube. "You're fucking kidding me." Pressing warm kisses against his back, Huxley chuckled. "I'm never kidding, but I will be fucking you shortly." Huxley was a man of his word. He was thorough stretching Ezra's ass, working him open not only for his cock, but for the rounded swell of his knot.
Huxley, Huxley.
Ezra held the trunk like his life depended on it, like the natural force that was Huxley fucking into him would sweep him away. "Not Huxley," he grunted. "Say it." There wasn't time for teasing, not when they both knew Ezra would end up doing what Huxley wanted anyway.
"Mate,"
he groaned.
"Mate, mate, mate. You're my fucking mate. And your cock is in my ass, and it feels so fucking good."
With a muscled arm pressed against Ezra's chest, Huxley pinned him to the raw power flexing behind him. The sound of their skin slapping together grew faster, each thrust filling Ezra so thoroughly he couldn't imagine fitting any more of him. But he would, and it would feel amazing. "You're mine, Ezra. Mine now and forever. Mine." The last word was more growl than human speech. Ezra felt Huxley's tongue laving over his bite, the gestures soft and loving even while he pounded into him. The contrast of loving and primal brought a keening cry from deep inside. He was close, so fucking close, but dancing on the edge, and he wanted to come. He moaned with relief the moment he wrapped his fingers around his dick, but Huxley immediately pulled his hand free and pressed it back where it had been against the trunk. "When you come, it's going to be with my knot in your ass and your hands against this tree." Ezra made a noise that didn't even try to be dignified. He pushed back, Huxley's mouth finding his just as Ezra felt what he'd been waiting for. Huxley's growls rumbled into Ezra's mouth. He thrust a few times more, until the stretch was too much, and he could do nothing but give shallow pulses. The knot swelling so large, even that movement became impossible. "Come," Huxley whispered hotly in his ear. At one time in Ezra's life, he might have mistaken the command for a dog joke. But even if it was now, well, just call him Lassie because his body hurtled toward orgasm. His balls constricted, the pleasure shooting up his spine like water from a geyser. Huxley's arm braced against his chest was the only reason he was still upright, chest heaving as he panted for breath. Huxley kissed his shoulders for several seconds. Ezra pressed his head against Huxley's chest. "I needed that, but I still would have won." Huxley laughed softly. "If that's what you need to believe to feel better." Ezra jerked upright. "Excuse me? I said I love you, mate." "Uh-huh. That's what I thought." "Fuck." "Fuck? If you say so," Huxley murmured. "We just did that, and now we have a house of people waiting for our arrival. Your cum is oozing down my crack, and my clothes are currently wrinkly and covered in mud because you flung them around." "I think I'm sensing that you partly blame me." Huxley grinned. "We'll stop by home first then." "And let everyone watch us walking by to our house? No way." "Fine, then shift. I'll carry you upstairs. I still have some clothes left over in my old bedroom. They're too small for me, but should almost fit you." "No, I'm not showing up to my mating after-party as a dog. I want to walk in with my head held high and my thighs clean." Huxley's brown eyes darkened, but Ezra batted him away. "I'm serious." "Fine. We'll just sneak in." He waggled his eyebrows. Ezra bit back his laughter. He'd given up on teaching Huxley the art of sneaking in when they'd been kids, because even when he managed to get back inside successfully, The first thing he did after was go wake his parents up. "You doubt me?" Huxley puffed his chest out like a rooster. "Come on, there's no time to waste. My manhood has been challenged." Ezra was still snickering as they came out the other end of the forest. He'd put his dirty clothes back on, but they kept a wide distance between them and anyone they spotted, taking the back way to his parents' house. There were several possible entrances, but the only one that gave Huxley a chance of not being spotted meant climbing the tree on the side of the house and stepping carefully along the ledge to the windowsill on the second floor, all the while hoping it wasn't locked. The moon must have been shining on them, because though Huxley hadn't lived in that room for years, the window slid open smoothly. He tossed Ezra in and followed behind. Ezra went for the closet, grabbing the first shirt and pants he thought might fit. He made a beeline for the bathroom directly across the hall, leaving Huxley behind in his old room. After washing up and putting on the new outfit, Ezra felt 1,000 times more ready to face the much larger crowd waiting for them on the first floor. There'd been laughter and the soft hum of chatter coming from the patio. There weren't quite as many people as had come to Caden's party, but many of the witches were still a bit sore with Ezra. He looked in the mirror and sighed. Since he was first mate now, he probably should at least try not to actively push people away. When he returned to Huxley's bedroom, he was in relatively the same spot he'd been when Ezra had left, his back to the door, staring at something stacked on the floor. Boxes of diapers? The many faces of the bright-eyed baby on the front of the boxes stared at him as though saying, "Yeah? And what of it? Is that? Why is that?" Ezra asked. Huxley startled and turned around. He had a diaper gripped in his hand as though he'd had to tear open the box to truly believe it. Ezra hadn't been expecting the anger on his face, so much so that he searched the boxes again, certain he'd missed something. "Mom! Dad!" Huxley bellowed. Ezra still didn't know what was wrong when Huxley's parents clambered up the stairs and through the door, both clearly expecting an emergency. "What is this?" Huxley seethed. "Is it some kind of joke? It isn't funny. It's disrespectful to my mate, and you need to say you're sorry." Ezra appreciated Huxley's readiness to come to his defense, but in his anger, he didn't notice the expressions on his parents' face. His dad looking a half second from bursting with laughter, as his mom looked less than amused. "Huxley?" Ezra tugged on his shirt. "Hold on." "No, Ez. I'm sure they thought they were being funny, but this is a tasteless joke. They know how bothered—" "I'm pregnant, you twit!" his mother hissed. The diaper fell from his hand, landing with a soft whop on the floor. "You're old." Ezra followed Freston's lead and took a step back. And it seemed Huxley realized his mistake as well. His face paled as he stooped over to pick up the diaper. "I mean, you're—" "If you say old a second time, I will ground you." She let out a loud, exasperated breath. "I found out at the summit. Luckily, Mom was there to help me connect the dots. And yes, I am a little older, but I'm hardly the oldest woman to get pregnant." In the human world, maybe she was. But werewolves and witches live longer than humans. "And when you're dealing with swimmers as agile as mine," Freston flexed. Alia rolled her eyes, but the expression had no oomph. "We were waiting a little longer to announce it. The pregnancy hit me hard, and for a while, Mom wasn't sure. I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up or influence any decisions. And now,
with the Helix clan likely plotting a way to break free Emma and Ryan. It would be dangerous information to have spread around. People might get ideas. Challenging a pregnant alpha was extremely frowned upon, but the Helixes were witches. They wouldn't be challenging. They'd be attacking. No, that makes sense. Of course, whatever you need. I'm going to be a big brother! The three of them hugged, and Ezra was fine letting them have their moment until all three reached for him and pulled him in. The hug was repeated twice more before Alia pulled back and wiped her face. I suppose we should get down there. Alia and Freston descended the stairs first. The moment Ezra and Huxley appeared behind them, the house erupted with cheers. Everyone from the ceremony was there and more. Alia had made it clear the pack was welcome inside, but they'd stuck to the patio, where it looked like they were begging steak from Captain Kelvin. He met Ezra's gaze and nodded. The moment he'd discovered the truth, he'd released Ezra's dad. He hadn't even asked Alpha Prime first. He'd marched down to the cell and apologized, escorting his dad out of the command center to home, stopping to buy him groceries along the way, before returning to Solar Territory and handing in his resignation. Alpha Prime hadn't accepted it, and Axe convinced him to stay on. The captain then advocated for Rain to serve his 60-year sentence, for accessory to commit a terrorist attack in the cells at the Lunar Council headquarters, saying, as Rain's father, it was a clear conflict of interest. He was trying to make right what he'd done wrong, and Ezra could respect him for that. Ezra's dad was out there with him, smiling as he chose to see a friend. Ezra! Axe said I couldn't give you your real mating present here in front of everyone, but it's an industrial-sized bucket of lube, he mock-whispered as he thrust forward an envelope. And this is boring money. That started a cascade of people stepping forward and wishing them well. Everyone but Huxley's grandpa, who stood in the corner, avoiding their eyes. Thankfully, there was enough food and entertaining people, namely his dad and Caden, that very little was required of Ezra except to bask in his mate's glow. The party dwindled, only the LCEA team, the pack, and immediate family remaining. All in all, it had been a pretty perfect evening, which was why when Sai came storming into the living room, Ezra wasn't the only one to immediately notice. Huxley tensed. What happened? Ever since the Helixes had agreed to exchange the fabrication notes, and they'd been deemed legitimate, the city's authorities had been preparing for an outside attack. But it wasn't like they'd called Sai to tell him they were coming. Sai ripped the tumbler out of Zane's hand and downed the liquor in a single gulp. That was my father. They've gotten word of what's happened here. So has the Reeds clan, the one my intended is from. Did they call it off? Huxley asked. No, Sai bit out. They're escorting my intended here immediately. Ezra had been told enough about Sai's situation to know he didn't consider that a good thing. The second glass of liquor he downed was also a good clue. Zane grabbed the bottle and plopped his arm over Sai's shoulders. Come on, only one thing to do in situations like this. Get blindingly drunk. The two left, followed by Caden and Axe. As the house cleared out, Huxley's grandpa lifted his head, stepping out of the corner, and stopping a few feet away from where Ezra and Huxley were standing. Congratulations on your mating, he said evenly, his face sagging, with dark bags under his eyes. Huxley's voice was hard. Are you serious? Yes, I don't expect you to accept it.
nor do I expect you to accept what I'm about to say, but I will say it anyway. I was wrong. If you'd followed what I'd said, you would have let a nest of snakes into our city. I allowed my fear for the future of this pack and the Might name to cloud my judgment. It made me weak, and it blinded me from seeing how suited you two are for each other. Ezra, you were willing to die for my grandson. You went through great lengths to make sure the people in this city weren't hurt. I'm sorry for how I've been treating you and your father. All I can say is that I will try to do better. Try to listen more.
Being mated must have made Ezra soft, because he was on the edge of forgiving the director entirely when he added,
I've already started research on packs who might have strong candidates for your successor.
You might not need to, Alia said, patting her stomach. Huxley's grandpa frowned, looking from his daughter to his mate.
You're...
Alia smiled as she nodded. I'm... Ezra had never seen this father and daughter smile at each other, but they did in that moment, Grandpa Might's eyes eventually finding his mate again.
You knew and didn't tell me?
Martha reached out for his hand. I told you there was nothing to worry about. You should have known to believe me. The older man chuckled, an expression of real affection filling his face as he stared into his mate's eyes, while Huxley's parents crept into the kitchen, giggling over something as they shared the last of the fresh fruit. Ezra stepped back, feeling like he should give the two couples space, and found himself directly in his mate's arms. He rested his head against Huxley's shoulder. Just as Ezra had learned from his parents, Huxley had as well. These four people had shown him what a true mating could be. Huxley nibbled at his ear. What are you thinking? Just that you're going to be an amazing mate, Ezra replied, feeling Huxley's snort against his cheek. You just now realize that? No. I'm pretty sure I knew from the moment we met, even if I didn't have the words for it at the time. Thank you for taking care of this swamp rat. Anytime, Ez. Anytime. This concludes Tension by Kiki Burrelli, narrated by Chris Chambers. Copyright 2022 by Kiki Burrelli. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kiki Burrelli and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.